You have been reborn as a black snake that has been brutally mutilated and is waiting for death in a stinking gutter, yet you laugh with your blood-stained fangs. In your previous life, you were a revered martial arts grandmaster who had killed 33 of your enemies. Just as you tighten your scales, preparing to push this cold-blooded body to its limits, a cold mechanical voice unexpectedly erupts in your mind. Ding! Evolution system initializing obtained SSS level talent, Devour to Godhood. You suppress the intense tearing pain in your abdomen, and in the stinking muck, you close your eyes and channel your energy. A stream of light blue data flows rapidly across your retina, and your wounds miraculously heal quickly. As long as you dive into the cold storage and feast madly, combined with your previous life's energy and this body's 20-fold digestion power, you will transform into a monstrous python and tear apart that scummy couple upon your return to the world. The giants in the White House were left speechless, shocked by the images captured by satellites. Los Angeles, a major international metropolis with immense influence, is currently under attack by hundreds of thousands of giant pythons. Swarming masses of these colossal serpents move like a boundless blue ocean, and the entire street is covered with these monstrous snakes. A true python disaster is occurring. Panic has engulfed Los Angeles, with screams and cries for help echoing throughout the sky of the city. The ground has turned blood red, covered with countless figures lying in pools of blood, faces filled with agony seem to be pleading against death. Just a moment ago, the blades of grass shone vibrant green, but now they are submerged in dark, crimson blood, with trails of blood extending across the square, through the bodies of the deceased, continuously flowing onto the road. What is even more terrifying is that a giant python in the square, measuring over 10 meters, actually regurgitated a person. This individual is so corroded that they resemble a grotesque sight, their face completely decayed, a bloody and horrifying spectacle. At the Bank of America building, a massive python coils on the rooftop, overlooking the entire city of Los Angeles. Beast type, not shapeshifting. Those who dislike it, please do not enter. Episode 1, The Rampant Python. Chapter 1, A Class Fugitive. A military helicopter lands in front of one of China's most secure prisons, Qinchao Prison. Its blades spin, creating a strong wind that sends the leaves scattered on the ground swirling like caught in a tornado. To discuss Qinchao Prison, one cannot avoid mentioning its origins. Built in 1958, Qinchao Prison is a product of the Soviet Union's aid to the newly established People's Republic of China in the 1950s for economic and national defense development. At that time, there were a total of 157 aid projects agreed upon between the Soviet Union and China, one of which was Qinchao Prison. However, due to its classified nature, it remains undisclosed to outsiders, leading most to believe there were only 156 projects. With thick surrounding walls adorned with electric fences, there is a guard tower within 10 meters at least, each equipped with a 7.62 mm heavy machine gun. If the prison guards are well trained, they can effectively engage enemies up to 800 meters away, meaning their control radius is a circle with an 800-meter radius. In such a prison, anyone who wishes to escape is harboring delusions. The massive gates of Qinchao Prison slowly open, and a slender man dressed in prison garb walks out under the escort of 10 guards. As he approaches, it becomes clear that he is an ordinary-looking middle-aged man. This man's name is Wang, and true to his name, he has a domineering and extreme personality. Wang's comparatively thin stature makes it hard to imagine why 10 armed guards are escorting him. The handover process went smoothly. Wang boarded the military helicopter without resisting at all. Phew! Finally sent this killing machine away. Yeah, I'm still sweating in my palms. Fortunately, he didn't make any moves. Otherwise, among the 10 guards escorting Wang, 3 veteran guards let out a sigh of relief. Despite the swift process, they were tense, their bodies stiff and palms sweaty. Seeing the 3 veteran guards' expressions of lingering fear after the ordeal, Wu secretly looked down on them. Although he was a rookie, he wasn't timid. It's just escorting a prisoner, why are they so nervous? Last week I escorted an international terrorist. The veteran guards, noticing Wu's demeanor, understood what he was thinking. They could only sigh in their hearts, fresh out of the nest and not afraid of tigers. They knew better than anyone else the kind of person Wang was. Though he looked thin, once he exploded with power, he was a humanoid weapon capable of tearing apart even a tiger. During that brief handover, they were so tense their muscles were rigid. Even though Wang's hands and feet were shackled with heavy chains, and they held rifles, in their hearts, they were uncertain. If Wang chose to fight back, would it be they who would be murdered by him, or would their 10 rifles turn him into a sieve? Of course, they never wanted to find out the answer to that unknown question. Reflecting on Wang's legendary life experiences evokes contemplation. As they watch that distant figure leave, even though he still stands tall, the thought that such a martial arts master is soon to be executed makes them realize this is truly a significant loss for the martial arts community. In the martial arts world, the so-called Tier 1 Essence Stage warriors are considered masters. Strong figures like Wang, who are Tier 2 max level, are now extremely rare. Losing one is like losing a precious jewel. What's more, Wang is still relatively young and could very well break through to the Tier 3 Divine Stage realm. Martial arts training is divided into tiers ranging from low to high: Tier 1 Essence Stage, Tier 2 Energy Stage, and Tier 3 Divine Stage. Each tier is further divided into 4 smaller stages: early, middle, late, and perfection. Wang, the A-list fugitive, heir to the Wang family's skill, Inner Brawler, is a Tier 2 max level powerhouse. On June 11, 20XX, he slaughtered 33 members of the Li family in County S. He was captured on December 14, 20XX, detained for 3 days, and executed without a trial. Wang's life is like a legend: Tier 1 Essence Stage at age 10, Tier 1 Max Level at 23, Tier 2 Energy Stage at 25, and Tier 2 Max Level at 47. Now at 48, due to his martial arts training, Wang looks to be only about 30. Yet, he is indeed fast approaching the senior citizen stage. Of course, being 48 and already at Tier 2 max level is considered quite young. There are only a handful of Tier 3 Divine Stage powerhouses in the world, and most of them are well into their 80s, 90s, or even hundreds. Someone like Wang, who might step into Tier 3 Divine Stage before turning 60, is truly a rare talent. Once on the plane and seated in the cabin, he looked around. There were 7 men with rifles, 3 on the left, 3 on the right, and 1 opposite him. Including the pilot, there were a total of 9. Wang didn't want to die. No one wants to die. To avoid death, one must resist. However, the 7 elite military men with rifles were exceptionally vigilant. If Wang made any rash movements, he would undoubtedly be executed on the spot. The middle-aged man sitting across from Wang seemed to be the leader of this group. Seeing Wang looking around, he coldly said, "You'd better not make any sudden moves, otherwise, I won't hesitate to execute you right here." The young team members obviously felt a bit dissatisfied. Unable to hold back, one said to the middle-aged man, "Captain, our 3rd Special Forces Brigade is known as one of the most elite special forces in the military, tasked with handling the most dangerous terrorists and executing the hardest missions. This guy may be formidable, but with his hands and feet shackled with 60-pound restraints, there's no way he can turn the tables on us. This is an order from the son of the Yuan provincial secretary. There can be no mistakes. And don't underestimate him," as he pointed at Wang. "This criminal is not just any regular guy. He killed the Li family under the protection of over 30 special military personnel, whose strength matches ours. Among the soldiers guarding the Li household, there's a guy known as Tiger. You all should know him, right? He once taught us combat techniques and is recognized as one of the top 10 masters of the skill, Inner Brawler. Yet, he was also killed by this criminal, struck in the heart with a single blow, in less than 3 seconds. The Li family didn't even have time to escape, essentially sealing their own fate." Everyone gasped in shock. Someone exclaimed, "So Instructor Tiger was also killed by him? I know who he is now, Wang." "So it's him. Though he killed the Li family, they really deserved it." "That's right, everyone from the Li family is just a beast. Yeah, especially those 2nd-generation heirs from the Li family. They're all irresponsible and have harmed countless women, ruining the gender ratio in China. I can't even find a wife now." "Shut up." The middle-aged man's expression was cold as he stared sharply at his subordinates. "Keep a close eye on him. The plane is about to take off." "Yes." Wang had an average appearance and looked a bit slender, but the muscles visible under his prison uniform hinted at an explosive strength like steel. His gaze was calm and seemed devoid of spirit. However, curiously, anyone who met his gaze couldn't help but avert their eyes, as if escaping the watchful eye of death. their heartbeats accelerating uncontrollably. He was shackled with two heavy, solid restraints that made one wonder if they were meant to lock up an elephant or a polar bear, clasped around both his wrists and ankles. Just looking at them, the restraints seemed to weigh at least over 60 pounds. It was remarkable that Wang could still stand so straight and walk so steadily. At such a close distance, with 7 rifles pointed at you, trying to escape is going to be incredibly difficult. Even though Wang was a Tier 2 max-level powerhouse, among the top experts in all of China, save for a few old monsters in their 80s and 90s who have withdrawn from the world. We can't let the plane take off, otherwise, we won't have a single chance. Wang pondered in his heart. Once in the sky, even if he killed them all, it would be impossible to jump down from such a height, and the plane wouldn't have parachutes for the prisoners. Of course, they could also hijack the pilot, but that would be more difficult than killing everyone. The middle-aged captain, seeing Wang's somewhat emaciated figure, sighed in his heart and softened his tone. Wang, although you've killed a lot of people, I don't want to make things difficult for you, but... No need, because I can't help you either. I've always wondered, what deep grudge does the Li family have against you that you want to kill his entire family? The hatred of killing a father, the grudge of taking a wife. Is that enough? Enough. But I'm very sorry, I don't want to lose my life for a damned person. I want to live, so you all must die. You want to escape? Even if you can flee from our hands, the plane has already begun to take off. Where can you go? What are you doing? Everyone, be careful. With a clang, Wang moved, his actions as quick as lightning, moving swiftly in the narrow space, using the shackles as weapons, and in an instant, knocked most of the weapons away. Wang's lightning-fast actions had already seized the middle-aged captain before everyone had time to react. The shackles were tightly locked around the middle-aged captain's neck, making it somewhat difficult for him to breathe as he hoarsely said, "Wang, what do you want?" Wang replied calmly, "At this moment, shouldn't you be saying something nutritious? You should know my strength in this situation. I could kill you in 0.3 seconds. Although after killing you, your brothers would turn me into a beehive, I am a death row inmate. Do you think it's worth it? The plane has already taken off. You know you can't escape. I just want to live." Wang was not at all anxious about the plane taking off, his voice remaining steady. "You are truly a terrifying enemy." Seeing that Wang was not fazed by it, the middle-aged captain said helplessly, "Beep, beep, beep." Suddenly, a series of alarm sounds rang out, and Wang suddenly realized, looking fierce, "Yuan, you're really ruthless. I regret not being able to kill you, only managing to kill one of your dogs." Boom. The next day, Xinhua News reported. Yesterday, a prisoner transport plane experienced a malfunction and exploded midair. Fortunately, it was above an uninhabited area. Apart from the 8 police officers on the plane who died, only one prisoner survived. Chapter 2, Rebirth as a Snake. When Wang regained consciousness, his head felt heavy, and his vision was a bit blurry. As long as I'm not dead. This was Wang's first thought after becoming sober. But soon he felt something was off. His whole body felt weak, unable to exert any strength. With a beating of his heart, could it be that I have become a vegetable? He attempted to open his eyes with all his might, but it was in vain. It was nighttime, and the surroundings were quiet, with the occasional sound of car horns. Wang lay there quietly. Strangely, although his body felt cold, he did not feel cold. After about 3 hours, he finally felt a little strength, and a sigh of relief escaped his heart. At least he wasn't a vegetable, because a vegetable doesn't have any feeling. At least he could still feel his body. Wang could finally move, struggling to open his eyes, and what came into view was a sea of red, reminiscent of night vision goggles. What is going on? Although Wang remained calm, he was still slightly surprised. Seeing the blood-red surroundings, he wondered, could it be that the plane exploded and burned my eyes? With this thought, his heart sank. Not right. Hiss. Wang took a sharp breath, finally realizing a terrifying possibility. He had actually turned into a snake about a meter long, with a triangular-shaped head, and covered entirely in slick black scales that reflected light in the moonlight. But this snake was injured. There was a long wound on its abdomen, and its scales were stained with bright red blood. Fortunately, the wound had stopped bleeding, so Wang was at least temporarily free from life-threatening danger. Otherwise, having just gained a new life, he would immediately face the end. Wang slowly calmed down. Even though he had turned into a snake, it was still better than being dead. After all sentient beings fear death, and Wang was no exception. Looking around, it was a spacious river, the water black as ink, symbolizing the city. It would be strange to find a clear river in a metropolis. The river was about 5 meters wide, and the water was shallow, with mud and stones lining the river banks. Wang was lying on the sandy stones by the river, and when he looked up, he saw a bridge about 10 meters ahead. He arched his body and wriggled towards the bridge. Moving like a snake felt very much like twisting his rear, very awkward. It was now around 5 in the morning, and it would soon be dawn. Wang understood that if he was discovered by someone, with his severely injured body, a ruthless person could just strike him with a stick and he would definitely be done for. After all, the relationship between humans and snakes has never been good. With the fable of the farmer and the snake teaching us that no one would be kind enough to save this wandering snake. The most likely outcome would be to be brutally killed or skinned for food. Whether it leads to death or being eaten, it is not something Wang is willing to accept. Although he has become a small black snake, he values life and prefers to survive, as living poorly is better than dying readily. Furthermore, Wang hasn't avenged his great hatred. How could he easily speak of death? How could he endure the betrayal of his own wife? 11 years of marriage, it is impossible for Wang not to feel heartbroken about his wife's betrayal. Though he has dedicated his life towards martial arts, he cannot easily erase 11 years of feelings. Wang got married in his 30s and has had no children for 11 years. His wife isn't very beautiful, just a small household pearl. But to betray him for 50 million is absolutely unacceptable. The reason is a map. That map was a family heirloom of the Wang family, said to be a map of an emperor's tomb. As for where the map came from and whose tomb it is, that is unknown. How the Wang family's possession of the emperor's tomb map leaked out is unclear. Perhaps it was Wang's wife, Yu, who divulged the secret. Once Kai, the son of the provincial secretary in H province, learned of this, he bribed Yu with 50 million, and the two dog lovers schemed together. First, Kai's lackey, the eldest son of the Li family, abused his power to arrest Wang's only niece and used her as a threat against him. Originally, after his sister's death, Wang was very fond of his only niece and was willing to exchange the seemingly worthless map for her safety. This map has been studied by Wang's ancestors for generations, yet they could never make sense of it, so it was regarded as counterfeit. By the time of Wang's grandfather, they had stopped researching it. And just as Wang arrived at the Li family, prepared to rescue her, he witnessed a heart-wrenching scene. Li, the eldest son, was a devil among men, and Wang's niece, being quite beautiful, was irresistible to him, so he naturally acted ruthlessly. Wang's niece, having a weak heart, suffered a heart attack from the shock and, unexpectedly, died. When Wang arrived at the Li residence, he happened to witness the scene where Li's men were disposing of the body. Wang, being hot-tempered, in a surge of rage, committed murder. And Li's eldest son, knowing Wang's strength, was naturally prepared. The household had many skilled fighters. However, he underestimated a Tier 2 max-level powerhouse. In his fury, Wang slaughtered the entire Li family. Along with his followers and those prepared, a total of 33 people. The next day, the nation was shaken. Special forces were dispatched. Wang killed over a dozen masters of skill, inner brawler before being captured. This led to the current scene of his reincarnation as a snake. And how could Wang be satisfied with not killing the two treacherous lovers? However, the supposedly true or fake emperor's tomb map was not hidden in his home. Even if Kai turned the Wang household upside down, he would not find the map. And indeed, that is exactly what Kai did. Now that Wang has no ability to seek revenge, his greatest wish is to quickly crawl below the arch bridge. Afraid of making too much movement as his abdominal wound might reopen, Wang has to crawl carefully, as if walking on thin ice. 10 meters is quite a distance for Wang. It took him 7 or 8 minutes to crawl under the bridge. An average of 50 seconds per meter, even ants could climb faster than him. Reaching under the bridge, Wang bent his neck in a way that resembled a 2, and found a crack in the rock. Sensing that there were no small mice or anything in the crack, he directly wriggled inside. Snakes sense everything in their surroundings through thermal energy. It's the same in water. They judge things by the differences in surrounding temperatures. With their tongues, they can sense the molecular odors floating in the air, meaning snakes smell food through their tongues. Therefore, day and night are the same for Wang. He is quite satisfied with this almost night vision-like skill. There is no fear of getting lost no matter how late he returns at night. Inside the crevice, more than 3 meters deep, just enough to fit his body, Wang coiled his body quietly and rested. Practicing skill, inner brawler, achieving unity of breath and heart, moving steadily, aligning intention and breath, making movements fluid and balanced, using softness to overcome hardness, being agile and flexible, and unpredictable in his strikes. The essence of skill, inner brawler, is to achieve the victory of softness over hardness. Grasping its subtlety, even if empty-handed, nothing can withstand the might within. No matter how strong the enemy is, they will be utterly defeated. Wang was originally a Tier 2 max level powerhouse. Even though he has become a snake, the god within his energy still remains. Breathing in unison, focusing the mind, a stream of warmth flowed through his snake body. The heat flowed through his abdominal wound, significantly increasing the healing speed, believing he would fully recover in 2 or 3 days. Continuously using that stream of warmth to nurture the wound, a day passed. Though he wanted to wait until the wound fully healed before moving, hunger from his abdomen compelled Wang to drag his heavily injured body to hunt. It was now around 8 or 9 in the evening when Wang wriggled out from the crevice. From a distance, I spotted a small black snake about a meter long moving slowly along the riverbank, searching for a chance to catch its prey. After a day of warming in that hot flow, the wound had already scabbed over. As long as I didn't engage in any strenuous activities, it shouldn't be a serious issue. After searching for almost an hour, Wang really couldn't find any food he could eat. If he were in the countryside, it would be easier, as there would at least be plenty of frogs and toads and other small animals to eat. But in the city, in this heavily polluted little river, where would he find frogs? Left with no choice, Wang had to trouble the neighboring brothers. Isn't there a saying that goes, snakes and mice keep the same nest? The city has its downsides, but it sure breeds a bunch of good-sized rats, large and fat. With how big these rats are, Wang worries he won't be able to swallow them. Some of the large rats are almost as big as kittens. If he encounters such a rat, Wang has no choice but to give way. Chapter 3: Snakes and Mice Don't Share the Same Nest. In the city, you can just walk along the road and see rats scurrying past your feet. Many people have undoubtedly experienced this situation. Wang leisurely strolled by the river and indeed spotted quite a few rats. It was nighttime, the peak activity period for rats. However, as soon as those rats caught a whiff of Wang's scent, they quickly scurried away, leaving him with nothing to catch. Snakes are natural enemies of mice and can be considered close relatives, since they both dig burrows. Where mice can go, snakes generally can as well, so hiding in a burrow is useless. Countless mice have met their end in the jaws of snakes, so mice are naturally sensitive to the scent of snakes. Therefore, as soon as they smell a snake, they take off. It's not easy to be a snake in these times. Wang felt quite helpless because he was injured. He couldn't move quickly. When he saw the rats running away, he didn't dare to chase them. Otherwise, the wound that had finally started to heal would open up again. There's no other way. I can only wait and see. Determined, Wang searched by the river for an hour and finally found a rat burrow. After that, he quietly hid 5 meters away, waiting for the rats to finish eating and returning to their burrows. Then he would block the entrance and spring a trap. With that thought, Wang couldn't help but feel a bit smug. Intelligent creatures are indeed quite different from mere beasts. Wang didn't have to wait long. Half an hour later, a fat and hefty rat with shifty eyes peeked into the burrow, looking around cautiously. At that moment, Wang put aside concerns about his wound, moved quickly, and blocked the burrow. The fate of the rat was predictable. Wang feasted until he was full, and looking at his round belly, he was truly afraid it might burst. To be honest, Wang really had to muster all his willpower to swallow that rat. It was reeking and hadn't been cleaned, so it tasted terrible. If it weren't for his unbearable hunger, he would have never wanted to eat it. After swallowing the rat and solving his hunger problem, Wang returned to the snake's nest under the bridge to continue his training. A master of inner cultivation has a huge appetite. Refining essence into energy is what vitality refers to. Since training consumes his own vitality, he has to rely on food to replenish his energy. A quiet night passed. After one night of training, Wang had already digested that large rat. If it were an ordinary snake, it could have gone a week without needing to eat after such a large rat. But since Wang is practicing internal martial arts, his digestive system is stronger than that of ordinary snakes. He digested a large rat in one night. The vitality from one rat made Wang's energy grow stronger by a little. What was once the size of a hair has now increased to the size of a regular hair. Feeling the surge of strength all over his body, Wang felt much better. That long wound has healed a bit. I believe it will almost be fully healed in the next 2 days. Once it's completely healed, hunting won't be so troublesome anymore. 2 days passed. Wang once again waited to catch a rabbit. Like last time, on the second day, he swallowed another rat, and on the third day, as his wound was nearly fully healed and his energy had increased, he swallowed 2 rats. His energy had already reached the size of 2 hairs. Wang's body length as a snake had surprisingly grown as well, now reaching 1.2 meters. At this length, he could be considered medium-sized among ordinary snakes. As a 1.2 meter long black snake, Wang still doesn't know what kind of snake he belongs to. However, he can be sure that he is a venomous snake, and an extremely toxic one at that. An elephant won't be poisoned by him, but a cow will definitely be incapacitated in 10 minutes, while for humans, it would take at most 5 minutes. Now that his wound had healed, Wang could finally unleash his speed. Calculating, he found that he could run 2.5 meters in a second. This speed is considered quite good among snakes. The fastest snake in the world is the green mamba from Africa, which lives in the forest areas of East and Southern Africa. Although it isn't as venomous as the black mamba, its rapid speed makes it even more terrifying. The green mamba can reach speeds of 11 kilometers per hour, meaning it can move more than 3 meters in a second, making it the world's fastest snake. And Wang can achieve a speed of 2.5 meters per second, enough to feel proud. As a snake, Wang has fulfilled his duty well. In 10 days, the number of rats that fell to him reached over 50, and within 10 miles, the rats were nearly extinct. After more than 10 days of cultivation, Wang's energy had increased rapidly, reaching the size of 5 strands of hair, and his body length had also grown, now about 1 meter 35. His snake body had thickened significantly and no longer looked so emaciated, with the vitality lost from his injuries having been fully replenished. Although the river water was seriously polluted, Wang still swam into it, as the nearby rats were basically extinct. He could only hunt in the river. He seriously doubted whether there were any fish in this river. Wang secretly felt lucky that his snake body was still hydrodynamic, fortunately not a dry snake. Sometimes he also suspected that he might be a water snake, but he had never heard of a pure black snake species like himself, and his head shape was different from that of a water snake. What met his eyes was still a sea of crimson, as if the screen had been stained red with blood. The dark river water had no effect on his vision. Using thermal sensing was much more reliable than using his eyes to see things. Wang searched up and down in the river, but saw nothing of fish or shrimp. He couldn't help but curse in frustration. Looks like I have to change my territory. But I really don't want to leave this place. Not only is it my first nest, but more importantly, there are hardly any disturbances here. Of course, if someone got bored and came to swim in such heavily polluted waters, then Wang wouldn't have a choice but to move willingly. Wang also didn't stay on land. He surged into the river, floating downstream, saving strength whenever possible. Although being under the bridge was nice, the sound of car horns never ceased, day or night. Although snakes have poor hearing, even he found it unbearable. Wang had only one goal: to survive. To stay alive. As for where he swam down the river, he didn't care. And he didn't dare to move around carelessly. Although he wanted to gather some information about whether this place was still Huaxia. He had been injured before, but now that he was healed, Wang planned to inquire during the night. After swimming down the river for a day, he turned several bends along the way, not even knowing how far he had swum. Having been hungry all day, his belly was flat. The snake had emerged above the water, and hiss Wang's tongue flicked out, sensing if there were any targets for feeding nearby. It was already night, and Wang swaggered ashore, not fearing being discovered. Even if he were spotted by ordinary people, generally no one would dare to mess with him. They'd have to make way when they saw him. 80% of people are afraid of snakes. Moreover, many people are blind to snakes and won't even know if they're venomous or not. As he passed through the grass by the riverbank, he listened closely and didn't hear the sound of car horns, which indicated that this place was relatively remote and cars passed by less frequently. In a place with no people, Wang was the king. As he searched around, he indeed found traces of rats and followed the trail. Not far ahead, he discovered a very fat rat. Before the rat had time to react, Wang coiled his neck, leaping like lightning to bite the rat, wrapping and squeezing it. The rat, poisoned and powerless, was twisted into a donut shape by Wang's powerful constriction. After a hearty meal, Wang made his way up the path, emerging from the bushes. This was a road, devoid of pedestrians, with the occasional car passing by. Across the road were tall buildings, brightly lit. Looking at the familiar structures on the opposite side, Wang felt as if he were in another world. After being a snake for more than 10 days, it felt as if years had passed. Suddenly, he experienced a sense of seeing the light of day again. Regaining his composure, a car zipped by with a whoosh, and Wang quickly darted across the road like lightning. His slender body, about 1.30 meters long, moved at an extreme speed, hard to see, moving at 2.5 meters per second in the dark. Suddenly, he heard footsteps. Seeing tourists passing by, Wang didn't want to scare anyone with a whoosh. He slipped into a garbage bin. Just as he jumped into the garbage can, a stench immediately hit him hard. This smell was even worse than the polluted river water and simply unbearable. Wang had barely spent a second in it before he turned and leapt out of the garbage bin. Ah! Wang heard a woman scream, her voice piercing, a skilled high-pitched singer. It turned out that just as Wang jumped out of the garbage can, this unfortunate woman happened to walk by, and Wang ended up hanging onto her handbag. The woman turned pale with fright, her mouth shaking, her teeth clattering against each other. Ah! The terrified woman seemed to suddenly snap back to reality. Another scream erupted. She tossed the handbag aside and, not knowing where, she grabbed a stick, swung it fiercely at Wang. Luckily, Wang reacted quickly, or else he might have been in real trouble. "I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Don't come closer. Woo woo." The woman was already so frightened that she was incoherent. Wang felt speechless and wanted to say sorry, as he didn't intend to scare someone to the point of possibly having a nervous breakdown. Suddenly, the woman rolled her eyes and slowly collapsed to the ground. Could it be that I scared her to death just after coming out? Wang climbed onto the peak on the woman's chest and listened closely. Luckily, he could still hear a heartbeat. This at least proved she hadn't been scared to death, just fainted. Hope this woman doesn't have ophidiophobia. Wang no longer cared about her now. They were on different paths, and anyway, Wang couldn't save her. How could he, a snake, perform artificial respiration? After some struggle, he finally found the woman's identification in her handbag. XXX Factory, ID 584247, employee name XXX. XXX Factory, this is a well-known foreign investment group in S City, so that means I'm still in S City. Knowing the information he wanted, Wang turned and blended into the darkness. Chapter 4, Infiltrating the Cold Storage. S City is vast. During the day, Wang rested and trained in internal martial arts, and at night he hunted. After 3 days, he finally crossed several dozen miles and arrived at the Wang family home. However, at this moment, the Wang family estate had been reduced to ruins. It seems that those two treacherous lovers are searching for a map. However, this pair of lovers will surely be disappointed. Ha ha! Wang smirked to himself, because the map was not in the Wang family home at all. Searching through the place wouldn't help them at all. As a family with a heritage spanning hundreds of years, there were naturally secret underground chambers. These chambers were known only to the current family head. No one else was qualified to know about them. With only Wang as the male heir in this generation, he naturally became the head of the Wang family. Wang was extremely confident that the secret chambers of the Wang family would remain undiscovered. Wang had considered seeking revenge immediately, but the Yuan family had many skilled fighters, and Kai was a Tier 2 early-stage warrior. Going for revenge now would be courting death. Although a Tier 2 early-stage warrior couldn't be compared with his former Tier 2 max-level self, with a full force strike, they could still kill a fierce horse. and Wang had previously possessed the ability to tear apart leopards and tigers. This illustrates the power of Tier 2 energy stage warriors. Tier 1 Essence stage can only be considered the initial entry into martial arts. Warriors at this stage primarily consume large amounts of food to generate heat energy, then refine the excess energy within their bodies to produce a slight feeling of qi, which strengthens over time and manifests as energy. Energy is generated by coordinating the body's cells, concentrating all their power in the shortest time possible in a manner akin to shivering. It is gradually increased internally through the refinement of excess heat energy. A Tier 2 energy stage warrior is already considered a strong practitioner. Due to the enhanced refined heat energy, energy permeates their entire skeletal structure, opening up all the channels in their body, resulting in both a quantitative and qualitative change, transforming into energy. This energy can now be released outward, harming enemies invisibly with immense attack power and destructive capability. There are no more than 10 Tier 3 divine stage warriors in the world, and how powerful they are is beyond Wang's understanding. It is said that Tier 3 divine stage is divided into 4 levels, from lowest to highest: skill, aura armor, passive, micro-control, passive, indestructible, skill, voidwalker. I've heard of a powerful warrior known as skill, voidwalker, who can defy gravity and fly high in the air, a first-class land deity capable of turning the world upside down. Of course, such a realm surely doesn't exist in the world. It's just a legend. Perhaps it existed in ancient times. Wang was currently considering a problem. He wanted to grow stronger, wanted revenge. Therefore, he needed to train, but training required food. Spending too much time hunting daily meant he couldn't train as effectively. If he used that time to train instead, his progress would surely be significantly faster. Animals' digestive abilities are inherently stronger than humans. For instance, tigers, lions, or leopards can swiftly devour even a huge wild boar, leaving no trace. Eagles can target prey from the air and then dive down to consume it all. Snakes can even swallow things several times larger than themselves in one go and then digest them slowly in their stomachs. Wang didn't even know what kind of snake he was, but its digestive system was far more powerful than ordinary snakes, over 20 times more efficient than that of humans. If he had enough food, Wang had reason to believe he could reach Tier 2 max level in 2 or 3 years. There would be absolutely no problem. Imagining a 20-fold increase in human training speed is terrifying. Near the Wang family home, there is a cold storage facility, the largest in S City. This cold storage can hold 7,000 tons of meat. If he could infiltrate it, his food and basic needs would be taken care of. Though Wang was doubtful about whether he could survive in such frigid temperatures, since snakes are cold-blooded animals that hibernate when the temperature drops to around 10 degrees. He truly couldn't guarantee his survival in sub-zero temperatures. Still, Wang wanted to give it a try. He didn't want to miss out on such an opportunity. I'm the only snake in the world training energy. I should be able to survive in the cold storage. Nightfall. Wang swiftly swam under the cover of darkness. Knowing the route well, he quickly arrived at the cold storage location. Wang had never been into the cold storage even though it was close to home. He was a martial arts enthusiast. For over 40 years, his only interest had been in cultivation, and his interpersonal relationships weren't that great. With Wang's skills, many prominent figures extended invitations to him, all of which he declined. He was solely focused on his training. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become a Tier 2 max level practitioner in just over 40 years. The Wang family used to run 3 martial arts schools, and now they had naturally become assets of that value. Wang couldn't help but wish for vengeance against that pair of scoundrels. Crawling along the pillar to the rooftop, the cold storage was closed off, and Wang had no way to open the door, so he could only wait until someone opened it before slipping inside. He waited until the sky began to brighten. Around 6 in the morning, 5 staff members arrived at the cold storage door. One of them produced a key and, with a click, unlocked the door, followed by the other 4 entering. Seeing all 5 enter the cold storage, Wang sprang into action, his figure moving as swiftly as lightning, gliding along the wall and slipping through the door. As soon as he entered, Wang felt a rush of cold air hit him, causing him to shiver all over. However, it wasn't long before the energy in his body began to circulate, raising his core temperature. Though it was still quite cold, at least he could endure it. The energy within Wang was incredibly scarce. He was barely at the Tier 2 early stage, with a significant gap from that level. Once inside the cold storage, Wang looked around and found a relatively hidden spot to spiral up, making it less likely for others to notice him. An hour later, the five finally exited. Only then did Wang emerge from the shadows. Having not eaten for a day, he was undoubtedly starving. Nevertheless, given his current prize of nearly endless meat, he found this little hardship to be totally worth it. Of course, eating came with its own techniques. Although there was plenty of meat in the cold storage, the obvious pieces couldn't be touched. He needed to target those pieces that were hard to notice and easily overlooked. Wang was eager to eat, but the pork here was far too large. Even if he were to gorge himself, he couldn't swallow a whole pig. Plus, his fangs were so small that he couldn't even bite off a piece of meat. However, it was okay, as there were chicken and eggs. The chickens were whole, which Wang couldn't swallow, but he could definitely manage the eggs, which were also very nutritious. After devouring a dozen or more eggs, Wang finally felt satisfied. There were tens of thousands of eggs here, so losing a few wouldn't raise suspicion. No one would be bored enough to count them. The cold storage was vast, and Wang noticed many cameras. Skillfully avoiding them, he found a more concealed corner to temporarily use as his den. Swallowing down over a dozen nutritious eggs, Wang eagerly began to refine them. 3 hours later, he fully digested them, and the energy within him had strengthened slightly. Naturally, he ate again, downing another dozen eggs before returning to his little den to continue refining. Days flew by quickly. After consuming hundreds of eggs, Wang's energy surged again, and he grew to about 1.5 meters tall, with his body expanding as well. Now, Wang was able to eat smaller chickens, and after swallowing one whole, he returned to his little den to keep refining. It had been 6 hours since Wang digested the chicken. Over these past few days, he had figured out the staff's routine at the cold storage. Once it was time, he would hide, making it difficult to discover him. 6 o'clock in the morning. Click. The cold storage staff entered right on the dot. Wang lay quietly in wait, making not a sound. There were a total of 15 staff members at the cold storage, as Wang noticed 5 people rotated every 3 days, and there were only 3 groups. He initially thought it would be like before, with 5 leaving after their shift, but their conversation left Wang feeling uneasy. Why do I feel like we're missing a chicken? No way? Did you miscount? I definitely didn't. I personally hung that chicken up yesterday, and today it's gone. I remember it clearly. Aside from us having keys, only the boss has one, so maybe it's the boss who took it. If the boss took it, there's no need to report it to us. That might be true. But as if reminiscing about something, he whispered, however, our supervisor Wei, relying on being the boss's nephew, slacks off all day. The missing meat could likely be his doing. Last time, I saw him move 300 pounds of pork without signing the paperwork, probably just to sell it off. Moreover, the meat in this cold storage sometimes spoils, and every month some spoiled meat has to be discarded, so it's hard to catch on. If Wei reports more spoiled meat, the boss won't notice anything unusual. Don't speak carelessly about such things if someone overhears. I'm just having a casual chat with you. I naturally know my limits, especially since he has family. After all, we are just lowly employees. The voices gradually faded. Once the 5 left, Wang let out a sigh of relief. I almost got discovered. Next time I eat chicken, I'll have to choose a spot that's less noticeable. Wang thought about it and chose a less conspicuous corner to stash the chicken he had swallowed, continuing with his cultivation. The meat in the cold storage comes and goes daily, and as long as Wang doesn't overeat it once, the chances of being discovered are still quite low. Chapter 5: The Poisonous Python. 2 months have already passed. During these 2 months, Wang's snake body has grown considerably. Looking up, he saw in the corner of the cold storage a large black python, about 3 meters long, coiling, its cold double pupils flickering with a chilling light that made it hard to look directly at. The head of the snake was larger than its body, triangular in shape, and its scales were not like those of an ordinary snake, the black scales being well-defined, rugged, and fierce. On the back of its head and neck, there was a dark brown spear-like pattern, and a vertical stripe ran across the eye towards the corner of its mouth, with a black stripe below the eye slanting back towards the lips. When it slightly rolled over, its belly was a pale yellow, with dark spots on both sides. Its tail was short and thick, exhibiting strong wrapping and aggressiveness. The snake's tongue flicked in and out occasionally, and its mouth was slightly open, revealing its curved poisonous fangs. Drops of venom swirled around, making it look even more menacing and frightening, sending chills down the spine and causing the cold sense of dread to rise from the heart. Without needing to attack, just its appearance could leave someone paralyzed. In the 2 months, Wang had shed his skin twice, with each shedding involving a period of weakness, and during this period, he had to seek more concealed places to hide. After 2 months of substantial blood feeding, Wang has now reached the peak of Tier 1 essence stage, with his energy growing from the size of a hair to currently the size of a pinky finger. The energy flows within his body, greatly enhancing Wang's strength. He could kill a cheetah if it got caught in his coils. He could cover at least 3 meters in a second. At 3 meters in length, this can no longer be called merely a snake. This is a highly venomous black python. With over 3,000 species of snakes in the world, the largest of course is the python. Pythons are non-venomous snakes, with about 70 species distributed globally. They are often found in forests, love to climb trees and swim, feeding on rabbits, birds, reptiles, and even capable of eating small lambs, deer, and fawns. In terms of evolutionary classification, venomous snakes evolved from non-venomous ones, while pythons are considered ancient and primitive. Wang, however, is a highly venomous python due to his cultivation of energy. His potential is limitless, something that ordinary pythons cannot compare to. Now it's time for Wang to shed his skin again. In the 3 months since he became a snake, he has shed twice, and this will be the 3rd time, averaging once a month. Ordinary snakes typically shed skin 2 to 3 times a year, with some shedding up to 5 or 6 times. More frequent shedding indicates faster growth, while less indicates slower growth. Wang averages once a month, totaling over 10 times a year, which is very rare. If relevant research departments were to find out, Wang would certainly be captured for study. Coiled in the corner, Wang suddenly felt an unbearable itch all over his body, signaling that it was time to shed skin. This itchiness felt more torturous than death. In the grip of this intense itch, Wang rubbed his head against the corner of the wall. The skin at the corners of his jaw began to rub off slowly due to the ease of shedding skin in the head region. He took advantage of the wall for some relief from the itch while also speeding up the shedding process. As he rubbed against it, the skin began to loosen, and Wang moved along the wall, slowly shedding a layer of skin from his body. After shedding, the snake's body bore clear and fresh patterns. He picked up the old skin in his mouth and carried it back to his den to hide it, so as not to be discovered. Due to just shedding, his body was weak, so Wang hurriedly consumed a chicken and returned to his den to hide and digest the food. At this time, he needed a substantial amount of food to replenish his energy, as he would soon enter a rapid growth period after shedding. Only by consuming a large amount of blood food can he grow quickly. Pythons are the largest species of snake in the world, reaching lengths of 5 to 14 meters and weighing between 50 to 160 kilograms, classified as non-venomous. However, Wang only measures 3 meters long at the moment, making it a stretch to classify him as a python, but with this growth phase, he should be getting close. Pythons are generally arboreal or aquatic, while Wang combines both, being a navy in water and an army on land. It's just too bad he has not an air force. Another 10 days have passed. In these 10 days, Wang's snake body has grown rapidly. He is now 4 meters long, barely qualifying as a python. Moreover, his energy has also broken through, now reaching Tier 1 mid-stage. The 3 major realms of internal cultivation are Tier 1 essence stage, Tier 2 energy stage, and Tier 3 divine stage. In just 3 months, Wang has reached Tier 1 mid-stage. His speed of advancement is remarkable, being dozens of times faster than when he was human. A python is a type of snake. It's not enough to simply be large to be considered a python. However, Wang's body indeed possesses the genes of a python. His physique is thick and long, showing traces of waist and hind limbs. There are obvious keratinized residues near the groin area of the snake's body. Its scales are smooth, the head small and black, with a black spot above and below the eyes, a yellowish-white throat, and a short, thick tail. These are all the characteristics of a python. And Wang indeed possesses them. Wang's rapid growth was closely related to staying in the cold storage, where he had an endless supply of blood meals to consume. Over the past 2.5 months, he had spent his time either feeding or refining. His digestive system was already 4 to 5 times stronger than that of ordinary snakes, and with training and energy, it had an additional boost, making it over 10 times more powerful than that of regular snakes. While other snakes take a year to grow, he achieved in 1 month what would take a common snake 3 to 4 years. Having the advantage of being in the cold storage and not needing to hunt saved him a lot of time for training, making his rapid growth understandable. In just over 3 months, Wang had consumed a considerable amount of meat. At first, his small size meant he had a lower consumption rate, making it hard to detect. But now, at 4 meters long with the girth of an arm, his food requirements were on a completely different scale. After digesting a chicken in 2 hours, Wang began to ponder, now that I've grown to 4 meters long, it seems it's time to leave. Otherwise, the chances of being discovered are too high. Lately, the cold storage staff have been discussing the decreasing amount of meat. If they search carefully and find such a large snake like me, there's hardly anywhere I can hide, and the likelihood of getting caught is exceedingly high. The cold storage is inherently a closed-off experiment. Though it's spacious and hard to detect, the staff come in and out every day, and Wang is essentially engaged in guerrilla warfare with them. However, thinking about his wise decision to come to the cold storage and how it resulted in his substantial growth, he felt a sense of pride. Wang curved his neck, observing his 4-meter-long body, smooth as flowing water. Although he was still small compared to the largest pythons in the world, he could reign supreme among ordinary snakes. Speaking of the largest python in the world, it reminded Wang of a news article from the first 3 days after he transformed. According to reports, a 17.85-meter-long, 642-kilogram giant python was caught in Indonesia, belonging to the local species of reticulated python found in Southeast Asia. To date, it is the largest python in the world. British media reported that this massive snake was discovered in a primeval forest on the border between Indonesia and Malaysia. Borneo is certainly a paradise for pythons. If I have the chance, I must go there to take a look. Of course, I should at least grow to a formidable size before going. Pythons there can reach over 10 meters long with my small frame, I would just be asking for trouble. However, while pythons are non-venomous, I possess venom. Although my current venom isn't quite as potent as many of the world's top 10 poisonous snakes, I'm at least within the top 20. Wang thought to himself. One of the world's top 10 venomous snakes, the fierce king cobra, can kill within 15 seconds of being bitten, with nearly zero chance of survival. The fierce king cobra's venom is 300 times more potent than that of a rattlesnake, roughly equivalent to 20 times that of a king cobra. Each time it bites a victim, the amount of venom it injects can kill 20 tons of prey within 24 hours, which is equivalent to 250,000 white mice, 100 adults, or the weight of 2 African elephants. The fierce king cobra's venom can completely kill an adult in just 15 seconds. Thinking about the fierce king cobra, Wang felt a pang of envy. That guy's venom is incredibly powerful, but as I evolve, my venom is evolving too. There is still a chance to catch up with it. While Wang was lost in thought, suddenly, a sharp crack interrupted his musings. Looking in the direction of the sound, Wang's heart sank. He initially thought it was just the cold storage staff coming in as usual. But when he looked closer, he saw a group of humans in police uniforms. What are the police doing here? Have they discovered me? That's impossible. I've been very careful. The working hours for the cold storage are from 6 to 7 in the morning, 11 to 2 in the afternoon, and 5 to 6 in the evening. I've been cautious during those hours. Chapter 6: A Deadly Bite. Is this the place? A middle-aged man with a square face and an aura of righteousness walked in. This policeman held a nightstick in one hand and had a firearm at his waist, a model police officer straight out of a movie or TV show, looking very imposing, though his protruding beer belly completely undermined that appearance. As Wang glimpsed the gun on the officer's waist through the gaps in the shelves, he felt an overwhelming sense of danger. Even if he were Tier 2 max level, he couldn't withstand bullets, unless he reached the Tier 3 divine stage level of power. Though Reborn is a snake with tremendous attack and destructive power, Wang, even at the Tier 1 mid-stage level, could kill a Tier 1 max-level human martial artist, but bullets were still beyond his capability to stop. This is the place. This is the place. Over the past few months, I've inexplicably lost meat products from the cold storage, but haven't discovered anything unusual. Moreover, there are security cameras installed by the entrance, yet no one has been seen entering through the main door. This place has no other exits aside from the front entrance. There are absolutely no other ways to enter the cold storage. Perhaps due to stepping quickly, the middle-aged man began to breathe heavily as he spoke. This middle-aged man was the boss of this place, surnamed Fong, and he is commonly referred to as Boss Fong. Seeing the inexplicable decrease in meat products over recent months, and the alarming trend of increasing losses, he immediately became anxious. This cold storage is his lifeblood. With no signs of anything unusual upon checking the surveillance footage, he felt compelled to call the police. "You guys search the cold storage thoroughly and see what you can find." That was said by the model policeman to the few officers behind him. "All right." A few officers nodded and responded before starting the search. "It looks like I can't hide anymore. If I hadn't been so careless, I could still hide. This place isn't too big, but it doesn't have any blind spots." 4 or 5 people searching at the same time, each standing in a corner, would be able to see everything in the cold storage. Wang thought to himself, if it weren't for the guns, he wouldn't care about these few people. But the bullets fly too fast, and he couldn't be sure he could evade them. Since there's no way to hide, Wang could only take the initiative. He had already killed many people, so he wouldn't mind adding a few more. In a situation where it was either you die or I die, he didn't mind killing a few innocent people. Wang sprang up, his speed was as fast as lightning, covering 3 meters in a second. He zipped by. Before an officer who was walking towards him could react, Wang had already passed by him. "Ah, what was that?" "It's a python, everyone be careful." "Get out of the way, the python is coming, hurry." Panic-stricken voices echoed throughout the cold storage, and several people turned pale as they faced this terrifying sight. Some even trembled, their legs shaking and teeth chattering. Boss Fong at the entrance seemed to have fallen victim to a legendary binding spell, as he saw the python charging at him and screamed in fear. He wanted to run? But his fear rendered him immobile, his body wouldn't obey. It was bad luck for him to be standing right at the entrance when Wang was about to rush out. After all, a police officer is stronger than an ordinary person. Although their faces turned white from fear, those who had undergone special training were still different. One could see that the model policeman was actually pulling out his gun. A cold glint flashed in Wang's beady eyes as he lunged, biting down on the officer's wrist. Ah! Slap! The model policeman let out a pained scream before his handgun fell to the ground. With the threat of the handgun gone, Wang finally released his bite. Then, while everyone was still caught off guard, he moved quickly, rushing out the door. "That guy is dead for sure, asking for it." Wang sneered inwardly. If he hadn't drawn his gun, Wang wouldn't have thought of killing him. Who told him to be so reckless and pull his gun? "If you want me dead, I'll make you die first." As Wang exited, he felt a rush of warm air hit him. It was noon, the sun was high in the sky, and the temperature was naturally high. After living in the cold storage for over 3 months in sub-zero temperatures, he certainly found the outside warmth hard to adapt to. Wang stepped out the door and quickly darted up the beam just a short distance away, disappearing from view. Once Wang left, everyone finally snapped back to reality. They saw that the model policeman was actually foaming at the mouth, clearly poisoned. In such a short time, the model policeman was clearly on the verge of death. This venom was evidently highly toxic. Wang's venom had greatly increased in toxicity after a few evolutionary changes, at least 10 times more potent than that of a cobra. Although it couldn't match the ferocity of a king cobra's 20 times potency, it ranked in the top 15 among snakes. He would surely perish within a minute. "Call an ambulance, hurry." "Make the call, CPAT, make the call." Wang, who had walked far, faintly heard sounds coming from the direction of the cold storage. But that was none of his concern. It was daytime, and the heat made him feel uncomfortable. All he wanted was to find a place to hide and take a nap. Then he would go hunting at night. Thinking about hunting also gave Wang a headache. After more than 3 months of being catered to, it was hard to suddenly become self-sufficient. After all, Wang had only been a snake for 4 months, and he had spent 3 of those months in the cold storage. There really wasn't much shelter in the city. Wang dove into the bushes by the roadside, curling up to temporarily hide. Luckily, the bushes are quite large, so hiding here isn't a problem. Yes, it's still daytime, with too many people around. It's better to be active at night when it's harder to be spotted. If discovered, the relevant departments would definitely send people to catch him. A python this large could not only be valued but also posed a significant danger. If it attacked people, it would cause a lot of trouble for the city government. This is absolutely not something they would allow to happen. Hiding in the bushes until 8 p.m., although the city was still brightly lit, there were plenty of dark places. As long as Wang didn't roam under the lights, the chances of being discovered were still very low. Although he had eaten at noon, after being hungry for half a day, Wang was already famished. He could only fall back on his old profession and look for trouble with the neighborhood brothers. The taste of rats was completely incomparable to processed chicken. After swallowing 3 rats, Wang still hadn't filled a third of his belly. But he had no choice but to work hard at catching more rats. Meow. Is that a cat? I can finally have a big meal. Hearing the sound of a cat, Wang felt a thrill of excitement and followed the sound. He indeed found a gray cat playing by the side of the road. Wang crept quietly, but animals have an unparalleled sensitivity to danger. Only 4 meters away, the gray cat spotted Wang. The cat's body arched, its fur standing on end as it prepared to flee. But Wang wasn't going to let it get away. His body arched as he leapt, his speed like an arrow released from a bow. Swoosh, he bit down on the gray cat, coiling and twisting. Wang opened his mouth wide and slowly swallowed the gray cat, finally feeling satisfied. Just now, the situation almost allowed the gray cat to escape. When cornered, even a snake can lash out. Wang thought to himself. Just a 4-meter distance, he leaped forward, which was quite extraordinary. It was only 8:30, and Wang wanted to wander around. After thinking for a moment, he decided to head to the square. That place was often visited when humans were around in the mornings. People would usually practice there. Now that it had become a nesting ground for pythons, Wang had never been there, so he seized the opportunity to revisit an old spot. But at 8:30, the square was bustling with crowds, so he could only wander around the flower beds on the outskirts. As long as he was careful, he wouldn't have to worry about being discovered. No one would be bored enough to explore the flower beds in the square. The square was teeming with people. Wang moved cautiously, and when no one was around, he swiftly darted across the road and slipped into the flower beds. He moved slowly within the flowers, revisiting some familiar places. He dared not approach crowds, merely observing from a distance. In the center of the square, there was a giant screen playing the song Night Flight by Chan Wai-hin. Wang really liked this song. He had even managed to attend one of her concerts in the past. From tonight onwards, every evening shines with a brilliant starlight. But unfortunately, the heart is filled with despair. The path of love is dimmer, and the road is more winding. From tonight onwards, you must cherish the time. There is no need to lament if fate might return one day. Forgive me for saying goodbye tonight. The lively heart feels as if it's sinking. In dreams, he appears, and the subtle emotions are hard to predict. Wang never tires of this song. Just listening to it made the trip worthwhile. He was completely absorbed in the music, knowing that after becoming a python, such opportunities might never come again. Suddenly, the giant screen switched abruptly, interrupting Wang's enjoyment of the music. He cursed under his breath and looked up, surprised to see news reports. Wang felt it was strange that there would be news reports at this time. This was unusual, unless something major had happened. Chapter 7: Killing at the Chicken Farm. Good evening, dear viewers. We have just received a notification from the Municipal Bureau that a major accident occurred in the XX district at around 1 this afternoon. In this incident, a brave police officer was killed, and 3 citizens were left paralyzed due to severe shock. At 10 o'clock this morning, the police station received a report from XX District phone, claiming that meat was missing from the cold storage. Officer Liu, the deceased, immediately gathered police personnel and rushed to the crime scene. Afterward, Officer Liu dispatched personnel to search the area, but at that moment, a giant python burst out of the cold storage. According to eyewitness accounts, Officer Liu was drawing his gun, intending to shoot the python to prevent it from harming the crowd. However, before he could draw his weapon, he was bitten by the python, and he died while being rescued. The 3 citizens who were severely shocked are currently receiving treatment. According to detailed accounts from those involved, the giant python was about 5 meters long and of an unidentified pitch-black species. Autopsy reports on Officer Liu revealed that he died from a lethal poison. This indicates that this snake is the only known species of python in the world with venom. Its venom is extremely potent, capable of taking down an Arctic elephant in 10 minutes if bitten. An adult human could perish within 30 seconds. After the python escaped, the relevant authorities are making every effort to capture it, and there hasn't been any new updates. We hope citizens in the XX district of S City stay safe, and if they see the giant python, they should report it immediately. Several photos of Wang's python form appeared on the giant screen, possibly captured by the camera in the cold storage. How could I be wanted? Wang felt a bit of a headache. At this moment, he was only a little over 4 meters long, still a bit shy of 5 meters. However, at the time, Wang moved too quickly. People didn't get a good look at him and could only estimate. Wow, a python. And a venomous one at that. I think we should head back early. If we stay out too late and really run into the python, it would be disastrous. I heard that a giant python can swallow a whole person alive. You think you're watching a horror movie, that it can swallow a whole person alive? A 5-meter python might manage to gulp down a chicken at best. However, considering this python is venomous, it's wise to be cautious. And if you get wrapped up by the python, it would undoubtedly mean death. The news in the park square ended, and a large crowd began discussing the topic of the python. Wang was too lazy to stay there listening to them gossip about him, so he found an opportunity to sneak away without being noticed. On the street, he found a storm drain and slipped inside. Snakes prefer dark places. Even though the air in the storm drain wasn't great, it was quite comfortable to stay in. It was much better than being on edge in the flower beds. Plus, there were plenty of rats in the storm drain, so he wouldn't have to worry about starving. However, compared to swallowing rats, Wang preferred chickens. About 3 miles away, there was a chicken farm, and Wang decided to visit it tomorrow. Before, he was small, but now he was a massive creature over 4 meters long, so catching chickens would pose no problem at all. As for the authorities searching for him in the news, Wang didn't worry about it. If he faced difficulties, he would just slip into the storm drain, and there was no way anyone could catch up with him. The next day, Wang immediately got to work, spending several hours to finally arrive near the chicken farm at night. The chicken farm is a great place for Wang. It's quite large, with over 30,000 feathered chickens. There are countless eggs, and if Wang were to indulge, he could eat himself to death. Wang has already caused trouble at the cold storage, and now he's planning to target the chicken farm. If the owner knew, he would likely be devastated. This year not making any profit is already a blessing. He might even end up losing money. Who told him to raise a giant python? And not just any python, but a terrifying one that devours a lot. The chicken farm isn't a closed-off space. It's like a courtyard with automation equipment throughout. The ground in the chicken coop is 20 to 30 centimeters higher than outside, with a deep and sturdy foundation and raised base. The fencing is woven with wire, which can prevent rodents. However, it can't stop a python looking to steal chickens. Wang is straightforward. When he decides to do something, he just does it. He climbs onto the roof, slides down the wall, and with a leap, he jumps into the chicken coop. Suddenly, there's chaos, with chickens flying and eggs everywhere. Wang chooses a small feathered chicken, pounces on it, twisting and squeezing it to death with swift, skillful motions. He doesn't eat it there. Instead, he grips the already strangled feathered chicken in his mouth and leaps back over the wire fence. Soon, he disappears from sight. Wang! Suddenly, Wang hears a series of dog barks. How could I forget that damn wolf dog? Looks like I need to figure out a way to deal with it tomorrow. Wang is determined otherwise. This nuisance will bark incessantly every time he tries to steal a chicken, making it tough to execute his plan. After Wang leaves, the lights at the chicken farm turn on, likely because the barking startled the farm owner awake. That damn dog loves to bark at night. The owner groggily gets out of bed. The chicken farm is small, and since he lives on the second floor, he can easily see everything from his window. Seeing that the farm is quiet and nothing seems off, he doesn't think much of it. He muses, maybe someone just passed by. Although this place is somewhat remote, there are still people passing through at night. This kind of thing isn't the first time. Following Wang's departure, he found a bush to hide in and ate the already dead feathered chicken. One chicken is enough for Wang to feel full. He burps and thinks to himself, it's only midnight, I need to figure out a way to deal with that wolf dog tonight. After 2 hours, Wang finally digests the whole chicken. Returning to the front of the chicken farm, he finds a wolf dog chained at the entrance. The wolf dog is a breed resembling a wolf, fierce and with a keen sense of smell. In reality, wolf dog isn't a precise breed name, it's a term initially used to differentiate the dumb dogs, i.e., Chinese rural dogs in earlier rural areas. These dogs are named for their resemblance to wolves. These dogs primarily include breeds like German Shepherds, Belgian Malinois, and various wolf dog mixes. Even larger dumb dogs can be called wolf dogs. A wolf dog is an animal resulting from the mating of wolves and dogs. From a biological standpoint, dogs and wolves belong to the same species called Canis lupus. The wolf dog at this chicken farm is just a common breed, has a yellow coat, appears slightly larger than an average mutt, and isn't very different otherwise. Wang moves lightly and stealthily, quietly sneaking up. This time is a significant test. He must kill the wolf dog with one swift strike. He can't let it bark, or it will wake up the people at the chicken farm. However, animals have a sense of danger that humans can't match. Even when he is still 4 meters away, the wolf dog stands on edge, its fur bristling, sensing something amiss. This is an instinctual reaction. 4 meters is close enough for Wang. Every muscle in his body tenses, his python form coils, and with a burst of speed, he lunges just as the wolf dog is about to bark. Woo-woo, the python's strongest move, squeeze. Anything caught by the python is basically doomed, even a tiger. This has been recorded in history. In 1984, an American colonel described a battle between a tiger and a python in his autobiography. When a roar erupted, a striped tiger lunged at something unseen by me, and immediately a gigantic spotted body coiled around the tiger. The fight began, with the sound of bones breaking audible. The tiger emitted 1 or 2 weak roars and everything went silent except for the occasional spasmodic sounds. Finally, after a long night, thank God, I saw dawn breaking and heard birds in the jungle. I immediately set off to unravel last night's secret and encountered an unbelievable scene. A huge rock python, about 21 feet long, 6.3 meters, lay on the ground coiled around a tiger, with the tiger's teeth sunk into the back of the python's head. After ensnaring the tiger, the python tightened its body while extending its tail to wrap around a nearby small tree, using this to exert its immense strength to crush the tiger. And this time, both the tiger and the python perished. Although Wang feels a bit of sympathy for the unfortunate giant python, he is not willing to meet the same fate. So, every time they fight, Wang strikes first. As the old Chinese saying goes, the first to strike is stronger, the second to strike suffers. In battle, life and death can be decided in an instant. The wolf dog succumbed to Wang's potent poison and was ensnared. It was dead in less than a minute. This wolf dog's body can't be left here, or tomorrow someone might come by, look at the scene, and conclude it was the work of a giant python. Wang pondered. After all, a snake capable of strangling a wolf dog must be a python, and among pythons, only he, Wang, is uniquely venomous. If people were to make that connection, it would become quite troublesome. Under observation, he discovered that the iron chain was tied to a wooden structure. Wang couldn't do anything about the chain, but the wooden structure could be broken. After breaking the wooden structure, Wang bit into the wolf dog's corpse and managed to drag both the iron chain and wooden structure away, afterwards hiding in a secluded spot 3 miles away. However, the wolf dog was too large, and Wang couldn't swallow it. His teeth weren't sharp enough to tear through the dog meat, leaving him no choice but to abandon it. Chapter 8: Relocating Territory. Another half-month has passed. During this half-month, since Wang dealt with the wolf dog, he has been stealing chickens very successfully, without ever being discovered. As for what the chicken farm's owner thought, it was no concern of Wang's. Of course, the chicken farm owner must be quite frustrated. Over the past half-month, he has lost at least 50 or 60 chickens. Although the farm is large, with over 30,000 chickens, losing 50 or 60 is not a small number. If it was due to avian flu, it would be somewhat easier to accept, but the unexplained loss has understandably made the owner anxious. As for how the chicken farm owner would handle this matter, Wang was unaware. Certainly, the most likely action would be to call the police. Wang also decided to relocate tomorrow. I can't stay here any longer. If the chicken farm owner calls the police, it won't be pleasant to be caught. Over the past half-month, Wang has grown quite a bit, now measuring over 5 meters long, and his energy is still at Tier 1 mid-stage, but much stronger than before. Leaving tomorrow, but I need to feast tonight. There are a few other farms in S-City that should be unguarded. Stealing, or rather, hunting, should be a bit easier. Wang has made up his mind to sink the ship to break the axe. Since he's decided to leave, he certainly won't be polite and prepares for a grand feast tonight, well aware that by the time the chicken farm owner calls the police, he will already be gone. Soon, night fell. Due to the significant chicken losses, the entrance of the chicken farm was already being watched. Outside the entrance, a middle-aged man lay on a recliner, fanning himself. It was already April, and the weather was still quite cool. Wang avoided the usual route and directly circled around the entrance, climbing over the outer wall. The chicken farm was brightly lit, perhaps due to too many missing chickens. The staff were on guard. When Wang first came, only 2 streetlights were on. Although the chicken farm is well guarded, they didn't anticipate that the thief was not a human, but a python. Sneaking into the chicken coop, chaos ensued as the chickens began to flap and squawk. After voraciously devouring 3 free-range chickens, Wang finally left, feeling satisfied. The chicken farm was quite large. Although he could hear the commotion at the gate, Wang chose a coop deep inside to strike, deliberately suppressing any sounds, so the guards inside didn't discover that a python was stealing chickens. After exiting the chicken farm, Wang continued on his way without stopping until he covered 10 miles. Afterwards, he found another secluded spot to hide and digest the 3 free-range chickens. This area was already on the outskirts, with hardly anyone living there, so Wang felt quite assured and didn't fear being discovered. If it were a python without intelligence, it certainly wouldn't be so cautious, but Wang, having once been human, naturally understood humans well and recognized the dangers of firearms. Humans themselves are weak, but their weapons are something a mere python cannot contend with. Wang spent 3 days roaming the outskirts, going hungry for 2 of those days. There were hardly any small animals in this area. Even rats were scarce since they primarily thrived in urban settings, where food garbage was abundant, allowing them to grow fat and large. The city is a paradise for rats. However, Wang had grown too rapidly and was no longer suited to move around the city. There were too many people, and a slip-up could easily lead to him being discovered. At that point, firearms would naturally be used against him, and he could be captured for research as the only venomous giant python in the world. Wang really missed those neighboring brothers. While rats don't taste great, at least they could fill his stomach. Of course, the rat populations certainly wouldn't like having Wang as their neighbor. Wang really envied those ordinary snakes. A hearty meal would mean they wouldn't have to worry about food for a week. But for a python like him that needs 3 meals a day, it's truly a headache, especially since his appetite is particularly large. But there's no need to worry. There are more farms in the city than just that one, and Wang decided to make a move on one of the others. After some thought, he chose a chicken farm called Kaiwei Breeding Farm, which was relatively close and specialized in raising chickens. Having made up his mind, it was time to act. Although it was daytime now, the outskirts were sparsely populated, so he could travel and reach there by night. What Wang didn't know was that he was walking into a trap. 2 days ago, the chicken farm where Wang stole dozens of chickens finally reported the theft. After receiving the report, the police naturally sent someone to the scene. Following investigations, they quickly focused their target on Wang. There were 3 reasons. First, the wooden structure used to restrain the dogs was not something that could be easily discerned by the untrained eye, but those trained in investigation would recognize it instantly. This wooden structure wasn't broken by human hands, but was torn apart. The only animal capable of doing such a thing to a massive piece of wood is the incredibly powerful python. Secondly, a piece of what is suspected to be snake scales was found in the chicken coop. It is quite normal for Wang to have accidentally ground off a small scale after so many visits to the chicken farm. Thirdly, the body of a wolf dog was found several miles away. After examination by biological experts, it was determined that the wolf dog contained a highly toxic substance, which was the same poison that caused the death of the police officer in the previous incident. This effectively pins the blame on Wang, leaving no room for him to argue. The biological experts have shown great interest in Wang, requesting the police to try their best to capture him. If that's not possible, they insisted on handing the snake's carcass over to the research institute for study. Once the police identified Wang as a suspect, they immediately mobilized a large team. Considering the extreme danger of the poisonous python, they were even equipped with automatic rifles and grenades. They also deployed a dog squad, consisting of 8 police dogs, and since the police had collected Wang's scale, tracking him down should be no problem. Police dogs undergo initial adaptive training when they are only a year and a half old, followed by a basic training program for patrol dogs lasting 16 weeks. After passing evaluations, the dog squad selects dogs based on their personalities and physical abilities, pairing them with appropriate handlers. After the basic patrol training, the dogs receive advanced training based on their roles, which includes rescue, narcotics detection, static narcotics search, tracking, and attack training. Therefore, police dogs are quite formidable. If Wang is followed by a pack of police dogs, he is in serious trouble. The police have been waiting at the chicken farm, the crime scene, for 2 days without finding any trace of the large python. Analyzing the historical movements of the python, the police discovered that its paths are always rich in the food sources it requires. Whether it be chicken farms or refrigerated warehouses, there has been a significant loss of meat in free-range chickens. Therefore, the police immediately contacted other refrigerated warehouses and farms, informing them about the python's situation. They advised them to stay alert and to notify the police immediately if they noticed any loss of meat or livestock. Yet, Wang remained completely unaware of this wide net that had been cast. Wang, of course, had no idea that the police had laid such a trap for him. When he arrived at the Kaiwei farm, he casually stole 4 chickens, treating himself to a hearty meal. Afterwards, he hid in the fields 5 miles away from the farm. After 3 days, the farm workers finally discovered the situation and promptly reported it to the police. Local police station, inside the office. Oldly, we just received a report from Kaiwei Farm. That huge python might be roaming around there. This python poses a significant threat to the city. No one knows when it might suddenly attack. A strict order has been given from above. This python must be captured, even if it means killing it on the spot. Chief, I'll take my team there right away. You can count on me. I will ensure I complete this mission no matter what. Good, Old Lee. If you can accomplish your task smoothly this time, that would be great. By the way, Old Wang is nearing retirement. Well, that's enough for now. Do your best. Hearing the chief's words, a spark of excitement shone in Old Lee's eyes. This is his big opportunity. Given the strict orders from above, the chief is under immense pressure. And his chance has come. He originally had a few competitors, but if he can handle this matter brilliantly, the position that Old Wang will vacate upon retirement will undoubtedly be his. For his own future, he will give it his all. Old Lee immediately assembled 3 teams, one of which was a dog squad with 8 police dogs. Finding the python should be a breeze. He was currently deliberating whether to capture the python alive or to kill it on sight. After all, the python was extremely dangerous. The slightest miscalculation could lead to casualties, and he would bear significant responsibility. However, I heard that a big shot from above is very interested in this python. If I could curry favor with this influential person, it might be worth taking some risks. Chapter 9: The Police Dog Pursuit Order. Wang lazily returned to the farm. Suddenly, Wang felt an inexplicable jolt in his heart. A sense of danger. Wang suddenly became uneasy, as if he could foresee that something threatening to his life was about to happen, a feeling akin to having a gun pointed at his forehead. Could someone be out to get me? No way, I've been so cautious. I'm certain no one has discovered me. Many animals exhibit strange behaviors before natural events like storms occur, and they can sense things far beyond human perception. This ability has been well documented. These observations lead to the belief that these animals possess a special perceptive capability, one that humans lack. Particularly, animals' abilities to sense danger are incomparable to human abilities. For instance, ants relocate their nests to higher ground before it rains. Similarly, animals exhibited clear reactions before the Tangshan earthquake. Fishermen in the Beidei area said that before the earthquake, the fish behaved erratically, swimming to the surface and flipping upside down. Before the earthquake, some witnessed large swarms of deep green-winged dragonflies, colorful butterflies, soil-colored grasshoppers, black cicadas, and many sparrows and unknown small birds. These animals appeared to be fleeing in a panic, as if they were in a hurry. There were also rats running frantically, with adult rats leading their young, and the baby rats linking tails to form a chain. These unusual behaviors were all reactions to sensing the danger of the earthquake. Wang sensed a tremendous danger within the farm, as if a fierce beast with its mouth wide open was waiting for his entry. Wang quietly hid and observed from the outskirts of the breeding farm. This observation indeed revealed some unusual things. He noticed there were also many more cameras. Wang couldn't help but laugh coldly to himself, knowing that it must be someone inside the breeding farm who reported him. Since he knew there were countless firearms waiting for him inside, Wang wouldn't be foolish enough to barge in. The power of the guns was something he couldn't withstand for now. Wang. Wang. Just as Wang was about to leave quietly, he suddenly heard a series of dog barks. Not good. It's the police dogs. Once Wang reacted, he sprang into action, darting away at a speed of 3 meters per second. Wang. The police dog has spotted the giant python, over there, hurry up and chase. Everyone grab your firearms and hurry after it. Beep. Don't take the car, the giant python is running into the fields, and the car can't get in. Everyone hold your guns and follow me to pursue it quickly. Oldley saw that the giant python had quickly vanished from sight and felt anxious. Seeing that some unaware subordinates were actually preparing to drive after it, he felt like slapping them a few times. His future depended heavily on this. If the giant python got away, not only would he miss a promotion, but he would definitely be demoted. He had worked for over a decade to become the team leader, and just as the opportunity was within reach with a promotion in sight, if he failed to capture the giant python, he would at least end up in disgrace. Fortunately, we have the police dog unit with us, otherwise, this would be over. Oldley thought to himself, feeling a little relieved. It's just strange that the giant python came and ran off like this. It's quite odd. We prepared a grand meal for the giant python that we didn't even get to use. Oldley certainly had no idea that the giant python possessed intelligence. Now this is a problem. There are several police dogs following behind, and I can't shake them off. Wang felt secretly anxious as well. However, the police dogs were no faster than him in the fields, so he wasn't too worried about being caught. But the police dogs had incredibly keen noses, and he almost couldn't shake them off at all. If only there was a river, if I could just dive into the water, the police dogs would lose their temper. But there are hardly any rivers around here, and the nearest ones are 30 or 40 miles away. Wang thought while desperately fleeing. Woof! Woof! From the sound, there must be 7 or 8 police dogs. The river is too far away. It looks like I can only dive into the mountains and forests. Wang felt a bit relieved. Thankfully, there was a forest just 10 miles ahead, surrounded by mountains and crisscrossed by rivers. This forest was a subtropical rainforest, rumored to have many wild animals, and it was only slightly less pristine than a true original forest. It was said that there were tigers, leopards, and crocodiles in the woods, and this mountain forest was a national key protection area, close to the border. Knowing that the police dogs were closely pursuing him, Wang pushed himself even harder. He saw a 5-meter-long black python moving quickly through the grass, causing the plants to bend and sway as it slithered by. And behind the python, a line of police dogs was barking wildly, with police officers shouting to each other. "Hurry up, we'll be entering the primitive forest in 10 miles. That area belongs to the border, we can't chase them across the line. You all better step it up, if the python escapes, you'll regret it." Old Lee shouted eagerly. "Captain, the python is too fast, we can't catch up at all, and we can't even ride our motorcycles through this grass. How are we supposed to pursue?" "Yeah, Captain." "Don't worry, Captain, the police dogs have already caught up, the python definitely won't shake them off." Old Lee lit a cigarette and frowned, saying, "This mission was assigned by higher-ups, and we have to complete it at all costs. Let's go, we need to catch up. Also, notify the police station to send another team over, we're too few once we get into the forest." A few hours later. Finally got rid of the police dogs. Wang dived into the forest, specifically heading towards places without human traces and impassable paths. As he weaved through the trees, he didn't even know where he was anymore, and the police dogs had fallen far behind him. It was almost impossible for them to catch up, as Wang had just followed a mountain stream upstream, reversing flow for at least 7 or 8 miles for more than 3 hours. Then, he exited the stream and wandered through the forest for half a day. It was impossible for the police dogs to catch up now. In the water, it could mask his scent from the police dogs. After Wang entered the water, the police dogs basically lost his trail. Although the dogs could swim, they could never catch up with the python in the water. However, even though he had shaken off the police dogs, Wang realized he was lost. This place was an undeveloped forest, with a thick layer of fallen leaves on the ground, resembling a soft carpet underfoot. The dense trees blocked out the sun, towering high, with branches so thick that sunlight struggled to penetrate. Some trees reached up to the clouds, rivaling even 10-story buildings, probably around 30 or 40 meters tall. Some thick tree trunks required at least 5 or 6 people to encircle them, and there were even many giants that would take about 10 people to hug. The trees were entwined with numerous unknown climbing plants. Interestingly, some massive vines as thick as arms extended from the ground, scaling upwards to 30 meters on tall trees. Some thick vines hung below the tree canopies, and some twisted themselves into loops of varying sizes. Some trees were particularly special, with tightly wound roots around their trunks, as if those roots were sealing the inner tree in a tight embrace. These are the strangler plants in tropical rainforests, gaining their survival by strangling other trees. How can there be tropical plants in this place? This place is strange, Wang said with a frown. But as a 5-meter-long python, he was the king of this primitive forest. This environment was as comfortable for him as fish in water. Old Lee and the others were currently walking through the mountains, but the dense trees made it difficult to move. Old Lee's face turned pale. He was in big trouble this time. Losing track of the giant python left his future bleak. Without power or influence, it took him over a decade to climb to the position of squad leader. Now in his late 30s, having missed this opportunity, he didn't know when the next chance would come, and returning would undoubtedly mean being cast aside. "Little Wang, no need to make a path anymore, let's withdraw." "Understood, Captain." Little Wang let out a sigh. He didn't want to stay in this cursed place for another moment. The others also breathed a sigh of relief. The vegetation was so dense that walking was nearly impossible, and with someone having to clear the way ahead, if they could catch a giant python moving at such a snail's pace, that would really be a miracle. In fact, they knew well before reaching the mountain stream that the outcome was already decided this time. It was basically a futile effort. However, Old Lee insisted on crossing the river to pursue them. They had no choice but to comply. After crossing the mountain stream, the path became even more difficult, nearly impassable, similar to a real primitive forest, and someone had to clear the way. Thus, they stubbornly pursued for 2 hours, but the deeper they went, the harder the path became, and the police dogs found no trace of the python. Naturally, they realized they had gone in the wrong direction. In the end, Old Lee could only lead everyone away slowly, his face ashen. Chapter 10: Killing the Leopard. Colorful butterflies flit and dance through the leaves, while pleasant birdsong occasionally breaks the serene atmosphere. The forest floor is covered with all kinds of unknown plants, so thick that there isn't even a path for people to walk at this moment. A long figure quietly moves through the dim woods. One can see a black python, about 6.5 meters long, on a branch. Below it, a wild rabbit hops by, and with a sudden lunge, the python slides down to ambush and kill the rabbit. The captured wild rabbit is devoured alive as the python opens its massive jaws. After consuming the rabbit, the python hides again beneath the thick layer of fallen leaves, awaiting the arrival of the next unfortunate soul. Even during the day, this forest appears very dark. While it's not as pitch black as at night where one can't see their hand in front of their face, it's still murky enough to hinder long-distance visibility. That black python is Wang. Wang has survived here in the forest for 2 months, shedding its skin twice and growing to 6.5 meters long. Its energy has already reached the late Tier 1 essence stage, and although it's just broken through, its combat power has significantly increased. Even a striped tiger would not frighten Wang. With such strength, Wang is truly one of the kings of this forest. Why do I say one of the kings? Because last month, Wang encountered a striped tiger. However, animals are born with a sense of danger. The tiger likely felt the overwhelming threat from Wang and chose not to provoke him. Wang also foolishly challenged the tiger, so the two went their separate ways without incident. In the southern part of the forest, there is a large swamp where a 5-meter-long alligator resides. The last time Wang went to wash in the swamp, it was ambushed by the alligator and almost got killed. Even Wang cannot kill the giant alligator, so reluctantly, Wang had to hold back his anger and hope for revenge another day. Thus, in the eastern region, there is a striped tiger. To the south is Wang's old enemy, the giant alligator, and the west has been claimed by Wang himself, making him the king of the west. Wang has explored the forests in the southeast and southwest directions, but he dares not venture into the northern forest. Why does he not dare to go? Because in that direction, Wang senses an extremely terrifying and dangerous aura. It's certain that a monstrous creature resides there, one against which Wang has no chance. Even facing a 5-meter-long alligator, while Wang cannot overpower it, the alligator also can't harm Wang. Only in the west does Wang feel a life-threatening presence. If he were to fight that monstrous being, it would surely mean certain death for this python. Even though Wang is a venomous python, his attack power is still formidable. Ordinary pythons only have one way to deal with similarly sized opponents or other large animals: they use their massive bodies to constrict their opponent, applying their tremendous strength to squeeze the life out of them. Currently, no known creature on land can withstand a python's strangulation power in a one-on-one situation, especially for pythons over 10 meters long, which is almost unimaginable in terms of their terror. Why emphasize all land creatures rather than including species from the vast oceans of Earth? In fact, in comparison with the largest python ever discovered on Earth, it would be utterly impossible to contend with the might of the various invincible and powerful creatures in the deep sea. In the vast depths of the ocean, humanity still cannot fully explore what kinds of creatures exist there. Among the already discovered creatures, like the giant jellyfish known as the sea mother, the seemingly invincible orca which does not dare call itself invincible in front of deep-sea jellyfish, killer whales, giant octopuses, and other colossal beings, can all be described in layman terms as sea monsters. They dwarf the land-dominating giants like pythons countless times. Just imagine, if a 20-meter-long python encounters a large group of electric eels measuring over 2 meters in the sea, how much resistance could the python possibly muster? Under the powerful electric attacks of the eels, the python is likely to meet its demise at the seabed. Thus, marine life is far stronger compared to terrestrial creatures. The so-called king of beasts, the tiger, or even the lion, would seem utterly insignificant in the face of the world's largest animal, the blue whale. Purely from a biological standpoint, the myriad creatures at the ocean's depths are the true strongest beings on Earth. Given that oceans cover 71% of the Earth's surface, the 29% of land seems quite small. Terrestrial creatures have absolutely no way to invade the aquatic world, and neither can humans. At over 6 meters long, the venomous python is already at the apex of the food chain among animals. Even a tiger, which is known as the king of beasts, would have no chance against Wang's venom. Once ensnared, it would be a dead end. Wang may not be able to kill the 5-meter-long alligator, but the alligator also has no means to overcome Wang. Only the faint, deadly aura from the north keeps Wang on edge. Wang lay hidden beneath the fallen leaves, waiting for his prey to arrive. Suddenly, a squirrel jumped down from the tree. Panic-stricken, it rushed past the place where Wang was hiding without a second thought. Of course, Wang wouldn't hold back. He sprang out and opened his mouth wide, capturing the squirrel in one bite. The poisoned squirrel staggered and fell to the ground, lifeless. Roar! Just as Wang was about to eat, he suddenly spotted a leopard leaping down from the tree, watching him warily. Looking at the starving leopard's flat belly and recalling how the squirrel had frantically passed by him, he realized that the leopard must have been chasing the squirrel just moments ago, and he had unexpectedly scored a free meal. But Wang certainly had no intention of spitting out the juicy morsel he had caught. Hiss! Wang hissed warningly, his cold eyes flashing with a sinister light. Roar! The leopard took a few startled steps back. But the truth remains, man dies for wealth, and birds die for food. The leopard had been hungry for several days, and seeing its catch being snatched away, it growled angrily at Wang. This leopard doesn't even know where it came from, and yet it's so arrogant in my territory. Filled with rage, Wang decided he had to take down this leopard. With the leopard nearby, he didn't dare to eat. After a snake feeds, its combat effectiveness decreases, and its speed drops. Dropping the squirrel from his mouth, Wang's energy surged within him, feeling his strength multiply. Striking first means victory, striking second means disaster. His coiled body sprang into action like a spring, hurtling toward the leopard, his massive mouth opening mid-air, fangs dripping with venom ready to bite the leopard. The leopard was already on high alert, and seeing Wang coming, it leapt aside. Roar! After landing, the leopard fixed its gaze on Wang and let out an enraged roar. After Wang landed, he quickly coiled himself. At that moment, the leopard pounced fiercely towards Wang. Wang struck first. His energy surged, and his tail whipped the leopard away. As the leopard hit the ground, Wang had already bolted away, fast as lightning, wrapping around the leopard and biting down, injecting venom into its body. Suddenly, the forest was filled with the sound of cracking bones and the mournful cries of the cheetah. The cheetah, weakened by poison, was strangled to death by Wang in less than a minute. Seeking one's own doom. Wang sneered inwardly. Usually, pythons can only rely on constriction when facing large animals, but Wang fully utilized the advantages of its body. Poison, bites, constrictions, strikes, and collisions all are Wang's killing techniques. Its tail, propelled by energy, can strike with a force of hundreds of pounds, sending a cheetah flying is just child's play. Poison is one of Wang's killing moves. After further evolution, its venom has increased in potency, now rivaling that of a cobra's 15 times over. Although it still falls short of the 20 times potency of the Gaboon viper, at this moment, it definitely ranks among the top 10 most venomous snakes in the world, even if it might be an undercover. Moreover, after breaking through to the Tier 1 Essence stage late stage, its speed has surged, moving at 3.5 meters per second, comparable to the world's fastest mambas, making it one of the fastest snakes in the world. The cheetah was too big for Wang to swallow, but since the cheetah was severely poisoned, Wang dragged it to a more conspicuous and flat area, then once again went into hiding, waiting for prey to take the bait. As long as some animal eats the cheetah's flesh, it will surely die from the poison, and then it will be Wang's time to enjoy a feast. Chapter 11: The Giant Crocodile. The forest was pitch black. Wang dragged the cheetah's corpse to a grassy area outside the forest. This lawn was small, about 3 miles in size, overgrown with weeds reaching over a meter high, making it nearly impossible to see a person standing inside. Wang found a relatively open spot to lay down the cheetah's corpse, then concealed itself in the weeds, quietly waiting for the prey to come. Before long, several hawks were seen circling in the sky, but they hesitated to descend. Animals are naturally cautious, being careful even while hunting. However, Wang was sure that these hawks would circle for no more than an hour before they would come down to feed. For wild animals, every morsel of food is hard-earned and incredibly precious. Wang also never wastes even the slightest bit of food. Sure enough, an hour later, 3 hawks dived down like a black flash from the sky. Their speed was terrifying. The extreme speed brought extreme power. Even Wang wouldn't fare well if struck by a hawk's claws, it would at least result in severe injuries. After eating the cheetah's flesh, the 3 hawks soon became wobbly and fell victim to the poison. Even an Arctic elephant would succumb to Wang's venom, let alone these 3 tiny hawks. Now it was Wang's turn to take the stage, swiftly swallowing the 3 hawks and hiding again, waiting for the next batch of unfortunate souls. In 3 days, Wang managed to catch 7 hawks, 6 rats, 1 small lizard, and 2 wild wolves thanks to the cheetah's corpse. Calculating it, this business was not a loss. Unfortunately, it was already June. The heat was intense and the temperature high, causing the cheetah's corpse to begin to rot in just 3 days. This wasn't the first time Wang had done such a thing. Last time, after killing a wild boar and being unable to swallow it, Wang had also engaged in this kind of trade. At that time, Wang was only 5 meters long, but now he has grown to 6.5 meters, with a girth greater than that of an adult's arm. If it were a comparatively small wild boar piglet, he could just about swallow it. It's important to note that pythons can consume prey that is 3 to 4 times their size. For Wang, he could even take in prey that is 5 or 6 times larger. Wang had been living in the forest for over half a month, and today he felt an itch all over his body, signifying that he was about to shed his skin. Wang was extremely pleased, as every time he shed his skin he would experience a period of peak growth. It seems that this time I should be able to grow over 7 meters, possibly even 8. I need to prepare. Every time I shed, there's a period of weakness, and I can't tell how long it lasts. If I'm taken out by another animal during this vulnerable phase, that would be tragic. Wang's last skin shedding incident nearly cost him his life because he wasn't prepared and was almost taken down by a pack of hyenas. Although in the end, Wang managed to kill 4 out of the 7 hyenas, with 3 escaping, and he had a hearty meal, he did not want to take any chances this time. What if there were a dozen or even 20 hyenas? Life and death are the most significant matters. If one is dead, what else is there to discuss? Wang believed that as long as he broke through to Tier 2 energy stage and could condense energy into energy, reaching the realm of external energy emission, combined with his already impenetrable scales, even ordinary bullets would have a hard time harming him. Only large-caliber sniper rifles, like the Barrett XM109 armor-piercing sniper rifle or the South African NTW 20mm caliber sniper rifle, could breach his defenses. At 6.5 meters in length, each distinct black python scale reflected a steel-like sheen. Although their hardness did not yet match that of steel, it was not far off, making them exceptionally resistant to blades. But what was unbelievable was that such dense scales could still allow his body to twist and move freely. Looking at his own scales, Wang couldn't help but feel a bit proud. This was true armor against blades. If he were in ancient times, he would undoubtedly be a formidable weapon, easily earning titles like Slayer of Hundreds or Thousand-Man Slayer. But in modern times, this form of protection still struggled against powerful firearms, not to mention missiles, nuclear weapons, and other terrifying advanced weaponry. Wang believed that one day he would reach a level where he could disregard missiles. Perhaps the day was still far off. Wang was incredibly familiar with his territory, contemplating whether to find a cave to hide in or to burrow underground. There was a cave just a few miles away, and it was quite deep, but Wang had not explored it thoroughly. The last time he ventured 3 or 4 miles into the cave without reaching the end, he turned back. The cave sloped downwards and was spacious inside, but he didn't know what dangers lurked there. Because the cave was too deep, Wang did not dare to go in casually. Who knows what unknown dangers awaited him? After some thought, Wang decided to find a random hole to hide in deep underground. After wandering around his territory, he found a burrow at the base of a mountain. It was a mouse nest, but the entrance was large enough for Wang to enter without any issues. As for the mice inside, they naturally became Wang's dinner. After eating a nest of a dozen mice, Wang was still only half full, but he did not plan on going out to hunt, deciding instead to shed his skin right there. With every skin shedding, Wang's scales became a bit harder, so he was indeed looking forward to the arrival of shedding. Thus, Wang stayed in the mouse nest for 2 days before completely shedding his old skin. The new skin looked even darker and glossier, capable of reflecting light if exposed to sunlight. Having just successfully shed his skin, Wang needed a substantial amount of food. He would even swallow a whole wolf alive, no matter how full it made him. In those 2 days of shedding, Wang not only changed his skin but also grew to 6.7 meters. If he could hunt extensively and refine a lot of vitality in the coming half-month, he believed growing to over 7 meters would pose no problem. The growth speed in the first half of each shedding cycle was explosive. Half a month passed. During this half-month, Wang captured a large number of prey and refined a significant amount of their vitality, causing his body to swell again, now measuring between 7 and 5 to 6 meters. After an explosive growth in the first half of the month, the growth rate in the second half, although fueled by refining more vitality, could not match that of the first half. Snake skin does not grow like other animal skins. For a snake to grow, it must shed its old skin and quickly grow a new one. Each time it sheds, it grows a bit, and during the initial stages of shedding, the growth rate is the fastest. Wang, being a snake despite being an unnamed species of venomous python, is still classified as one. Thus, he grows considerably every time he sheds. Hiss. Wang flicked his tongue and surveyed his territory. Every time Wang passed by, other animals, regardless of size, would steer clear from a distance. The aura of this giant python was too terrifying for any animal to withstand. Except for land kings like tigers or lions. But at this moment, even these majestic beasts had to temporarily retreat to avoid his wrath. They did not dare confront him carelessly. Now I should be able to take down that giant crocodile. I need to get my revenge. That guy ambushed me last time, and I nearly got taken out. I won't be able to swallow my pride unless I deal with him. Besides, there's no mountain stream nearby. If I want to bathe, I can only go there. I must secure control of the only swamp in that primitive jungle. Wang hadn't bathed in over 3 months, feeling that his body smelled just too foul. It was unbearable. But the swamp was the territory of the giant crocodile. If Wang went there, he would definitely be attacked. He could only eliminate the giant crocodile first to seize the swamp. While pondering, Wang glanced back at his massive body of over 7 meters, and his confidence surged. Since he had made up his mind, he wouldn't hesitate. Let us get to it. Wang headed south along the mountain. That area was the territory of the giant crocodile. After several hours of rush, Wang finally reached the giant crocodile's territory. It was a swamp with a few fierce little crocodiles frolicking in the lake, occasionally rolling in the water, while a few tall water birds busily searched for small fish in the shallow waters, constantly looking around with vigilance, appearing extremely alert. By the swamp's edge, some squirrels cautiously sipped water while keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings. There were even the hyenas that had attacked Wang during his molting, greedily drooling and watching other animals with bated breath. The little crocodiles were the offspring of the giant crocodile. Last time when Wang came, he had killed one, but narrowly escaped being taken out by the giant crocodile's surprise attack. Glaring at those little crocodiles, a fierce glint appeared in Wang's eyes. Silently, he emerged from the grass by the swamp, preparing to kill a little crocodile as a gift for the giant crocodile. Although the giant crocodile lacks intelligence, all animals have a natural instinct to protect their young. Even tigers don't eat their young. If I kill a little crocodile, the giant crocodile will definitely go berserk, then I can take it down. Then I can bathe every day. If I seize this swamp, the southern territory will also belong to me, Wang. After going back to deal with that pattern tiger, then I'll be the master of this forest. All the animals in the forest will become my prey, and I'll never run out of food. Eventually, I'll conquer everything, ruling the realm, the east rising with me alone. Let's leave it be. In his fantasies, Wang automatically ignored the unknown terrifying creature in the north because, for now, he couldn't handle it. Although that unknown terrifying creature only occupied the north, the entire north comprised half of the forest, while Wang's planned east, south, west, and north were all irregular and illegal. Chapter 12: The Thrilling Crocodile Killing Mission. Wang's only current goal was to kill a little crocodile. Sneaking quietly, afraid of startling the crocodile. After observing, he found that no little crocodile was easy to catch. They were too far away, out of his reach. The grass was too far from the swamp edge, at least 4 or 5 meters away, while the little crocodiles were not at the swamp's edge, being about 7 or 8 meters away. If he entered the water, he would definitely alert the little crocodiles. Unable to do anything, Wang could only wait in the grass by the swamp. Hiding himself. Opportunities are given to those who are prepared. Sure enough. An hour later, a little crocodile chased by a white crane reached the swamp's edge. Wang saw the little crocodile's 3 to 4 meter body splashing in the water as it slowly approached the swamp's edge, and it just happened to come towards him. 15 meters, 14 meters, 13 meters, 7 meters, 6 meters, just now. Wang shouted wildly in his heart. His body sprang forward like an arrow shot from a bow, racing straight towards the little crocodile. In midair, Wang's gaze was icy, murderous intent fully revealed, as he opened his massive mouth, fangs gleaming, venom swirling around the fangs. The terrifying sight could genuinely scare someone to death. Whoosh, hiss. The little crocodile was perhaps startled, hesitated for a moment, and then let out a bizarre cry, wanting to dive into the water to escape. Wang laughed coldly in his heart. How could he give it a chance? Before the crocodile could plunge into the water, he had already leaped into the water. After that, it was easy. The python's strongest move, the strangling force. It quickly wrapped around the crocodile, and after wrapping it, it wasn't enough. Wang bit down hard into its belly, injecting venom. Crocodiles have very hard backs, so Wang couldn't bite through. He could only bite into the lower part of its abdomen. After injecting venom, that crocodile was doomed. Wang was very confident about his venom. And the venom did not disappoint him. 1 minute later, the crocodile's struggles gradually diminished, and it died completely after 3 minutes. After killing the little crocodile, Wang quickly dashed ashore, waiting for the giant crocodile to arrive. Although Wang's combat power in the water was unaffected, he wasn't afraid of the giant crocodile. But once the giant crocodile emerged onto land, its combat power significantly decreased. Its heavy body couldn't move quickly at all. Moreover, the giant crocodile spends all day in water. Wang's time in the water wouldn't last long. While it wouldn't decrease his combat power, it wouldn't increase it either. The giant crocodile would definitely have a considerable increase in combat power when in the water. With such ups and downs, Wang naturally preferred to fight on land. Plus, after killing the little crocodile, he wasn't afraid of the giant crocodile not coming ashore. Crocodiles have limited attack methods, and they are very aggressive on land. Their greatest killing move is their terrifying bite. If Wang's body were bitten by the giant crocodile, even though his tough body is hard to damage, he wouldn't guarantee that he wouldn't get bitten in half. The best way to evade a crocodile is to move in a zigzag pattern. This is because the crocodile is large and cumbersome, making it difficult to turn quickly in a short time. This is Wang's greatest tactic against the giant crocodile. A crocodile's primary attack force comes from its massive jaws, coupled with its quick movement speed, allowing it to successfully finish off its prey. However, speed is Wang's strength. At 6.5 meters long, Wang can move at a speed of 25 miles per hour. When hunting, he can explode into action, raising the front half of his body in an S shape, attacking with incredible speed, often so fast that prey barely has time to react before being bitten multiple times by his venomous fangs. Wang has tested his own speed, and under explosive conditions, he can attack once every third of a second. This attack speed is almost beyond what any creature's nervous system can react to, and by the time they do respond, they often find themselves already poisoned by Wang. At this time, his body has grown to over 7.5 meters, and his speed has increased as well, making him the fastest snake in the world. Moreover, Wang has a technique for killing giant crocodiles. Their strength comes from the moment they close their jaws, but their strength when their mouths are open is minimal. So as long as he can wrap around them with his python body before they open their mouths, he can control their action of biting, rendering the giant crocodile no longer a threat. With Wang's venom having evolved again, it now possesses 18 times the toxicity of a cobra's venom, nearly as fierce as that of the world's most venomous snake, the inland taipan, which is 20 times more toxic than a cobra. Therefore, Wang is very confident about his mission to kill crocodiles. Of course, there can be no mistakes during the mission, otherwise, Wang is the one who will die. A tiny mistake can lead to disastrous consequences. Wang could be killed by the giant crocodile, torn in half. Who? A massive creature suddenly surged from the marsh, waves of water flooding like a tsunami, startling the surrounding animals into a panicked escape. From that sound, Wang sensed anger. It was a remarkable instinct among animals. Though the giant crocodile lacks intelligence, it instinctively roars with rage at any creature that has harmed its young. Hiss. Hiss. Wang, unwilling to be outdone, naturally retaliated with a snake's hiss. Otherwise, how would he show his authority as the king of the West? That's how animals are. When you're weak, others bully you. Only when you are powerful and aggressive does nobody dare to challenge you. They will submit and not provoke you. This is the law of the jungle. Who? The giant crocodile recognized Wang as the python that had killed its offspring, and an immediate surge of rage engulfed it. Animals hold grudges more deeply and are memorable once they've recognized the scent of an enemy, they will never forget it. Every species has a unique scent, which cannot be altered. A python and a crocodile can indeed be considered sworn enemies. Wang has not forgotten the ambush when the crocodile attacked him. Intelligent creatures often blame others for their misfortunes, especially when there is a power imbalance. A person of status will never apologize to a beggar if they do, it's merely for show. As soon as the giant crocodile saw Wang, it erupted in fury. Although instinctively, it sensed that the python in front of it posed a lethal threat. Normally it would not act recklessly, but when animals discover their young have been killed, even a humble dog dares to fight a tiger. What more a giant crocodile? Seeing the giant crocodile emerge from the swamp, Wang breathed a sigh of relief. He was genuinely afraid it would stay hidden, as he would have no confidence in fighting in the water. Who? Hiss. Hiss. The two enormous beasts stood their ground, alert and wary, facing each other from a distance of about 5 meters. Ultimately, the giant crocodile launched the first attack. Its massive body caused the earth to tremble with every step. The crocodile's speed in ambushing was rapid, however. Wang was well prepared, and the crocodile naturally missed. As he dodged, Wang struck with his tail, hitting the side of the crocodile with a loud crack. He felt a dull pain in his tail and cursed under his breath. This damned crocodile skin is really tough. Hiss. The giant crocodile let out a painful cry. The pain from being struck is always deeper than that of delivering the blow, and even though the crocodile's skin is tough and its flesh thick, it still felt immense pain from the hit. The giant crocodile's anger dissipated with the blow, suddenly feeling a profound sense of danger that the python presented. This kind of danger was lethal. In this marsh, it has always been the king. Aside from its youth, it hasn't felt such a life-threatening risk for a long time. Fear of death is an instinct for all creatures. The more intelligent a being is, the more they fear death. The giant crocodile is no exception, fearing death out of instinct, which is even more direct. It wanted to escape, turning to flee decisively. Wang waited for this opportunity, and when it came, he wouldn't let it go. If the crocodile returned to the swamp, all his efforts would have been in vain. There was no way he would allow that. As soon as the crocodile turned, Wang seized the moment, springing up like a spring, moving as fast as a shooting star, and swiftly biting down on the crocodile's tail. You bastard! What made Wang want to spit blood was that he couldn't bite into the crocodile's hard back, but instead his fangs had loosened. Seeing the giant crocodile about to enter the swamp, Wang was in a panic and forgot about the pain from the fangs, directly pursuing it. At this moment, the giant crocodile had reached the edge of the swamp, half of its body already submerged in the water. Wang closely followed, swiftly wrapping around the crocodile. With a loud thud, both the python and the crocodile fell into the swamp, creating a splash, startling the other small crocodiles into fleeing into the water. Meanwhile, other animals on the edge of the swamp had already fled in fright as Wang battled the giant crocodile. Chapter 13: Severe Injury. Falling into the swamp, Wang quickly wrapped around the giant crocodile, but the crocodile's bulky body became surprisingly agile in the water. With a quick twist, it caused Wang to miss his target, and the terrifyingly large mouth opened wide to bite at Wang. If it managed to bite down, Wang would at least lose half his life. The python was incredibly agile in the water. Wang's body spun around the giant crocodile, making it miss its attack. The hardness of this giant crocodile's back armor is no weaker than steel. To take it down, I can only attack its underbelly. As Wang pondered, the giant crocodile attacked again. Wang mimicked the actions he had seen. The giant crocodile's massive body wasn't easy to turn, allowing him to circle around to its rear and launch an attack on its underbelly. Wang displayed his fangs, ready with a hefty dose of venom. As long as he bit once and injected the venom into the crocodile, it would surely die within 10 minutes. Wang injected as much as 2/3 of the poison inside him. Even a North American mammoth wouldn't last 3 minutes against that. Wang wasn't just a 1 or 2 meter long snake, but a 7.5 meter long python. The amount of venom in him was at least tenfold that of a 1 or 2 meter long snake. 2/3 of that volume would be more than enough to kill 5 elephants, and it could easily take out 500 or 600 adults without issue. Splat! Wang moved swiftly, but the giant crocodile was faster. Just as Wang reached behind it, the crocodile whipped its tail, striking Wang hard. The sound was muted in the water, but it would have been quite loud on land. The crocodile didn't stop at just hitting Wang, it took the opportunity to bite at him. Wang wasn't slow to react and managed to dodge. However, while he evaded the terrifying bite, he couldn't avoid the crocodile's impact. Crack! Wang thought he heard the cracking sound of a breaking bone. I was too careless. I didn't expect this creature to have such strong instinctual combat awareness. The bone must have cracked, but thankfully it hasn't broken. Fighting in the water really isn't my strong suit. If it were on land, I could take it down in no time. Wang, when he was human, was like a land duck, and after being reborn as a snake, he had only swum a few times in the river. He could swim freely in the water, but when it came to fighting, he was still somewhat lacking. Wang, enduring the pain in his body, began to reflect. Combat awareness consists of observing the moment, seizing the moment, and utilizing the moment. Together, they form combat awareness. Combat awareness is the ability to integrate various skills. If two fighters have similar combat qualities, the one with better combat awareness will gain the upper hand. As a sentient being, Wang subconsciously underestimated the giant crocodile. But he forgot that many human martial arts are inspired by animal instincts, such as tiger style, snake style, monkey fist, etc. These arts were created by mimicking animals, but human practitioners can never match the unconscious prowess of the animals themselves. After being struck by the giant crocodile, Wang could no longer underestimate these seemingly mindless animals. Seeing the crocodile attack with lightning speed again, Wang ignored the pain in his body, propelling himself to dodge. Dodging isn't a solution when warriors meet on a narrow path, it's the brave who prevail. Evasion only dulls one's spirit, and with Wang already injured, he was at a disadvantage. If he let his resolve fade, he might genuinely perish here today. One attack after another met with failure. The giant crocodile clearly started to get agitated. This is the symptom of a creature without intelligence. After a few more failed attacks against Wang, the giant crocodile's assaults became less coordinated, making it easier for Wang to avoid. Seeing the giant crocodile pass by again, Wang advanced rather than retreating. In an instant, energy surged within him, and he unleashed maximum speed, intertwining beneath the crocodile's body and swiftly wrapping around it. Wang used all his energy and strength for one sole purpose, to grapple and tightly entangle the crocodile, and then apply his terrifying strangulation force to kill it. Gurgle, gurgle. The giant crocodile screamed in agony. Since Wang was positioned directly opposite the crocodile, he now faced a rather awkward situation. The crocodile was wrapped up, however, with its massive size, Wang could ensure its death only before he got injured. Now, wounded and with cracked bones, he dared not exert too much strength, at most capable of merely restraining it, but unable to kill it. Therefore, he had no choice but to rely on the venom. But awkwardly, Wang was facing the crocodile's anus directly. The anus would undoubtedly not withstand the force of Wang's fangs, but should I bite or not bite? Wang struggled internally. Damn it, if I'm going to die, then let it be. With determination, Wang bit down hard on the giant crocodile's anus and used all his strength. He thought to himself, after all, it's not me who is feeling the pain. Hiss. As the delicate area was attacked, the giant crocodile let out a heart-wrenching scream that reverberated through the river. With 2/3 of the venom injected, the giant crocodile was ensnared by Wang and could only endure in silence. If the giant crocodile had any intelligence, it would surely feel a deep sense of despair, wanting to cry without tears, wanting to speak yet unable to express its grief, thinking, I'm dying, and my delicate flower won't even be saved. What a world this is! The giant crocodile's struggles grew weaker and weaker. After about 10 minutes, the giant crocodile finally perished under Wang's hands. The crocodile might have been feeling great sorrow, but Wang felt just the opposite. By killing the crocodile, its territory would become his, since the base is synonymous with survival space and food resources. However, Wang's joy was short-lived, as the pain radiating through his body brought him back to reality. I really let my guard down this time. I can't allow such incidents to happen again in the future. However, snakes are vertebrates. They can move using their bones in a caterpillar-like motion. They lack a breastbone, and their ribs can move freely back and forth. The rib muscles connect the ribs to the belly scales. When the rib muscles contract, the ribs move forward, and this causes the wide belly scales to stand upright and slightly lift. These lifted scales push against the ground, but at that moment, only the scales are moving, not the snake's body. Then, as the rib muscles relax, the back edges of the belly scales push against the rough ground, using the reaction force to propel the snake forward. This method of movement allows the snake to crawl straight ahead, just like a tank. So even if Wang made it onto land, he could still walk. Although he was heavily injured, it didn't affect his ability to move. However, his combat ability had dropped several levels, and at this point, he couldn't fight at all. Looks like I need to find a place to recover from my injuries first. Fortunately, there's energy that significantly boosts recovery speed. Otherwise, it would be a real hassle, and the recovery might take even longer. With that thought, Wang swam toward the shore. Once out of the swamp, he took a deep breath. Land still feels better, solid. Roar! But just then, as Wang entered the forest, a striped tiger suddenly burst out from the side, startling him. There's a strange instinct among animals. The striped tiger, more than 10 miles away, was drawn to the fight between Wang and the giant crocodile. Upon seeing the current state of the striped tiger, Wang thought it might be planning an opportunistic ambush and realized it was bad news. Now, not only was Wang injured, his combat ability was several levels lower, and he had already exhausted all his strength fighting the crocodile. If he wasn't completely drained yet, it was still better than being totally powerless. There was no way he could contend with the striped tiger now. If he had been in peak condition, Wang would have had 100% confidence in taking down the striped tiger, but now he was just a target for it. Damn it, run! Wang cursed in his heart, not bothering with a greeting to the striped tiger, and fled at once. Roar! The striped tiger, of course, wouldn't let Wang escape so easily, immediately giving chase. One leap and one pounce, it was incredibly fast, far quicker than the already injured Wang. At that moment, if anyone were around, they would see a massive python charging ahead, the grass around it rustling wildly. Behind it, the striped tiger closely followed, its fierce demeanor clearly intent on taking down the giant python. Wang forged ahead, moving a bit slower than the striped tiger. With the time it took to climb a tree, he dared not, or he would definitely have his tail bitten by the tiger. At that point, it would be difficult to even wish for death. He might just get eaten alive. Thinking of that possibility, Wang couldn't help but accelerate a bit more. At this rate, I won't last long. Sooner or later, this damn tiger will catch up with me. I need to think of a way. Wang felt his strength gradually draining away, and his heart raced with anxiety. Being bitten to death by the tiger would be less painful than committing suicide. Chapter 14, Pursued by the Striped Tiger. Although Wang was anxious in his heart, he couldn't think of a solution. As the chase continued, an hour surprisingly passed. Wang was exhausted multiple times, but in the face of life and death, it felt as if his body had broken through its limits, suddenly generating a surge of strength, allowing him to endure until now. Roar! The striped tiger roared with a strong surge of rage. The tiger possessed great explosive power, but its endurance was lacking. After more than an hour of this, the striped tiger was nearing its limit. Under normal circumstances, the striped tiger would have given up chasing its prey. But it seemed to instinctively know that this was a prime opportunity. If it didn't take out this formidable rival now, it wouldn't get another chance. Animals hold grudges, and if it didn't eliminate its opponent this time, it might find itself at risk next. Damn it, a four-pawed cat has chased me for half a day. Once I'm healed, I'll be the first to take you down. Wang cursed in his heart. After an hour of full speed running, his body suffered additional injuries. He hadn't healed from his previous wounds, and now they were worsened. Injuries to bones are already tricky to heal. With the added injuries, he didn't know how long it would take to recover. After wandering aimlessly through the forest for an hour, Wang had no idea where he had ended up. But one thing was certain, it wasn't his own territory. Wang was quite familiar with his own territory. Moving quickly, Wang spotted an unknown large tree growing at a 45-degree angle in one direction. This big tree is perfect for me to climb up, Wang thought, feeling a surge of joy as he sped up. When he reached the tree, Wang easily climbed up the 45-degree trunk in no time. Ha ha! He thought smugly, four-legged cat, you just watch from below, when I heal, I'll come back for revenge. After you're dead, you can bet I'll desecrate your corpse. Wang circled a few times on the tree trunk, then turned to look at the striped tiger. This glance nearly scared Wang into jumping down from the trunk. He cursed inwardly, who the hell said tigers can't climb trees? I know I'll bite him to death. The striped tiger's sharp claws dug into the trunk, landing solidly, then leaping and grabbing again, landing firmly. If it were a vertical tree, the striped tiger, being large and heavy, wouldn't be able to climb it. But on a 45-degree trunk, it can still manage to walk around. Boom! Wang fell to the ground with a thud. At this moment, he couldn't care less about the excruciating pain in his body, he just wanted to escape from the tiger's jaws. Without thinking of direction, he turned and fled. Roar! The striped tiger was furious for the first time in its life. It struggled to climb a tree and let the python escape, then it leaped down from the tree, chasing after the python. They ran for another half an hour. Wang suddenly heard the sound of a mountain stream not far ahead and headed straight toward it without a second thought. Dying tiger, you can climb a 45-degree tree, but do you think you can swim? A few minutes later, Wang finally saw the mountain stream. But Wang was greatly disappointed. The stream was too small, about 2 meters wide, and the water wasn't deep, probably less than half a meter. Moreover, the water was clear enough to see the bottom, making it impossible to hide from the striped tiger's hunting by relying on this small stream. With no other choice, he dove straight into the forest after crossing the stream. He made his way through the overgrown thickets, and in the tussocks, Wang was faster than the striped tiger. In this chase and escape, Wang's vision slowly began to blur, his whole body ached, showing severe fatigue. At this moment, Wang vaguely sensed that the striped tiger was no longer chasing him. It seemed that the tiger was exhausted as well, its endurance was never strong, and being able to chase Wang continuously for 2 hours had already exceeded its limits. Wang knew he couldn't afford to fall asleep now, otherwise, he might never wake up again. He saw a cave not far ahead and, without caring about the danger, directly dove inside. He found a corner and coiled up, using energy to heal his injuries. The most serious injury for Wang was his bones, which were on the brink of breaking. A snake has only one spine, and at this moment, Wang's spine was severely shattered, with a possibility of fracture at any time. Although his head was heavy and drowsiness washed over him, Wang gritted his teeth and struggled to open his eyes, fighting against falling into a coma. While resisting the drowsiness, Wang painstakingly used energy to slowly nourish his bones and muscles, gradually recovering from his injuries. After half a day, the damage to his spine had finally stabilized. Though it was stable, he could not make any sudden movements. It was only now that Wang had a chance to observe the cave's surroundings. The cave was about 3 meters wide and 5 meters high, with an unknown length. The walls were overgrown with weeds and vines. Wang did not intend to venture deeper. Who knows what dangers lay inside? Running around in his heavily injured state would be suicidal. However, because of his serious injuries, he could only rely on hunting to quickly absorb enough vitality to heal. With no other choice, Wang had to go out to catch some small animals to eat. After leaving the cave, Wang dared not wander far and captured a few wild rabbits and a squirrel nearby. He then returned to the cave, where he processed the rabbits and squirrel, infusing a large amount of vitality back into his bones, which improved his spinal injuries somewhat. After digesting the food, Wang went out to hunt again, and for more than 10 consecutive days, he repeated this process. After over 10 days of hunting and absorbing vitality for healing, his bones had improved significantly, restoring some of his combat power. Wang usually shed his skin once a month, but this time, due to severe injuries, he wouldn't be able to shed until he healed, meaning he had to wait at least another month. Thinking of this, Wang felt an intense resentment towards that four-pawed cat. Initially, he only suffered a fracture from the giant crocodile's impact, but after being chased by the striped tiger, his minor fracture turned into a serious one, edging towards complete breakage. Injuries that could have healed in a few days were worsened by the tiger's pursuit, making recovery a month-long ordeal. What is Wang to do with such feelings? With his injuries improving, Wang finally had time to go out and observe the terrain. For almost half a month, Wang stayed nearby hunting, not daring to go far. The forest was filled with danger, and a moment of carelessness could lead to a miserable death. Standing high allows for a better view, so Wang climbed to the highest peak in the area and then ascended to the top of a large tree. Pythons climb trees very slowly, otherwise, Wang would have already been up the tree during the striped tiger's chase. It took Wang several minutes to reach the top of the tree that was over 10 meters high. Looking down from above, Wang could see the entire terrain of the forest. In this terrain that stretches for miles, the mountain ranges seem like giant dragons, varying in size. Looking at this unfamiliar landscape, Wang's heart skipped a beat. This is actually the northern part of the forest, the territory of that unknown terrifying creature. I need to leave quickly, otherwise, if I encounter that unknown terrifying creature, it would be a huge trouble. Wang secretly praised his luck after wandering for over 10 days in the territory of that unknown terrifying creature. He hadn't come across it at all. This is no joke. A dozen days ago, when Wang was severely injured, even a tiny hyena could have taken his life. Encountering that unknown terrifying creature would make survival impossible. However, after around half a month of recovery, Wang could easily take down a wild wolf now, though he still couldn't handle beasts like jackals, tigers, and leopards. Fortunately, this place isn't in the center of the Northern Territory but rather close to the edge. That unknown terrifying creature probably won't casually wander over here. Thinking about it, Wang's tone became less confident, as he often liked to roam around his territory, especially near the edges, looking for other animals that might have crossed into his domain. Of course, these animals refer to those powerful enough to contend with him for territory and hunting resources. Wang ceased to entertain any rash thoughts and carefully observed the terrain, trying to figure out which path would take him back to his territory most quickly. He discovered there were 3 paths. One involved climbing over 4 mountain ranges. However, the mountains were too tall, and with his injured body, it would be quite taxing. The other path was by water, the small mountain stream where he had been chased by the striped tiger. Although swimming back through the stream wouldn't take much effort, the numerous bends made it too time-consuming, significantly increasing the chances of encountering that unknown terrifying creature. After some thought, Wang decided to abandon this option, as it was simply too risky. The last option is to simply walk out of the forest, then take a turn back to my own territory. Although the chance of encountering humans is very high, not everyone is equipped with firearms, and generally, Wang is not afraid of conventional firearms. At worst, we could kill to silence witnesses. Better to let others die than to die ourselves. There are many giant pythons in the world, but the black giant python, which may be the only one in the world, carries several human lives on its back. If people find out, they can forget about living peacefully, and it is currently the only detected venomous python. Many research institutes are likely very interested in it, and it's not impossible that they would pay a hefty sum to hire someone to capture it. Chapter 15: The Scent of Kindred. Observing the terrain carefully, Wang slowly climbed down the tree. Although pythons can climb trees, not every python is capable of doing so. Pythons are covered in scales, and on their underside, they have more than 100 belly scales arranged in rows, connected to their skin muscles and ribs. Under the command of the nervous system, the rib muscles contract rhythmically, causing the ribs to move back and forth. This movement, combined with the skin muscles, generates a reactive force between the belly scales and the surface of the tree, allowing them to perform a series of undulating bends to propel their bodies forward. Wang has quickly learned to climb trees because of his human-like intelligence, but it's rare for snakes living on land to be climbers. Those snakes that do climb tend to do so to catch birds or their eggs for food, having practiced their climbing skills over time. After descending from the large tree, Wang decided to return to the cave not far from the foot of the mountain to rest for a day, planning to head back to his territory tomorrow. Having stayed in this place for half a month, I surely won't be so unfortunate as to encounter an unknown terrifying creature on the last day. Wang could hardly believe he would be that unlucky. He had been safe for the past half month. Why would he run into that unknown terrifying creature on the last day? Yet, oftentimes, such events unfold in the most unexpected situations. Sometimes misfortune can be as trivial as getting water stuck in one's teeth or stepping in dog poop while going out. After resting in the cave for a few hours, Wang decided to hunt for his last prey in this mountainous forest. Now that his injuries had improved a bit, he decided to venture further to capture more prey, ensuring he would be well fed for the journey ahead tomorrow. A few days ago, Wang would often not venture more than a mile from the cave when hunting, but today he decided to hunt within a 5-mile radius. He was genuinely afraid of encountering that unknown terrifying creature if he strayed too far. The reason it is called an unknown terrifying creature is that Wang has no idea what kind of monster emits such a dreadful aura. One thing is certain, that creature is undoubtedly extremely terrifying, and Wang would definitely be no match for it. Wang could hardly imagine what kind of animal on land could emit such a horrifying aura. That aura would be even more terrifying than the combined presence of 10 striped tigers. During his prime, Wang could handle at most 2 striped tigers, so one can imagine how fearsome a beast that could overpower him by 5 or 6 times, or even a dozen times, would be. A 7.5-meter-long giant python, highly venomous, with scales that are virtually impervious to blades, and possessing late Tier 1 essence stage energy, would together multiply Wang's own strength by at least 2 or 3 times. Even a 15-meter-long python would not be as terrifying as Wang and would stand no chance against him. How powerful is the constricting force of a 7.5-meter giant python? Many people might not understand. However, it has been calculated that a 2-meter-long python can exert a constricting force of 4,000 kilograms. That's right, 4,000 kilograms. Of course, that's relative. The maximum target for a 2-meter-long python is typically a small chicken. The reason why the constricting force of a 2-meter-long python is so terrifying is that its prey is small enough to be completely ensnared without a sliver of escape. Strength is relative, but against a python over 10 meters long, it would be terrifying for a human. Being ensnared would be a guaranteed death sentence, with no chance of survival. Or to consider it another way, imagine a constricting force of 90 pounds per square inch. 1 inch equals 3 centimeters, so if we assume that the area wrapped around a person's body is 3 times 30 equals 90 square inches, the constricting force would be 8,100 pounds, equivalent to about 4,000 kilograms or 4 tons. And with Wang's own advantages combined, his strength could be pushed to 2 or 3 times, which shows just how terrifying Wang could be. But when Wang nears that unknown terrifying creature, he might not even have a chance to resist. What kind of creature on land could be so terrifying? If it were in the ocean, it would be understandable. The ocean is filled with many unknowns. Humanity has only explored a tiny fraction of it, less than 10%. As for the 90% of marine life that exists, who knows what else might be lurking? Perhaps one day, a giant dragon or a creature from mythology will suddenly appear. Don't be surprised after all, these are merely the basic creatures that inhabit the ocean. Wang left the cave, descending along the mountain slope, and discovered that the wildlife in this northern forest was far more abundant compared to the other 3 directions. After all, the entire forest is over half occupied by this northern region, and there is only that one unknown terrifying creature ruling over it, allowing the smaller animals to thrive. There are so many prey resources in the northern region. I really want to eliminate that unknown terrifying creature, then claim it all for myself. Wang could manage to catch at best 1 wild rabbit in his territory after an hour of hunting, but here, in just 1 hour, he caught 2 wild rabbits, 1 long-haired rat, and 1 mountain chicken. The abundance of resources here made Wang quite envious. Of course, Wang didn't plan to stay in this forest forever. Although it's large, it's nothing compared to the vast Amazon rainforest. Wang now just wants to quickly reach Tier 2 energy stage and then take revenge. After that, he plans to check out the tropical rainforest across the Amazon River. The Amazon rainforest occupies half of the world's rainforest area, 20% of the forest area, and is the largest and most species-rich tropical rainforest on the planet. It's the kingdom of animals and plants, and a holy place for pythons. The biodiversity in the Amazon rainforest is outstanding, hosting 2.5 million insect species, thousands of plant types, and about 2,000 species of birds and mammals, including 1/5 of the total bird species in the world. All of these are resources for Wang to prey upon. There are also many pythons in the Amazon, with pythons over 10 meters being quite common. The longest python in the world is captured there. But who can guarantee that it is indeed the longest python in the Amazon rainforest? I believe no one would dare to claim that. Because the Amazon rainforest covers 7 million square kilometers, what kind of creatures are living there? No one knows. The Amazon is the place Wang most wants to go, but it's not his ultimate destination. The ocean, only the boundless sea, is where Wang intends to conquer in the future. And how many powerful creatures exist in the sea? Perhaps some of those beings are ones that Wang currently cannot contend with. Wang sometimes ponders that once he breaks through to Tier 3 divine stage or higher, he will definitely explore the ocean. By then, he may have grown several dozens of meters long or even more. A few small animals could only leave Wang half satisfied, as they would have to leave this resource-rich area tomorrow. Wang decided to take drastic measures against those unknown terrifying creatures. Before he knew it, Wang had already crossed his self-imposed 5-mile limit and was gradually delving deeper into the forest. Suddenly, Wang caught a whiff of a snake scent, and it was quite strong. Animals have a special ability to sense their kind even from several miles away. Of course, this snake referred to a python. There are many snakes in this forest, but Wang had never encountered a python before. This is the scent of a python. Could there be others like it around? But this smell is quite strange. Wang thought curiously. It would be good to follow the scent and see what kind of snake it is. As an intelligent creature, Wang naturally felt curiosity. Curiosity is part of desire. The more it can't be satisfied, the more one wants to attain or know. Wang followed the scent for an hour and finally reached his destination. This is... Wang was shocked. It was a basin the size of 1,000 meters, and Wang was now standing in front of a steep cliff. The basin was very deep, with sloped walls of at least 50 to 60 meters. A slight slip forward could send one sliding down into the basin. Of course, if a human were to slip like that, they probably wouldn't survive. Only a python like Wang, over 7 meters long, could manage. But what shocked Wang the most was not the basin itself, but the fact that there was actually a pit about 5 to 6 meters across in the middle of the basin. Fortunately, this pit was small, or it would have been discovered long ago. The pit was surrounded by trees that obscured it. It couldn't be seen from above, but Wang's position allowed him to see a glimpse of it. The scent of this kind was emanating from the pit, an extremely terrifying aroma. Could that unknown terrifying creature possibly be a python? But why does the scent seem so horrifying? Wang wanted to go down and take a look, but the python's scent was too frightening, and he didn't dare take the risk. Though they were kin, who knew if pythons would swallow each other? I'm incredibly fast. Although I'm injured, I'm still among the fastest of snakes. If it's about fighting, I can just run. What's there to be afraid of? Wang thought for a moment and decided to go down and see. Having made up his mind, he resolutely descended. Once he descended into the basin, his vision opened up. What he saw was no longer just the branches he had seen from above, but only by observing from under the trees could he know what truly constitutes a towering tree. Such large trees are rare even in a true tropical rainforest. How could there be any here? Chapter 16: The Terrifying Giant Python. The ground of the basin was covered with layers upon layers of tree roots, countless and intertwined. Just the roots exposed on the surface were half a meter thick, with these roots interlaced like monstrous pythons. One can only imagine what kind of sight this is. Strange. This place is very eerie. The reason it's strange is that no matter why these large trees have grown so big or how many years they've taken to grow so thick, based on normal biological knowledge, the small basin hardly has enough nutrients to support such large trees. How have these trees survived? Wang wondered. If it were just one tree, it could be acceptable, but how could so many survive in such close proximity? Wang's nose suddenly caught a very clear and fishy smell. It was an unmistakable smell of blood combined with a scent that Wang himself carried, but this familiar scent was not nearly as intense as the one he was now smelling. Wang followed the scent, and he was instantly horrified. What was that? Something was coiled around the trunk of the large tree, staring coldly at Wang. A giant python. He saw the giant python coiling around the trunk. Its head was larger than a bucket, dangling in mid-air, flicking its crimson tongue, cold eyes fixed on Wang. Its blood-red eyes sparkled with murderous intent, sending a chill down Wang, who was also a python. A chill surged from the depths of his heart. Seeing this giant python, Wang's mind went blank. He could hardly believe that such a huge python existed in the world. He also couldn't fathom why he had rushed without thinking, foolishly walking right into the presence of this giant python. How big is the giant python? Very big, extremely big. Looking at this azure giant python before him, Wang couldn't help but scoff at himself. Am I also considered a giant python? Then what is this one in front of me? As he gazed at the 30-meter-long behemoth before him, Wang found it hard to describe the shock he felt inside. It was so big that you couldn't imagine a 30-odd-meter-long python appearing in front of you, its body thicker than several buckets combined, not to mention a person. Even a horse could be swallowed whole. Furthermore, Wang could see clearly that the body of the azure giant python wasn't covered in the usual snake scales, but rather with large, armor-like dragon scales, giving him the feeling of iron armor. Each armor scale was at least the size of an adult's hand. The array of blue scales was suffocatingly shocking. Gazing at the giant python's scales, Wang felt extreme envy in his heart. This is true invincibility. Aside from missiles, mortars, and other heavy weaponry, no firearms could inflict any damage on it. Even if one were to spray it with machine gun fire, it would only spark a flurry of flames. Invulnerable, truly invulnerable. Wang shouted in his heart. Suddenly, Wang felt a surge of joy. The python can actually grow so large. I definitely have the chance to grow to over 30 meters, or even larger, 40 meters, 50 meters, or even become the legendary dragon. This is certainly possible. Possessing the intelligence that no other animal has is Wang's greatest advantage. He understands energy cultivation better, and his growth rate is several times faster than an ordinary python, perhaps even more. Of course, before anything else, the only thing Wang must do is to keep himself alive and escape from the mouth of the giant python. And besides the giant python's incredible size and length, there was also the foul stench emanating from its body, which was equally astonishing. The smell of blood and rot could be detected from a distance, and it would likely knock out an ordinary person if they encountered it up close. Although Wang also carried some of this odor, it was much better compared to the blue giant python. After all, Wang bathed frequently. This guy must be a total slob. He never washes. Wang looked down on it a bit in his heart. Although he had transformed into a python, he didn't have any foul smell. The python smell was still present, just lighter. Generally, carnivorous animals, especially snakes that rely more on their sense of smell using their noses and lateral line reflexes instead of eyesight, are highly sensitive to any movement in their vicinity. As soon as an intruder enters their territory, they quickly sense the presence of other beings. The giant python in the sinkhole naturally sensed Wang's arrival. However, the blue giant python was unable to emerge due to certain circumstances, allowing Wang to wander for a bit. This python had just started shedding its skin yesterday, and due to its enormous size, it only successfully shed this morning. Normally, it would be in a weakened state and not looking to cause trouble for Wang, but Wang stupidly stumbled into the giant python's lair, which is a serious provocation in the animal world. It's even deeper than a human's vendetta for fatherly revenge or revenge for a wife. Territory is the only obsession of animals. Although Wang had become a python, he still didn't fully understand the complex relationships among animals. Regardless of whether Wang was still thinking, the giant python's head continued to flick its blood-red tongue, gazing at Wang with icy eyes. Though it seemed long, it was just a matter of seconds. At the critical moment of life and death, Wang once again tapped into his latent potential, moving with unprecedented agility and dodging the tree roots underneath him. As for Wang's speed at that moment, one could only say it was like a gale, conservatively estimating about 7 or 8 meters per second, notably faster than in his prime. Seeing Wang's movement, the giant python responded in a manner inconsistent with its massive size. It quickly slithered between trees with an incredible speed that defied description. If Wang maintained his current speed, the only outcome awaiting him would be being swiftly caught up by the giant python, resulting in a dramatic act of python swallowing python. Estimating its speed, the giant python could leap at least 13 or 14 meters in a second. This speed terrified Wang, who had been bowled under the illusion of his own speed, but compared to the python, he was a beat too slow. You mother! Wang cursed in his heart, feeling his potential surge once more, achieving a speed of 9 meters per second. However, that speed was still far too slow for the giant python. At this moment, the rushing Wang realized that the unprecedented speed he was exerting was completely useless, as it would ultimately lead to being caught. Then, it would be python swallowed by python. Hearing the increasingly close thud-thud sounds behind him, those were the sounds of the giant python crashing through the ground beneath it. The sounds drawing nearer informed Wang that the python was closing in. Having finally climbed up onto the plateau, Wang felt as if he had used all his strength to cover the short distance of 1,000 meters. A small body has its advantages, as Wang made for areas densely populated with trees. The giant python, being too large, struggled to turn in tight spaces, giving Wang a brief chance to catch his breath. Though his speed was still much slower than the python's, at least it would take over a minute for the python to catch up with Wang. During that minute, Wang had to think of a way to escape, otherwise, he would be swallowed alive by the giant python. Thud thud. Large trees were navigated around by the giant python, while smaller trees were simply knocked over or broken by the python's massive body. Each crash of the giant python against a tree felt like a blow to Wang's heart, leaving him both terrified and incredibly tense. This was a true race against life and death. What should I do? What should I do? I need to think of a way quickly. Suddenly, Wang's eyes lit up. There's a cave ahead. I'll take my chances and go in. Outside it's guaranteed death. As Wang was panicking, he spotted a cave up ahead and without a second thought, he rushed straight inside. The entrance of the cave was quite large, about 3 to 4 meters wide. Now Wang was gambling, thinking if the cave was shallow and wide, he would be doomed. But if it was deep and got narrower inside, there might be a way out. If the giant python's body was big and the cave was small, it couldn't follow him in. Damn it, finally the heavens have shown some mercy. Seeing that the cave was indeed deep and narrowed further inside, Wang realized that the giant python couldn't get in and was blocked outside. I'm not meant to die. I'm really not meant to die. Lucky for me, I have strong luck. Finally finding some time to rest, Wang felt as if all his strength had suddenly been drained, lying weakly on the ground. It still gave him the creeps as he looked out at the cave entrance. Wang decided to hide inside the cave for a while, unwilling to venture out, even if death awaited him. Chapter 17, Dinosaur Fossils. From now on, I shouldn't be too curious about such things. Safety should always come first. Having shaken off the green giant python, Wang finally had time to assess his injuries. Ironically, after more than 10 days of recovery, the wounds had flared up again under the pursuit of the green giant python. At least I need to rest for over a month, and during this time, I definitely can't go out of the cave. If I do, the green giant python will kill me at the first opportunity. I can't go outside, which means I can't hunt. Without a substantial amount of vitality to refine, when will my injuries heal? Am I really going to starve to death in this cave? This was a very troubling question. As for what to do? Wang had no idea for the moment. Glancing back at the cave behind him, he thought, I wonder how deep this cave is? There's a giant python outside, so I can only go deeper into the cave. If there's another world inside, maybe it could lead to other places. The cave got smaller as he ventured further in. The green giant python, which was bigger than a barrel, couldn't fit through, but fortunately, it was still relatively spacious for Wang, who was as thick as an adult's thigh. As he moved deeper, the entrance became narrower, until it could barely accommodate Wang's body. The further in he went, the more he felt the temperature gradually dropping. This small entrance might have been dug by animals like pangolins, but why does the temperature drop the deeper I go? It's almost below zero already. I can't go any deeper into this hole, or it will be difficult to retreat. If I can't move forward or backward and get stuck here, that will be a big problem. Just when Wang was thinking of retreating, suddenly, he found himself in a wide open space. This is a cave. This is a cave, and it's a very old one. The dark gray space is filled with a murky, desolate atmosphere, and since we are still in the small hole, Wang can't see the cave's terrain clearly. Let's go down and take a look first. Just as Wang crawled out of the small hole and landed inside the cave, a chill swept over him, making him shiver involuntarily. It wasn't until he activated his energy that he was able to fend off the cold. The chill in this cave is really intense, probably at least below -10 degrees. It's much colder than the temperature of a refrigeration unit. Wang descended the stone steps, and after just a few steps, he was captivated by the sight before him. On the cave ceiling, chunks of crystal rock emitted a faint glow. Under this soft light, a torrent gushed from a protruding rock on the opposite wall, hanging in midair like a white satin ribbon over 10 meters long, cascading down. As Wang walked down the rocky steps, the space gradually widened. The deeper he went, the darker it became, but being a python, he primarily relied on heat sensing, so it didn't significantly affect Wang's vision. Suddenly, Wang stopped, because in front of him was a massive fissure in the ground, stretching far into the distance, with no end in sight. Looking down, all he could see was a dense, dark fog, so deep that it was impossible to see the bottom. With a flick of the tail, a stone about the size of a palm was swept down into the crevice by Wang. Wang listened intently. 10 seconds, no sound. 30 seconds, still no sound. 40 seconds, it was only after a full 40 seconds that Wang heard a sound, nearly imperceptible, in the quiet cave. Wang was startled by the sound. So deep, what if I accidentally fell down? The crevice was wide, at least about 15 meters, so Wang couldn't cross it and could only walk along the edge of the crevice. After walking for half an hour, Wang was suddenly stunned by a large boulder not far ahead. What shocked Wang was not the stone itself, but the creature inside it. To be precise, it was a massive fossil. Is this a dinosaur fossil? What kind of place is this? How come there's a dinosaur fossil here? Does that mean this cave has existed for at least hundreds of millions of years? The Jurassic period was the height of the dinosaurs. The dinosaurs, which appeared and began to evolve in the Triassic, quickly became the rulers of the Earth. Various kinds of dinosaurs thrived, composing a vibrant world of dragons. Besides the enormous land-dwelling dinosaurs like the Apatosaurus and Brachiosaurus, aquatic ichthyosaurs and flying pterosaurs also developed and evolved in large numbers. If it were an ordinary dinosaur fossil, Wang wouldn't be so surprised. What truly astonished Wang was the size of the dinosaur fossil. All that could be seen in the fossil was a gigantic creature measuring over 70 meters long, of which the specific dinosaur species was unknown, but it was a type of dinosaur never before discovered by humans. It should be noted that the largest dinosaur fossil discovered in the world was that of the Argentinosaurus, found in the area of Arapka, USA, measuring 30 meters in length and weighing 80 tons. So, how heavy could this fossilized dinosaur over 70 meters long be? Wang couldn't estimate it. After passing the unidentified dinosaur fossils, more fossils appeared before Wang's eyes. This fossil was a tangle of a dinosaur's remains and the remains of a prehistoric creature resembling a crocodile. It seemed that the prehistoric crocodile had died while consuming the dinosaur's corpse. How could a crocodile kill a dinosaur? Wang shook his head helplessly. If Wang had a bit more knowledge, he would recognize that the prehistoric crocodile was from the Cretaceous period. However, none of this concerned Wang. What he was worried about now was the absence of animals here. How would he hunt? If he were human, he might sell these fossils, which would undoubtedly be priceless treasures. But as a python, even though these dinosaur fossils sparked a slight curiosity in him, that little intrigue paled in comparison to the value of a wild rabbit appearing before him. After half a day's journey, Wang finally reached the end of the fissure. Carefully recalling the curves, width, and length of the fissure he had traveled through, Wang was astonished to discover that the fissure resembled a massive divine dragon. The place where he had started was at the tail of the dragon, and now he was stopping at the size of its enormous head. What puzzled him the most was that at the end of the fissure, there were actually two gaps, each 1 meter wide and over 30 meters long, resembling the whiskers of the divine dragon. What made Wang happiest was that he unexpectedly discovered a large group of bats ahead, at least tens of thousands of them. The tens of thousands of bats hung upside down from the cave ceiling, blackening the space like a cloud. I wonder what bats taste like. I've never eaten bat before. From a distance, it was hard to tell, but as he got closer, Wang found that the bats in this cave were at least 3 to 4 times larger than ordinary bats. They hung from the cave ceiling like small chicks. Looking at the bats, Wang discovered a huge dilemma. The cave was 5 or 6 meters high. How could he catch the bats from such a height? pythons can't jump or fly. He scanned his surroundings to see if there was anything he could use. A 1-meter diameter rock pillar caught Wang's eye. It was firmly connected to the ceiling of the cave, allowing him to use it to push himself up and catch the bats. But after several attempts, Wang failed. The rock pillar was covered with green algae, making it extremely slippery. Wang fell before he could climb up. Well, to be precise, he slid down. Occasionally, a few drops of stone water dripped down from the ceiling, nourishing the algae on the rock pillar, rendering it impossible for Wang to climb. In the end, Wang had no choice but to find other rock pillars, but was greatly disappointed. Almost all the pillars were covered in algae. As a last resort, with no other options, Wang had to think of a way to remove the algae. Rubbing the algae off with his body? That sounds too painful. Using his mouth to bite at a stone to scrape off the algae? That sounds like too much trouble. Then what to do? Looking up at the large group of bats hanging from the cave ceiling made Wang feel as if he could cry. What kind of situation is this? Observing his surroundings, Wang finally found a feasible method. There was a strangely shaped rock on the edge of the cave wall, resembling a giant hook, only 3 meters off the ground. If he coiled his tail around the hook and straightened his body, he could at least try to catch the bats on the edge. Wang climbed up the giant hook stone, wrapped his tail around it, straightened his body, and felt as if he was swinging on a swing. He swayed for about 10 times before he finally got his head to the cave ceiling. Seizing the opportunity, he took a hard bite and caught 3 large bats in his belly. Tears filled Wang's eyes. Was it that easy? Chapter 18, The Abyss. Wang lived in the cave for over a month, mostly considering how to catch bats, as there were no other sources of food, only the bats hanging high in the cave. To avoid starvation, Wang had to come up with all kinds of methods. Wang noticed something strange. He discovered that he had unwittingly grown to 8 meters over the past half-month, and his energy was almost at the peak of Tier 1 essence stage. Why is this strange? Isn't that a good thing? It is indeed good, but the problem is that Wang was still badly injured at this moment. The fact that he could grow to 8 meters while in a severely injured state left Wang in disbelief. Could it be that this place has such good feng shui? Not only can it sustain a large group of bats the size of chicks, but it could even nurture a massive python over 30 meters long. With his enormous python body, even a Tier 1 essence stage expert just entering Tier 2 energy stage wouldn't stand a chance. Coupled with his potent venom, even creatures at Tier 2 max level would find it hard to withstand. The survival rate wouldn't exceed 30%. Moreover, the appearance of the giant bats and the blue giant python made Wang feel that this place was a bit unusual. It seemed like there was some kind of secret. After half a month, aside from most of his time spent trying to catch bats, Wang mostly wandered aimlessly in the cave. He had searched about 2/3 of the cave and discovered a dozen enormous dinosaur fossils and over 20 fossils of unnamed prehistoric creatures. Although these biological fossils were merely skeletons, their enormous sizes were still evident. Wang even saw a dinosaur over 100 meters long. Its massive size was almost unbelievable. If discovered by humans, it would surely cause a great celebration, but for Wang, these priceless dinosaur fossils were worth less than a few tasty bats. Wang nearly racked his brain figuring out how to catch bats, and as a last resort, 10 days ago he started polishing the algae off the rock pillars. After 10 days, he finally managed to clean the algae off 3 of the rock pillars. As for how he polished them, Wang found it hard to put into words. Well, the truth is this: Wang bit down on a large rock with his mouth and rubbed the algae off the rock pillars with raw effort. For Wang, this was truly a tale of blood and tears, but for the sake of survival, he had to grit his teeth and persist. A man cannot give up. Even if he cannot, he must keep going. Wang planned to have a good meal today, but since bats aren't dead, whenever he managed to catch a few, the rest would fly far away. Each time, he could only manage to kill a few bats. However, these bats had surprisingly high vitality. A bat the size of a chick had a vitality comparable to a wild rabbit. This was unfathomable to Wang. Given his hunting experience and history, how could a bat's vitality equal that of a rabbit? In the end, he could only attribute it to the excellent feng shui of this place, leaving it at that. After cleaning all 3 rock pillars, whenever bats startled and flew away, it was no problem. Wang would switch to another rock pillar to catch them again. The three rock pillars were only a few meters apart, so as long as the bat swarm didn't fly too far, catching them wasn't an issue. By alternating between the three rock pillars to catch bats, Wang finally felt satisfied after consuming over a dozen bats. For the first time in half a month, Wang felt full, and he was slightly stuffed. With nothing to do, I'll go take a stroll. Although fossils are useless to me, it's still nice to admire them. Without personally witnessing dinosaur fossils, one can never truly feel that sense of shock. A skeleton over 100 meters long, can you even imagine what that scene would be like? The toe bones of a dinosaur skeleton could be larger than an adult standing in front of the fossil skeleton. You can only feel one thing: small. Incredibly small. Returning to the place he wandered yesterday, he found a Tyrannosaurus fossil measuring 90 meters in length, which Wang had discovered the day before. Although it wasn't his first time viewing it, he was once again overwhelmed by his own insignificance. Compared to this Tyrannosaurus, what did that 30-meter giant python in the pit really mean? His own 8-meter-long python paled in comparison. Wang truly wished he could go back to the age of dinosaurs to see the grandeur of that flourishing period and the magnificent dynasty of colossal dinosaurs. Setting aside impractical thoughts, he began to carefully observe the cave. The cave was vast, conservatively estimated to be at least 20 to 30,000 square meters in size, with the center featuring a deep crevice resembling a dragon's mouth. Wang didn't know how deep it was, but stones dropped from high above took a good 40 to 50 seconds to hit the ground, so it was conservatively estimated to be several hundred meters deep. Wang spent a whole day wandering the cave and found countless prehistoric biological fossils. He seriously wondered if all the dinosaurs had sought refuge here during their extinction, otherwise how could there be so many fossils? There were around 30 or 40 dinosaur fossils alone, and even more fossils of other unknown prehistoric creatures. This was a huge treasure. If discovered by relevant research departments, they would undoubtedly go crazy. The research value is incalculable. Half a month later, Wang had consumed hundreds of bats. His injuries were finally healing. Although not completely recovered, he was getting there. He had also grown quite a bit. Arriving at the edge of the deep crevice, it was pitch black below, with no bottom in sight. Wang wanted to go down and take a look, but the crevice was simply too deep, leaving him unsure how to descend. Surely, he couldn't just jump down, could he? Over the past half-month, Wang's energy had surpassed Tier 1 Essence Stage late stage, reaching Tier 1 max level, and he was on the brink of breaking into Tier 2 Energy Stage anytime. With nothing much to do, he spent his days solely consuming bats. There was little else. He had wandered the cave more than once and had lost interest. But he was most curious about what lay beneath the crevice. If there were so many fossils above, what would appear below? Reaching the front of the deep crevice, the opening resembled a dragon's head, especially with those two small gaps that, at over 30 meters in length, looked strikingly like dragon whiskers. Truly the finishing touch. It seems like there is something in that small gap. The two small fissures were narrow and pitch dark, making them almost impossible to see clearly without careful observation. When Wang arrived at the small fissure, he examined it closely and discovered that the rock wall at the end of the fissure was slanted. The uneven slant looked like a staircase. Now I can go down. As long as I follow the two dragon whisker fissures, I should be able to swim safely to the abyss below. After discovering the slanted wall, Wang burst into excited laughter. He could definitely descend along the slanted surface, as he had long wished to see what lay beneath the fissure abyss. The slanted wall was about 45 degrees. As long as he was careful, going down shouldn't be a problem. Moreover, the uneven surface felt as if it had already been prepared for Wang's steps, making the descent quite smooth. Once at the bottom of the fissure, Wang estimated its depth to be at least 1,400 meters. That's not right. Since the wall is slanted, the true depth of the fissure abyss must be around 700 or 800 meters. The area below the fissure was completely dark, almost impossible to see even a hand's breadth in front of him. It was darker than the rock cave above, which at least had some sparkling fluorite. Humans would be unable to see anything in this place, but as a python, Wang's vision was somewhat affected, yet it didn't matter much. Through thermal sensing, the terrain was clearly mapped in his mind. The ground beneath the fissure was flat and smooth, feeling unbelievable, truly unbelievable. This kind of flatness should not exist. The ground seemed as if it had been flattened by a steamroller, not a single bump in sight. The rock walls on either side were covered with all kinds of plants, many of which Wang did not recognize. There were also thick vines as wide as his arms, massive as if they were writhing giant pythons, intimidating to behold. Wang almost thought he encountered his kind again. Thinking about the word kind, a bitterness filled Wang's heart. The only kind he had encountered was the enormous blue python, which had almost taken his life. Now, forced into such a cursed place. As for revenge? Wang had no thoughts about that, for now going would only mean sending himself to his death. Maybe he would think about it when he was stronger. Chapter 19, The Blood Pool. Shocking. Wang was deeply shocked by the scene before him. What is this thing? After descending and walking not far, Wang unexpectedly encountered a terrifying sight: a blood-red pool. In the pool, wisps of blood energy surged, and just inhaling a breath made his spirit tremble. He could faintly feel a breakthrough approaching. As he got closer, the intense smell of blood became unmistakable. This is really blood, not water. How many people must have been killed for this pool of blood? Wang gulped. Standing before the blood pool, the temperature was very high, as if he were basking under the sun. A wave of heat struck him, felt warm and comfortable. However, at that moment, Wang had no intention of enjoying it. This was a truly horrifying thing. Beneath the vast emptiness of the fissure abyss lay such a large blood pool, still churning as if volcanic lava was about to erupt. Standing at the volcano's mouth and witnessing the swirling lava inside was a deeply terrifying scene. In such an eerie scene, even if Wang had the courage of a lion and a calm mind, he couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. This clearly resembled the blood pit from the movie The Legend of Mount Shu. Wang dared not linger any longer. With a swift motion, he shot upward, breaking through the limits of speed. After climbing back to the surface of the cave, Wang still felt a lingering fear in his heart. What am I afraid of? If I can accept becoming a python, what is there to fear about a small blood pool? It seemed self-consolation had taken effect. Wang slowly calmed down. It's not Wang's fault if the blood pool were artificially created. He certainly wouldn't be afraid. But this cave had been untouched for at least 100 million years, completely isolated, yet inexplicably, an unexplainable blood pool had appeared. That was what truly frightened him. Regarding the unknown, intelligent beings often hold great awe, and Wang was no exception. After a while, Wang finally remembered. Just inhaling a wisp of blood mist made me have a faint feeling of a breakthrough. Could that blood water be a treasure? Or maybe the reason the blue python and these big bats are so massive is due to the blood pool? Does that mean I've stumbled upon a treasure? With a mix of excitement and a hint of fear in his heart, such things that transcended reality, things that science could not explain, were the most awe-inspiring. With awe came a twinge of anticipation. Wang's heart was a whirlwind of complex emotions. I've pretty much been in this cave for a month now. The blue python shouldn't still be guarding the outside, right? I can't stay in this cursed place for too long. I must find a way out. To get out, the only way was through the small tunnel he had entered the cave from. Wang arrived at the small tunnel he had used to enter the cave a month ago. Looking at the narrow opening, he began to doubt whether he would be able to get out if he grew any bigger. Thinking this made Wang gasp in shock. If he stayed a few more months in this place and grew even a little larger, he could very well end up permanently trapped in this cave. Being stuck here would be worse than death, and when the bats were all eaten, he would starve too. There were no other food sources in the cave. Although there were several tens of thousands of bats, there would eventually be a time when they would be wiped out. The temperature in this cave is below -10 degrees, yet there isn't a single spot that is frozen inside, which is quite strange. Diving into the small tunnel, Wang moved forward slowly. The deeper he went, the wider the entrance became, in stark contrast to the entrance of the cave, which narrowed as he entered. As he stepped out of the cave, streams of sunlight shone down, instantly lifting his spirits. Inside the cave, there was not only no sunlight but also a frigid temperature suddenly coming out. He felt a bit uncomfortable with the increase in temperature. After a short period of discomfort, he felt incredibly soft and comfortable. No wonder snakes love basking in the sun. It turns out it's so comfortable. Looking at the familiar forest, he felt a warmth in his heart, as though a wanderer was returning home. Snakes naturally belong to the jungle, and they have a deep-seated affection for it. After closely observing the terrain and recalling in his mind, he discovered that the cave was directly under the basin, beneath that small sinkhole, and underneath the lair of the green python. Hiss! Suddenly, a high-pitched long howl echoed, and Wang was certain that this passionate cry was definitely not the voice of a snake. But it was also certain that this call absolutely belonged to the green python, as it had detected Wang's presence. Having just basked in the sun, Wang hadn't even warmed up. He was startled by the cry of the python. "Damn it, I've been found out by this damned creature." Wang knew that if he came out, he would definitely be discovered by the green python. He had intended to sneak away quietly, but he could not have imagined he would be found just moments after exiting. With no choice left, he could only dive back into the cave, for staying outside was akin to waiting for death. Now Wang regretted it deeply. Had he known, he would have never entered the lair of the green python. Even if it meant dying otherwise, he wouldn't have been forced into such a predicament. Once he entered the cave, Wang faintly heard chaos outside: chickens flying and dogs barking. The green python was racing around. The sound resembled thousands of horses galloping, frightening the beasts in the forest to flee in all directions. It was in complete disarray. "Damn it, this creature has ruined my trip outside. Even catching a wild rabbit would have been better than this. It's been a whole month eating bats, and I'm feeling nauseated." The taste of bat was still quite good at first, but after a month, no matter how delicious it was, you would get sick of it, wouldn't you? Back in the cave, Wang couldn't help but shiver. This fluctuation between cold and hot is really unbearable. He had no mood to admire the scenery at the cave's entrance and directly returned to the old place, where the bats congregated. Once back at the gathering place of the bats, Wang captured a few bats to consume and found a spot to start refining them. Half an hour later, several bats had been completely refined. Feeling lonely and bored, he thought about the blood pond beneath the fissures. He was quite curious about the blood pond. After all, he had been cultivating for so many years and gained a little understanding. Aside from the initial fear, not to say he had become accustomed to it, at least he no longer felt frightened. Now Wang actually wanted to go down again to take a good look and study what effects the blood pond might have. At the very least, Wang was confident that cultivating near the blood pond would be immensely beneficial. If he cultivates by the blood pond, he is sure he can break through to Tier 2 energy stage in a short time. There is no need for any other reason. This one reason is enough. At this moment, Wang is at Tier 1 max level, having broken through during his recovery in the cave. He acted on his thoughts and slowly descended along the slanted wall. Again before the blood pond, the swirling blood appeared as shocking as ever. He hadn't observed carefully last time, but now he took a closer look. The diameter of the blood pond was about 7 meters, circular in shape, and the rocks at the edge of the pond were as smooth as diamonds, emitting a faint glow. It was as if it were a giant piece of phosphorescent stone, with the dip in the middle being the blood pond, while the whole rock seemed to serve as a vessel for the blood. The color of the blood was as dark red as ink, and Wang could feel the surging massive energy within it. He couldn't estimate how large this energy was. At this moment, Wang also understood that this blood was certainly not from an ordinary being, or perhaps it wasn't something a regular being could possess. Could there really be gods in this world, and is this God's blood? Wang couldn't help but doubt this, as there was no other explanation if it wasn't God's blood. The faint scent of blood told Wang that this was real blood and not any other substance. Since he couldn't understand it, he didn't intend to understand it either. After all, cultivating in this blood pond was exceptionally effective. Why not take advantage of it? Wang dismissed his wild thoughts, calmed his mind, and began to cultivate energy. Today marks the 28th day of Wang staying in the cave. In 2 days, it will be a full month. Today is July 13th, and unconsciously, Wang has been transformed into a snake for more than 6 months, growing from a 1-meter-long snake to the current over 8-meter-long behemoth. From not adapting to adapting, and now truly learning the jungle law, he has become a real giant python. Only Wang knows the hardships and exhaustion he has faced during this process. Chapter 20: The Giant Python's Surprise Attack. Slowly opening his snake eyes, a cold gaze sparkled with a glimmer of brilliance. His spiraled body stretched out as he gently exhaled, releasing a breath with a hint of milky white mist. I have already reached the peak of refining essence. I should be able to break through to the refining chi level within 3 days. Thinking of the chi refining realm, Wang couldn't help but feel excited. Refining essence can only generate energy within the body, which greatly enhances attack power. Breaking through to Tier 2 energy stage transforms energy into its qualitative form, allowing energy to be released externally, making the attacking power incomparable. While in Tier 3 divine stage, the powerful energy has already condensed into formidable aura, utterly indestructible. If I were to use a metaphor, the quality of energy is 1, while the quality of auras is 10, and the quality of the formidable aura is 100. As Wang is a python, his energy is inherently stronger than that of humans. It's not just about quality, but quantity. Wang's current energy is at least 10 times that of a human, making him invincible at the same realm. Not considering the power gain from cultivation, the difference between an ordinary person and an 8-meter python is simply beyond reason. A giant python over 8 meters long can easily kill an ordinary human without breaking a sweat. Having cultivated for another day, he realized he had been practicing on the edge of the blood pool for 2 days now. But in these short 2 days, compared to practicing outside for 20 days, the tenfold difference in cultivation is extremely terrifying. If I could cultivate on the edge of the blood pool for 100 years, wouldn't I become a 1,000-year-old snake demon? Now Wang understands why that green giant python can grow so large, over 30 meters long and half the width of a barrel. This is likely due to the influence of the blood pool, as that sinkhole is right above this cavern. With such a miraculous blood pool, it wouldn't surprise Wang if any miracles were born. Although Wang has always been puzzled about how such a massive python could grow in this area that isn't a true primitive tropical rainforest, all doubts were resolved once he learned about the miraculous effects of the blood pool. Inside the cavern, it's impossible to distinguish between day and night. Although it is now nighttime and the 15th day of the month, with a full moon shining like flowing water gently cascading over the forest. Everything seems to rest, the forest quiet except for the occasional sound of insects. Suddenly, the ground begins to tremble slightly. Wang is startled. If this is an earthquake, won't I be buried alive? This place has existed for over 100 million years, it can't just collapse now. Over 100 million years without an earthquake, and now it happens to me. But then I think, that's impossible. After over 100 million years without an earthquake, would it suddenly happen now? If there were an earthquake, this place might have long ceased to exist. Puff 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 puff. Suddenly, the blood pool begins to churn, blood plasma seemingly shooting up into the sky like a volcanic explosion, surging up 3 to 4 meters high. From the side, it looks like a suddenly erupting volcano, the turbulent blood plasma shooting into the air. Suddenly, a beam of moonlight descends from the heavens, resembling Mercury falling from the Milky Way, directly entering the blood pool. Wang was shocked, looking up to see a 3 to 4 meter crack slowly opening above the cavern. His mind went blank. What is happening? This defies science. Wang was so frightened that he could hardly speak. Looking at the crack above, it seems like a fierce beast is opening its huge mouth, devouring the void. This is something that science cannot explain, and Wang even doubted if he was living in a mythological era. Maybe there really are gods in this world. I just don't know why they disappeared. Just as Wang was in shock, the crack widened to 5 meters and finally stabilized. Suddenly, a massive tail extended from the crack. Wang was very familiar with this tail. It belonged to the green giant python. The green scales were clearly visible, almost as if carved with precision, with distinct gaps between the scales. Though the green giant python is magnificent, Wang would rather never see it again. Right below the crack was a rocky pillar, wide at the bottom and narrow at the top. The green giant python easily coiled around the rocky pillar and slowly descended. Its action indicated it was not its first time here, but the result of many experiences. Wang inhaled sharply. There was nowhere for him to hide inside the cavern. If he encountered the green giant python, it would be a dead end. Wang truly couldn't understand what kind of place this cavern was. There were countless fossils of prehistoric creatures, and now there is a mysterious blood pool, with even more phenomena that are impossible to comprehend. In this fissure abyss, the green giant python might not find him, but Wang was certain that the python was definitely here for the blood pool. Its movement showed it was very familiar with the place, and it had likely come down here before. In this fissure abyss, there was simply no place to hide. Sure enough, after the green giant python came down from the rocky pillar, it descended directly from the slope. Its movements were absolutely not that of a first-timer. The sloped passage, only a meter wide, was practically filled with the python's massive body, over 30 meters long and nearly a meter in diameter. An animal like this would surely frighten someone to death outside. Not to mention a person, even a cow could be devoured alive by the green giant python. Even an elephant could be easily constricted to death. On land, this giant python would be virtually invincible. Wang could hear his own heartbeat at this moment. He was standing at the gates of hell. Although the stench of the blood pool masked his scent, the moment the green giant python came down, it would surely be able to detect him. Afterward, a small python, just over 8 meters long, would face off against a 30-some meter long giant python, and the outcome was predictable. The shaking of the ground had long since stopped. The cause of the shaking might have been the crack about 5 meters wide above the cave that had split open. Once the crack stabilized, the ground ceased to tremble. The blue giant python has finally descended. Seeing the blue giant python again, Wang was still shocked. Imagine how long 30 meters is. Imagine how terrifying a nearly 1 meter diameter snake body is. The massive body of the python caused the ground beneath to tremble slightly, like a giant steamroller. Now Wang finally understood why the ground here was so smooth. It was the result of the blue giant python compressing it countless times. This place isn't very large, but it is about 10 meters wide. However, once Wang leaves the blood pool's range, the blue giant python will definitely be able to sense Wang's scent. But even if he doesn't leave, the blue giant python can still detect him. This is a deadlock. But now there is no time for Wang to think or choose, because the azure giant python has arrived. Sensing Wang, the icy glare of the azure giant python radiated murderous intent. Though it lacks intelligence, it instinctively knows that this blood pool is of great significance to it, and all creatures approaching this place must die. This is its weakness. Once, it was a small python that accidentally discovered the basin and the sinkhole 50 years ago. Since then, it has claimed the area as its territory. All creatures that entered its territory have met their end in its jaws. On a night of a full moon, while resting in the sinkhole, a crack suddenly appeared, and it fell into the cavern. The low temperature inside the cavern made survival difficult for it, and the rock column was 3 meters away from the crack, making it impossible to climb up. Instinctively, the blood pool emitted heat, and luckily, it found a sloped wall and descended along it. It finally found the blood pool and saved its life. After that, it lived in the blood pool for 30 years, quenching its hunger with the blood water inside it. The blood water had extremely high energy, allowing it to go days without eating after just a few drops. After 30 years, it grew into a 30-meter-long giant python, and the low temperature of the cavern no longer posed a threat to it. However, the energy from the blood water could no longer satisfy its need for growth. Perhaps it had developed an immunity to the blood water, and its energy now only helps alleviate hunger. Staying in the cavern for 30 years, it ultimately chose to go out. It discovered that every month on the night of the full moon, the crack at the cavern's top would open, so it no longer had to worry about not being able to return here. At 30 meters long, it had become a colossus. All creatures in the forest became its food, and it stood at the top of the food chain. For the next 20 years, its growth became more difficult. Even with the blood pool's help, it managed to grow to about 35 or 36 meters, and for the past 10 years, its size has hardly changed at all. The massive body is simply unsustainable in this forest. Fortunately, with the blood pool's presence, it can survive by drinking blood water once a month, or it would have starved long ago just relying on hunting in the forest. At that moment, Wang had undoubtedly touched its weakness. He had an unfathomable bond with the blood pool. The blood pool is the source of its life. Now that it felt the presence of a fellow python before it, the murderous intent in its eyes had erupted, and the temperature around them lowered extraordinarily. The arrival of the azure giant python made Wang feel a sense of calm. Perhaps he would die this time, but he would not back down. Wang has his own dignity. Throughout his life, he faced life and death challenges more than a dozen times, each time risking annihilation. In a narrow confrontation, only the brave have a chance of survival. Tier 3 Divine Stage was his dream. Having not achieved it as a human, now as a python, he would persist in pursuing this dream. For this dream, he would risk death. Chapter 21: The Death of the Azure Giant Python. At this moment, there is nowhere to hide and no way to avoid confrontation. Fight to the death, or perish. Channeling the energy within, a force surged through his body. Possessing an extremely terrifying venom, Wang might still have a chance, although it was slim. But how could he give up without a fight? A large and a small python circled opposite to each other across the blood pool, their eyes radiating cold light and murderous intent. Coiling is the best pre-attack maneuver for snakes, allowing them to strike quickly while also preparing for unexpected events. It is a good defensive strategy. Wang prepared his venom, ready to strike at any moment. As long as he could bite the azure giant python, even its massive size would struggle to handle it. It might not take its life, but its strength would definitely diminish. However, upon observing the impenetrable scales of the azure giant python, Wang dismissed the idea of biting it. He feared that not only would he fail to penetrate, but he might break his fangs. Strike first, or suffer the consequences later. Suddenly, Wang lunged forward, arching his neck as venom shot from his mouth towards the wide-open maw of the azure giant python. Two streams of venom, about the size of a thumb, shot forth like arrows, swift as lightning. If the venom entered the mouth of the azure giant python, it would be problematic. It would be severely hurt if not killed. These two streams of venom are lethal enough to take down two woolly mammoths, and if they hit the target, the azure giant python would certainly be in distress. But to Wang's disappointment, the massive body of the azure giant python moved with an unexpected speed, dodging the two streams of venom. Although the azure giant python lacks intelligence, animal instincts told it that the venom was dangerous. Boom! The azure giant python's body was simply too massive. After dodging the two streams of venom, it charged at Wang. Its impact shook the ground as if an earthquake had struck, with loud rumbles echoing. Wang was dumbfounded. Not only was he unable to withstand the direct attack from the azure giant python, but even a slight collision would seriously injure him. It was a matter of getting hurt or even dying. The strength of the azure giant python was overwhelming. Even a truck would be crushed to smithereens by its terrifying constricting power. In such a narrow space, Wang still held the advantage. Although he was not faster than the azure giant python, he excelled in agility. Seeing the azure giant python coming, he coiled his body and jumped to the side. Tentatively, he flicked his tail at the azure giant python. He didn't know if it hurt, but he was in agonizing pain himself. Against the azure giant python, Wang felt utterly helpless. His attacks were ineffective, and his only advantage, the venom, he didn't know how to use. Wang was deeply injured. With no other choice, he could only rely on his agility to circle around the azure giant python. Continuing like this isn't a solution. If I'm even slightly careless and get attacked by the azure giant python, it's all over. It's really like walking on a tightrope. Boom! The azure giant python was now burning with rage. To it, Wang was just a tiny insect, but it had toyed with it for half the day. With a violent thud, its tail slammed against the rock wall, instantly sending shards of stone flying. The sharp stones hit Wang, feeling like needles piercing his skin, putting him in a state of agony. A large and a small giant python were playing a circular game around the blood pool, one recklessly running and the other recklessly chasing. Wang did not dare to go down to the blood pool, and the massive green python had lived in this place for 30 years without ever descending either. The dangerous aura emanating from this blood pool is lethal. Falling in guarantees death. Animals instinctively know that the blood pool is off limits. Boom! Boom! The ground suddenly began to shake. With a loud bang, it was as if the blood pool had been hit by a grenade, suddenly exploding, spraying a large amount of blood all over Wang, and a sharp pain surged through him, as if his body had been washed in sulfuric acid. The python's body also started to emit green smoke, and several scales from its waist fell off. Hiss! Wang was rolling in pain, truly hurting to the depths of his heart. He could no longer care about the pursuit of the green giant python and was writhing in agony on the ground. However, it wasn't necessary for him to worry. The green giant python was now in more distress than he was. Due to its massive size, and being right at the edge of the blood pool, its entire body was drenched in blood. It knew that it shouldn't approach the blood pool on a night of the full moon. This wasn't the first time it suffered because of it. But seeing Wang was like a sworn enemy meeting again, it completely forgot about that. The green giant python's writhing was nothing like Wang's childish antics. It was like the earth shaking and mountains moving. A very dramatic scene unfolded. What started as a chase turned into a rolling struggle on the ground. The scene was quite shocking. Imagine this, a blood pool about 7 or 8 meters wide, with blood plasma churning like a volcanic eruption. Meanwhile, 2 giant pythons were rolling around, especially one that was around 35 to 36 meters long. Wasn't that scene breathtaking? Boom! The green giant python crashed against the rock wall, instantly creating a huge hole in it. Rocks fell from the wall, some dropping right into the blood pool. To make matters worse, more blood splashed onto Wang. Wang gritted his teeth, wishing he could swallow the green giant python whole. After Wang learned about the corrosive nature of the blood in the pool, he endured the immense pain and struggled to move, slowly making his way toward the direction of the green giant python. Because Wang knew this was the only chance to kill the azure giant python. The only way to kill it is to crash the crazed azure giant python into the blood pool. I believe that with the surging blood plasma in the pool, it would be more than enough to kill the azure giant python. I've touched the blood water in this pool before, but why didn't it have corrosive properties back then? Wang gritted his teeth against the pain, unable to understand. Little did he know that the reason the blood water didn't have corrosive properties before, but does now, is all because today is different. Didn't he just see a beam of moonlight converge into the blood pool? The azure giant python had lived here for 30 years. It had suffered a few times in the beginning but learned its lesson. Every full moon night, it would stay far away from the blood pool, never appearing nearby. At most, it would watch from 20 meters away, waiting for 3 hours until the blood pool calmed down before approaching. Wang was about 13 or 14 meters away from the azure giant python, but those 13 or 14 meters took him 5 or 6 minutes to swim through. It was already an incredible feat just to endure the excruciating pain, let alone control his body's movement. Wang was truly pushing his limits. After just being corroded by the blood water, scales fell off, and his bloody skin dragged along the ground. Wang felt like he was worse off than dead, wanting to cry but unable to shed tears, wanting to speak but holding back. If it weren't for the looming threat of the azure giant python, he would never have had such determination. Extreme breakthroughs are sometimes forced. If we found a dozen or so 20-year-old death row inmates and made them practice soccer for 4 years, then had them play in the World Cup, if they qualified, they'd be released. If not, bring them back and execute them, Chinese soccer would definitely qualify. Wang stopped 3 meters away from the azure giant python, which was currently thrashing around. If he rushed in now to bump or push it, that would be a guaranteed death. After an agonizing wait of 5 minutes, the azure giant python finally showed signs of exhaustion, and its movements gradually slowed down. As luck would have it, the azure giant python paused right at the edge of the blood pool. Seeing this, Wang felt a surge of joy in his heart. Without wasting time thinking, he summoned all his strength, energy surging wildly within him. At this moment, pain was the least of his concerns as he spun around fiercely and crashed toward the azure giant python with a speed that was like lightning, pushing past his limits to reach a terrifying 1/5 of the speed of sound, crashing hard into the python's vital spot. Clang! At the moment their scales collided, it surprisingly made the sound of metal clashing. Wang's head slammed violently into the python's vital point, forcing the python's entire head into the blood pool. However, due to the excessive force, he also fell into the blood pool. It's over. I overdid it this time, I'm definitely done for. With a splash, Wang fell into the blood pool, and after a splash on the water's surface, everything fell silent. The azure giant python was enormous, with only its head sinking into the blood pool, while Wang had his entire body submerged in it. Wang underestimated his own strength. The 8-meter-long python, with a body as thick as a thigh and powered by Tier 1 Essence Stage peak energy, would be enough to topple a small vehicle with just that impact. The azure giant python had a small head and thick body. After Wang collided with its head, he still had plenty of strength left and naturally fell into the blood pool with inertia. If he were to die here, it would be the utmost injustice for Wang. Not to mention Wang, the azure giant python was already exhausted from thrashing about. After being struck on the head by Wang and falling into the blood pool, its entire body shook violently, and it let out a painful howl, causing the blood pool to shudder. The scales on its head were drenched in fresh blood, as if they were withering petals, and the whole scene was tragically grim. If it were just like this, it would be acceptable. It might not cost the azure giant python its life. But unfortunately, after falling into the blood pool, it painfully gulped down a mouthful of blood plasma, which was corrosively eroding its internal organs, making the azure giant python feel worse than death. Boom, rumble. It felt like a magnitude 5 earthquake had erupted. The python's body collided with the rock wall, sending boulders tumbling down. The ground was a chaotic mess, uneven and rocky. The azure giant python struggled for a full hour before coming to a feeble halt, clearly on the verge of death. Chapter 22, Inheritance. Pain. Heart-wrenching pain. It felt as if someone's knife was repeatedly cutting into his guts. After falling into the blood pool, Wang continued to sink, 10 meters, 20 meters, 50 meters, until he reached the bottom at 100 meters. Once at the bottom of the blood pool, Wang completely lost consciousness. The corrosive power of the blood water in the blood pool was dozens of times stronger than sulfuric acid, relentlessly eating away at Wang's body. After Wang fell unconscious, his body instinctively began to operate energy to heal itself. Although this might have no effect, the biological instinct for self-preservation still kicked in. The healing powers of energy were nowhere near fast enough to match the destructive speed of the blood water. In less than 5 minutes, Wang would undoubtedly meet his end, melted down into blood. The blood pool was dissolving everything within it, yet the surface of the blood pool remained calm, and still the once tumultuous blood water gradually settled down, maintaining a haunting quiet. Just when it seemed everything was at peace, Wang was destined to die, his soul extinguished, while the blood pool continued to exist in the underground cavern, as if Wang had never appeared in the mortal realm at all. Suddenly, the blood pool began to change again. As the energy coursed through him, the python's body submerged in the blood pool emitted an eerie glow, shimmering between purple and red, as the blood water seeped through the scales and merged into Wang's python body. The entire python transformed into a strange red hue, gradually blending with the blood water, as if becoming part of it. Wang's bloodline, or genes, were gradually altering without his knowledge. Like all other creatures, snakes possess paired chromosomes as their genetic material. This has allowed snakes to thrive and reproduce over the vast stretches of history, nurturing countless bizarre experiences and crafting a subtly grand narrative of the snake species. At this moment, Wang's giant python genes quietly transformed into a more advanced form, which could also be termed evolution. The flesh, bones, organs, and scales of the python silently changed, segments of the gene chain rapidly morphed into more advanced gene chains. Suddenly, the originally calm blood water began to churn again, but not as it did before. Now it boiled and bubbled with an intensity several times greater, as if a volcano were about to erupt or a magnitude 9 earthquake was occurring. As the blood water violently boiled, wisps of steam started to rise from the entire blood pool, and at that moment, another transformation began in the blood pool. The blood water was gradually sinking. The original height of the blood pool's water was slowly decreasing, as if the blood were disappearing or a leak had appeared at the bottom of the blood pool, causing the blood to slowly seep away. Thus, the blood water gradually diminished. When it reduced to a certain level, one could begin to see the blood water continuously contracting towards the center at the bottom of the pool, where a giant python was absorbing all the blood. As the giant python absorbed the blood water, the surrounding blood began to swirl, forming a blood-red vortex that rotated around the python's body. Eventually, the blood water in the pool was completely consumed by the giant python. The once vast blood pool, 7 or 8 meters wide and 100 meters deep, now appeared extremely empty, with only the giant python that had been absorbing the blood remaining at the center of the bottom. Wang remained motionless, like a lifeless object. Because he had long since fallen into a deep coma, completely unaware of what had transpired during this time. Time slowly passed. It had been a month since Wang fell into the blood pool. During this month, the forest above the cavern underwent a dramatic transformation due to the disappearance of the blood pool. The once thriving ancient trees, which had grown for many years, began to show signs of withering vitality. Without the blood pool to provide energy, the small basin simply lacks the nutrients needed for them. Away from the blood pool, they can only wither, and there is no other path for them to choose. Perhaps it is due to the death of the green giant python that the natural ecology of the basin within a 10-mile radius is gradually restoring, prompting a migration of various animals back to the forests within those 10 miles. For instance, monkeys, rodents, burrowing animals, snakes, and squirrels, among others. With the disappearance of the blood pool, the colony of bats that might be the only ones left in the cave will likely meet their end soon. They could all perish within a few months because there are no resources in the cave to sustain them. They have survived solely thanks to the blood pool. Away from it, their only fate is death. Since the blood pool that once existed has vanished, there lies the giant python quietly positioned at the center of where the blood pool once was. Originally red, its scales have returned to their former deep black color after a month, glistening even more intensely than before, occasionally shimmering with a strange luster. The once 8-meter-long python has now grown to 13 meters, with a girth thicker than a thigh. This is the true giant python. During this month, Wang has had only one dream, or he became another person, or perhaps, experienced the life of someone else. Or maybe, he received a massive memory that originally did not belong to him. He saw a man, robed in a golden-yellow dragon gown, with hair that flowed like a storm. His golden eyes shone bright, and he possessed golden brows and an arrogant gaze. His entire face seemed chiseled by a knife, exuding a strong masculine aura. He stood with his hands behind his back in the fierce wind, gazing upward, radiating an air of dominance over the earth, looking down upon the world. This man stood on a high cliff, below which lay a bottomless abyss, and as the angle shifted, Wang saw another person standing on the peak of another mountain in front of the cliff. This person, clad in a black robe, exuded a dark aura, as if he had just emerged from hell. Their lips were moving, but Wang could not understand what they were saying. Suddenly, a shocking scene unfolded before Wang's eyes. Suddenly, the golden yellow man let out a long roar, transforming into a 10,000-meter-long golden divine dragon. The 5 claws he bore signified his status as the most noble ruler of the dragon clan, the 5-clawed golden dragon. Meanwhile, the black-robed man's eyes glimmered coldly, and he morphed into a 7,000-meter-long black divine dragon to battle against the 5-clawed golden dragon. As the battle raged on, the 2 divine dragons fell to the ground. Wang was once again struck by a scene that shook him to his core. He unexpectedly spotted countless prehistoric land vertebrates on the ground, especially dinosaurs. Whether it was the early raptor, the Allosaurus, the Spinosaurus, the fearless dragon, or the Maris maned dragon, there were innumerable species. These dinosaurs were once the undisputed rulers of the earth. This was the era of dinosaurs, representing the glorious peak of the age of dinosaurs. The outcome of the battle between the 2 divine dragons had emerged. The black dragon was defeated. As the black dragon fell, dozens of dinosaurs and prehistoric creatures accompanied him to the grave, all struck down into the earth's depths by the 5-clawed golden dragon, which had transformed into a man. Afterward, the golden yellow man absorbed a few drops of the black dragon's vitality and injected them into 3 prehistoric giant serpents. Casting a cold glance at the dinosaur herd, he transformed into the 5-clawed golden dragon, surged into the void, broke through the atmosphere, and flew toward the unknown universe. Perhaps, he never truly belonged here. His mission was simply to slay the traitors of the dragon clan. The reason he injected the 3 drops of vitality from the black dragon into the 3 prehistoric giant serpents might have been a hope of leaving behind a spark for the dragon clan on this small planet, making his trip worthwhile. Then, Wang shifted his gaze. After the death of the black dragon, it was struck down into the depths by the 5-clawed golden dragon. Even the greatest of powers cannot withstand the relentless flow of time. After billions of years, the black dragon's body has decayed, turning all its vitality into a blood pool, with a basketball-sized dragon pearl quietly floating above the blood pool. Over billions of years, there have been numerous natural disasters, earthquakes, floods, and tectonic movements, yet the dragon pearl has protected the blood pool. After all this time, the dragon pearl's energy has dwindled to just 1,000th of its original size, shrinking from its original basketball size to only the size of a thumb. Finally, during one severe earthquake, it disappeared without a trace. The last major earthquake occurred around 2,000 years ago, and its exact date is now untraceable. Perhaps it is now being kept as a luminous pearl by someone. Chapter 23: Devouring the Python's Gallbladder. The appearance of the five-clawed golden dragon brought Wang an unparalleled shock. He never expected that there would truly be dragons in this world, or rather, in this universe. Perhaps, gods also exist. Having absorbed the vitality from the blood pool, he had, in a sense, received the inheritance of the black dragon, but unfortunately, the dragon pearl has disappeared. If he could obtain the dragon pearl, it would likely not take long for Wang to evolve into a divine dragon. In ancient myths and legends, dragons are mysterious beings, possessing the form of a combination of 9 animals, embodying the strengths of various species. There is some debate over which 9 animals are represented. Legends often speak of their ability to appear and vanish, to shrink and grow, to be short and long. They could ascend to the heavens during the spring equinox and dive into the depths during the autumn equinox. They could summon wind and rain, and were capable of all things. During feudal times, dragons symbolized emperors and were also used to denote anything associated with emperors: dragon blood, dragon visage, dragon court, dragon robes, dragon palace, and so forth. Dragons hold an undisputed status in the heritage of the Huaxia. To evolve into a divine dragon, one must first evolve into a jiao. The jiao resembles a snake but has 4 limbs, belonging to the dragon family. The jiao is very similar to the dragon. It resembles a dragon but has very short, or even no, horns. It has 4 legs and a tail tipped with hard spikes. The jiao has noticeable flesh lumps that cross over the area between its eyes, which is why it is called jiao. There are significant differences between dragons and jiaos. The dragon's tail is fan-shaped, while the jiao's tail is pointed and small, resembling a sharp blade. The dragon is a divine creature, while the jiao is a spirit creature, also known as the Earth's Hidden One. The jiao has a bare tail, which is not much different from a snake's tail. The jiao's head has no horns, or it may have only a single horn. The jiao's horn is straight and short with no branches, unlike a dragon, which has 2 branched horns. The vast majority of people know the name dragon. Many can describe what shape it takes. However, such creatures have never existed in the world. They only exist in human imagination. Some may ask, if there are no dragons on Earth, why are there dragon bones for sale in traditional Chinese medicine shops? Research has shown that the so-called dragon bones are actually fossilized bones and teeth from various unrelated animals. Some might say that imaginary dragons could stem from ancient people's memories of certain prehistoric dinosaurs. But the era of dinosaurs is so distant from humanity that it is impossible for the two to have encountered each other and thus have any shared memory. However, imaginary things cannot simply be conjured out of thin air. They must have some basis, plus distortions, fabrications, and associations create something that is not truly real. But Wang knows that dragons do exist. In mythology, dragons are equal to gods, just as powerful as the gods. In ancient China, dragons were sacred creatures. It is said that a snake becomes a jiao after 1,000 years, the jiao becomes a dragon after 500 years, and the dragon becomes a horned dragon with horns after another 500 years. It's unclear whether these legends have any basis. There are legends that jiaos have only 1 pair of claws, unlike dragons which have 2 pairs. There is no basis for these claims, and Wang cannot judge. Let's not dwell on this for now. Perhaps only when Wang reaches that level will he know. The appearance of the divine dragon shattered Wang's understanding. At the same time, his wild instincts began to grow. Perhaps he could evolve into a divine dragon himself. Previously, Wang thought that transforming from a green python into a jiao was not far off, but after receiving the memories of the black dragon, he realized that the green python is still far from becoming a jiao. After a month, Wang finally awakened. Receiving the memories of the black dragon felt like experiencing a long dream, living through the fragmented life of the black dragon, which had lost much of its memory, hence the disjointedness. Millions of years can erase many things, and even the black dragon's corpse cannot withstand the ravages of time. Staring at the 100-meter deep blood pool, Wang contemplated a question. Since the blood has been absorbed into himself, how can he ascend to a height of 100 meters? This is a serious issue. If he is not careful, he might get stuck here forever. Climbing up is definitely unrealistic. In his predicament, Wang shifted his focus to observe the changes in his body. His scales are shinier and darker than before, and their hardness rivals that of the green python's iron armor. Even a Gatling gun might only hit sparks off him. Perhaps only heavy weapons like mortars or missiles could threaten Wang's life. He's getting closer to invincibility. Even grenades might only cause Wang to be injured, but wouldn't take his life. As he utilized energy, Wang was pleasantly surprised to find that he had achieved a breakthrough. He had reached the early Tier 2 energy stage and could now release energy externally. Even rocks could be sliced in half by his energy now. If Wang were to fight the green python, perhaps with one flick of his tail, his external energy could definitely breach the green python's defenses. At 13 meters long, this is the true size of a giant python. The potency of his venom has doubled. Wang's venom is now absolutely the strongest among known biological toxins. A single bite of his venom could effortlessly kill 1,000 adults. Revenge. Kill that pair of despicable characters in S-City. After that, Wang decided to head into the depths of the Amazon rainforest. The Amazon rainforest occupies half of the world's rainforest area, covering 20% of the forested land, and is the largest and most diverse tropical rainforest globally. Going there could lead to better development. It truly is the paradise for pythons. If not for his lack of strength, Wang would love to dive into the deep sea and see what secrets lie beneath the waves. Perhaps the oceans are the true paradise for animals. At 13 meters long, while numbers might not fully express the shock, you can imagine a giant python rising upright. It could be as high as 3 or 4 stories. Isn't that terrifying enough? At this moment, asking Wang to swallow a person might be a bit challenging, but swallowing a dog would be no big deal. It's not like before when he couldn't even swallow a chicken. It's been just over 7 months since Wang became a snake, and evolving from a 1-meter-long venomous snake to the current 13-meter venomous python is indeed quite incredible. Wang's most significant change is the appearance of a white line running along his back, from his head all the way to his tail. Breaking into Tier 2 energy stage made things easier. Wang channeled energy and drove his tail into the rocky wall. Boom! Rocks flew everywhere as he created a hole over a meter deep. Stabilizing his tail in the hole, he lifted his head to release energy externally. Boom! He crashed into the rock wall again, withdrawing his tail and thrusting it in forcefully. And so, step by step, as if climbing a ladder, it took Wang an entire day to finally ascend the blood pool. Fortunately, it's Wang who has the wisdom. If it were any other animal, even if they obtained the inheritance of the black dragon vitality, they might end up forever trapped in the blood pond, or they could starve within a short time. After climbing out of the blood pond, Wang encountered the blue giant python again. However, the blue giant python was already dead. More than a month had passed since its death, and the body was beginning to decay, releasing a foul smell. But instead of backing away, Wang swam right up to the corpse, located a certain spot, and with a swift flick of his tail, he unleashed his energy. The tip of his tail seemed to transform into a sharp blade, easily slicing through the python's scales to reveal its gallbladder. The gallbladder is the organ inside the snake that stores bile. All snake gallbladders can be used in medicine, especially those from the golden ringed snakes, silver ringed snakes, cobras, king cobras, 5-step snakes, and vipers, all of which are considered valuable medicinal materials. For humans, snake gallbladder is highly effective in treating ailments. It clears heat and detoxifies, dispels wind and dampness, and brightens the eyes while calming the heart. It shows remarkable results, especially for patients with acute rheumatic arthritis, heat cough, stomach pain due to heat, liver heat leading to red eyes, and skin heat. Toxins. Applying snake gallbladder to external hemorrhoids mixed with sesame oil can yield results in just 2 to 3 days. For snakes, the gallbladder is even more precious, as it contains the essence of the snake's entire being. For the rare blue giant python, which has been consuming the black dragon vitality for decades, its gallbladder is extraordinarily valuable. If consumed by someone with the skill, inner brawler, it's an easy way to increase their cultivation by 50 years. It can cut down on 50 years of hard practice, providing an 80% chance to break through to Tier 3 divine stage. If human warriors were to learn of the existence of the blue giant python, they would likely rush to hunt it down. As for whether anyone could actually kill the blue giant python, that's questionable. The most likely outcome would be for the blue giant python to wipe them all out, leaving no survivors. Unless a human at Tier 3 divine stage intervenes, Wang doesn't know just how powerful Tier 3 divine stage beings really are, but he knows they are formidable. Even if Wang encountered a Tier 3 divine stage person now, he might only have a dead end awaiting him. With billions of humans, the number of those at Tier 3 divine stage can be counted on 2 hands. This illustrates just how rare and powerful they are. After consuming the blue giant python's gallbladder, Wang began to wait. Today just happened to be the 15th, and the crack above the cave was about to open again. Wang planned to go up through there. Finally, I'm going back to the forest. Wang couldn't hide his excitement. However, Wang would need at least a month to digest the blue giant python's gallbladder. During that time, he wouldn't have to worry about food, and the immense energy from the gallbladder could help him grow significantly. He expected to reach at least the peak of Tier 2 early stage. Chapter 24, The 16-meter Giant Python. Only after digesting the energy from the blue giant python's gallbladder would Wang truly know its power, but after waiting a day, he found that there was no reaction from the cave above. Finally, he realized that all the black dragon vitality had been absorbed by himself, and that all the unusual phenomena would disappear. Now, apart from a few dinosaur fossils and prehistoric biological fossils, even the cave's low temperature returned to normal, matching that of other ordinary caves. I wonder if I can still fit through that small hole now that I've grown to 13 meters long. Wang couldn't help but worry it would be a disaster if he couldn't get out. Standing in front of the small hole and looking at the narrow entrance, then turning to glance at his now broadened body, Wang reluctantly gave up on the idea of squeezing through. In the past, when Wang was 8 meters long, his body's circumference was only about as thick as an adult's thigh. Now that he has grown to 13 meters, his circumference is about as thick as the bottom of a basin. There's no way he could fit through it, and getting stuck would be even more troublesome. What should I do? I can't possibly get stuck here, can I? With no other option, Wang could only gather his energy to clear a path. As long as he could blast open the narrow entrance in front, it would gradually widen behind him. Most people think snakes like to dig, but that's not the case. Most snakes do not dig holes themselves. They generally occupy the holes of others, like those made by rats or naturally formed ones, or those left behind when tree roots decay after a tree dies. Snakes are invaders, often usurping the hard work of others. Wang diligently performed the duties of a snake, digging. After 5 hours of hard work, Wang finally broke through the narrow entrance ahead. As he exited the cave, he took a deep breath of fresh air. Ah, the forest feels so good. Last time I was chased by that striped tiger, tomorrow I'll go and take it down. Wang chuckled coldly. He had no sense of protecting animals. If anyone provoked him, they would have to die. Having nearly lost his life to the striped tiger last time left Wang haunted by the memory. He had been looking for an opportunity to eliminate that tiger. Now, Wang is truly an invincible presence in this forest. Killing the patterned tiger poses no effort at all. After that, he domineeringly monopolizes this forest. What Wang doesn't know is that after he absorbed the vitality of the black dragon, the genes or bloodline within him have changed. What are genes? Genes' hereditary factors are the material basis of heredity. They pass on genetic information to the next generation through replication, leading to offspring displaying traits similar to those of their parents. Genes store the complete information of life's conception, growth, and apoptosis processes, accomplishing vital physiological processes such as reproduction through replication, expression, and repair. Everyone knows, you reap what you sow. This is the power of heredity. The reproduction and growth processes of organisms rely on the correct transmission and use of genetic information, and genes are the basic units of hereditary information. Originally, the genes of Wang's python body featured 37 different colors. In other words, there are 37 different genes that form a linkage group on the same chromosome. In Wang's body, the unnamed venomous snake genes account for 20%, the python genes account for 40%, the divine dragon genes account for 3%, and the crocodile genes account for 0.3%. Apart from the known genes, there are 16 unknown genes. As for the divine dragon genes, one might also thank that 5-clawed golden dragon man who absorbed the black dragon's vitality and injected it into the bodies of 3 prehistoric giant snakes. Only then did the divine dragon genes come into existence. If Wang hadn't inherited the black dragon's genes beforehand, falling into the blood pool would not have led to absorbing vitality and gaining the black dragon's legacy, but would have instead resulted in his death through the blood pools melting. So, Wang is very lucky. After absorbing the black dragon's vitality, Wang's genes have turned into a single color, the black divine dragon gene. All other genes have been devoured by the black divine dragon gene. Thanks to the abundance of vitality from the blood pool, all of Wang's genes have transformed into divine dragon genes, hence the likelihood of Wang evolving into a divine dragon is quite high. Of course, in human terms, this is called genes, while from the incomplete memories of the black dragon, it is referred to as bloodline. However, Wang has yet to absorb a large portion of the black dragon's memories. The black dragon lived for too long, and to completely absorb those memories, Wang will need at least a few more years, perhaps longer. Having the divine dragon bloodline doesn't necessarily mean one can evolve into a divine dragon, it merely signifies that Wang has the qualifications to do so. Perhaps it's like having a ticket to the path of evolution. Wang hasn't hunted in a long time. After exiting the cave, the first thing he did was hunt a few wild animals for a change in diet. Although consuming the bile of the azure giant python allows him not to eat for a month, he has grown tired of eating bats for a whole month. After hunting a few roe deer, Wang returned to the cave satisfied to rest. At this moment it is nighttime. Although his vision is not affected, Wang still doesn't have the habit of being active at night, even though most snakes prefer night activities. Digesting the bile of the azure giant python requires a significant amount of time during this period. He must use energy to fully digest it without wasting a bit. If such a rare treasure like the bile of the azure giant python were wasted, it would invoke heavenly punishment. Wang doesn't plan to seek trouble with the pattern tiger just yet. He wants to fully digest the bile of the azure giant python in this cave before going. After all, there's no rush, the pattern tiger won't run away, and there is no need to waste such a treasure over a trivial matter. Of course, digesting the bile is not something that can be done in a short time. Wang estimates the energy from the bile will require at least about a month. Speaking of which, Wang hasn't shed his skin in 2 months. Yes, absorbing the black dragon's vitality in the blood pool transformed him completely, a real rebirth from the inside out. Not only was the black dragon's bloodline inherited, from now on, we'll refer to it as bloodline instead of genes, but he also grew from over 8 meters to 13 meters, an impressive increase of over 4 meters. Such growth speed is terrifying. Normally, it would take at least 3 to 4 months to reach this level, especially given that a substantial amount of vitality is required for such transformation. Wang's head shape has also changed slightly. It was previously triangular, and after inheriting the black dragon's bloodline, it has taken on an oval shape. Compared to his previous narrower head, his current head is slightly larger and more imposing. Although everyone has different aesthetic preferences, Wang appreciates his current appearance more. With a thick head and not only majestic but also significantly enhanced biting power. Generally speaking, pythons don't bite humans. However, just because ordinary pythons don't bite doesn't mean Wang won't. Everyone knows that pythons typically don't attack humans, so if Wang were to strike unexpectedly, it could be quite the surprise. Thus, Wang cultivated in the cave for a month, usually going out to hunt every 5 days to improve his meals. However, now it was August, and if the weather was clear, the temperatures would be too high. Wang typically went hunting in the early morning or late evening. After a month of refinement, the green python's gallbladder was finally processed. During this month, Wang surprisingly didn't shed his skin. Wang noticed that after receiving the black dragon bloodline inheritance, his skin had undergone a significant change after maturing. He surprisingly no longer needed to shed. This is the result of the bloodline change. However, that's fine, at least he doesn't have to shed his skin every time he grows, thereby avoiding that weak phase. After a month, Wang's body had grown to 16 meters, an increase of 3 meters. His energy had progressed, and at that moment, Wang was already in the mid-stage of Tier 2 energy stage. It took him half a year to cultivate Tier 1 essence stage to perfection, and if it weren't for the blood pool, he might not have broken through to Tier 2 energy stage yet. Yet, due to devouring the green python's gallbladder, he remarkably advanced from Tier 2 early stage to the mid-stage of Tier 2 energy stage in just 1 month. Such speed cannot be considered slow. One should know that the entire Tier 1 essence stage has not a small realm as difficult to break through as Tier 2 energy stage. Moreover, Wang's python body is inherently more powerful than humans, with an energy capacity 10 times that of a human. If the green python's gallbladder were to be devoured by a human, he might have already broken through to the late stage of Tier 2 energy stage. If devoured by a perfect Tier 2 energy stage expert, there would be an 80% chance of breaking through to Tier 3 divine stage. Wang was very satisfied with his 16-meter-long python body. He thought to himself, isn't it about time to settle the score with that four-clawed cat? Chapter 25, Forest Overlord. At this moment, the forest was eerily quiet, with ancient trees that had grown for decades or even centuries casting their shadows everywhere, various weeds carpeting the ground, and thorns growing thick. Dried leaves were scattered all over the ground, making sounds when stepped on, surrounded by thick vines and weeds. In such a dense wilderness, where weeds and vines were plentiful, it was likely that even if a wild beast were hiding 10 meters away, its eyes would never catch sight of it. However, animals have a sense of danger. The reason this forest was extremely quiet was that a massive creature was traversing its territory, causing any living being to avoid it, not daring to provoke it. This forest belonged to him. He was the sole king of this forest. He saw a snake that was 16 meters long, with a body diameter nearly the size of a basin, intimidating every animal into not daring to provoke it. From a distance, the scent of this giant python made others flee, fearing that they would suffer an unwarranted disaster. Should I kill all the descendants of the giant crocodile? Keeping them serves no benefit to me and poses a certain threat. After absorbing the green python's gallbladder, Wang was currently on his way back to his territory. Now this entire forest counts as his territory. Of course, he also needed to take down that patterned tiger. However, Wang didn't plan to stay in this forest for long. After dealing with the patterned tiger, he intended to seek revenge on those two scoundrels. After that, he planned to head to the Amazon rainforest, which was the ideal sanctuary Wang envisioned. However, once he got there, he couldn't be too arrogant. That place was filled with unknown dangers, and who knows how long arrogance can last before it backfires, potentially costing him his life. After killing the patterned tiger, Wang would need to rest in this area for a while. After all, both breakthroughs had relied on external forces. He needed some time to stabilize his cultivation. This period would take about a month. After a month, he would go out to kill again, and then head to the Amazon rainforest. Wang's temporary plan was just like this. After thinking for a moment, he decided against the idea of exterminating the giant crocodile's descendants because Wang didn't plan to linger here and he wasn't worried about any unexpected situations. For instance, during his last battle with the giant crocodile, he had been severely injured. Even a 3 or 4 meter small crocodile could have cost Wang his life. In general, animals will not allow any creature that poses a threat to them to enter their territory, even if the threat is minimal. Finally returning to his old territory, Wang wandered around for a bit before heading straight for the patterned tiger's territory. At this moment, not only had Wang's venom become significantly more potent, but his speed had also increased noticeably. As for the venom, it was well known that Wang's was the most toxic among all known creatures. And as for speed, during attacks or hunts, it had nearly crossed the limits of snakes, reaching a third of the speed of sound. His speed was absolutely unparalleled among snakes. Although Wang wanted to kill the striped tiger, the tiger's explosive speed was still extremely fast, even though it lacked stamina. So, Wang planned to stealthily approach and launch a surprise attack. Later he was confident he could take it down. The striped tiger is a South China tiger, a subspecies unique to China, living in the central and southern parts of the country, also known as the Chinese tiger. It has a round head, short ears, thick and powerful limbs, a relatively long tail, and a chest and abdomen with a lot of creamy white fur, entirely covered in orange with black stripes. Among the subspecies of tigers, the South China tiger is smaller in size and is one of the top 10 endangered animals in China. It has nearly gone extinct in the wild, with only about 100 individuals being kept in zoos and breeding facilities. The fur of the striped tiger is different from that of a typical South China tiger, and it is much larger, nearly the same size as a Siberian tiger. If people knew that there was this last remaining wild South China tiger in the forest, it would undoubtedly drive them wild. Poachers and researchers would definitely come together to search, capture, or kill it. What Wang didn't know was that this South China tiger had indeed been discovered. An old hunter had gone up the mountain to hunt 2 weeks ago. Of course, he only dared to venture into the edge areas, as he was too afraid to enter deep into the forest. That day, the striped tiger happened to be wandering at the forest's edge when it was spotted by the old hunter. The old hunter immediately reported to the relevant government departments, which then dispatched personnel to prepare for related research on the striped tiger. Of course, they had no intention of capturing it after all. The wild South China tiger is almost extinct. If this tiger were captured, it wouldn't be long before it would be just like the tigers in zoos, losing all its value. Meanwhile, those humans entering the forest had no idea that Wang was also present and was actively trying to eliminate the striped tiger. For Wang, favor and vengeance are clear-cut. The striped tiger almost brought him face to face with death, so he wanted the striped tiger to meet its end first. Moving slowly through the dense undergrowth, Wang was able to hide his presence well after cultivating energy and reaching the mid-tier of Tier 2 energy stage. As long as he didn't get too close to the striped tiger, it wouldn't be able to detect him. By concealing his murderous intent, even though animals have a strong sense of danger, as long as he stayed more than 5 meters away, he was confident the striped tiger wouldn't notice him. At a distance of 5 meters, if he launched a surprise attack, it wouldn't even take half a second. A sudden explosion of power in a single leap could take down the striped tiger in half a second. Wang hid in an area frequented by the striped tiger and found a spot covered with fallen leaves, which effectively concealed his body as he quietly coiled up. Wang held his breath, suppressing it to a barely perceptible level. After cultivating energy, his breathing was naturally prolonged, and after holding his breath, he barely breathed 2 or 3 times in almost a minute. Time quietly passed. A python needs patience to hunt sometimes, it can wait for several days. Striking when the target least expects it, inflicting the maximum damage with the minimal cost to itself, killing its prey. This perfectly describes the hunting process of a python. Not all pythons have Wang's speed, so patience in hunting is crucial. There are times when they remain completely still, almost like lifeless objects, for several days. If Wang encounters animals slower than him, he can chase them without restraint. But when he feels uncertain about catching his prey, he naturally opts for the safest hunting method of a python. The striped tiger may lack stamina, but its speed is incredible. Last time Wang was injured, if it hadn't been for the initial circumstances where he and the striped tiger were tangled in thick foliage, preventing it from unleashing its full speed, and later due to its declining stamina, Wang might have already been taken down by the striped tiger. Even if Wang had significantly increased his speed at this moment, he wasn't confident he'd catch up to the striped tiger in such an open area. If he were to swagger in front of the striped tiger, it goes without saying that the terrifying aura he exuded would make the striped tiger turn tail and flee. In this forest, no animal dares to face a 16-meter-long python. Here, Wang is the undisputed king, the ruler of the forest. Of course, Wang could ambush in the dense forest, but the striped tiger typically wouldn't go into those areas. Even if Wang waited a month, he might not see the striped tiger there. Moreover, if he were active in one spot for too long, it would leave behind his scent, and the striped tiger would definitely catch wind of Wang's presence. After waiting for more than 10 hours, Wang finally saw a return on his patience. He quietly raised his head and saw a massive tiger, nearly 3 meters in length, walking in from about 20 meters away. A 3-meter tiger is slightly larger than the average Siberian tiger, while a 3-meter South China tiger is almost impossible to find. Yet, it had indeed appeared, possibly benefiting from the influence of the black dragon's vitality. The animals in this forest are almost all slightly larger than those outside. Seeing that the striped tiger was getting closer, Wang held his breath, suppressing his heart rate and murderous intent. When one harbors a killing intent, it naturally emanates, and those who can hide their murderous intent are definitely not ordinary people. 15 meters, 12 meters, 10 meters. When the striped tiger got to 10 meters, it started looking around suspiciously because it sensed danger. Animals possess an innate sense of perception, akin to how a person feels when standing on the edge of a cliff, knowing that taking another step could lead to their demise. This spine-chilling, heart-pounding sensation warns it of the great danger ahead. Wang didn't expect the striped tiger to have such strong perceptive abilities. Seizing the opportunity, he decisively launched an attack. Chapter 26. The Prelude to Invincibility. Roar! With a loud roar, the striped tiger leapt aside and evaded Wang's attack. After all, there was a distance of 10 meters. Wang's speed was fast, but it wasn't enough to cover that distance in a single leap. This moment was enough for the striped tiger to react. The striped tiger's evasion was something Wang had anticipated. He jumped 7 or 8 meters, and as soon as he landed, he charged straight at the striped tiger without waiting to circle around. The armor-like scales made Wang nearly invulnerable. Even standing still, it was hard for the striped tiger to break through his defenses with a bite. Of course, Wang wouldn't be foolish enough to do nothing and let the striped tiger bite him while it couldn't break through his defenses. He would still feel pain. The striped tiger felt a chill run down its spine, its fur standing on end. The massive python in front of it made it shudder with fear. The terrifying aura gave it an impulse to flee immediately. But it was the king of the forest, and its inherent pride held it back from succumbing to fear. Even though it was struggling to suppress the endless dread in its heart, its flustered movements proved to be in vain, as it still remembered the presence of the giant python, its previous nemesis. Roar! The roar it let out might have been to bolster its own courage, but it lacked the usual self-assured majesty. Its aura had been thoroughly suppressed by Wang. Hiss! Wang flicked his tongue, his cold gaze curiously watching the striped tiger. He genuinely wanted to see the striped tiger's reaction, whether it would fight or flee. After all, there was only a 3-meter distance, and he wasn't afraid of the striped tiger escaping. Moreover, the armor-like scales had already put him in an unbeatable position. With a flick of his tongue, the striped tiger panic-strickenly retreated. Wang naturally wouldn't let the distance widen, otherwise, he really feared he might lose track of it. Whenever the striped tiger took a step back, Wang would move 1 step closer, always maintaining a 3-meter distance. Roar! Perhaps the striped tiger was angry and humiliated, actually daring to attack Wang. Wang coldly sneered, swinging his tail and sending the striped tiger flying. In the air, the striped tiger let out a pitiful cry, and its internal injuries were likely causing it to bleed internally, spewing blood from its mouth like a fountain. Wang's tail was not light. With a single strike, even a cow would be killed. A Tier 2 energy stage being was inherently energy expressive, and it could easily kill a cow with 1 blow. With Wang's energy being 10 times greater than that of a human, killing a cow was a trivial matter. The injured striped tiger struggled to rise, its eyes filled with fear as it gazed at Wang, its trembling body constantly retreating. It no longer had the courage to fight the giant python before it. The seriously injured striped tiger was doomed, unable to regain its speed or escape, as Wang was simply too fast. Perhaps the striped tiger understood this truth, or perhaps the pride of the forest king didn't allow it to flee in disgrace. It surprisingly launched another attack at Wang. But in its fearful state, its injured body could no longer exhibit its full combat power. Wang couldn't be bothered to dodge its attack and was actually curious to test the strength of his scales' defense. Though he knew the scales offered strong protection, he wanted to see for himself how effective it was. After all, practice makes perfect. Ding ding! The claws and scales of the striped tiger clashed together, sending sparks flying and producing a muffled sound. Wang hadn't even felt the pain yet, and his heart was instantly set at ease. Just now, Wang felt a bit apprehensive, since he had only been talking theoretically before, and had never tested the defense of the scales. But at this moment, his confidence soared. The defenses of the scales, after being baptized in blood, were incomparable to those of the earlier scales. The previous defense was strong due to the cultivation of energy. Although it was formidable and likely bulletproof, there would still be injuries, and I hadn't truly tested it. I couldn't be sure if I could withstand Wang's attacks. Moreover, if I encountered those giant crocodiles in the swamp, I would likely be bitten in half with no other possibility. However, even with the enormous biting force of the giant crocodile, Wang did not take it seriously. It's known that the bite force of the giant crocodile approaches 5 to 6 tons, which, although still slightly less than that of the megalodon, is impressive considering that a tyrannosaurus only has a bite force of 3 tons. Additionally, studies show that the megalodon was one of the strongest creatures in history in terms of bite force, the largest shark ever, and one of the biggest marine predators in Earth's history, making it one of the most formidable predators of all time. Wang's scales are practically invincible. Apart from heavy weapons like howitzers, missiles, and nuclear bombs, I can't think of any weapon that could kill him. After testing the defensive power of the scales, Wang didn't intend to linger with the striped tiger here. He planned to deal with it swiftly, making its death a quick one. After the striped tiger clawed Wang, it panicked when it saw that Wang was completely unharmed. This fear engulfed it like a tidal wave. Its previous arrogance was thrown out the window, and animal instinct kicked in, urging it to flee. Seeing the striped tiger attempt to escape after just scratching him, Wang was immediately displeased. How could things be that easy in this world? Just as Wang was contemplating the defensive scales, the striped tiger had already fled 10 meters away. Wang coiled up, crouched down fiercely, and leaped forward to pursue. In just a few seconds, he caught up to the striped tiger, biting down on its hind leg. Venom surged into its body, and it would likely be done for in about 10 to 20 seconds. Wang instinctively coiled around the striped tiger. It had become his habit. With continuous killing moves, one coil, one dose of poison, no matter how powerful, the tiger would meet its end. After wrapping around the striped tiger, he didn't even need to use energy. The tiger seemed to be tightly bound like a zombie, its struggles growing weaker until it ultimately died after a few seconds. Only when Wang felt the tiger's body grow cold did he release it. Looking at the massive body of the striped tiger, Wang's mouth twitched, but he still decided against eating it. It wasn't that Wang couldn't swallow it. Human mouths can only open to a 30-degree angle, while a snake's mouth can open to 130 degrees, even 180 degrees. With a body as big as a basin, Wang could swallow prey 7 to 8 times its own size, or even 10 times. Just imagine how terrifying that is. However, Wang never intended to do that, because swallowing something too large is not only uncomfortable but also makes movement difficult, greatly reducing combat effectiveness, and even preventing him from utilizing his full fighting power. If he encounters danger like that, he would have to regurgitate the food, and that takes time. If faced with a formidable opponent, he'd be killed before he could slowly spit out his meal. Therefore, Wang never swallows large prey, always keeping his fighting power intact. Wang is not like those mindless pythons. Greedy hearts lead snakes to devour elephants. Those foolish snakes can only be slaughtered because they're too cumbersome to move after swallowing prey 10 times their size. Moreover, a prey that large cannot be spit out easily, so Wang typically only swallows prey that is about 1 times his body size. Even when confronted with great foes, he can instantly regurgitate the prey. If facing ordinary enemies, like wolves or leopards, even though his fighting power will decrease after swallowing prey, he can still take them down. Taking a look at the already dead Bengal tiger, Wang was ready to hunt, having not eaten for 2 days to take down the tiger and now prepared to feast. The tiger's corpse wouldn't be disturbed by any carnivores for at least 2 days because the scent of Wang was too strong in this area. During the battle, his presence was overwhelming, and this place would retain those terrifying vibes for 2 days, with no animals daring to approach. Although these vibes cannot be sensed by humans, upon reaching this area, it is undoubtedly spine-chilling at a glance. From a scientific perspective, these vibes influence brainwaves. Every intelligent creature has a magnetic field, which changes while thinking, creating a type of bioelectric current transmitted through this magnetic field. The place where he fought the Bengal tiger leaves a residual magnetic field, affecting humans who enter this area, unknowingly instilling feelings of fear. After hunting 2 hyenas, Wang returned to his territory. He planned to consolidate his skills over the month before going out to take revenge on that pair of degenerate lovers. However, before, his small size made it easier to walk through the city. Even if discovered, it wouldn't matter. But now, with a body length of 16 meters, being spotted would be a big deal. It's worth noting that the longest known python is only 14.85 meters, weighing 447 kilograms. Wang's 16-meter-long body means he is the longest known python. Of course, this known is quite unreliable in Wang's eyes. He wouldn't truly believe he is the longest python in the world. There must be longer ones in the Amazon rainforest, but he can only confirm that after he goes there. Although it's inconvenient, he must go. At worst, he will be active at night. His goal now is to thoroughly stabilize his skills within the month. Having killed the Bengal tiger, at this moment, Wang is truly invincible in this forest. Chapter 27: The Sudden Arrival of Humans. The next morning, Wang set out to hunt early. During midday, when the temperatures are too high, Wang does not like to be active, so he hunts once in the morning and again at night. 2 hunts a day are enough to support the energy his body needs to absorb. After taking down the Bengal tiger, Wang was in a good mood, without any awareness of having possibly extinguished the last wild South China tiger. He still had a great appetite in the morning, feasted heartily, and then prepared to find a cave to rest, enjoying the sunshine when he felt like it. Around noon, Wang suddenly caught a whiff of an unfamiliar scent, the scent of humans. Ha! Has a human entered my territory? Rarely does anyone dare to come deep into this forest. I should go take a look. Wang pondered. This mountain forest is a national level protected area, filled with towering trees, and there are hardly any paths to navigate. Naturally, he felt curious when someone arrived here. 3 miles away, a group of over 10 people were struggling through the dense jungle, with weeds all around. Besides 2 young men at the front, wielding machetes to clear the way, an elder man in his 50s led the group, followed by a dozen young people, both male and female. One of the girls had long, smooth, black hair cascading down her shoulders, dressed in tight-fitting jeans. Her voluptuous figure was mesmerizing as she suddenly walked up to the elder. "Professor, let me help you carry your things, Lee." The elder smiled kindly, pleased that this student was so thoughtful. It was rare to see such virtue in young people nowadays. Most only think about benefiting themselves, with so few understanding the meaning of contribution. "Oh, little Lee, I can still get around with these old bones of mine. The load isn't too heavy, so you don't need to carry it for me." The girl referred to as Little Lee is named Li Yuan, a 21-year-old student from XX University. Half a month ago, there were reports of wild Siberian tigers in this forest, prompting the university to organize an investigation team, and she signed up. The school also invited Wang Zhiming, a senior expert from the Ji Province Wildlife Research Institute, to join the team, who was the elder they just mentioned. Wang Zhiming has a wealth of experience in researching endangered species, spanning over 20 years. Upon hearing about the near extinction of the wild Siberian tiger, he rushed over to prepare for the investigation. As an experienced wildlife expert, tigers capture his attention more than any other wild animal. "Professor, is there really a Siberian tiger here?" Li Yu asked curiously. "Yes, didn't we just find those tracks?" "They were definitely left by a tiger, but we're not sure if it's a Siberian tiger. However, according to the person who reported it, the tiger was nearly 3 meters long. I can't think of any other tiger species besides the Siberian tiger that could grow that large," Wang Zhiming replied confidently. At this moment, another man approached and said, "Professor, it could also be a Bengal tiger after all. It's the most populous tiger species that exists today." Wang Zhiming smiled faintly, saying, "Xiao Tian, although the Bengal tiger is the most populous, it generally resides in forests in India, Nepal, and Bangladesh. While they can be found in China, it's nearly impossible for them to appear in such mountainous climates." "Alright, let us not discuss this for now. Once we find the tiger, we'll know what species it is." Seeing that the guy called Xiao Tian was about to argue further, Wang Zhiming sighed inwardly. The young people nowadays are too passionate. Suddenly, another woman who was walking behind called out, "Professor Wang, it seems there are signs that a tiger has been active here." Upon hearing this, Wang Zhiming quickly walked over. He had been so engrossed in conversation that he forgot to observe the surroundings, which is why he had missed the signs of tiger activity. He felt a bit relieved, thinking, "Thank goodness Xiao Zhu found it, otherwise, we might have missed the opportunity and continued searching in the wrong direction." Where? Right here. When Wang Zhiming approached and looked, it was indeed the scratch marks left by claws. As a nocturnal animal, the tiger, despite its towering strength and formidable presence, lives a life of solitude, wandering and struggling to survive, often alternating between hunger and satisfaction. One important evidence sought by the research team regarding the tiger's habits is that, like all felines, tigers like to mark their territory by leaving messages on the ground or trees, through urination or claw marks. Indeed, claw marks. This time, it wasn't a wasted trip. From the claw print, we can determine that this wild tiger is nearly 3 meters in size. Wang Zhiming was extremely excited, as a tiger's territory typically spans dozens to hundreds of miles, but it never stays in one place for long, regardless of the presence of prey. Meanwhile, it prefers to hunt along established routes, often walking through the forest, ridges, thickets, and grassy slopes, and when prey is detected, it often approaches stealthily, waiting for the right moment to ambush. Among the tiger's habits, a crucial piece of evidence for the research team is that tigers, like all felines, enjoy marking their territory with messages by leaving urine or claw marks. However, in the vast mountain ranges, a research team of over 10 people still seems too insignificant. Typically, a research team decides where to focus based on preliminary agreements on key areas and routes. They then set up 24-hour infrared automatic cameras at crucial junctions or essential paths the tiger frequents to increase the chances of discovering tigers or other rare animal resources. However, due to Wang and his team's hurried arrival, they basically lack such tools, making it nearly impossible to find a tiger. At this moment, finding the claw marks confirmed the presence of a tiger and provided the correct direction for their search. How could this not make Wang excited? In an era where wild tigers are nearly extinct, the research value of a single wild tiger is immeasurable. After discovering the claw marks, Wang began to observe the surroundings and soon found a message indicating that the tiger had urinated not far away. Wang was so excited that he could hardly contain himself. This indicated that the tiger was headed in this direction, and the scent of tiger urine was still strong. By calculating the time, it could be confirmed that the tiger had indeed been active in this area yesterday. Let us go, we should search in this direction. I believe the tiger hasn't gone far. Wang urged the group of about 10 individuals excitedly. Among them were 7 students, 5 armed protectors, and with Wang himself, they made a total of 14. Without armed protection, it was unlikely that anyone would dare venture deep into such a forest. Wang had already arrived earlier. He had been hiding not far away, listening in when they discovered the claw marks. Since they were there to search for the striped tiger, he didn't stick around any longer and went straight back to his cave. Wang didn't want to interact with them or reveal his presence. Just as he returned to his cave, having rested for just a few minutes, Wang suddenly remembered something: the body of the striped tiger. The direction the group was heading in clearly pointed to where the striped tiger's body lay, and if they found it, they would definitely deduce his presence. Anyone with a bit of knowledge would know that the way the striped tiger's body was tangled indicated it had been strangled by a giant python. Are they planning to kill to silence me? Forget it. I believe in settling scores with enemies and repaying kindness. They haven't wronged me, and I'm not a killer. Let them be. Anyway, I won't be here for long. Wang thought to himself as he continued to rest on the ground. An hour later, Wang and the others finally reached the location of the striped tiger's body. But the scene before them left them utterly shocked. They were simply stunned. This is a South China tiger. Wang trembled inside, and his heart bled. Since a villager in Shaanxi's Foping Mountain killed a wild South China tiger in 1964, no one has seen an adult South China tiger again. This could be the last of the South China tigers, and to see it dead made Wang's heart bleed. Chapter 28: The Trail of the Giant Python. In the early 20th century, the National Forestry Administration and WWF conducted a large-scale investigation of wild South China tigers and their habitats, during which not a single wild South China tiger was spotted. Following this investigation, some foreign scholars concluded that the wild South China tiger was extinct. However, domestic scholars did not abandon hope of finding any traces of the wild South China tiger, and Wang was one of them, who had not given up on the search for 7 or 8 years, having searched periodically for 8 or 9 years. In the winter of 2007, the Endangered Species Research Institute launched a project for a field investigation of wild South China tigers in northern Guangdong, in which Wang also participated, but ultimately, no traces of wild South China tigers were found. Now, the possibility of a wild South China tiger exists is extremely slim. Many experts believe the South China tiger is extinct in the wild. As of October 2010, there are about 110 South China tigers in captivity worldwide. The South China tiger originated from Huaxia 2 million years ago, and it is the ancestor of all tigers in the natural world. The recognized subspecies of tiger, which includes 6 that still exist, have all evolved from this. The South China tiger plays an extraordinarily important role in the ecosystem, and its origin, spread, and changes in distribution have irreplaceable scientific value for studies on the origin and evolution of tigers. The rarity of wild South China tigers is beyond comprehension. To change the impending extinction of the South China tiger, unprecedented rescue measures have been taken, releasing the South China tigers from captivity to achieve effective breeding, allowing the endangered South China tiger population to revert to the wild, and ultimately reintroducing them to the wild in Huaxia. The project set up two major sub-projects. The first is the South China Tiger Wilding Project, and the second is the Reserved Areas Project for South China tigers in Huaxia. Yet the forest where Wang was located was not one of the trial reserves for the Chinese tiger, but it had the most authentic wild South China tiger. Wang Zhiming felt not only astonishment and surprise but also a sense of helplessness over the death of the South China tiger. While the dead South China tiger proves that wild South China tigers still exist in China, it is far less precious than a live South China tiger. Who knows if this is the last wild South China tiger? Perhaps with its death, the wild South China tigers are truly extinct. One mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. The death of this South China tiger symbolizes that there cannot be any other tigers in this mountain range. Wang Zhiming composed himself, although his long-standing wish had been fulfilled and he had finally found an authentic wild South China tiger. The death of the South China tiger also filled him with regret. He turned to the other students and protectors, who were still in shock. Although the South China tiger is dead, it still holds research value. We need to take its body back for study. Moreover, this South China tiger, nearly 3 meters long, is almost the largest South China tiger ever known. How did it die? It's clear that another animal must have killed it. What this unknown animal is still needs observation, but we must ensure safety. If even a nearly 3-meter-long South China tiger, the absolute sovereign of the forest, can be killed, we can see the power of this unknown creature. If we are a little careless, we might end up staying here forever. So, we must be cautious. Professor, which animal do you think could have killed this South China tiger? Could it have been poachers who killed it? Liu voiced the question that was on everyone's mind, and everyone eagerly awaited Wang Zhiming's response. This was definitely not a South China tiger killed by poachers. There are no gun wounds on its body. Moreover, if a poacher had killed this tiger, we wouldn't have found its body here. It would have been taken away long ago by the poachers, Wang Zhiming stated confidently. Wang Zhiming had dealt with poachers before and was very familiar with them. He held extreme disdain for poachers. If it weren't for their reckless killing of wildlife, there wouldn't be fewer animals. There are approximately 1.5 million known species of animals on Earth, and around 75 species go extinct every day, 3 species every hour. Many species disappear from the Earth before they can even be described or named by scientists. While the extinction of these animals is linked to the persecution of the Earth's ecological environment, poachers are also to blame. After carefully observing the carcass of the South China tiger, Wang Zhiming felt puzzled. The way the South China tiger died looks like it was strangled by a python, but this isn't a tropical rainforest. How could a python survive here? Moreover, even if it were a python, how could such a python kill a South China tiger that is almost 3 meters long? That's unimaginable. Suddenly, Wang Zhiming seemed to have discovered something. He was astonished, as if he had stumbled upon the most unbelievable thing in the world. Wang Zhiming urgently said, "Bring me some gloves. Don't approach the carcass of the South China tiger. And get another chemical reagent over here." "Professor, what is it?" Liu picked up a pair of gloves and walked over to hand them to Wang Zhiming. Seeing Wang Zhiming's strange behavior, Liu felt a bit confused. It's normal to wear gloves when examining a corpse, but was there really a need for chemical reagents? The others also looked at Wang Zhiming with confusion, not understanding what the old professor was up to. Wang Zhiming paid no mind to the puzzled looks from the crowd. At that moment, his eyes sparkled with excitement and urgency. He only wanted to confirm one thing: was this South China tiger poisoned? By observing the black blood oozing from the corners of the South China tiger's mouth, Wang Zhiming realized it had toxic characteristics. If the tiger was indeed poisoned, it was possible that the python left the poison, which could explain why the tiger was killed by a python. Or more accurately, it could have been a poisoning. In Wang Zhiming's mind, a python that isn't from the tropical rainforest wouldn't be too big. A 5 to 6 meter python was most likely. A 5 to 6 meter python could not possibly kill a tiger that measured nearly 3 meters. However, if the python were venomous, everything would make sense. Perhaps, when Wang Zhiming truly meets Wang, he will understand the disparity between the imaginary 5 to 6 meter python and the real one. Just how terrifying is a truly unrivaled giant python in the animal kingdom? Wang Zhiming used a syringe to extract blood from the striped large tiger, then dripped it into the chemical reagent, and the blood quickly spread. Wang Zhiming's eyes widened, suddenly filled with joy. Indeed, it really is like this. Ha ha. This trip was definitely worth it. Professor, have you made any findings? Yes. Professor, when we see you so happy, does that mean you've made a major discovery? Professor Wang, hurry up and tell us, we're dying to know. Haha, don't rush, let me take my time to explain. Wang Zhiming laughed heartily at the surprised expressions of everyone, clearly in a good mood, saying, "What do you think this is?" Wang Zhiming extended the chemical reagent and asked. Except for 5 armed guards responsible for protecting everyone's safety, the other students were all top scorers at school and performed well in chemistry. As the crowd gathered to take a look, they all gasped. This South China tiger's blood is actually highly toxic. Yes, this is truly unbelievable. Could it be that the South China tiger was poisoned before being strangled by the python? I said, how could a python possibly kill a nearly 3-meter-long tiger? Li Yiran, I said that a python couldn't possibly kill a South China tiger. It definitely must have been that the tiger was poisoned first, and then the python took the opportunity to attack and kill it. The student named Li Yiran was not convinced. Not necessarily, it is possible that the python itself was toxic. Ha ha, ha ha. Hearing Li Yiran's words, everyone burst into laughter. It wasn't mockery, they understood that Li Yiran was just being stubborn, and they were laughing kindly. Ha ha. Li Yiran, have you never studied biology? Since when did pythons exist that were toxic? I've never heard of that before. The student who had just spoken took the opportunity to tease. Clearly, the two had a tense relationship, otherwise, they wouldn't have picked on Li Yiran like that. Li Yu interjected, all right, stop arguing, let us listen to the professor. Li Yu's words were indeed effective among the 7 students. There were only 2 girls, and Li Yu was one of the school's beauties, so it was natural that she had no shortage of admirers. Among the 5 boys, some likely participated in this event just to get closer to Li Yu. After all, with so many people trying to win her favor at school, it was challenging to stand out and attract her attention without having the opportunity to interact. But this was a rare chance. Being near her meant having a better shot at future development. Wang Zhiming said again, although we cannot confirm whether that python is an undiscovered venomous one, or if the South China tiger was already poisoned by other animals and then killed by the python. This still needs investigation. However, we should go search for the python to find answers. If it is indeed a venomous python, then its value far exceeds that of the South China tiger. Chapter 29, A Mountain of Bones. Can a nearly 3-meter-long South China tiger be poisoned by other animals? That's hard to believe. Animals possess perceptions that we humans can't even match, and there are mysteries in the animal world that are beyond our understanding. Therefore, the most likely scenario is that this python possesses venom that other pythons do not. This is a truly venomous python. Its research value is immeasurable. Wang Zhiming appeared slightly excited, his weathered hands trembling with emotion. Professor, what should we do about the South China tiger's corpse? Are we just going to leave it here? Li Yuan asked. That corpse is quite a hassle. Why don't we do this? Let's pitch a tent to properly hide the South China tiger's corpse, then inject some preservative. If we don't find the venomous python by tomorrow, we'll head back. We can come again next time. What do you all think? Wang Zhiming suggested after some thought. All right. That's the only option we have for now. Let's proceed according to the professor's plan. Everyone nodded in agreement. After all, this was the only feasible solution at the moment. Of course, just leaving the South China tiger's corpse wasn't enough. At least one person needed to stay to guard it. Otherwise, even if there was a tent for cover, other wild animals could tear through it and eat the tiger's corpse. Wang Zhiming walked up to a security guard keeping everyone safe and said, Little Zhang, stay behind to watch over the South China tiger's corpse. Sure, Professor, Zhang Jia readily agreed. The air in the city is very different from the air in the forest. For thousands of years, this mountain range has kept its peaks and valleys as barriers, embracing wild animals that live freely, with hardly anyone entering here. At this moment, a group of people was walking through this mountain range. It was Wang and his group. Except for Zhang Jia, who stayed behind to guard the South China tiger's corpse, the other 13 were climbing mountains and looking for the venomous python. Meanwhile, Wang was leisurely resting in a cave, unaware that someone was keeping tabs on him. Wang Zhiming and the others crossed 2 mountain peaks and walked for nearly 2 hours. It was now 3 in the afternoon, and the sun was blazing in the sky, leaving their throats dry from the trek. At 50 years of age, Wang Zhiming was still full of energy. Though older, he was in great shape from regular field studies, often outpacing the younger students. "Everyone, let's take a break and have some water." Seeing that the 2 female students could hardly go on, Wang Zhiming said. Although Li Yu and Li Yuan were nearly exhausted, they didn't complain. Wang Zhiming found this admirable. It was rare for kids from the city to be so tough. Li Yu and Li Yuan had similar sounding names but were written differently. They were classmates sharing a room and had joined this expedition together due to their good relationship. After resting for 20 minutes, Wang Zhiming shielded his eyes from the sun and glanced at the sky. Noting the late hour, he prepared to continue their journey. Suddenly, he spotted a group of vultures flapping their wings, alternately soaring and diving in the not-too-distant sky. With his rich experience, Wang Zhiming immediately knew what it meant and said, "Have everyone rested enough? Let's head in that direction to search." He pointed toward where the vultures were diving. Everyone still wanted to rest, but they had no choice after all. He was the leader of this expedition. If an old man wasn't complaining, they certainly couldn't whine either. Moreover, the campus beauty was among them, and the guys couldn't afford to lose face. Wang Zhiming led everyone toward the area where the vultures were rising and falling. In an instant, a horrific and bloody scene unfolded before their eyes. They saw skeletons exposed in the open, as if stripped of their skin and flesh, with hollow eye sockets staring mournfully at the sky. Greedy vultures were gathered in a swarm, fighting over the scraps of flesh on the bones and the bits of meat on the ground. The bones piled up like a mountain. These were the leftovers from the striped tiger's hunts over the years. Hundreds of animal species were represented, such as wild boars and hyenas. The striped tiger didn't roam like other tigers. It generally stayed close to this mountain range, or would travel to distant mountains to hunt before returning here to feed. Perhaps because of the blood pool, although the striped tiger didn't know of its existence, it benefited from the environment. Since it arrived at this mountain range 7 years ago, it had stayed here. Even when prey was scarce, it would hunt in other mountains and come back here to feed. The blood pool benefited animals within 100 miles, making them considerably larger than their peers. A striped tiger, the size of a South China tiger, is about 2 meters long, while the striped tiger grew to nearly 3 meters, a blessing it had enjoyed for 7 years. Wang Zhiming and the others were utterly shocked. They could not comprehend the scene of the bones piled like mountains without seeing it for themselves. Only by experiencing it firsthand could one truly appreciate the shock to the soul. Professor, what's going on? Why are there so many bones here? This is terrifying." Li Yu's question jolted everyone awake from their shock. They looked at each other in disbelief, seeing the astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. Wang Zhiming took a deep breath, as this was the first time he had ever witnessed such a scene. Although he had conducted field research for many years, this was his first encounter with something of this magnitude. After all, the striped tiger had been living in this area for 7 or 8 years, and countless animals had fallen victim to it. Unlike Wang, who preferred to swallow animals whole, this striped tiger only ate meat, leaving behind bones, which had naturally piled up over the years. This is the den of the South China tiger. These must be the remains of animals it has captured over the years. It's strange, though according to tiger behavior, they usually don't linger in one spot for too long. Yet, judging by this mountain of remains, the South China tiger must have lived here for at least 7 or 8 years, if not longer, Wang Zhiming said, clearly confused. Well, let's go look for the den of the South China tiger. Since this is its territory, it should be safe here. At least there shouldn't be any other wild beasts around. After all, the South China tiger has only died recently, and its lingering reputation should deter other animals from coming too close, Wang Zhiming stated. But didn't we come to look for pythons? One of the students ventured. There's no harm in taking a little extra time. We must have taken a wrong turn.
Since this is the territory of the South China tiger, the python's territory likely isn't here.
It may be in another mountain range. Animals have a strong sense of territory and definitely won't allow other powerful creatures to encroach on their domain. So, once we find the South China tiger's den, we can cross this mountain range and look for them in another one, Wang, who had extensive knowledge about animal behavior, said.
Decades of experience were not for nothing.
The group didn't search for long before they quickly found the den of the striped tiger. It was a cave, dark inside, but they had brought flashlights, so the darkness didn't hinder them.
Wang led the way with his rich experience. If anything unexpected happened, he could react in time.
He wouldn't feel confident if someone else were leading the way, especially since these were all young people following him into such a vast forest for the first time. Other than some theories they had learned about forest dangers from textbooks, they had no real knowledge of it, and they wouldn't be able to react calmly in an emergency. The cave wasn't very deep, and once inside, they quickly discovered signs of the tiger's activity. From these traces, it was clear that this was indeed the den of the South China tiger.
Alright, let's take these things with some research value.
After a break, we'll climb over this mountain range and head south to look for the venomous python. Wang pointed at a few items that clearly bore the tiger's markings.
Okay, Professor, they replied. Liu responded and prepared to put the heavy stones and other items Wang pointed at into her backpack.
The other male students, who had also been thinking about this, saw the opportunity before them and were eager to help.
You, let me take it.
How could I let you, a girl, carry such heavy things?
I'll handle it, I'm stronger. What he said makes sense. How can we let you do it?
We'll take care of it.
You. Wang thought to himself. Youth is indeed a blessing.
After taking a short break, and seeing that everyone had almost finished packing up, Wang said, Alright, let us go. We need to get back to meet Xiao Zhang before dark.
Hopefully, we can find the venomous python before nightfall.
Perhaps now Wang wanted to find Wang quickly, but he would be speechless when he actually met him. This was no mere 5 or 6 meter python, it was a colossal monster, 16 meters long.
And the worst part was, the giant python was impervious to weapons, rendering even survival rifles useless.
When they finally see it for themselves, they might realize the true meaning of regret, just like Wang did initially.
Chapter 30, The True Meaning of Regret.
At that moment, Wang had no idea that a group of people was approaching his territory, on a mission to find him. Wang was leisurely taking a nap, with the sun blazing outside, but it didn't affect the temperature inside the cave at all. The temperature within the cave was low, generally between 18 and 22 degrees Celsius. This was the temperature Wang preferred, as it allowed for comfortable sleeping.
Wang was very alert while sleeping, the slightest sound would wake him up.
If someone were to try to approach him quietly, they would find it impossible within 100 meters.
Suddenly, Wang opened his icy, cold eyes.
He sensed that someone was approaching him, and it was quite a large number of people. It was obvious from the circumstances that it was that same group he had seen at noon.
Wang was secretly annoyed. I didn't provoke you, yet you chose to provoke me. Wang did not want anyone to know of his existence, nor did he want to attract unnecessary trouble.
But now that trouble had come to him, he wasn't afraid of it, he just didn't want to be annoyed.
He continued to lurk in the cave, not intending to go outside. That group was still 500 meters away and might not even find this cave.
Even if they did, Wang had nothing to fear. If they didn't provoke him, it would be fine. If they did, they shouldn't blame him for being ruthless, as he was not above eliminating threats, including killing and silencing people. Wang would never show mercy to those who sought their own death.
Didn't the giant crocodile and striped tiger both try to kill him and end up being taken down by him? At this moment, Wang and his group were covered in sweat.
Although Wang was still quite strong for his age, he was also panting heavily. Except for the 4 guards holding rifles to ensure everyone's safety, the other students were not as capable as Wang after all. They lived in the city where they mostly traveled by car. On a difficult forest path like this, they were all drenched in sweat and looking quite disheveled.
Professor Wang, is this really the territory of the poisonous python? We've gone around in circles without seeing a single shadow. Did we get the wrong location again?
Where? Where? Wang Zhiming ran over, displaying a speed that was absolutely not in line with his age. For someone like Wang Zhiming, who has studied wildlife his entire life, nothing could attract his attention more than this unknown, never-before-seen poisonous python. As Wang Zhiming approached, he saw that indeed, about 10 meters ahead, there was a cave. The entrance of the cave was 3 to 4 meters wide, and it was covered with weeds that nearly reached shoulder height. In front of the cave's entrance was a clear area of about 5 meters, completely devoid of any weeds or rare sight. As everyone gathered in front of the cave, Wang Zhiming said, "Take out the flashlight and prepare the anti-venom serum.
Be ready for any emergencies."
The anti-venom serum contains specific antibodies that can neutralize the corresponding snake venom. If someone is indeed bitten, it needs to be injected quickly. The sooner, the better. After giving his instructions, Wang Zhiming turned to the 4 guards and said, "Xiao Wang, you 4 need to stay alert.
Everyone's safety is in your hands. Don't fire unless it's absolutely necessary, understand?"
"Rest assured, Professor. It's not the first time we've worked together. We can handle it," said the guard nicknamed Xiao Wang with a smile. The guard known as Xiao Wang smiled in response but thought to himself, there might not even be a python in there.
Even if there is a python, it might not be poisonous. How could a python possibly be venomous?
Alright, since we're all prepared, I'll go in first.
Xiao Wang, stay right behind me.
Everyone should enter in an orderly fashion. If something goes wrong, it will be easier to exit the cave, Wang Zhiming arranged. He took the flashlight handed to him by Li Yu and the machete from Li Yiran and was the first to approach the cave, cutting through the weeds, turning on the flashlight, and entering. Everyone immediately followed, with the guards clutching their rifles, ready for any unexpected events. Looking at the crowd he had startled, Wang had no mind for jokes. His cold gaze swept over them, and he already felt a murderous intent rising within him. Wang Zhiming and the others were truly shocked. The scene before them sent chills down their spines. The horrifying sight continued to pound in their minds. They simply could not believe there was such a gigantic python in this world.
2 eye-like orbs fixated on them, making them dare not make a move.
The python's body, as large as a wash basin, coiled on the ground, and it wouldn't be too difficult for that massive mouth to swallow a person whole. The black scales shimmered clearly under the flashlight, and a white line running along its back added to the python's sinister appearance. Its enormous body coiled up, practically covering a 5 to 6 meter area, and it was estimated to be at least 16 or 17 meters long.
Wang Zhiming gasped.
He was now filled with extreme regret, and his current feelings were likely similar to how Wang felt when he first saw the green giant python. He truly understood the essence of regret. This kind of python was not something they could provoke. Even 4 rifles might not be enough to take it down, and even if they managed to kill it, a significant number of them could end up dead here, including him, Wang Zhiming. If it were just Wang Zhiming by himself, he wouldn't have minded. After all, he had lived a long life. To witness such a miraculous event in nature in his twilight years would be worth it, even if it meant dying. However, he had a large group of young people behind him, and he had to be responsible for them. Since he had brought them into the forest, he needed to ensure he could bring them out safely. Some of these students were already trembling with fear. They had never witnessed such a terrifying scene, and their panic had reached its peak. They all wanted to run away, and no one wished to stay.
However, a single statement from Wang Zhiming quelled their urge to flee. "Don't move. If you do, you'll be attacked by the giant python. Whatever you do, don't move," Wang Zhiming softly warned the restless crowd.
"Moreover, we still have 4 rifles at hand. It's not a dead end.
Everyone needs to follow my lead." Wang was currently pondering a question.
It was clear that these people were all students, and the old man might be their teacher. Wang had already harbored murderous intent towards these people, but he slowly restrained it. It wasn't that he couldn't strike, rather, he had decided he would soon leave the forest, so there was no need for unnecessary bloodshed.
Wang made up his mind, as long as they didn't shoot first, he would let them be. If they fired first, he wouldn't hold back.
Heaven's misdeeds can be forgiven, but one's own sins are inexcusable. At this moment, Li Yuan was not scared at all. Instead, she was filled with curiosity. She had been staring into the giant python's eyes, and within those cold pupils, she discovered a startling truth. The eyes are the windows to the soul. They can reveal a person's deep psychology. They transmit the clearest and most accurate signals in human communication, since pupil dilation cannot be controlled by will. Yet, Li Yuan felt that the python's gaze seemed to reflect a look that only occurs when a person is deep in thought. But she quickly dismissed this absurd idea. It was impossible. Wang cast a puzzled glance at the girl in front of him. She was very beautiful, but her gaze made Wang uncomfortable. Those who practice cultivation observe everything around them, and even if someone is watching him from a distance, Wang can sense their gaze. Even ordinary people can sense something amiss when being followed due to sounds, shadows, or smells. It's instinctual. Practitioners simply amplify that instinct. As a python reborn, Wang's animal instincts were even more terrifying. Chapter 31, Anger. Everyone, slowly back away, and remember to be gentle. Do not provoke the giant python. Wang Zhiming softly reminded. Seeing the crowd gradually retreating from the cave, Wang lowered his head, resting it against the ground to convey that he had no intention to attack, allowing them to leave in peace. If they shot first, Wang would definitely not let them off. Because if that happened, he would no longer find any reason to spare them. Once outside the cave, Wang Zhiming and the others were drenched in cold sweat, exchanging glances filled with lingering fear. They could see the apprehension in each other's eyes. Perhaps this experience would be etched into their memories for a lifetime. All right, now we are safe. Wang Zhiming sighed in relief, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Since the giant python did not attack us at that time, it probably won't pursue us. Such dense forests are very dangerous, and this experience will benefit you greatly in your future outdoor studies. Wang Zhiming had encountered such dangerous situations only a few times in his years of outdoor research, each time perilous to the extreme, with potential for fatal consequences at any moment. This was the most stressful experience, where not only his life was at risk, but a large group of students was following him. Let's go, it's getting dark. We need to hurry back and meet up with Xiao Zhang, then return overnight. Having such a giant python in these mountains is extremely dangerous. It might not have attacked us now because it just fed, but that could change at any time. Wang Zhiming's words resonated with the others. They realized that spending the night here would likely mean their demise instead of surviving. Some among them steeled their resolve, deciding never to venture into the forest for research again, as it felt like playing with their lives. Wang Zhiming also resolved that once they returned, he would notify the research institute to send people to capture the giant python. It was for research purposes, and such a giant python was too dangerous. It would be fine if it remained deep in the forest, but if it suddenly appeared near the forest edge, many lives could be lost, as there were many people active in those areas. However, Wang Zhiming might be disappointed, as he had already made up his mind to leave the forest soon. After Wang Zhiming and his group rejoined Zhang Jia, who was guarding the spotted tiger's corpse, they swiftly exited the forest, and tranquility returned to the woods. A beam of sunlight filtered into the dim forest as the sky gradually brightened. On the tranquil morning, the forest was shrouded in thin fog, with frost-laden mist enveloping the valleys and hills. It was not yet sunrise. The sky was barely illuminated. In the deep, slightly pale blue sky, a few stars were still visible. The ground was pitch black, while the sky appeared entirely white. The wild grass swayed slightly, all enveloped in a mysterious twilight. A cheetah leaped from one tree to another. It lay still and quietly observed its surroundings. The prey it was watching was approximately 70 to 80 meters from its hiding place. Through the bushes, it could dimly see a wild boar moving ahead. Such scenes can be found throughout the forest. Although animals cannot speak and possess limited intelligence, there is still basic communication among species. This communication is not mere conscious recognition or familiarity, but rather instinctual, where sounds, actions, or glances can convey information. For instance, at the zoo, it's common to see visitors applauding the male peacocks in the peacock enclosure. Upon hearing the applause, the peacocks perform their tail display for the visitors. However, when a peacock spreads its beautiful feathers, it could be displaying to attract a female, asserting dominance over other males of its kind, or maybe even issuing a warning to people. Those colorful feathers serve as its way to show off and scare off enemies.
The peacock is conveying some sort of visual information through the display of its tail.
No creature lives in isolation in nature, they always form small living groups.
Although some prefer solitude, at least during mating, they need to interact with the opposite sex.
In this interaction process, their calls, mutual touches, and even the release of certain chemicals enable them to communicate effectively, acting in unison, whether in hunting activities or competing for mates. These behaviors are inseparable from the communication practices that exist among animals. The cheetah locked onto a wild boar, the distance between them gradually closing.
50 meters, 40 meters, 20 meters, getting closer.
Such a short distance meant the cheetah could reach it with just 2 or 3 leaps. Suddenly, the wild boar, digging through the leaf litter, abruptly raised its head, warily looking around, its bristles standing on end, before finally locking onto a direction. That direction was exactly where the cheetah was hiding. The cheetah, lying in wait on a large tree, lunged at the wild boar.
The momentum was absolutely unstoppable.
In just 2 leaps, it was already in front of the wild boar, ready to engage in a fierce battle.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
3 consecutive gunshots rang out in the forest, and after a few cries of despair from both the cheetah and the wild boar, they both fell to the ground, their blood instantly staining the earth.
Ha ha!
I never expected such good luck, to stumble upon a cheetah hunting a wild boar, letting us capitalize on the opportunity.
A burly man, holding a shotgun, suddenly emerged from the jungle.
After he appeared, 6 other men of varying sizes followed him out, each without exception holding firearms.
The boss is right, even if we don't find a Siberian tiger, this South China leopard won't disappoint us.
Of course, it would be even better if we also encounter a Siberian tiger, as that boss is offering 3 million.
3 million would keep us living extravagantly for years. The rugged man, referred to as the boss, suddenly turned to ask, can you confirm your information? This place doesn't seem to show any signs of Siberian tiger activity. Hearing this, quickly replied, Boss, do you still not believe me? When have I ever provided false intel?
This information cost me a lot, and it comes from an insider, it's definitely true. According to reports, someone has seen a Siberian tiger around here. After verification, it turns out to be true, you have to trust me.
Alright, I just wanted to confirm.
Even if there isn't a Siberian tiger, catching a rare South China clouded leopard would already make this trip worthwhile. The value of this South China leopard alone would justify our visit. Farm-raised leopard skins are worthless, while wild leopard skins are worth a fortune due to their extreme rarity. Once they hit the black market, a complete leopard skin can fetch prices in the hundreds of thousands. And leopards like this, with dwindling populations and relatively isolated habitats, face reproductive restrictions that lead to genetic deterioration, and now the South China leopard is almost extinct and in high demand. If auctioned on the black market, some would pay millions.
Alright, hurry up and handle the South China leopard, don't worry about the wild boar.
Once you've dealt with the leopard, quickly search for signs of the Siberian tiger. If we truly find one, then we could each walk away with at least 6 or 70,000 in bonuses. The rugged man urged, also instructing, you go skin it, your technique is the best.
Sure, don't worry. Boss. I guarantee I'll get you a complete leopard skin.
The man known as patted his chest, clearly very professional about such work. These people are not ordinary poachers, they specialize in hunting rare animals for profit.
For example, giant pandas, golden monkeys, white spoonbills, Yangtze River dolphins, and other highly prized animals.
They have many big clients and are not worried about selling their catch, and they are considered one of the most reputable teams in the trade. Over the past 5 to 6 years, each of them is worth at least several million. You can imagine how many animals they have hunted. Sometimes they actively seek rare animals to hunt for profit, and sometimes they are simply commissioned. For instance, this time, they were commissioned by a big client to hunt Siberian tigers, and of course, they would verify the authenticity of the commission, or else they might get sold out and still end up paying for it. However, what they didn't realize was that the moment their gunfire rang out, it attracted the Grim Reaper, the one that takes lives. Meanwhile, following the sound of consecutive gunshots, Wang, who was just preparing to hunt, suddenly heard them.
Gunshots? Wang abruptly stopped and quickly ascended a peak, climbing a large tree to gaze in the direction from which the sound originated. That was southeast. Wang was certain that the bang sound was definitely gunfire, and in this jungle, hearing gunshots alongside the cries of cheetahs and wild boars? Could it be that group of students? Or was another batch of humans entering the forest? At that moment, Wang was extremely furious. Recently, humans had continually invaded his territory, and he wouldn't allow anyone to act arrogantly in his domain. After all, everything within his territory belonged to him: his personal belongings, his resources for hunting. Chapter 32, Beat Them to the Kill. Yesterday, a bunch of people came seeing they were all students and didn't attack him first. He suppressed his simmering killing intent. After all, Wang has not yet reached the point of killing anyone he sees. It's not that he can't bear to do it, but rather that Wang has already decided to leave the forest soon, so there is no need to commit more slaughter. Of course, this is based on the premise that they are not too reckless in the forest. Wang is always mindful that this forest is his private territory, and everything within it belongs to him. No one wants their own backyard to be wantonly spoiled by others. Anyone who crosses the boundary will be met with annihilation. Wang reached his maximum speed, creating a series of sonic booms in the air, as he rushed towards the southeast where the gunfire had erupted. Wang quickly arrived at the crime scene and saw a dead wild boar, shot twice, one bullet striking its head, killing it instantly. A large section of lean meat had been cut from the wild boar, mainly from the thigh, likely because the meat on the wild boar's thighs is quite rich. Next to the wild boar was a skinned leopard, its bloodied body still twitching. What a nerve! Coming to my territory and stealing, they truly don't know when they're in over their heads. Wang thought, seething with anger. Following the scent, he chased eastward. Animals have a much stronger sense of smell than humans, much like dogs. Dogs have a highly sensitive sense of smell, capable of detecting 2 million different concentrations of odors, which is 1 million times more sensitive than humans. Therefore, this peculiar olfactory function of dogs can be utilized by people. For instance, hunters use dogs to track injured wild animals, police use dogs to hunt criminals, customs officials use dogs to sniff out smuggled goods, geologists use dogs to explore pyrite, mercury, and arsenic mines, engineers use dogs to detect landmines and traps, and coastal defense soldiers use dogs to find enemies sneaking in from the sea, among other uses. The python's sense of smell isn't remarkable, but after receiving the bloodline inheritance from the black dragon in the blood pool, Wang's sensory system has greatly enhanced. Although his sense of smell may not match that of a dog, it's significantly stronger than that of ordinary animals. Following the scent, Wang rapidly pursued and soon discovered human footprints. Silently moving through the jungle, he closed in on the group of humans. Then, he crouched down and observed. Wang initially thought it was that group of students and had prepared to deal with these oblivious humans. After hesitating and feeling pity, they didn't quickly leave the forest and dared to recklessly slaughter his prey and food sources in the woods. But as he got closer, Wang realized it was a different group of humans. There were 6 of them, each armed with automatic rifles. Rather than the usual double-barrel shotguns, these humans had foreign imported Winchester rifles. Each of the 6 humans carried a large backpack, possibly filled with essential supplies for survival in the wilderness. However, Wang didn't care about any of this. He was focused on how to kill them faster. Bang! Bang! Haha, there are still wild chickens. We're in for a treat tonight. The second one laughed heartily, knocking down 3 wild chickens with 4 shots. His aim wasn't bad. Don't waste bullets. The wild boar meat we just cut is enough for a day, and the gunshots might attract unnecessary trouble, so try to shoot less. The rugged man glared fiercely at the second one, his scarred face appearing particularly menacing. You're right, boss. The second one smiled sheepishly. Everyone be careful, the Siberian tiger is not easy to deal with. Don't capsize in the gutter. The rugged man reminded them, and seeing that everyone acknowledged, he withdrew his gaze. With his gaze averted, everyone let out a sigh of relief. The rugged man held absolute authority in the group. No one dared to provoke him. Those who had previously dared to challenge him had already met their end. Of course, with you, a skilled veteran from Special Forces, here, don't just say one tiger, even a pack of tigers would be taken down. The second one continued to smile.
Less chit-chat, and be careful. The rugged man suddenly widened his eyes, barely managing to shout a warning. Just then, the second one was bitten by a giant python, which swiftly wrapped around him. The crisp sounds of broken bones echoed clearly in everyone's ears. Wang's speed was simply too fast. The poachers could only feel something flash by in front of them, as if a fierce wind had blown past.
Wang's massive figure left the poachers stunned and shocked.
Each one stood in disbelief, clearly still processing what had just happened. The rugged man, being a special forces veteran, was the first to react, shouting, "Everyone take cover, seize the advantageous position, and open fire." Everyone snapped to attention, quickly taking their familiar positions. Some hid behind large trees, while others took cover behind giant rocks. Everyone disengaged their safeties and began shooting wildly.
Clang! 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 Clang!
A series of metallic clashes rang out as Wang's scales collided with the bullets, creating bursts of sparks.
Feeling a dull pain, he released the human he had ensnared.
Wang scanned the other 5 with his gaze.
Entangling and strangling were just habits of Wang once bitten by his venom. It didn't matter if he strangled or not.
The lethal venom would ensure death in a matter of seconds. Upon receiving Wang's gaze, the 5 felt a chill run down their spines. Their hearts raced erratically, as if they might leap out of their chests.
Everyone's palms were sweaty, and they didn't dare to breathe.
Each was overwhelmed by fear, surpassing their understanding.
How could such a monster exist in the world?
Fear of the unknown is a primal reaction of intelligent beings.
Humans feel fear when faced with things they cannot solve. Unable to conceive a solution, they naturally feel at a loss and panicky.
Yet, a colossal being like Wang, impervious to blades and bullets, seemingly living in a myth, stood alive before them, amplifying all their fears to infinity.
Wang wasn't being polite.
His body sprang up, taking another bite out of one person. With a swift sweep of his tail, he sent another one flying down from a height of 7 or 8 meters, crashing to the ground, gasping for air with his innards turned to mush from the force of Wang's tail. Let us not even mention humans. Even a large boulder would be pulverized if hit by Wang's tail. 3 people were already dead, and the other 3 were on the brink of losing control, their rifles wildly firing bullets at Wang.
"Ah! I'm going to kill you."
Apart from the rugged man, the other 2 poachers had completely lost their minds, screaming hysterically.
Thinking of escaping?
Humph. Seeing the rugged man trying to take the opportunity to flee, Wang coldly snorted in his heart, ignoring the other 2 who were already insane, and charged directly at the rugged man.
Bang! Bang! Clang! Clang!
The rugged man had a savage look on his face, firing his rifle wildly at Wang, creating a series of metal clanging sounds. But soon, despair overtook him. The bullets were utterly ineffective against the monster before him, and his rifle felt less useful than a mere stick.
Click click.
The rifle magazine was empty.
"Don't come near, don't come near."
He threw down the rifle and fell to the ground, continuously backing away. Wang, showing interest, slowly moved in, looking down at the rugged man. He didn't rush to kill him. It was as if he was admiring a piece of art.
Ah!
As the giant python drew closer, the rugged man could no longer contain his fear and went completely insane. After a while, Wang found it boring and bit the rugged man, killing him with poison. His gaze turned to the other 2, swiftly sending them flying too, not wanting to waste any more venom. At this point, all 6 poachers had been wiped out.
Meanwhile, Wang was in a surprisingly good mood, resuming his hunting activities. Wang had no habit of eating humans and didn't plan to try. He preferred to hunt animals instead. Oh!
Wang just remembered the wild boar and the skin leopard he encountered earlier on the way. Now he saved the time for hunting. Returning to the spot where the wild boar and leopard's corpses were located, Wang simply swallowed them whole.
It's time to leave. Wang gazed south, which was indeed the direction of City S. Chapter 33, Return to the City. He killed 6 humans.
At this moment, it was still morning. Wang decided to set off immediately, moving to the forest's edge during the day and then slipping into City S under the cover of night. Due to his massive size, it was hard to hide in the city. He couldn't go to popular places or crowded areas without being discovered.
At 16 meters long, with a body as big as a bathtub,
an enormous creature like this trying to hide in an urban setting is just a pipe dream. By around 6 in the afternoon, Wang had crossed over several mountains and finally reached the forest's edge. He found a relatively secluded spot to conceal himself. After all, although there were humans around the forest's edge, the chances of encountering someone were still quite small. Wang's hiding place was a water pool from a mountain stream, 6 to 7 meters deep, covered with dead branches and leaves, making it impossible to see beneath the surface from above. Unless someone impulsively jumped into the pool after a hearty meal, they would absolutely not discover Wang's existence. There were indeed plenty of fish and shrimp in the stream, just as Wang expected. He didn't anticipate that fish could survive in such a mountain stream. Moreover, the fish were large, weighing 7 or 8 pounds, and Wang felt a little hungry, so he started catching fish. Such wild freshwater fish tasted really good. After catching 5 big fish, Wang was finally satisfied and circled at the bottom of the pool to rest. Night fell. Suddenly, the once tranquil pool erupted with waves as a massive python's head emerged, its glossy black scales shimmering. With this size, moving around the city would have an extremely high chance of being discovered. It's simply unrealistic to think about the city center. There are only 2 options now. The first is to traverse the entire city through the sewer. The second is to follow this mountain stream down, then enter the city's sewage river. However, this mountain stream does not connect with the sewage river. It also requires passing through a small suburban area, where the possibility of being discovered still exists. After a moment of thought, Wang decided to follow the mountain stream down, then cross the suburban area and enter the sewage river. After all, the sewer was too difficult to navigate, and the environment and air within were vile. Having made up his mind, Wang began to move. With a splash, Wang flipped in the pool, sending water spraying everywhere, and surged into the mountain stream, diving towards his destination. The stream was completely clear. If anyone were on the shore, they would definitely spot the massive figure swimming beneath the surface. For ordinary people, most snakes are terrifying enough, and encountering a 16-meter behemoth might just scare them to death. When Wang reached the outskirts, it was already 11 at night. Of course, Wang himself had no concept of time. At this moment, most people in the suburbs had already gone to bed. Those wandering outside were mostly young people, a mix of boys and girls frolicking on the streets or calmly walking hand in hand, savoring the tranquility of the moment. Wang thought for a while and decided to set off after midnight to cross the suburb. For Wang, he never lacks patience. Sometimes, waiting to ambush prey can take days, during which he must remain utterly still. Snakes are born hunters. When they stay still, they strike with deadly precision. A rare opportunity arose, and Wang took in the scenery of the suburbs. In the pitch-black night, the sky was shrouded in a heavy darkness, with even the faintest starlight lost. The glamorous urban life, filled with bright lights and indulgence, had long since been out of reach for him. The clamor of vehicles and the blinding glare of streetlights illuminated the entire city of Pangang, sparkling like stars in the sky. As he gazed at the familiar yet somewhat foreign city, Wang couldn't help but feel a twinge of sadness. He needed to collect his thoughts. After all, those memories were far behind him, and he could never return to the past. Before long, it was 2 o'clock in the morning, and the number of people out and about had dwindled significantly. It's time to move. Emerging from the grass, Wang quickly leaped across the road ahead. Hidden in the foliage along the roadside, he moved swiftly, weaving through the suburbs. Just then, a couple was having a date by the edge of the grass. Why choose this dark spot for a rendezvous? Well, because it's darker here. Puff, puff. The grass rustled, startling the couple. What was that? Who's there? Ah! The man and woman screamed in surprise, their hearts instantaneously gripped by terror. What did they see? A massive python's head suddenly emerged from the grass, its emerald eyes glistening like cold lanterns, fixed on the pair, while its tongue flicked in and out hissing. In an instant, the two felt icy dread wash over them, their bodies tensing in fear. The fiery passion they had just moments ago evaporated, leaving behind nothing but endless terror. The breath of death loomed over them. Ah!
The man, in his panic, dropped the woman and turned to flee. How could Wang let them escape? Having detected their presence, it was only their bad luck. Having dealt with the two humans, Wang set off again. An hour later, Wang arrived by a sewage river in the city. He twisted his massive body and slowly submerged into the water. The river was heavily polluted, murky as ink, reeking awfully. The feeling underwater was anything but pleasant. Garbage like takeout boxes and plastic bags flowed overhead, and if it weren't necessary, Wang really wouldn't want to enter the sewage river again. When he had just become a snake, he had no choice. He endured it for the sake of survival. At this moment, if it weren't to get into S-City, he would certainly have turned back. Though snakes generally prefer dark and damp places, Wang was no exception, but the environment had to be suitable. At just past 4 in the morning, Wang finally entered the downtown area of S-City. It was already 4:30 in the morning, the time when few people were out. However, in another hour or two, more people would appear, so Wang had to hurry. In the big city, a lot of workers were out, especially those on night shifts, and by 5 or 6, there would be more people on the streets. After half an hour, Wang pushed his speed to the limit, creating sonic booms in the air, but he finally reached his destination. Looking at the familiar buildings before him, Wang's cold heartstrings were tugged. The building in front of him was where Wang had grown up. But at that moment, all he saw was a dilapidated ruin, filled with gaping holes, as if it had been completely flattened. The broken bricks were unpleasing to the eye, and the 100-year-old tree in the yard had been uprooted, while the flowers and plants nurtured for over a decade had been ruined beyond recognition. Wang's thoughts seemed to drift back to the past. The image of his father had grown somewhat blurred in his memory, his father's towering figure, that eternally gentle smile, and those wise, bright eyes. Wang clearly remembered that the moon was beautiful that night. The clear moonlight poured down unimpeded, illuminating the night as brightly as day. Years later, it seemed he had never encountered such bright moonlight again, nor had he experienced a moonlit night so profound that it could be remembered for a lifetime. Suddenly, Wang's heart was filled with hatred. Everything had been destroyed by them. The Wang family name could be said to end with his generation, and their ancestral home of a century was in ruins. Murderous intent. An endless urge to kill surged through his mind. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the rage within. People. They must die, but it needs to be done with a plan. Chapter 34, Tier 3 Divine Stage Powerhouse. As dawn broke, with nowhere to hide, Wang could only conceal himself among the ruins of his family, waiting for nightfall to come again. Hiding in the ruins, the space was limited and his massive body had to coil tightly to create more room. Before Wang stood a broken stone pillar, split in two. This pillar had supported the hall. The pillar was adorned with a mysterious cube pattern, but the design was unclear and easily overlooked. Wang lightly tapped his tail on the raised cube pattern, rhythmically hitting it 3 times. Suddenly, the cube pattern moved. After several consecutive taps, the original cube pattern transformed completely into another design. Suddenly, the stone pillar moved. This stone pillar was actually a mechanism. Fortunately, the mechanism isn't broken, otherwise, I wouldn't be able to enter the underground chamber. Having confirmed that the mechanism worked properly, Wang deactivated it. He coiled back in the ruins, waiting for night to fall. Mechanical arts represent the ancient technological civilization of Huaxia, visible in production, daily life, military use, and all areas of necessity. By utilizing mechanical power to skillfully control things, ancient people achieved remarkable effects, contributing significantly to our understanding of the world. The mechanical arts of ancient Huaxia, as an important part of Huaxia culture, have some elements still passed down today, forming the foundation of modern technology. However, much of it has been lost, buried in vast historical obscurity. This particular mechanism was discovered by Wang's ancestor from a fragment of Mozi, which detailed arrangements for constructing a hidden chamber. The fragment of Mozi that Wang's ancestor stumbled upon is attributed to Mozi, a philosopher, educator, scientist, military strategist, and social activist from the late spring and autumn period and early Warring States period, and the founder of the Mahist school. This is a stunning masterpiece, encapsulating the essence of Mahist thought.
The mechanical techniques documented in the fragment are truly impressive. There is one section about hidden chamber construction that is particularly complete, and Wang's ancestor invested tremendous resources to build such a hidden chamber here 200 years ago. The hidden chamber is located 10 zhang underground, filled with numerous mechanisms. Unless someone with Tier 3 divine stage power attempts to break in, intruders are sure to meet their demise. These mechanisms could be described as truly crafted by the gods, and Wang doesn't know if they could be replicated with contemporary technology. If the technology is cutting edge, it should be feasible. However, if it relies solely on ordinary gears, flip panels, pulleys, iron chains, and other items to compose a precise mechanism, that would be an insurmountable challenge. The hidden passage is filled with all sorts of deadly mechanisms. There are crossbows, rotating launchers, oil fires. Anyone who enters will certainly die. Unless a Tier 3 divine stage individual possesses protective chi, otherwise, hundreds of lethal arrows could pierce an intruder in an instant. The hidden chamber contains a substantial amount of gold, silver, and antique items, but the most important are the Wang family internal fist and a questionable map, ensuring that the Wang family has a chance to bounce back during their decline. Night falls once again. After a long, arduous wait, the sun finally began to set. The blood-red sunset has faded, and turning towards the west, there is only a faint line of dim violet light at the horizon. Gradually, that glimmer of light also slowly disappears. In the once silent ruins, a giant python slowly slithered out through the cracks in the debris. It has been 17 or 18 hours without food. In the bustling market, there are no wild animals to hunt. Moreover, Wang dare not move around too freely, fearing human discovery. Am I going back to my old profession? There are quite a few farms around here. Left with no choice, I can only set my sights on the breeding farms. After all, at this moment, my large body would find a few mice inadequate. Having exited the ruins, I looked toward the pitch-black void and stealthily made my way towards a nearby breeding farm. In front of the breeding farm, Wang observed carefully, cautiously avoiding surveillance cameras, and made it to the back of the breeding farm. Looking around, he spotted a large tree about 10 meters high, and Wang climbed up the tree to the roof, discovering that it was actually a pig farm. This breeding farm isn't very large, housing around 5,000 pigs. Climbing on the roof, Wang destroyed several surveillance cameras with his tail. He didn't want tomorrow's footage to go viral. Reports about a python stealing pigs or the giant python turning into a spirit would indeed spread. After all, a 16-meter-long python is already quite exaggerated, and if Wang's agile process of stealing the pigs is caught on camera, rumors will definitely abound. Hanging from the roof, Wang let his body slide down the wall, executing a perfect upside-down hook. He opened his enormous jaws and, acting with lightning speed, quickly captured and swallowed 3 piglets before swiftly escaping. Not long after Wang left, the breeding farm was illuminated, as it seems the panicking pig herd had awakened the personnel. Having escaped the breeding farm, Wang found a cluster of flowers and grass to hide in, refining the 3 piglets. Since he had just swallowed his prey, moving around was a bit cumbersome, so refining them would ensure it didn't affect his strength. After refining the 3 piglets, Wang made his way directly towards the city. Although Kai's home is not in City S, his father is the provincial secretary, and Kai not only has a villa in City S but also several in other city districts. Wang could only pray that Kai is still in City S, otherwise, he would have to travel to another district. Moreover, Wang knows the location of Kai's villa because it is in City S, but he has no idea where the villas in other districts are and would need to spend quite some time asking around. Kai's villa is on the outskirts of the city, not in the luxurious city center, as wealthy individuals tend to prefer a quieter environment. Arriving in front of Kai's villa, which has 3 stories and is built against the mountain, each level boasts its own unique view. Although he harbors enmity towards Kai, Wang cannot help but admire Kai's ability to enjoy life. This villa embodies the essence of traditional Chinese architecture, maintaining a unique artistic style that blends antiquity, simplicity, and opulence. A few hundred meters in front of the villa, Wang stopped because he sensed the smell of wolfhounds. Judging by the scent, there were at least 3 of them. The smell carried a hint of ferocity, malice, and brutality, indicating that these wolfhounds were likely formidable fighters. Although they posed no direct threat to Wang, he was still wary of alarming them. However, Wang was confident that he could avoid detection by the wolfhounds,
provided he did not reveal any murderous intent.
Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the murderous urges bubbling within him and focused his energy to conceal his presence. Wang was sure that as long as he stayed more than 10 meters away from the wolfhounds, they would definitely be unable to detect him.
Wang quietly lay in ambush near the villa, just waiting for Kai to appear for a strike. Wang waited in hiding for 5 days.
During these 5 days, aside from occasionally going out to hunt, he remained still, not moving a muscle.
Toot. On the 6th day at noon, the sound of a car horn caught Wang's attention, jolting him awake. He squinted his eyes in the grass, and saw a Mercedes-Benz pull up about 20 meters away in front of the villa. The door of the Mercedes-Benz slowly opened, and a man in his 30s stepped out. This man had a face that seemed exquisitely chiseled, with a handsome and refined nose and lips as pink as cherry blossoms. The curve of his lips was perfectly shaped, as if he was always carrying a smile. That smile seemed to part the clouds and let the sunshine pierce through, warm and inviting. He was tall and elegant, wearing a well-fitted beige casual suit, and a shiny black gold ring on his finger reflected his noble stature, exuding a natural air of superiority. Kai.
Wang gritted his teeth in anger.
The hatred within him could no longer be suppressed. It erupted like a volcano. But then, suddenly, Wang's expression shifted dramatically.
As if he had discovered something? He once again forced himself to suppress the overwhelming urge to kill. He noticed that after getting out of the car, Kai did not head directly into his villa, but rather respectfully opened the car door. An elderly man slowly got out of the car. He appeared to be in his 50s or 60s, unremarkable and lacking any imposing presence, making him easily forgettable and quite easy to overlook, as if he had no presence at all. It was as if he had blended seamlessly into nature.
Seeing the elderly man get out of the car, Wang was astounded and desperately tried to hide his presence.
The old man looked puzzled as he got out. Just now, I sensed a trace of murderous intent, but upon closer inspection, there is nothing?
Perhaps I'm just getting old, haha.
Kai, with a flattering smile, replied, You're just at the prime of your life, how could you be old?
Who under your gaze could escape your watchful eye?
Perhaps it's just the fatigue of the journey that made you sense it incorrectly.
Maybe so.
The old man chuckled softly, no longer engaging in conversation.
Kai bore no signs of anger and continued to smile obsequiously.
As soon as the old man and Kai entered the villa, Wang was deeply shocked. That was close. He is actually a Tier 3 divine stage powerhouse.
There are only a few Tier 3 divine stage experts in the whole of China. I wonder which one he is? With my current strength, I'm absolutely invincible against those below Tier 3 divine stage, but facing a Tier 3 divine stage powerhouse, I might be easily killed.
Tier 3 divine stage experts condense their energy into a solid force. This force is invincible, and energy stands no chance against it. Even with Wang's defensive abilities, he would struggle to withstand the attacks of this solid force, and every minor advancement within the 4 small realms of Tier 3 divine stage is as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Wang still had no idea at which minor realm that old man belonged to within Tier 3 divine stage. After Kai and the Tier 3 divine stage elder entered the villa, everyone inside was dismissed, including the wolfhounds. This was just what Wang wanted. Without the wolfhounds around, he could move a bit closer to the villa. Thanks to the bloodline transformed by the blood pool, his senses of hearing, vision, and smell were greatly enhanced. As long as he focused and operated his energy, he should be able to eavesdrop on what the Tier 3 divine stage elder and Kai were discussing. Though he wanted to kill Kai, with the elderly man by his side, Wang knew he had no hope and could only wait for a future opportunity. Meanwhile, his curiosity was piqued. He really wanted to know what could attract a Tier 3 divine stage powerhouse. Silently lying in wait, he gradually moved closer to the villa, hoping to overhear the conversation between Kai and the elder.
Chapter 35, The Location of the Dragon Pearl.
Kai and the elder sat quietly on the sofa, with a glass coffee table set before them.
Mr. Meng, what is your take on this matter?
And it's hard to discern the authenticity of this map. Kai quietly conversed with the elder, his tone inevitably subdued. Although I haven't seen the real map, with the residual information you provided, it's enough to confirm. That is the map that has been passed down through my Meng family for generations. Mr. Meng spoke calmly, his voice low yet powerful, exuding a gentle authority. It turns out that although Kai hasn't obtained the actual tomb map, he found some sketches and records of research from Wang's study, which were insights or speculations made by Wang's ancestors. The results of these studies were varied. Some believed it to be a Western Xia imperial tomb that has yet to be discovered, others suspected it to be the tomb of Zhuwen from the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms period, and some speculated it could be the tombs of other royal families. But with the passage of time, even if there were maps, not a single clue could be found. What might have been a mountain in ancient times could have transformed into a lake today. Thus, the Wang family's ancestral research on the map has yielded nothing to this day. The matter of the map is crucial for my Meng family. This information must not get out. Mr. Meng's words carried a finality that hovered in the air, but in that instant, it left Kai drenched in sweat, as if he had walked through the gates of hell. Yet Mr. Meng only intended to give a warning to Kai. Rest assured, Mr. Meng. I naturally understand the importance of this matter, and those who know about it have already been dealt with besides myself. Only you, Mr. Meng, are aware of it. Kai felt a shiver run down his spine, thinking to himself, this old monster is truly difficult to deal with. His temperament is unpredictable if it weren't for wanting to rely on the Meng family's connections. Outside, Wang's heart jolted. Those who knew the information have already been eliminated? Does that mean Yu was also killed by Kai? What a pity for her. Filled with regret, Wang realized that the person he hated most in this world was not the main culprit Kai, but the traitor Yu. Wang's guess was correct. Yu had been silenced by Kai half a year ago, along with several servants who accompanied her. Moments later, more sounds entered Wang's ears from the villa. I wonder how old Meng is considering the matter of this kid's apprenticeship. Your aptitude seems decent. Seeing that you handled my tasks well, I will accept you as my named disciple. Old Meng glanced around, causing Kai's heart to race, but finally, he received a satisfactory response, making all his efforts worthwhile. Disciple Kai, greeting the master. Kai knelt on both knees, respectfully bowing 3 times. The joy in his heart was beyond words. How many Tier 3 divine stage experts are there in the entire world? Certainly no more than 10. And at this moment, he had actually become a disciple of a Tier 3 divine stage expert. Regardless of the honor, the tremendous support that made others look up in admiration was enough to incite envy. Although he was just a named disciple is still a disciple, at least in Huaxia. There was basically no one who dared to touch him. Rise. After this matter is dealt with, return to the mountain with me. Your cultivation is too low right now. Wait until you break through to the mid-tier of Tier 2 energy stage before you come out, understand? Yes. Disciple obeys. Seeing Kai hesitating to speak, old Meng felt a bit annoyed. Why are you acting so coy? Just say whatever is on your mind. Master. Disciple wants to ask about that map. Is it real? Old Meng's gaze was sharp as a blade, seemingly piercing directly into Kai's heart. Forgive me, Master, I. Kai was so anxious that he was sweating profusely, stammering, clearly extremely nervous. Kai deeply regretted asking the question. Why did he ask something so futile, knowing well that this was a sensitive issue for old Meng? Touching the tigers, but was he seeking death? Alright, since you've joined my sect, I can tell you about it. Old Meng interrupted Kai and withdrew his imposing aura. Do you know? My Meng family is the only existing millennium-old family in the world. The disciple knows. In Huaxia, the Meng family is the only millennium clan. No. It is the only surviving millennium clan in the entire world. Kai said respectfully, with admiration on his face. Of course, only he knows how much of it is pretended. The Meng family has a history that has lasted nearly 2,000 years. The casual remark thrown out by old Meng not only shocked Kai. It also astonished Wang, who was eavesdropping outside. Have you heard of General Meng Tian from the Qin dynasty? Old Meng seemed to recall some bitter past and continued, Meng Tian is indeed our ancestor. In the pre-Qin era, my Meng family was loyal for 3 generations, wholeheartedly devoted to the Qin dynasty. However, the second emperor Huai conspired to usurp the throne, taking the position of Prince Fusu, who was close to our ancestor Meng Tian, and plotted against him. Moreover, he wanted to imprison our ancestor Meng Tian in Yangzhou to kill him, because Hu Hai was very afraid of the living ancestor. If he were to be released, the highly supported ancestor Meng Tian could lead his army of 300,000 to avenge Prince Fusu, which would severely threaten Hu Hai's rule. From this perspective, the tragedy of our ancestor was an inevitability of feudal rule. Because no emperor would keep a general alive who held military power and had conflicts with him. In his last moments, our ancestor could only sigh, "What sin have I committed against heaven, that I die without guilt?" However, arrangements were already in place before our ancestor was imprisoned in Yangzhou, which allowed my Meng lineage to survive. My family was deeply favored by Emperor Shi Huang, but the second emperor Hu Hai wanted to eliminate the Meng clan. We didn't go as far as rebelling against Qin, but would we just allow ourselves to be executed? Therefore, under the leadership of an ancestor, my Meng clan not only escaped the pursuit of the second emperor Hu Hai but also spent several years gathering intelligence about his imperial tomb, later drafting a map. Why go to such great lengths just for a map of the second emperor Hu Hai's imperial tomb? Because of one thing. That is the dragon pearl passed down from Emperor Shi Huang. What? What? Kai's exclamation came from the realization that the dragon pearl truly existed. Was Emperor Shi Huang not called the ancestor dragon for nothing? Was he really a black dragon? But how could that be? But what Wang was internally exclaiming was whether the dragon pearl was left behind by the black divine dragon before its death. Although the energy of guarding the bloodline dragon pearl was nearly exhausted, it held great significance for Wang. If he did not obtain the dragon pearl, although Wang had the potential to evolve into a divine dragon, it could take thousands or even tens of thousands of years. If he were to hit a bottleneck and exhaust his lifespan, it could only lead to death. However, if he obtained the dragon pearl, with its help, Wang could definitely evolve into a flood dragon within a few decades and into a divine dragon within a few hundred years. The difference in time could not be underestimated. Immortality. This is the dream of all intelligent beings. Wang is no exception. Wang suppressed his emotional fluctuations, fearing being discovered by old Meng, quietly lurking on a tree outside the villa, listening. Don't be surprised. When I first heard about this secret, I was just as skeptical as you, wondering how there could be dragon balls in the world. Aren't they divine objects from mythology? However, this is a secret passed down through generations of the Meng family, and it absolutely cannot be wrong. Old Meng asserted. Our ancestors said that when the first emperor obtained the Dragon Ball, he swallowed it. Before he passed away, he instructed that if the Great Qin were to fall into chaos, one should enter his tomb and extract the Dragon Ball from his corpse for the reigning emperor to consume, in order to stabilize the fortunes of the Great Qin. However, after the first emperor's death, Qin heir Hu Hai immediately dispatched people to open his abdomen and retrieve the Dragon Ball, and then he consumed it himself. The concept of fortunes has been around since ancient times. Perhaps modern people don't believe in it, but it truly exists. The reason why the first emperor was called the ancestral dragon was due to the existence of the Dragon Ball. Are you very surprised? When I first heard this secret, I was even more astonished than you. Old Meng laughed. Disciple is indeed very surprised. I'm truly ignorant and have never expected that there is such a divine object as the Dragon Ball in this world. Yuan Kai replied, full of admiration. Master, I heard that Qin heir Hu Hai's tomb was discovered long ago. Isn't it located on the southern edge of the Tsujiang Pool village in Yenta district, Xi'an, commonly known as Hu Hai's tomb? Could it be that it is a false tomb? Kai asked in confusion. Really? Could it be possible? Up to now, the true tomb of the first emperor has not been discovered. Although a large number of terracotta warriors have been found, and it has been confirmed that the first emperor's tomb is at Li Mountain, who can find the real tomb of the first emperor? The only reason we can determine the location of the first emperor's tomb is largely due to historical records and the assistance of geomancers. This is because the first emperor's tomb is built right at the head of the largest dragon vein in Huaxia. The first emperor's tomb is located 5 kilometers east of Linzhuan County and about 37 kilometers from Xi'an, nestled against Li Mountain to the south and neighboring the Weishui River to the north. Why was the site chosen here?
This has much to do with the ancient people's superstitions regarding feng shui.
In recent years, geologists have examined satellite photographs, and it seems that from Jiao Mountain to Huashan, there appears to be a dragon, with the tomb of Qin Shi Huang situated at the dragon's eye. It is commonly known that there has always been a saying about painting a dragon and dotting the i's.
Chapter 36, Secrets. Master, when will you go to retrieve the Dragon Ball? What kind of miraculous effect does the Dragon Ball have?
Kai asked, unable to contain his curiosity upon seeing old Meng's high spirits, but as soon as he spoke, Kai immediately regretted it. Old Meng glanced at Kai lightly, a strange look flashing in his eyes, but he still answered Kai's question. In ancient times, because the natural energy of heaven and earth was abundant, cultivation was certainly not easy, but as long as one persevered, one would surely achieve something.
However, in today's world, due to rapid technological developments, the natural energy of the earth has diminished, and cultivation yields half the results with double the effort.
Thus, I plan to retrieve the Dragon Ball. The Dragon Ball contains an immense amount of energy, and that energy is extraordinarily vast. It would be more than enough to create 10 Tier 3 Divine Stage strong beings. Therefore, Old Meng looked at Kai with a hint of hesitation. Upon hearing this, a flash of light crossed Kai's eyes. He thought excitedly, if I could obtain the Dragon Ball, then Tier 3 Divine Stage would be within reach. However, taking the Dragon Ball from this old monster's hands is exceptionally difficult, far more dangerous than snatching food from a tiger's mouth. Moreover, I don't even know if what this old monster says is true. Perhaps he is just testing me. Although Kai quickly masked the expression in his eyes, how could he escape Old Meng's keen gaze? Old Meng sneered inwardly. These secrets were inherited through generations of the Meng family, and he certainly would not casually share them with just any disciple. As for the reason, there's a certain kind of person who can keep secrets forever. However, Old Meng still needs Kai now, because the tomb of Qin Shi Huang is in City X, and Kai's father is not only the provincial governor of Province G, but his uncle happens to be the mayor of City X. Old Meng can use him perfectly. Although the Meng family does not lack these connections because, in all of Huaxia, as long as the Meng family stamps their foot, it could shake Huaxia. But to avoid drawing attention, Old Meng cannot use the Meng family's connections. Otherwise, it would definitely arouse the curiosity of other old monsters. Old Meng does not want to let the matter of the Dragon Ball become widely known. At that time, if a multitude of Tier 3 Divine Stage strong beings gather, it would be uncertain where the Dragon Ball would end up. However, although the Meng family knows the location of Qin Shi Huang's tomb, it is filled with traps, and without a detailed layout of the tomb, even a Tier 3 Divine Stage strong person like me would be met with certain death if I attempted to enter. Old Meng said regretfully. How could that be? Master, you are a Tier 3 Divine Stage strong person, how could there be traps that could stop you? Kai couldn't believe it. Humph. Ignorant. Do you know how many Tier 3 Divine Stage strong persons there were during the Great Qin period? Hundreds. And how could the construction of the Imperial Tomb lack traps against Tier 3 Divine Stage? Don't say that I, as a Tier 3 Divine Stage strong person, even 100 would meet the same fate, unless they were at the legendary mythical realm. However, the legendary realm is just a myth. I have never heard of anyone reaching it. Even the historically powerful Xiangyu of the Western Chu only reached Tier 3 Divine Stage at its peak. Legendary realm. This was the first time Kai heard of such a realm. Previously, he thought that Tier 3 Divine Stage warriors were the strongest in the world. For Wang, who was eavesdropping outside the villa, it was likewise his first time hearing about the legendary realm, making him self-deprecating about his ignorance. The legendary realm can be said to be the pinnacle of terrestrial immortals, said to possess the ability to overturn rivers and seas, with no one left to resist. According to legend, only the Yellow Emperor, Huang Di, reached this during ancient times. He was called the Yellow Emperor due to the auspiciousness of the earth virtue. Huang Di comprehended the supreme classics, the Huang Di Neijing, indulged in 3,000 beauties, and ultimately ascended during the day, achieving the legendary realm as an unparalleled powerhouse. However, although I am not a legendary realm's unparalleled powerhouse, with the map information you provide, and the solitary classics researched by my Meng family over generations, I can restore about 6 or 7 layers of the map. Plus, nearly 2,000 years have passed, and many mechanisms have decayed, so we might also venture into the tomb of Qin Ershi, Hu Hai.
Tomorrow we will set off to City X to avoid dragging things out and leaking information, instructed Elder Meng.
Yes, Master, I will prepare right away.
You go ahead and rest, I need to gather my energy.
Yes. Watching Kai's departing figure, Elder Meng coldly laughed to himself. The Meng family has always been a family of inheritance, rarely admitting disciples from outside the clan. Besides taking in a few young aristocrats to solidify the Meng family's power, they basically do not accept outsiders. Kai clearly hasn't reached that standard and knows the secrets of the Meng family's 1,000-year legacy. So, Elder Meng never intended to let Kai return from the tomb. And even a mere provincial secretary wouldn't dare provoke the Meng family, even if he had the courage. As the top-ranked family among the 10 great families of Huaxia, and the only millennia-old family, the Meng family's influence and power is unimaginable to others. If they wanted to bring down a provincial secretary, it would be a matter of a single word. If we were to acquire the Dragon Pearl, my Meng family will restore the glory of being the world's leading family, overpowering families like Rothschild, Morgan, Rockefeller, all will be trampled underfoot by the Meng family. Elder Meng coldly laughed in his heart. Why do they want to trample on those foreign families? Because the Meng family is only ranked 4th among world families, while the Rothschild, Morgan, and Rockefeller families are all ahead of them. In the pre-World War II United States in the 20th century, there was a classic phrase describing the situation: democracy belongs to the Morgan family, while the republic belongs to the Rockefeller family. Actually, there should be a follow-up to this phrase: Rothschild once owned both Rockefeller and Morgan. As both the Rockefeller and Morgan families were once under Rothschild's control, the two families can only be considered as subsidiary families, akin to watchdogs. Chang'an has a history of over 3,100 years. Throughout history, 12 dynasties including the Zhou, Qin, Han, and Tang established their capitals here, lasting over 1,100 years. Qin Shi Huang built the masterpiece of Chinese architecture, the Yapang Palace, and constructed the enormous and richly buried historical treasure, the tomb of Qin Shi Huang in Lishan. During the Han and Tang periods, Chang'an served as the center of politics, economy, culture, and foreign exchanges in Huaxia, becoming the earliest international metropolis with a population exceeding 1 million. In the west, there is Rome, and in the east, there is Chang'an reflects Chang'an's position in world history. To this day, Chang'an is ranked alongside world-famous cities like Athens, Cairo, and Rome, all being praised as one of the 4 great ancient capitals of world civilizations. Today, City X is a modern city characterized by machinery, electronics, electrical engineering, aerospace, and light industry. It boasts over 500 research institutions and more than 40 colleges and universities, with a prosperous economy, beautiful environment, and a clean and civilized society. Historically, it has always been a vital transportation hub, serving as the throat connecting eastern China to the northwest, southwest, and countries in Western Asia. Nowadays, railways, highways, and air routes intertwine to create a thorough network, linking City X to the entire nation. City X is home to many imperial mausoleums, including the Mausoleum of the Yellow Emperor and the Mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang, not to mention the 11 mausoleums of the Han Dynasty. These include the Maoling of Emperor Wu of Han, the Yangling of Emperor Jing of Han, the Beiling of Emperor Wen of Han, the Dueling of Emperor Xian of Han, and many others. The Tang Dynasty has 20 mausoleums, 18 of which are located in Shaanxi. Notable ones include the Zhaoling of Li Shimen, the Qianling of Wu Zetian, and the tomb of Yang Guifei. The destination for Meng Lao and the others, the tomb of Qin Ershi Hu Hai, is located on the slope southeast of the giant wild goose pagoda in City X, just south of the Zhujiang Pool village. After more than 10 hours of travel, Meng Lao and Kai finally arrived in City X. City X, Huangjing Village. Huangjing Village in front of them can indeed be considered fairly remote and impoverished. In fact, there are quite a few such mountain villages in China. Don't doubt it, this is a reality. Some places are indeed a bit behind. Take the current Huangjing Village, where most of the houses are covered with tiles. Don't even mention appliances like refrigerators or washing machines. Having a television is pretty good. However, new houses have slowly started to be built here. Hello, young Master Yuan. I am Xiao Jie. We spoke yesterday. A middle-aged man with a somewhat peculiar appearance, giving off a shifty vibe.
Hello, Xiao Jie. I am Kai.
Kai engaged in conversation with Xiao Jie, and they exchanged some polite remarks. Inside the luxury car, Meng Lao, Kai, and Xiao Jie each took their seats.
Meng Lao smiled faintly, remaining silent and simply gazing at the two.
Kai cleared his throat awkwardly and said to Xiao Jie, Mr. Xiao, you must be quite familiar with Huangjing village, right? Xiao Jie nodded and replied, I, Xiao Jie, may have no other talents, and you may laugh at me, but I am a grave robber.
You guys are on an archaeological expedition, right?
I have some acquaintance with Professor Wang, and this matter was entrusted to me by him, so I naturally won't shirk from helping. Xiao Jie thought that Professor Wang was in the field of archaeology and smuggling, and having a good relationship with Professor Wang and being entrusted as a guide for the two, it was likely that he wouldn't be too far off from their line of work. Therefore, he did not conceal his identity.
Meng Lao had not been to City X for decades.
Although he had a general impression of the place, he could pinpoint the location of the mausoleum with just a few days' time.
To avoid unnecessary complications, he sought out Xiao Jie.
Upon hearing that Xiao Jie was a grave robber, Meng Lao nodded in satisfaction. This rapid development over the past 10 years had altered most places. Most of the former mountains had been leveled, and although the river had not been filled, its course had changed. Seeing Meng Lao nod, Kai sighed in relief, and his smile grew wider.
You should know Huang Banpo, right?
I haven't been here for more than 20 years. The world changes too quickly. It would take quite some time to find Huang Banpo now, Meng Lao said, looking at Xiao Jie and speaking slowly.
Ha, Meng Lao, you've asked the right person.
If you had asked others, very few would know, because Huang Banpo was flattened and renovated 15 years ago. The families there have moved to other villages, and I just happened to be from near Huang Banpo and later moved to Huangjing village, Xiao Jie said with a sip of his drink, chuckling.
That's good to know, Meng Lao nodded. It's almost dark now, let's set off for Huang Banpo at midnight.
Although Xiao Jie was puzzled about why they had to leave at midnight, and the mountain roads would be difficult to traverse at night, he wouldn't voice these concerns. Some things were better left unsaid, and he was only responsible for leading the way and collecting money. Alright, old Meng, you take the lead then, Xiao Jie readily agreed. Soon it was nighttime, and after old Meng and his companions set off, a massive python head emerged from the grass in front of the village. Wang quietly followed behind Kai and the others and finally arrived at Huangjing village as darkness fell. This is truly an extreme sprint.
Wang was fast, but ultimately he wasn't a machine.
After over 10 hours and a couple of 100 miles, no matter how good his endurance was, he would eventually be exhausted. Fortunately, he was able to track the scent left by Kai and old Meng, otherwise, he would have lost them. Additionally, he could not just run boldly down the road. Sometimes he had to hide when there were too many people around. It was better to take the mountain paths, crossing mountains and rivers as needed.
Wang followed slowly from behind, afraid to get too close, fearing that old Meng might notice him.
He only needed to closely follow the movements of old Meng, Kai, and the others, and then stealthily follow behind. At midnight, the sky was pitch black, illuminated only by a faint moonlight shining on the earth. To reach Huang Banpo, they had to pass through 3 mountain ranges. In fact, those with some experience knew that venturing into the mountains at night posed dangers like venomous snakes and wild beasts, but the dangers within the mountains were not limited to just those. For example, the various mosquitoes that appear at night are quite a nuisance. Old Meng and Xiao Jie both had some training, so it wasn't much of an issue for them.
But Xiao Jie was just an ordinary person.
However, he was well prepared, having applied insect repellent all over his body. Although the repellent wasn't very pleasant, it was certainly better than being bitten by mosquitoes. Xiao Jie also sprayed himself with realgar, which had a significant deterrent effect on the snakes here. Even after walking this far, he had not encountered a single venomous snake. If there were any ahead, they would likely be driven away by the smell of the realgar, as it was known to be deadly to snakes.
And Wang, following behind, found that the scent of the realgar was extremely unpleasant.
Xiao Jie also wanted to offer the insect repellent and realgar to old Meng and Kai, but both refused. After learning that they were fighters, Xiao Jie no longer dared to entertain any ulterior motives. As a grave robber, he naturally had some awareness of the existence of the martial arts world. As they walked, Kai said, "Xiao Jia, we came to Huangjing village to enter a tomb that no one has ever discovered. As a grave robber, you should be very familiar with tombs, and I hope you can lead us inside. How about it? Think it over after we finish, I'll give you 1,000,000 as a reward." Xiao Jia hesitated, saying, this doesn't seem very good. The dangers inside the tomb are immense. If we're not careful, we might never make it out. Besides, you all. 3,000,000. Seeing that Xiao Jia still wanted to refuse, Kai calmly said again, 5,000,000. As a grave robber, he found the concept of integrity worth less than 100 yuan. When Kai originally offered 1,000,000, Xiao Jia was inclined to agree. He was just used to bargaining a bit. Who would have thought the reward would climb to 5,000,000? Alright. I hope young Master Yuan keeps his promise. Xiao Jia appeared troubled, as if he had made a tough decision, but inside he was already overjoyed. Of course, Xiao Jia knew that it wouldn't be so simple, but he was already in too deep. In a place like this, having two fighters wanting to kill him was no different than crushing an ant. And Kai was also feeling helpless. Entering the tomb was fraught with danger, and sometimes it was inevitable to need someone to scout ahead, commonly known as cannon fodder. If it were just him and old Wang, it wouldn't take a second to know that the role of cannon fodder would fall on his shoulders. But now, with Xiao Jia's participation, the task of scouting naturally fell to him. Moreover, Xiao Jia had been a grave robber for over a decade, so his rich experience made it considerably safer for the group to enter the tomb. At least old Wang did not oppose. Perhaps he was also thinking the same, but Kai vocalized it first. Wang followed behind old Wang and the others, traversing mountains and rivers. They even had to squeeze through small holes from time to time, and he couldn't help but admire the grave robber named Xiao Jia up ahead. He truly was a professional. Thanks to the conversation among the three, Wang was able to catch some snippets from behind. However, admiration aside, they had been walking for nearly 2 hours now. Finally, they reached Huangbanpo. Xiao Jia said, "Alright, this is Huangbanpo." Old Wang nodded gently, scanning the surroundings. The former village had transformed into mountains and forests. Old Wang pulled out a map from his chest and handed it to Xiao Jia, saying, "This is the internal map of the tomb. Study it carefully, you'll need it later." Xiao Jia took the map and examined it closely. The outermost part of the map was a maze, and surprisingly, there were rivers and mountains inside. How could this be? How could there be rivers and mountains inside the tomb? Xiao Jia was extremely confused and even questioned whether old Wang had handed him the wrong map. As if sensing Xiao Jia's confusion, old Wang explained, "The outside is a maze, while the inside contains rivers and mountains. This is the tomb of Qin Ershi Huhai. Among the tombs of past emperors, the most dangerous is undoubtedly the tomb of Qin Shi Huang, with countless traps that modern technology struggles to decode. The dangers of the tomb of Qin Ershi Huhai are also ranked within the top 10. So, we must be extremely cautious. If any accidents occur, it would be difficult for me, even with my strength, to rescue you." Xiao Jia gasped in shock. Because among all the tombs, the ones from the Qin dynasty are the hardest to excavate, not to mention the tomb of the Qin emperor. Although the difficulty of the tomb of Qin Ershi Huhai is significantly less than that of the first emperor's tomb, maybe it doesn't even reach 1/3 of the difficulty of the first emperor's tomb. However, in terms of danger, it's many times more perilous compared to Han or Tang dynasty imperial tombs. Xiao Jia looked a bit embarrassed this time, and wasn't an act. He really felt deep in trouble. If Xiao Jia had known it was the tomb of Qin Ershi Huhai, he wouldn't have risked it for even 5,000,000. A 10,000,000 offer wouldn't have made him take this risk. But he had already promised, and facing two powerful martial arts masters, he didn't have the guts to go back on his word. Suddenly, Kai said, "It's too late to back out now. Of course, as long as we successfully enter the tomb and obtain what we need, I'll reward you 30,000,000 afterward." Yuan would never go back on his word. Think about it, 30,000,000 is enough for a lifetime. Once successful, you won't have to worry about food and shelter. With money, what kind of woman wouldn't come to you? Those women you could only look up to before will come knocking at your door. Think it over. Although Kai said it was a consideration, the killing intent in his eyes was becoming increasingly evident. Taking a deep breath, Xiaojia knew that things couldn't end well. He decided to take a gamble after all, he had no way to retreat.
Okay. Xiao is going all in. Chapter 38, The Maze. Meng Lao and the others turned right at Huangbanpo and entered a valley.
The valley in the night was desolate and dreary, like a deserted wilderness. However, if looked at closely, one would find the trees lush and the air imbued with a faint fragrance of grass and wood, intoxicating.
At that moment, some people broke the tranquility of the valley, as Meng Lao and the others entered.
Upon reaching the valley, they found a stone wall, and below it was a deep and dark cave that seemed bottomless. The cave was small, less than a meter wide, and a cold breeze blew out from the cave, sending chills down their spines.
Meng Lao pointed at the cave, saying, "Crawling into this cave leads to the entrance of the maze."
This passage was excavated by Zhao Gao years ago, for unknown purposes. It was later discovered by my ancestors, who paid a hefty price to obtain the map he left behind after Zhao Gao's death. Although Zhao Gao and Qin Ershi Huhai wanted to exterminate my Meng clan has always been loyal to the Qin. Even if Qin Ershi Huhai has grievances against my Meng clan, as the emperor of the Qin, my ancestors never dared to offend his tomb in the slightest. However, at this moment, I have to enter the tomb to retrieve something. This is already against the wishes of my ancestors, alas.
Meng Lao suddenly sighed.
Turning on the flashlight, the three of them headed directly towards the cave entrance.
To avoid drawing attention, and with the bright moonlight illuminating their path, they didn't use the flashlight on their way here.
The large beam of the flashlight instantly illuminated the surroundings, making the cave as bright as day. The three of them crawled into the cave one after another. Inside it was pitch black and eerily silent, with their heartbeats echoing like drumbeats. Not far into the cave, they discovered a small ditch in the middle of the path, with water flowing through it. When they reached out to touch it, the water was icy cold. After Meng Lao and the others entered the cave, Wang arrived at the cave entrance, waiting. It was only after an hour that he slowly entered the cave. Wang's purpose for coming here was the same as that of Meng Lao's the Dragon Pearl. The Dragon Pearl was too important to Wang, he would never give up. If I had a choice, I wouldn't want to face a Tier 3 Divine Stage expert either. If I could break through to peak Tier 2 max level, I might be able to put up a fight against that Meng. But right now, I'm only at mid Tier 2 energy stage. Escaping might be possible, but defeating that Meng is out of the question. Even if I broke through to Tier 2 max level, I can't be sure that I could kill him. Killing and defeating are two different concepts. Defeating someone is easy, but killing them is hard, unless you have absolutely overwhelming strength to do so. Wang followed behind and soon arrived at the entrance of the maze. The maze was already considered the edge of truly entering the tomb of Qin Ershi Huhai. The cave passage was merely a route excavated by Zhao Gao and did not belong to the scope of Qin Ershi Huhai's tomb. At this moment, Meng Lao and the others had already entered the maze, while Wang lingered at the entrance, carefully recalling the map's contents, his brows furrowed as if he had encountered some trouble. Wang felt helpless. This maze is just too vast and complex. Even with a real map, one can only try and search for the right path. However, there will surely be numerous dangers and countless traps in the maze. Alas, it's a pity that I don't understand much about maps. Some of the symbols are simply unreadable. At this moment, Wang wasn't the only one troubled. Meng Lao and the other three also encountered difficulties. Inside the maze passage, Kai had a troubled expression. Serious, this maze is only the outer periphery, isn't it even more dangerous inside? Xiaojia helplessly said, "That's for sure. Let's not talk about anything else. Even if we avoid countless traps inside the maze, how do we cross the water galaxy afterwards?" The two couldn't help but turn to Meng Lao, wanting to ask for his opinion. Old Meng remained calm. Seeing the two of them looking over, he gently said, "Crossing the water Milky Way is not easy, and this map only outlines the correct routes through about 7 layers of the tomb. There are still 3 layers with unknown paths that we need to figure out on our own. The traps within the maze are no challenge for me, you can rest assured about that. As for how to cross the water Milky Way, we'll leave that for later. After all, I haven't seen it yet, and it's hard to speculate." Upon hearing this, the two felt a bit more at ease. At least there was such a powerful ally by their side. If the sky fell, they would still be under a tall figure. As the three of them made their way, having the map allowed them to avoid most traps, while the few that did appear were dealt with by Old Meng. The traps were numerous and varied: sinkholes, crossbows, flammable oil, boulders, and more. If it weren't for Old Meng's strong sensing abilities allowing for advanced defenses and evasions, the three of them would have died countless times already. After a full 13 hours, the three finally completed the maze's 9 layers. They just needed to pass through the last layer of the maze before entering the tomb's interior. Wang, at the back, was extremely relaxed since the three were leading the way, and most of the traps had been destroyed by Old Meng. Furthermore, he still remembered the entire map, but since the three were clearing the path ahead, the map in Wang's mind had become somewhat redundant. Suddenly, Old Meng in the front whispered, "Stop, don't move." The three halted, and the maze fell into a chilling silence. Squeak! Squeak! Suddenly, countless bats flew out from above the cave. Their teeth were all exposed, glimmering coldly under the light. Seeing such a horde of bats, the expressions of the three changed. From the sight of those vicious fangs, they could already confirm the species of bats. For instance, the common ones found at home have no offensive power and are called domestic bats. But this kind is not so simple even among bats. They rank among the top, known as vampire bats. It is said that Western vampires evolved from these vampire bats, though not many people believe that. But this also indicates that these vampire bats are certainly not easy to deal with. However, the three were well prepared, each had a few torches strapped to their waists. They quickly lit the torches, and the bright flames emitted a heat and light that kept the bats at bay. Old Meng and the others let out a sigh of relief. If they had been surrounded by this group of bats, aside from Old Meng who could maintain a protective barrier and possibly survive, Kai and Xiao Jie would definitely be doomed. Moreover, if the number of bats had been fewer, it might have been manageable, but if the swarm numbered in the millions, even Old Meng's own protective energy would struggle to get them out of the maze. So not only were Kai and Xiao Jie terrified, but Old Meng's expression was also extremely grim. This time, they truly came close to perishing here. Old Meng, with a grim expression, turned to Kai and Xiao Jie and said, "Let's go. The torches we brought can only burn for a maximum of 3 hours. Within these 3 hours, we must pass through the maze and enter the tomb. Otherwise, I may be confident in saving my life, but as for you two." Kai and Xiao Jie were already extremely anxious. Upon hearing this, they immediately quickened their pace to keep up with Old Meng. With 3 torches in hand, the vampire bats could only circle in the air, afraid to descend and attack. As they gradually approached, the three finally got a clear view of the vampire bat swarm. They all collectively gasped. Estimating in their hearts, the result made their expressions even grimmer. Xiao Jie turned pale. It wasn't his fault. After all, Old Meng and Kai were warriors, their mental resilience incomparable to ordinary people, but Xiao Jie was just an ordinary person. He stammered, at least over 100 million. Kai could no longer maintain his composure and trembled as he asked Old Meng, "Master, do you have any way?" Old Meng took a deep breath, staring intently at the bat swarm above, and said softly, "Our torches can last at most 3 hours. We must pass through the maze within this time frame to have a chance of survival." Old Meng was immensely shocked at the sight of over 100 million bats. Even if he could muster a protective barrier, it wouldn't hold long. Once his protective energy was exhausted, it would mean his death. All those self-preserving words he had just spoken already flew out of his mind. Both Xiao Jie and Kai took a deep breath, suppressing their fears, and the three slowly began to search for a route. The maze is merely the exterior of the first layer of the tomb. The second layer contains a water Milky Way, and the third layer is the true interior of the tomb. Wang, on his path through the maze, discovered numerous skeletons. It goes without saying that they were humans who had accidentally entered the maze over the past 2,000 years. Perhaps the passage leading to the cave has no traps or other threats, but once you finish traversing the tunnel and enter the maze, there is only one way to die. Perhaps due to curiosity and other reasons, many who died in the maze are not few. Chapter 39, Vampire Bat Swarm. Wang, trailing behind, sensed that Old Meng and the others had disappeared into the maze and entered the second layer of the tomb, which made him feel reassured. With Old Meng in front, Wang moved carefully to avoid making any noise that might disturb him. This entire journey had been very stifling for Wang. They set off from the 6th layer of the maze to the 9th. The maze was pitch black with not a hint of light, but thanks to their heat sensing, Wang was still able to observe his surroundings. Wang isn't in a hurry, still swimming leisurely, not worried about losing the 3 people, because it takes time for them to clear the way in front, and the scent left behind is enough for him not to lose track. Finally seeing the swarm of bats, Wang's reaction is completely different from that of Meng Lao and the others, apart from the initial shock. Ha ha! It's been over 20 hours without food, I'm starving, finally I can have a big meal. With his powerful defensive scales, the flying vampires in the air are no threat to him at all. Wang immediately raises half of his body to catch the flying vampires, as the maze isn't very high, only about 4 to 5 meters, which allows him to capture them effortlessly with his 16-meter-long body. Vampire bats are a unique blood-sucking species among mammals, generally found in Central and South America. This makes Wang a bit curious as to how vampire bats exist in this underground tomb, and what's most surprising is the sheer number of them. It's as if these ferocious vampire bats are being kept here by someone. Wang flicks his tail casually, knocking down a vampire bat that just flew past him. Upon closer inspection, the vampire bats are quite small, measuring only about 6 centimeters in length, with no exposed tail fur, mainly displaying a dark brown color, and they look very ugly. They have a fleshy pad at the nose with a U-shaped groove at the tip, triangular ears, and long, sharp canine teeth, which are slightly triangular and sharp enough to pierce other animals' protruding parts and feast. The high-pitched squeaking noise is made by the vampire bats in a panic as they flee because a massive python is on the ground hunting and swallowing them. Although Wang is a python, he still finds it hard to understand what this sound means. However, he isn't concerned about that, as being able to have a big meal at this moment is enough excitement for him. If Kai and the others knew Wang's thoughts, they wouldn't know whether to laugh or cry. They're terrified near the swarm of bats, not daring to provoke them for fear of triggering a collective attack. Yet Wang sees the swarm of bats as prey to hunt. Of course, the reason Wang confidently provokes the fearsome swarm of over 1 million bats is precisely because he relies on his defensive power. Although his defense may not be stronger than Meng Lao's energy shield, Meng Lao will eventually run out of energy, while Wang doesn't have to worry about this issue. Even if he lies on the ground completely still, the swarm of bats can't penetrate the defenses of his scales. Squeak! Squeak! Inside the 9th layer of the maze, chaos has erupted. The bats are fleeing everywhere from Wang's pursuit, and countless bats are attacking him, but his hard scales, which could withstand a machine gun's fire, are naturally not something that the small fangs of the bats can breach. Of course, vampire bats not only have sharp fangs but also carry potent venom. Bats are a natural reservoir or vector for many zoonotic disease pathogens, such as rabies, severe acute respiratory syndrome, Henipavirus, Ebola virus, etc., all of which can be deadly. However, for Wang, these toxins are nothing. The venom within him can easily assimilate or absorb any toxins that are less potent than his own. Ugh! Wang burps heartily. He doesn't even know how many bats he has swallowed, but he feels very full. Looking at the road ahead, Wang swam slowly forward. Following the scent left by Meng Lao and the others, he checked against the map in his mind and confirmed that it was indeed the right path. I must get the Dragon Ball. Even if it's Tier 3 Divine Stage, I have to fight for it. Wang thought fiercely, his eyes shining with malice, just like a thug. A feeling of humid and sticky air hit him as he entered the bat's habitat, filled with a disgusting stench and all sorts of strange odors. The damp, suffocating, putrid smell almost made him want to faint and vomit. Luckily, since breaking through to Tier 2 energy stage, Wang has been able to control his senses and has now blocked his sense of smell. Screech! Suddenly, an exceptionally penetrating scream echoed from above, and Wang felt dizzy and his mind tremble. Damn it! This is a sonic attack. Wang cursed inwardly, but he also began to activate his energy defense while his eyes turned toward the source of the sound. The number of vibrations per second is called the sound frequency, measured in hertz. The frequency of sound waves that the human ear can hear ranges from 20 Hz to 20,000 Hz. When the frequency of sound wave vibrations is below 20 Hz or above 20,000 Hz, humans cannot hear them. Therefore, sound waves with frequencies above 20,000 Hz are termed ultrasound. The frequencies of ultrasound used for medical diagnostics typically range from 1 to 5 MHz. In medicine, the immense energy of ultrasound can also cause internal stones in the body to vibrate violently, shattering them and alleviating pain, thereby achieving a healing effect.
Wang can understand ultrasound, but he has never encountered such terrifying ultrasound before. Wang estimated that the ultrasonic waves emitted by this vampire bat king would at least reach tens of billions of megahertz. That's truly terrifying.
That's strange. Logically speaking, the three people with the surname Meng should be at the front.
Why isn't the bat swarm attacking them? Could it really be a matter of luck? Damn.
Suddenly, a swarm of vampire bats, much larger than ordinary ones, flew over, attacking Wang at incredible speeds. Wang could only catch a glimpse of a shadow. The massive vampire bats with their gleaming fangs and sharp claws all lunged at Wang's body.
Clang! Clang! Clang!
A series of metal clashing sounds echoed through the maze. Fortunately, the people with the surname Meng have already entered the second level of the tomb, otherwise, such a noise would definitely alert them. Wang couldn't help but feel grateful, but soon his mood soured, cursing inwardly, why aren't these bats attacking the Meng people? Am I really that easy to bully? Wang began to fight back, but despite several attacks, none hit the target, leaving him extremely frustrated. Why? Because Wang's speed was too slow. Even though Wang could increase his speed to 1/3 of the speed of sound at the moment of attack, he realized an astonishing fact: this swarm of bats, which was over 10 times larger than ordinary bats, had already reached the speed of sound over 340 meters per second. What kind of speed is that? It left Wang feeling powerless. Because, even at the moment of attack, Wang could only reach a maximum of 1/3 the speed of sound. Clang! The swarm of vampire bats attacked Wang again, countless claws, fangs, and scales clashing and sparking. Screech! The piercing scream struck Wang's mind painfully. However, due to his preparedness, it was just a slight sting, and he didn't feel dizzy. Attack! Attack! Wang's countless strikes only managed to knock down a dozen bats, and that was only because the swarm was so huge that a few collided with his attacks. Wang was left with no energy to retaliate against the vampire bats. He simply gave up, realizing he couldn't keep up with their speed. Feeling utterly helpless, Wang decided to ignore them and just focus on his own path. As for the vampire bats' attacks, he'd let them happen. But on his way, Wang grew increasingly annoyed by the attacks of the vampire bats. A huge spray of venom erupted from his mouth, scattering like fairy dust toward the swarm. Perhaps luck was finally on Wang's side, as the venom he inadvertently sprayed actually killed a large number of vampire bats. Ha ha! Wang laughed triumphantly. This was exhilarating. Throughout his 2 lives, this battle was the most frustrating, leaving him almost defenseless, forced to endure the attacks passively. Screech! The dying screams of the vampire bats echoed as they rolled in the air. Upon closer inspection, one would find that Wang's overwhelmingly potent venom was corroding the flesh and blood of many bats, with wisps of green smoke rising from the hundreds of bats. They flew chaotically, resembling shot-down fighter planes, trailing long green smoke in the sky. I've already wasted a lot of time. It seems I need to speed up. Otherwise, if I'm too late, the Dragon Ball might be snatched away by that guy Meng. Because if old Meng gets the Dragon Ball, Wang will have completely lost hope. How could he steal something from a Tier 3 divine stage powerhouse? Wang simply didn't have that strength. Wang quickly passed through the 9th layer of the maze and entered the interior of the tomb. Chapter 40, Biological Beings from 2,000 years ago. Wang squeezed through the entrance of the 9th layer of the maze and finally entered the interior of the tomb. What is this? Wang stared in disbelief at the sparkling stones on the wall of the tomb. Originally, Wang thought the inside of the tomb would be dark and grim like the maze, where one couldn't see their hand in front of their face. However, after entering, he found the entire tomb illuminated by a soft glow. The shining objects were actually pieces of stone. What is this? This is fluorite. What is fluorite? Fluorite also has another name in ancient times. It was called a night pearl, which is a stone that glows at night. To ordinary people, a night pearl symbolizes wealth. One single night pearl is worth a fortune. The entire wall of this cave is composed of night pearl ores. How much is that worth? According to historical records, night pearls were already quite valuable, and many countless battles were fought over a single night pearl in ancient times.
But that's not the case.
In reality, most people do not know that a night pearl is a kind of mineral called fluorite, which is not a rare mineral. It can range from several thousand to tens of thousands of yuan, and even more valuable ones exist. Thanks to the light emitted by the fluorite, Wang could clearly see the inside of the tomb. It was incredibly spacious, roughly 7-8 li in size. Remembering carefully, Wang noticed that the entire tomb resembled a large character, with the outermost part being the maze, the middle section being a water galaxy, and the core area being the burial chamber. After walking for 100 meters, he finally arrived in front of the water galaxy. The surface of the Mercury River is calm and serene, but Wang is still deeply shaken. The amount of mercury in this river is staggering. Even with modern technology to extract mercury, it would take years to refine such a vast quantity, and it's hard to imagine how ancient, less advanced methods could extract so much. But soon, Wang's expression turns thoughtful as he spots a human corpse on the riverbank. It's that tomb raider, Xiao Jie. Alongside Xiao Jie's body are a dozen other monster corpses. These monster bodies resemble cows, covered in scales, with a single horn on their foreheads and sharp teeth glimmering in their gaping mouths, instilling fear at first glance.
What kind of monster is this?
Wang, who has never seen such a creature, is filled with confusion. The monster's corpse lies on the ground. Although there's no blood spilling everywhere, its pitiful appearance of blood flowing from all 7 orifices confirms that its insides were crushed. Naturally, only someone as formidable as old Wang could have killed a monster with a single blow. Suddenly, Wang notices a rope on the stone wall, stretching across the Mercury River and connecting to the other side. I guess that's how Kai crossed the Mercury River.
As for old Wang,
a Tier 3 divine stage expert would have no need for a rope to cross a river only 30 meters wide. They could just glide over effortlessly. Wang approaches the stone wall and sweeps a massive boulder from it with his tail. A stone nearly a meter wide and weighing at least 1,000 pounds effortlessly flicked into the Mercury River.
Anyone watching would surely be left dumbfounded. Boom!
As the boulder is thrown into the Mercury River, mercury splashes everywhere.
Roar!
Suddenly, 7 creatures jump out of the Mercury River with a frenzied roar.
These monsters are covered in scales, suggesting they possess formidable defense. It really is as expected.
These monsters actually live in the Mercury River.
But how could any creature survive in Mercury? That's almost impossible. Wang squints his eyes, unleashing his energy. Flowing with power, it bursts forth with strength rivaling that of bullets. Bang!
The 7 monsters that just jumped from the Mercury River tumble back in the instant they're hit by the energy. However, at that moment, dozens of creatures suddenly leap out of the Mercury River, their scales glinting with a strange metallic sheen under the light of the phosphorescence. Observing the monsters closely, Wang notices they have heads somewhat resembling crocodiles, a single horn on their foreheads, bodies akin to cows, short, stocky limbs, thick paw pads, and tails that stretch more than 5 meters long, appearing very resilient. The monsters seem unskilled at crawling on the ground, moving slowly with their limbs pressed against it, while 2 puffs of white vapor billow from their noses beneath their steel-covered snouts.
As dozens of monsters rush forward, Wang meets them head-on. With a long howl, Wang's muscles seem poised to burst, and under the phosphorescence, the muscles beneath his scales appear to move and writhe as if filled with countless lives. Boom! It feels as if the earth shakes, landslide and earthquake. Wang's tail collides forcefully with the body of the monster. After the impact, Wang realizes the monster's scales are surprisingly resilient, not as hard as his own, but still quite sturdy. Though it might not hold up against him, it certainly withstands bullets from regular firearms.
The monster seems to have gone mad, relentlessly whipping its tail, which cracks in the air, sending shockwaves through the atmosphere. Although the monster's fury increases its attacking power, it moves too slowly, allowing Wang to dodge effortlessly. The rage of the monster has overshadowed its natural instincts. A rational monster and an irrational beast are fundamentally different, with the latter being far more destructive. Just as wild boars, a rational wild boar would choose to flee, while one that has lost its rationality would fight tooth and nail against an enemy, even risking its life. Capable hunters prefer to face tigers or leopards rather than a deranged wild boar.
Wang exerted considerable effort before finally killing one monster.
Perhaps because Wang exudes a fierce aura, after defeating 6 monsters, the remaining ones panic and flee into the Mercury River. These monsters must have been captured after the death of Qin Ershi Hu Hai and placed in the Mercury River to guard the tomb. But what kind of creature can survive for 2,000 years? Wang simply cannot understand the reason behind it. However, since dragons genuinely exist, the appearance of such bizarre monsters doesn't seem all that strange.
At this moment, Wang is faced with a dilemma: how will he cross this Mercury River? That rope definitely wouldn't withstand his weight.
And even though he is 16 meters long, the Mercury River is over 30 meters wide. He can't possibly jump across. Wang is anxious, realizing that if he doesn't catch up to Old Meng and Kai soon, he might regret it if Old Meng gets the dragon pearl first. Looking at the calm mercury in the river, Wang hesitates, unsure if he can withstand the toxicity of the mercury. It could seep through his skin or get inhaled. Mercury is simply everywhere.
It's now or never.
The craving for the dragon pearl overcomes his concern for the mercury. Entering the mercury feels almost like stepping into a swamp, though the pressure is much stronger. The Mercury River was only about 30 meters wide, while Wang was 16 meters long. A few jumps in the mercury and he reached the opposite bank.
Activating his energy, he sensed that there was something unusual within him.
As he did this, Wang discovered that quite a few metallic toxins lurked in his body, but they were suppressed by his own powerful poison, gradually being assimilated and absorbed. Wang breathed a sigh of relief. At least he didn't have to worry about the toxic mercury. At the rate of assimilation and absorption, he could completely eliminate the mercury toxins in just over 10 minutes.
Chapter 41: The Giant Coffin in the Void.
After swimming across the Mercury River, he arrived at the other side.
Wang was already thoroughly familiar with the map of the tomb, able to recite it backwards.
After carefully recalling the map routes in his mind and comparing them with the directions left by Old Meng and Kai, he found no mistakes and quickly moved in that direction. After more than 10 minutes, Wang finally arrived at the entrance of the tomb chamber. The entrance to the tomb chamber was a massive stone door with 10 gates, each gate 5 meters high and 4 meters wide.
Inside the gates was utter darkness, not a glimmer of light, exceedingly eerie and terrifying.
On either side of the stone door were carved dragon statues, golden, clawed dragons soaring with vivid detail, as if they were alive, vividly depicted on the stone wall. With a powerful sense of danger like that of an animal, Wang could feel an immense danger from within the gates. This was a true life and death situation. 9 of the 10 gates led to dead ends, and only one gate was the true passage into the tomb chamber.
Who?
Taking a deep breath, Wang felt a shock that was hard to express.
Following the indications on the map and the lingering essence left by Old Meng and the others, Wang chose the correct gate and walked in.
After entering the gate, Wang walked for half an hour and finally saw a flicker of light ahead.
That flickering light was obviously from a lamp, not electricity. Maybe they've lit the oil lamps in the tomb chamber.
Thinking of this, Wang moved faster, fearing that Old Meng would act first and seize the dragon ball.
Thanks to the illumination, the scene inside the gate passage became clear.
The walls were still rock, but the ground was made from polished steps. Wang disliked walking on steps, as being a python made it quite inconvenient. As he neared the exit of the gate, Wang held his breath and lowered the sound of his movements to avoid being detected by Old Meng. Wang quietly extended his python head to survey the terrain. The tomb chamber of Qin Ershi Hu Hai was vast, at least the size of 7 or 8 football fields. 9 stone pillars supported the chamber, each intricately carved with phoenixes, dragons, lions, heavenly horses, and other mythical creatures. The walls of the chamber had 72 oil lamp basins, of which Old Meng and Kai had lit 21. Using the light, he looked up and saw lingering mountains, a flowing mercury waterfall, and a cluster of golden palaces standing majestically in the tomb chamber. Even more shocking were the countless figurines, chariots, horses, and soldiers in the tomb, too numerous to count.
Every figurine's attire and expression were different. Just the hairstyles had many variations, the poses were diverse, and each facial expression was unique.
From their attire, expressions, and gestures, one could tell who was an official and who was a soldier, whether they were infantry or cavalry. All the faces of the Qin figurines radiated a unique majesty and composure of the Qin people, embodying distinct personalities and strong characteristics of the era. Shifting his gaze, Wang was suddenly jolted. In the very center of the tomb chamber stood a pyramid-like staircase, a golden staircase with 99 steps that seemed to reach for the sky. The staircase glimmered with a golden sheen, all made of gold. Atop the 99 steps of the golden staircase floated a massive coffin in mid-air, silently suspended there. The coffin, made of bronze, was 5 meters long, unadorned and ancient, with many verdigris stains on it, and faint, mysterious engravings filled with the passage of time. But what stirred Wang's heart wasn't the bronze coffin, it was what floated above it, the Dragon Ball. Staring at the Dragon Ball, Wang could not tear his gaze away, and deep down, he felt a subtle sensation, a feeling called the call. It was as if a long-lost relative stood before him, deeply calling out, a warmth surging from the depths of his soul. The staircase, the 99 steps of the golden staircase, gave Wang an overwhelming sense of danger. There must be unknown dangers within the staircase. Wang sneered inwardly, thinking, let that Meng fellow probe the way first. He quietly sneaked into the tomb chamber and found a Qin chariot to hide in. He waited quietly for old Meng and Kai, watching what actions they would take. Wang had no intention of sticking his neck out. Wang didn't have to wait long. Old Meng and Kai finally lit all 72 oil lamps at this moment. The tomb was brightly lit as if it were day. Of course, old Meng and Kai also noticed the bronze coffin and Dragon Ball atop the 99 steps of the golden staircase. Although old Meng did not have the animal-like intuition for danger, as a Tier 3 divine stage powerhouse, he certainly wasn't just fluff. Old Meng felt the danger atop the golden staircase, a deadly crisis. A moment's carelessness could turn this place into his burial site. Master, the Dragon Ball should be up there. Let's hurry and grab it. Kai was incredibly excited. Elder Meng had just made a promise to help him achieve Tier 3 divine stage through the Dragon Balls. As long as he could obtain the Dragon Balls that were so close, he had a chance to become a powerful Tier 3 divine stage warrior. Thinking of this, despite trying hard to suppress the excitement in his heart, he couldn't hide the eager expression on his face. Although Elder Meng was also excited deep down, he remained calm and said, ignorance. The Dragon Balls are not so easily obtained. Haven't the monsters in the water galaxy taught you a lesson? Upon hearing this, Kai also calmed down. Noticing Elder Meng mentioning monsters again, he curiously asked, Master, are those monsters really creatures from 2,000 years ago? But what kind of creature can live for 2,000 years? Also, what about the sword immortal you mentioned earlier? Does he really exist? That strange beast should have been captured by Emperor Qin's order before his death to guard his tomb. As for the legend of the sword immortal, only by reaching Tier 3 divine stage with the skill, Voidwalker, can one fly on a sword. Why were most ancient divine swords forged during the Spring and Autumn or Warring States period? Because during the Warring States period and the Qin dynasty, swords were the most popular weapons. Therefore, most cultivators or Tier 2 energy stage warriors from the pre-Qin period would typically choose swords as their weapon, able to fly on them and travel thousands of miles without landing. These powerful beings, with the skill, Voidwalker, were regarded as sword immortals by ordinary people, which is why the legend of the sword immortal has been passed down. Although the tales of the sword immortal have become increasingly exaggerated, such as beheading enemies from 1,000 miles away, none of that is real. But flying on a sword for 1,000 miles without landing, and enjoying an extraordinary lifespan of 800 years, is indeed a fact. Kai exclaimed in shock, 800, then what is the realm of skill, Voidwalker? Tier 3 divine stage is also divided into initial, middle, late, and perfection stages. The initial stage is skill, aura armor, the middle stage is passive, micro-control, the late stage is passive, indestructible, and perfection is skill, Voidwalker. After that comes the legendary realm achieved only by the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan, the legendary realm itself. Currently, only Old Manly has reached passive, micro-control. As for the realms above that, no one has reached them in hundreds of years. Only Zhang Sanfeng from the Ming dynasty achieved passive, indestructible, but unfortunately, alas. Mr. Meng said, hesitating to continue. 800 years of lifespan, a sight to behold yet out of reach. Mr. Meng sighed silently. Chapter 42, Dragon Pearl. Hundreds of millions of years ago, when the Black Divine Dragon first fell, its dragon pearl was not smaller than a basketball. At this moment, after hundreds of millions of years protecting the blood pond from natural disasters and human calamities, floods, tropical cyclones, earthquakes, tsunamis, and other disasters, the energy of the dragon pearl has been massively depleted, and after so many years, its size is only that of a grain of rice, with energy reduced to 1/10,000th of its peak. However, even with only 1/10,000th of its energy left, it is more than enough to create dozens of Tier 3 divine stage powerful warriors, which shows just how immense the energy of the dragon pearl is. The dragon pearl, the source of the divine dragon's power. Mr. Wang wanted it, and Wang could not forget it. Wang, hidden inside the Qin mercenary war chariot, closely monitored every move of Mr. Wang and Kai, and felt extremely nervous as he saw the two begin to ascend the heavenly ladder. Smack! Stepping onto the first step of the heavenly ladder, Kai suddenly felt as if a pebble had dropped into a lake, as the winds and clouds shifted dramatically. Swish! 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 A rain of arrows, like a dark cloud, descended from above, and in an instant, thousands of arrows were unleashed. Mr. Meng's expression changed drastically, while Kai's face turned pale, and his legs trembled. Ha! With a loud shout from Mr. Meng, his chi formed a shield, enveloping both of them. Clang! 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 Thousands of arrowheads smashed against the shield, causing Mr. Meng to shake violently, and his expression to change slightly. We need to retreat. The mechanisms here are too powerful. Even with this old man's strong defensive chi shield, it can only withstand us until the 20th step of the heavenly ladder before it is completely drained. Kai was already terrified, his face ashen. The flood of arrows shooting towards them left anyone who had not seen it in person struggling to grasp the shock. Mr. Meng and Kai retreated from the heavenly ladder as the rain of arrows finally ceased. All that was left were a bunch of shattered arrows, broken by Mr. Meng's chi. Master, what are we going to do? If we can't get the dragon pearl, our trip has been in vain. Kai said anxiously. Due to incomplete maps, the records regarding the mechanisms of the heavenly ladder only contain fragmented notes. It's impossible to avoid the mechanisms on the heavenly ladder. We'll have to rely on ourselves to navigate. Mr. Meng said with a distressed look at the dragon pearl floating in the void, speaking softly. If only Xiao Jia hadn't died. At least he had years of experience raiding tombs and knew more about mechanisms than we do, Kai said regretfully. Looking at the dragon pearl on the 99th step of the golden heavenly ladder, the two could only sigh in admiration, yet felt powerless to act. Wang witnessed the scene of thousands of arrows being shot from the Qin mercenary war chariot, and he was also deeply shocked. Though he had a map in his mind detailing ways to avoid the arrow mechanisms, he did not dare to venture out while Mr. Meng was present. Otherwise, he might be intercepted by Mr. Meng before even getting close to the heavenly ladder. Wang was 200 meters away from the golden heavenly ladder inside the Qin mercenary war chariot, while Mr. Meng and others were at the base of the ladder. Trying to climb the heavenly ladder without being detected by Mr. Meng was essentially a hopeless wish. Wang could only waiting for a chance. I will try again. You stay here. Yes. Kai quickly agreed. Waiting in a safe place was the best option for him. In the eyes of the old man Meng, bringing Kai along would not only be of no help but would also slow him down and require him to divert his attention to take care of him. Although the old man Meng does not care about his life or death, perhaps he might still need him later. The old man Meng stepped onto the heavenly ladder, and a rain of arrows burst forth once again. Clang! 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 The arrows collided with the protective barrier. The barrier remained unharmed, but the arrows were shattered. Old man Meng did not attack the incoming arrows. He merely relied on the protective barrier to defend against them, thus minimizing his consumption of chi as much as possible. 10th step, 15th step, by the 20th step, the old man Meng finally started to descend, panting heavily. Although he could climb a few more steps, at that point, there would be no way to retreat, and moreover, the power of the arrows increased the higher he went. Master, how is it? Kai asked with concern, not out of worry for the old man Meng's well-being, but because in the tomb everything depended on the old man. If something were to happen to him, it would be incredibly difficult for Kai to make it out of the tomb on his own. He might end up trapped there forever, until he either starved or was killed by traps.
No worries, I have some idea about this mechanism.
Once I have adjusted my breath, we will go up together, said the old man Wang, and then he closed his eyes to rest. Upon hearing this, Kai's expression changed slightly as he glanced at the golden heavenly ladder that seemed to reach the heavens. Feeling a lingering fear, he sat next to the old man Wang, waiting. What a great opportunity! Wang felt a surge of joy at this moment. Meng Lao was severely drained of energy and was recuperating. Opportunities must not be missed. Once lost, they won't come again. Wang exited the Qin mercenary chariot and stealthily approached the ladder. 150 meters, 100 meters, 30 meters. As he got closer, Wang's heart began to race. Tier 3 divine stage was not just a name within 100 meters, it was able to perceive everything. Even Wang was not confident he could avoid detection within that range. Who? Suddenly, it seemed Meng Lao sensed something. He opened his eyes wide, and a flash of sharp light shot out. In an instant, he darted off like lightning, heading straight for the direction where Wang was stealthily approaching the ladder. Meng Lao shouted, "Come out, you little pests!" A powerful energy shot out from Meng Lao, directly targeting Wang's hiding place. In an instant, a crescent-shaped energy slashed through, cutting down more than 10 Qin mercenaries and 2 or 3 chariots, maintaining full power as it struck fiercely towards the hidden Wang. Not good. Wang was shocked and, in a moment of resolve, pushed his speed to the limit and dashed toward the direction of the 90-meter distant 99th tier golden stairway. The unstoppable crescent force slashed through over 10 Qin mercenaries and war chariots, landing at the spot where Wang had just left. Instantly, it carved a long trench of several hundred meters into the blue stone ground, nearly a meter deep. Old Meng initially thought someone was following him and his companions to the tomb, but then felt a gust of energy probing and saw a gigantic python leaping out from the pile of Qin servants. Meng Lao and Kai were momentarily stunned. What is going on? Has this giant python been following us all along? At this thought, Kai couldn't help but shiver. Old Meng was also just taken aback for a moment. Seeing the giant python actually climbing towards the heavenly ladder, he did not make a move to stop it, but instead inwardly sneered, "A beast is just a beast, seeking its own death." Old Meng has suffered from the traps on the heavenly ladder. This giant python, while large, could not withstand a barrage of arrows. As for the 99 steps of the heavenly ladder, Old Meng has only completed the first 20. He has no idea what strange mechanisms or traps lie ahead. Wang naturally had no idea what Meng was thinking and was puzzled in his heart, saying, "How come the one with the surname Meng didn't chase us? Not chasing after me is perfect. Once I get the Dragon Ball, you'll be the one crying." Wang felt a surge of joy in his heart at this moment. He had already climbed onto the heavenly ladder. Using the escape route recorded on the map, by the time Wang stepped up 15 rungs of the heavenly ladder, the traps hadn't triggered at all. Elder Meng looked around and sensed that something was off. Filled with rage, he wondered where all those years of cultivation had gone, and he couldn't help but curse incessantly. What the hell is this trap? It only targets humans? What about beasts? It's really infuriating. This is completely unfair. Elder Meng watched from below but didn't dare to step onto the heavenly ladder. At that moment, his aura wasn't fully restored, and even if he climbed the heavenly ladder, he would have to come back down embarrassed in a moment. However, Elder Meng was observing the giant python's every move from below, discovering many secrets of avoiding traps. Suddenly, Elder Meng realized something. Could it be that this giant python has become sentient? Is it also after the Dragon Ball? The legend of a snake transforming into a dragon has long been a part of Chinese culture, with many movies and TV shows made about it. As he saw the giant python truly climbing upwards, its obvious goal being the Dragon Ball. Elder Meng could no longer sit still. Not bothering to greet Kai, since Kai was of no value now, Elder Meng had no intention of letting him out of the tomb. Elder Meng directly followed the path of the giant python, successfully avoiding several traps. Seeing that the python's route indeed worked, his confidence surged. He chased after the giant python again along the route he remembered. The 18th step, the 23rd step. At the 23rd step, Elder Meng only triggered the traps twice due to missteps, yet he easily resisted them. When Elder Meng looked up, he saw the giant python had actually reached the 72nd step of the heavenly ladder, and his heart raced. However, in his haste, he once again made a wrong step, triggering a trap. Although it was blocked by his protective aura, he dared not act rashly and calmed his mind. Wang, of course, noticed Elder Meng below and secretly laughed. "Now you know to chase? It's too late." "Ha?" Wang noticed that Elder Meng rarely triggered traps and couldn't help but be puzzled. Having just watched from the Qin mercenary vehicle, Wang realized that Elder Meng's map was missing the route up the heavenly ladder, otherwise, he wouldn't have had to come down in a sorry state after climbing twice. With a turn of thought, he understood. So he is just following me, and worried about the traps biting him. Chapter 43, The 99 Golden Steps. Boom! As he stepped onto the 90th rung of the golden ladder, it shook, and Wang inwardly cursed as he had misstepped, triggering a trap. Click! Click! The sound of gears turning and chains being pulled echoed from the void. Wang looked up and saw a crack opening at the top of the tomb, through which flames and lava swirled violently. When the crack was pulled open by the trap, flames and lava came crashing down. It may seem slow, but the events unfolded in just a few seconds on the golden ladder. Wang had no time to escape. Hiss! Hit directly by the flames and lava, Wang rolled around in agony. Seeing the giant python's miserable fate, scalded all over and appearing as if it would melt like steel, Wang's heart trembled, thinking, if I were to be hit directly by the lava, even with my protective aura, I wouldn't last a moment. Elder Meng, witnessing the giant python's tragic end, became even more cautious, stepping carefully with each move. Damn it! Wang cursed fiercely in his heart. Although he had strong defenses, he was getting cooked by the flames and lava, and he could even smell the fragrance of roasted meat coming from his own body. He cursed the person who set the trap, unable to comprehend why there was lava in such a place. His scales had fallen off in several places, his body was covered in blood, and his tail was severely burned. In short, Wang's current appearance was truly pitiful. Enduring the pain, he continued to climb up. Now reaching the 90th step of the golden ladder, Wang didn't want to be caught up by Elder Meng. He must obtain the Dragon Ball as soon as possible to feel secure. The 91st step, the 93rd step, the 95th step. Wang was getting closer to the Dragon Ball, excitement stirring in his heart. Wang was thrilled, but Elder Meng had just reached the 46th step of the ladder, and his anxiety was palpable. Yet he dared not quicken his pace. The higher he climbed, the more powerful the traps became, and a slight misstep could lead to big trouble. The shocking scene of the lava falling was still fresh in Elder Meng's memory. What should I do? The Dragon Ball is about to be taken by this beast. Could it be that this beast has really become sentient? Elder Meng had long suspected the giant python's unusual behavior and even doubted whether it had gained intelligence. Otherwise, how could it know to avoid traps? How did it know how to hide and sneak? He was right to suspect. However, Elder Meng only considered it briefly before dismissing the thought. In his mind, animals could have spiritual awareness, but gaining true intelligence seemed hard to believe. To Elder Meng, the giant python was likely just spiritually aware. What is spiritual awareness? For example, dolphins, the most intelligent animals on Earth, have their own society and language and can understand and analyze human language, but they are still far from being truly spiritually aware. Crows can use tools and think simply. All of this indicates that animals possess a form of spirituality. Wang didn't care about Elder Meng's thoughts, as he had already reached the 98th step of the golden ladder. Just one more step and the Dragon Ball would be in his grasp. Filled with excitement, Wang finally stepped onto the 99th golden staircase. Boom! The entire golden staircase trembled, as if it were an 8-magnitude earthquake. The Dragon Ball suddenly quivered, sensing Wang's divine dragon bloodline. Wang's bloodline is inherited from the Black Divine Dragon, and the Dragon Ball is precisely the Black Divine Dragon's ball, naturally possessing such sensing ability. From beneath, one could only see one side of the 99th golden staircase, which felt less impressive. But after Wang set foot on the 99th step, he was completely awed by the wisdom of the ancients. It turns out that the 99th golden staircase is nearly 100 meters high, pyramid-shaped on 3 sides, and the top seems to be flattened like a platform to hold the bronze giant coffin.
And the entire pyramid is made of gold. How much gold does that require? Thousands of tons? Or tens of thousands? Wang couldn't understand where all this gold came from.
Wang found it hard to estimate and even doubted whether Qin Ershi Huhai had siphoned off all of Qin's gold here. Perhaps, even if everything was gathered together, it wouldn't amount to this much. Wang was perplexed as to how this tomb could be so tall. It's nearly 100 meters high, and with ancient technology, it managed to remain intact for nearly 2,000 years without collapsing. Aside from admiration, Wang couldn't find any words of praise. At this moment, Wang finally understood why the bronze giant coffin was floating in midair. It turns out it was because of the Dragon Ball. There was actually no gravitational pull on the platform of the 99th golden staircase. If scientists from the outside knew, they might flock here to study. The platform at the top of the flattened 99th staircase spans nearly 40 square meters, and the energy emitted by the Dragon Ball has completely eradicated gravity.
No. It's not that gravity disappeared, it's just weakened a lot.
On the platform where the force of gravity was significantly reduced, Wang was extremely excited. This was his first experience of riding the clouds and mist. Unable to contain himself, he gently leaped and soared into the air. From below, it looked like a divine dragon gliding through the clouds.
Commanding storms and rain, Wang felt that he could do anything. He wanted to roar arrogantly, but his voice, which hadn't yet evolved into a dragon's, sounded no different from that of a snake, lacking any imposing presence, and actually felt a bit awkward. Below, Meng Lao and Kai were dumbfounded, both finding a huge question mark appearing in their hearts. Fortunately, they were not ordinary people. If they were, they might already have knelt down praying for the divine dragon's protection. Suddenly, a greedy glimmer appeared in Meng Lao's eyes as he thought excitedly, the Dragon Ball. It must be because of the Dragon Ball. Glancing at the suspended bronze giant coffin, Meng Lao felt even more certain. I must get it. I must acquire the Dragon Ball. He gazed hungrily at the Dragon Ball in midair, his thoughts racing. At that moment, the desire to obtain the Dragon Ball consumed everything. Meng Lao was willing to pay any price to get it. Wang, of course, didn't care about what Meng Lao and the others were thinking. He just wanted to obtain the Dragon Ball as soon as possible, to avoid any longer night filled with dreams. On the platform of the 99th staircase where gravity was almost non-existent, Wang floated over the bronze giant coffin, slowly drawing near the Dragon Ball. In midair, Wang moved very slowly, feeling as if he were swimming through water. Moreover, the movement was quite difficult. Finally, having completely passed the bronze giant coffin, the Dragon Ball was within arm's reach. If Wang just moved up a bit, he could swallow it whole. A few seconds felt like years to Wang. At last, he was nearing the Dragon Ball. Wang disregarded everything and swallowed the Dragon Ball in one gulp. Ha ha! The Dragon Ball is finally in hand. Wang laughed wildly in his heart. Obtaining the Dragon Ball meant he could transform into a flood dragon in decades and into a true dragon in hundreds of years. At this moment, the word joy could hardly describe his feelings. After swallowing the Dragon Ball, Wang didn't rush to study it. Instead, he wrapped it with his energy and concealed it within himself. He could examine it slowly after getting rid of the trouble. Looking down, he saw Meng Lao staring at him with eyes reddened with covetousness. Even Wang, whose heart was as cold as 1,000-year-old ice, felt a chill from his gaze. I don't have any personal grudges against you, so why do you hate me so much? Wang cursed inwardly. Chapter 44, Final Revenge. Although he felt uncomfortable under Meng Lao's glaring stare, Wang still defiantly shot back a fierce glare, his cold gaze flashing with killing intent. The murderousness in his eyes became wilder, bloodier, more ferocious, and primal beasts are naturally suited for the rule of the jungle, where it's often either you die or I die. Competing with Wang for killing intent? Very few humans could match him. Due to possessing the divine dragon bloodline, Wang's energy isolated him from the Dragon Ball's radiation. Wang fell from the platform in midair, and the bronze giant coffin crashed down on the platform. The pyramid-shaped staircase has 3 faces, and all 3 faces of the staircase consist of 99 steps. Wang couldn't be bothered with Meng Lao, directly heading down another side of the staircase, not intending to encounter him. With a map, Wang descended the stairs at an extremely fast pace, swiftly descending 7 steps.
Meng Lao was watching from below, his teeth gritted in anger. Seeing that the giant python had actually descended from another direction, it felt a surge of panic.
After finally entering the tomb, overcoming numerous obstacles, as it was about to seize the Dragon Ball, it never imagined a giant python would appear halfway. How could Meng Lao handle this?
At this moment, Meng Lao had already reached the 53rd step of the heavenly ladder. Without a map, even if he descended immediately, he would not be able to intercept the giant python. When Wang descended to the 42nd step of the heavenly ladder, Meng Lao had already made it to the 37th step. Wang was extremely fast. Soon he had completely descended and returned to the surface of the tomb. He glanced back at Meng Lao, who was still slowly making his way down the 16th step, and Wang couldn't help but laugh maniacally. He unleashed his speed to the limit, rushing toward the tomb's exit. Knowing when to stop, since he had obtained the Dragon Ball, there was no reason to engage in a life-and-death struggle with Meng Lao.
Suddenly,
Wang paused, his eyes bloodshot, staring ahead with a fierce gaze. It turned out that the person ahead was Kai. Wang's desire to kill surged within him. He wished he could devour him alive. When enemies meet, especially in a man's world, one cannot tolerate betrayal by a woman. Moreover, Wang's only blood relative, his niece, had also died at Kai's hands.
Even without the Dragon Ball, Wang wanted to kill Kai.
Before, Wang had no opportunity to act because Meng Lao was beside him, but now it was different. Meng Lao was still on the heavenly ladder and wouldn't come down for a while. This was the perfect time to strike down Kai. The desire to kill spread like a chilling frost, as Wang charged directly at Kai. Kai was instantly horrified to see the giant python charge directly at him.
Ah!
Kai trembled and let out a terrified cry, then took off running. Perhaps fearing for his life, Kai's speed was incredibly fast, but even so, it was still too slow compared to Wang. Wang's face twisted with rage, his eyes blood red. He swore to kill Kai, and would not rest until he did. Wang's thirst for murder erupted like a volcano that had been suppressed for too long, now fully blowing its top. Kai felt a chill run down his spine. The giant python pursuing him made his heart race. Perhaps even heaven had abandoned Kai. He was tripped by a rotting Qin servant while running, and Wang would not let him stand up. He intercepted Kai's escape like lightning. Hearing the commotion behind him, Kai secretly cried out in dread, plunging into deep panic.
Master! Master, help me!
Kai shouted crazily. This was his only straw to cling to. At this moment, Meng Lao had already reached the 5th step of the heavenly ladder and naturally saw Kai's predicament. He hoped Kai could delay the giant python a bit longer. He was not concerned about Kai's life at all.
Meng Lao didn't dare to respond, fearing to provoke the angry giant python and make it escape. Master!
Kai's cries grew softer and more intermittent. If someone were in the tomb at this moment, they would witness a shocking scene. A giant python was coiling around a person, who had a twisted face and was struggling madly. Being tightly constricted by the giant python, all the blood rushed to his head, turning his face crimson.
Slowly, the giant python opened its huge mouth, intending to swallow that person whole.
Starting from the head, through the body, moments later, the giant python finally completely consumed that person. After devouring Kai alive, Wang felt an inexplicable emptiness in his heart. The long-awaited revenge had finally been achieved, but Wang felt no joy whatsoever. Rather, his heart felt hollow. Because his deceased niece could never come back to life, and everything lost couldn't be restored.
Wang thought of his ambitions as a human, to embark on the supreme martial way. What about now? What are those ambitions now?
Single-minded and focused on the long term, a path will ascend to the skies and be accompanied by nobility.
People always need aspirations. Don't mind what others think, don't be afraid of their ridicule.
A life without aspirations is like walking dead, lacking passion and excitement. One should set aspirations for oneself, no matter how ridiculous those aspirations may seem to others. Wang suddenly understood his aspirations for this life.
To become a divine dragon. To evolve into a true divine dragon. For this goal, Wang is willing to pay any price. Whoever blocks him will face Wang's ruthless slaughter.
With a heart unburdened, it felt as if Wang's spirit had been cleansed, as if a veil had been lifted, and the vision cleared. The realm of Tier 2 energy stage was completely stabilized, and there were indications of an impending breakthrough. Such opportunities come once in 100 years. Wang had never encountered this kind of situation during his time as a human.
After awakening, Wang felt immense joy.
He realized that not only had his cultivation stabilized completely, but there were also signs of a breakthrough. As long as he found a good place to rest and recuperate, he would surely break through to the late stage of Tier 2 energy stage in just a few days.
Suddenly,
Wang felt a surge of crisis. Without further thought, he moved swiftly.
Boom!
With a loud explosion, stones flew everywhere, and dust hung in the air like fog. And the spot where Wang had just stood was blasted into a large pit, as if bombed by a grenade.
After dodging, Wang quickly circled around. This position is excellent for both defense and attack.
Looking up, Wang felt a sinking sensation. It turns out old Wang had already come down from the stairway. It seems I can't avoid a battle with a Tier 3 divine stage powerhouse. Wang was not scared, rather, a sense of excitement spread within him. Although he wasn't a battle fanatic, as a martial artist, he felt the urge to challenge a strong opponent. Old Wang wasted no words. His attacks came like a violent storm, relentless. He unleashed advanced martial arts like the Cloud Shadow Palm and Cloud Shadow Finger. Wang was quite concerned about the Cloud Shadow Palm, a technique similar to hitting the cow across the mountain, which has great penetration and specifically targets internal organs. Although his scale defense is formidable, he wasn't sure if it could withstand the penetrating power of the palm. Smack! Wang swung his tail and clashed with old Wang's palm force.
Wang's whole body shook as he suppressed the penetrating energy with his own energy, constantly wearing it down.
However, old Wang was sent flying back over 10 meters by Wang's tail. Perhaps old Wang didn't expect Wang's power to be so great. He ended up suffering a small setback due to his negligence. Seizing the opportunity, Wang shot out a mouthful of venom, as if two silver rays sliced through the sky, aiming directly at old Wang. Having already suffered once, old Wang dared not be careless this time and immediately raised a protective energy shield. It proved wise of him, as the two silver liquids struck the energy shield, showing signs of corrosion. Old Wang secretly sweated and thought, if I get hit by that.
Boom!
Wang's tail resembled a giant whip, continuously striking at old Wang. The ground was pounded into several deep craters, and each strike from Wang bore heavy energy, making even old Wang unwilling to take it lightly. Moreover, old Wang felt there was no need. Only fools would clash head-on when they could dodge. Feeling the pace of energy consumption was too rapid, Wang also dared not unleash his powerful moves easily and opted for a guerrilla tactic against old Wang. Wang was also relieved, thinking, fortunately, that Wang fella consumed a lot of energy while on the stairway. Right now, he can only exert 3 or 4 layers of strength, otherwise, I'd be in serious trouble. Old Wang felt extremely frustrated because his previous 2 forceful attempts up the stairway drained all his energy. If it hadn't been for his third attempt, where he observed the giant python's evasion path, slowly recovering some energy on the stairway, he might have been defeated by the giant python right now. Chapter 45, Life and Death at Stake. Wang was feeling anxious because he was recovering energy slower than old Wang was regaining his energy shield. If this dragged on, the one to lose would undoubtedly be him. What to do? Wang was anxious, while old Wang was exactly the opposite. He was planning to buy time to recover his energy. In due time, he could easily slay the giant python rather than risk everything against it. Wang, feeling desperate, chose to take several hits from old Wang and swiftly fled towards the exit of the tomb. After taking a few blows from old Wang, Wang was also injured significantly. Although his defenses were strong, he could do nothing against the Cloud Shadow Palm, which is specifically designed to counter strong defenses. Otherwise, with Wang's defense, even the most penetrating sniper rifle would struggle to harm him, unless it was artillery or missiles that could take him down. Using the time gained from taking a few hits from the Cloud Shadow Palm, Wang finally exited the tomb and reached the water Milky Way. Without hesitation, he jumped right in. With his energy erupting fully, he leapt several times and reached the opposite shore, then quickly dashed towards the maze. Old Wang's speed was not slower than Wang's. Just as Wang swam across the water Milky Way, old Wang was already at the river, touching the water's surface with his toes, easily crossing the water Milky Way. Beast,
Where do you think you're going?
Old Meng's expression was fierce, wishing he could tear Wang apart. The old man Meng's shout of beast nearly twisted Wang's nose in anger. He was burning with the desire to turn around and fight him to the death.
After crossing the water galaxy, Wang didn't dare waste a moment and directly entered the maze.
Because there were many mechanisms and traps in the maze, Wang could only rely on these mechanisms and traps to have any chance of shaking off the old man Meng.
Upon entering the maze, Wang specifically swam towards the areas with more mechanisms and traps.
Sure enough, since the old man Meng didn't have a complete map and had no time to look at one, he lost quite some time being hindered by the traps. This bought Wang some time to escape. The mechanisms and traps in the maze were mainly composed of sinkholes, fire oil, and powerful crossbows, among others.
Wang perfectly utilized these traps, turning them into tools to buy himself time. Damn beast! Old man Meng was filled with hatred as he watched the giant python getting further away.
Swish! 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 Another round of arrows shot over, and old man Meng activated his protection to defend against them.
Clang! Clang! Clang!
Although the arrows were blocked by his protection and did not harm old man Meng at all, he was hindered in his movements when hit, causing him to be even further away from Wang. Wang ran desperately, leading old man Meng around the maze for a full 5 to 6 hours. Although he hadn't completely shaken off old man Meng, a distance had opened up, and at this moment, Wang was already able to exit the maze and escape far away.
Once out of the maze, Wang fled east without daring to pause for even a moment.
He felt he still hadn't shaken off the aura of old man Meng's pursuit. Just the slightest pause could lead to him being caught up with very quickly. Sensing that he only had 3 layers of energy left, Wang sighed internally, absolutely exhausted and having no time to recover.
Although Elder Meng was certainly in a serious state of exhaustion as well, Wang didn't dare take the risk.
He didn't know much about Tier 3 Divine Stage. Who knew how fast the recovery speed was at that level? It was possible that Elder Meng had already regained 4 or 5 layers of strength, and that likelihood was quite high. For Wang, who was already the victor, there was simply no need to take such a gamble. After fleeing for over 10 hours and covering 60 to 70 miles, Wang felt increasingly anxious.
Elder Meng was tightly locking onto Wang's aura to sense his direction. Wang could also feel the distance and position of Elder Meng's aura. The longer it went on, the closer Elder Meng was getting to him. He believed that in just another hour, Elder Meng would catch up. In a battle between the two sides, Wang had no chance of winning. After more than 10 hours, Elder Meng had definitely regained 7 or 8 layers of strength. Even at his peak, Wang would only face defeat, or perhaps even death. As it stood, Wang's energy was severely depleted, with less than 2 layers left. Although Wang's physique was strong, facing Elder Meng meant certain death. Although anxious, Wang felt utterly helpless. Because Elder Meng was closely locking onto his aura, hiding was useless. He could only keep fleeing. Once the distance was increased, the aura lock would naturally fail. Unfortunately, Wang was a tad slower than Elder Meng. Time unknowingly passed, and suddenly Wang shivered, turning to look back.
He saw a blurred figure closely following far behind. His heart sank slightly as he muttered, "It seems a battle is unavoidable. How frustrating." For Wang, who had just acquired the Dragon Ball and was hopeful of achieving the Divine Dragon, he did not want to engage in a life and death struggle with Elder Meng. He didn't want to perish before completing his ambition. But unfortunately, Elder Meng disregarded his feelings, and Wang could only accept this with a heavy heart. Suddenly, Wang's eyes brightened as he suddenly spotted a large river not far ahead. His heart leaped for joy. As long as I jump into the river, that Meng guy can only watch helplessly. Haha, it seems the heavens are not abandoning me. At this moment, Wang still had a mile to reach the river. It was late August, and with the autumn rains, perhaps due to a heavy downpour yesterday, the river was full. Looking ahead, the surging waters flowed down with an overwhelming force, like a wild horse breaking free, crashing against the banks. Faster, faster. Wang's energy, already on the brink of exhaustion, was depleting at an alarming rate. Beast, leave your life here. At this moment, Elder Meng had finally caught up and saw the giant python nearing the river's surface, feeling a rush of urgency. Having regained 7 layers of vital energy, he was ready to unleash several secret techniques, holding nothing back this time.
Heavenly Slash. Elder Meng used his hand as a sword, executing a move from the Meng family's ancestral techniques.
Suddenly, an awe-inspiring momentum emanated from Elder Meng, overpowering all forces. An invisible wave spread around him, a fierce heat wave surged forth, and the surrounding area was filled with flying sand and stones. A visible silver sword energy gathered over Elder Meng, who swung it directly at Wang, who was 20 meters away.
Wang suddenly felt an extreme sense of danger, sending chills down his spine. However, he didn't dare to look back. A moment's delay could mean he'd be lost here.
Looking at the river's surface just 3 meters away from him, Wang seemed to break his own limits, his exhausted body suddenly leaping toward the river with peak speed.
Boom! With a thunderous crash, Wang, who was above the river, was still struck by Elder Meng's heavenly slash.
Wang felt his blood surge, coughing up a mouthful of blood that stained the river's surface. As Wang fell into the river, he swam quickly, disappearing in no time.
Elder Meng's face darkened, feeling that despite all his efforts, he was merely preparing a wedding dress for someone else.
But he believed that after striking the giant python with his heavenly slash, it would be left with only half its life if it survived. The Dragon Ball must be his at all costs.
Elder Meng pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Hello?
A middle-aged man's voice came through the phone.
It's me.
Elder Meng was in a bad mood, so his tone naturally carried anger.
Grandpa, is there something you need?
The other party's tone suddenly turned uneasy and cautious. In the Meng family, Elder Meng, as the head, held absolute authority over the lives and deaths of the entire clan, just like in ancient times. Immediately deploy 20 satellites to monitor the Songhua River. I want every move of the river within my sight, Elder Meng said calmly. To him, this was truly just a trivial matter.
Grandpa, we can only mobilize 7 satellites right now. The others cannot be activated for the moment. Can we? Did you not hear what I said? Or are you questioning my orders? Elder Meng's tone turned cold. No. Grandpa, I absolutely didn't mean that. I will deploy the satellites right now.
Aside from the 7 civilian satellites, I will also mobilize 13 military satellites to ensure we monitor every move of the Songhua River. It's just that Grandpa is looking for. The middle-aged man was terrified and quickly changed his words. It's a black giant python, about 16 or 17 meters long. As soon as you find its trace, inform me immediately. Also, send a submarine to Wujing village next to the Songhua River. I have important use for it. After saying this, Old Meng hung up the phone. Old Meng glanced at the river and dialed another call. Dispatch Team 3 to Songhua River and Wujing village. Yes, sir. This time, Old Meng not only suffered a loss but was also left empty-handed. After hanging up the phone, he glared at the river, cursing angrily, "Damn beast, let's see where you can escape this time." Chapter 46, Songhua River. Wang, who fell into the Songhua River, spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, staining the river red. The river was flowing, and after a moment, the blood was washed away.
Wang was struck by an incredibly powerful sky slash and was now heavily injured and in critical condition.
Feeling utterly weak, he could only sink along with the flow of water. His body lacked any strength, and his consciousness gradually became blurry. Wang struggled to remain conscious, knowing that if he fell into a coma now, surviving would be almost impossible. Internally, Wang noticed that his entire skeleton was shattered, and several of his meridians were already severed. Taking a deep breath, he thought with trepidation, I never expected a Tier 3 Divine Stage to be so powerful. I really underestimated Tier 3 Divine Stage experts before. Thinking back to his former arrogance, he used to believe that even if he couldn't defeat a Tier 3 Divine Stage expert, he could still save his life. In retrospect, he found it quite laughable and felt somewhat self-deprecating. I never expected that the person with the surname Meng would only exert the strength of 7 or 8 layers on a single strike, and I couldn't withstand it. If he were at his peak, one full-powered strike could have cost me my life. After pondering for a moment, Wang finally couldn't resist anymore, and his consciousness began to fade. Before losing consciousness, Wang exhausted all his energy to heal his injuries. With shattered bones and blocked meridians, whether he could survive depended on fate. After losing consciousness, Wang was swept downstream by the river. He had no idea where his body would end up. And the river wasn't devoid of carnivorous creatures. Perhaps by the time he woke up, he would have already been devoured by other animals. The Songhua River is 1,900 kilometers long, covering an area of 545,600 square kilometers, which surpasses the Pearl River Basin and exceeds the total runoff of the Yellow River. The mountainous areas within the Songhua River Basin are densely covered with primeval forests, accumulating timber from the Greater Xing'an Range, Lesser Xing'an Range, and Changbai Mountains, a total of 1 billion cubic meters, making it the largest forest area in China. However, the part of the Songhua River where Wang fell in is merely a main stream. Furthermore, it has long been said that there are dragons in the Songhua River. Of course, if Wang heard this, he might scoff. Dragons are not that easily realized, and even if he had obtained the Black Dragon's legacy, who knows how long it would take to become a divine dragon. But the events have indeed happened. There was indeed a dragon fall incident in the Songhua River. According to accounts from those involved, before the discovery of the dragon bones, they had heard adults say that there were always popping sounds in the reed beds, along with a deep bellowing sound reminiscent of a cow, and struggles could be heard after that. There was no more noise. At that time, the Inko area had been experiencing continuous heavy rain for over 40 days, with streets submerged in water, and some houses had collapsed due to flooding. After the rain stopped, with the northern wind blowing, the air was filled with a strong fishy smell, leading a worker named Lu, who managed the reed beds, to follow the strange odor and discover a vast area of flattened reeds. Upon clearing them away, he was horrified to find a massive dead animal lying inside. The worker was so startled that he turned and ran, falling seriously ill after returning home. After hearing this, the common people went in groups to witness it and reported it to the government at the time. Personnel from a quarantine hospital near Shihai Pass wore white lab coats and sprayed disinfectant on the already rotting animal carcass. After the dragon bones were lifted, some people tied 4 anchors together with ropes to surround the remains for public viewing. The dragon's body was towering, with 3 spurs on each side of its head, a spine wider than 3 inches, with ribs on either side of the spine, each about 5 to 6 inches long. The tail was a vertical board-shaped white bone tail, totaling 28 segments, each about a foot long, spanning over 3 zhang in total. Where the original dragon lay, there was a pit 2 zhang wide and 5 zhang long, clearly marked with claw prints along the edges. The dragon bones still had tendons attached, but the skin and flesh were no longer visible. These features further validated the theory of dragons. According to several elders, authorities had invited all the old fishermen to identify it, but none recognized the monster's remains. People speculated endlessly, generally believing it to be a dragon. Even today, there are still photographs taken back then. However, ordinary people do not regard it as a dragon because, in their minds, dragons do not exist, they are merely mythical creatures. But if Wang saw it, perhaps he would think differently. Because Wang knew that such powerful beings as dragons indeed exist, perhaps the dragon bones from the Dragon Fall incident weren't dragons at all, but merely creatures that inherited some bloodlines from the Black Dragon. Over 1 billion years ago, a man transformed from the 5-clawed golden dragon absorbed 3 drops of vitality from the corpse of the Black Dragon and injected them into 3 prehistoric giant serpents. Undoubtedly, those 3 prehistoric giant snakes may not have evolved into divine dragons, but they could possibly evolve into Jiao. Perhaps it is even possible to evolve into divine dragons, otherwise, the ancient world wouldn't have legends of dragons. Wang, who had fallen unconscious, was swept downstream by the river, and now, 3 days had passed. After 3 days, Wang still had not woken up. At the bottom of the river, Wang's 16-meter-long body lay quietly beneath. No creatures or fish dared to approach his body. The residual fear of a tiger lingered, not to mention Wang was still alive. The aura emanating from his enormous body kept all animals at bay. But unexpected things always happen. Suddenly, a large group of dragon lice swarmed like a cloud in the water, and all the fish quickly fled, afraid to touch them. What are dragon lice? Also known as diving beetles, they are carnivorous aquatic beetles that prey on creatures ranging from insects to fish larger than themselves. At this moment, this group of dragon lice was clearly targeting Wang. Sure enough, this massive group of dragon lice surrounded Wang, beginning to bite into his body. These dragon lice are ferocious and gluttonous. They are fierce because they have consumed small fish, shrimp, insects, tadpoles, and even fish and frogs several times their size, and hundreds of times the size of other animals have died in their jaws. As long as something is slower than them, they will attack and prey on it. Once a victim is bitten, the scent of its blood will attract nearby dragon lice. They are gluttonous because as long as there is food, they truly eat until they can't float in the water, but it's not a big deal after spending several hours underwater. They will create a gas exchange bubble at their tail for underwater gas exchange. Their larvae resemble centipedes and are also fierce and gluttonous, easily devouring 15 tadpoles within a day and night. And this group of dragon lice is larger than the average ones, with long fangs growing from their mouths. This mutated type of dragon lice has never been recorded. The sharp fangs, although unable to pierce Wang's scales, still caused him pain. It's akin to thorny grass. While it can't pierce the palm, the pain is still present. The unconscious Wang struggled subconsciously, trembling all over. Suddenly, Wang suddenly awakened, his vision blurred, feeling countless insects moving in front of him. Wang unleashed a shock of energy, causing the dragon lice to be scattered and killed. His sight became clear instantly. After scattering the dragon lice, Wang's mind slowly began to clear. I was severely injured by the Du Tianzhan of someone surnamed Meng. At this moment I should be at the bottom of the Songhua River. Turning to look at the surrounding insects, Wang did not recognize them. However, he could deeply feel the sharpness of the insect's fangs. One could imagine that even a piece of steel could bear uneven imprints from these insects. It must be said that this group of dragon lice saved Wang. He originally did not know how long he would be unconscious, but was awakened prematurely by this group of dragon lice. Wang initially had no intention of paying attention to this group of dragon lice, but he underestimated their ferocity. After being shaken away by Wang's energy, the dragon lice surged towards him. The venom that spread out killed a large number of dragon lice, and the remaining ones did not dare to approach Wang anymore, fleeing in panic. Wang introspected and found that his injuries had stabilized somewhat. He still needed to quickly find a place to recuperate. Reckless movements might lead to further injury. Suddenly, Wang looked ahead and was surprised to find a gigantic sunken ship 200 meters away, covered in mud. Only the rough shape was visible. From this appearance, Wang deduced it must be a ship that had sunk for who knows how many years. Out of curiosity, Wang swam over. He thought to himself, there might really be some treasures inside. Of course, no matter how valuable it might be for Wang at this moment, it was still useless to him. He certainly couldn't take it out to sell, right? Chapter 47, Ancient Secret Manual. Arriving at what seemed to be the sunken ship, Wang slowly began to clear the accumulated mud on the ship. The sludge had built up to almost a meter thick, and cleaning it wouldn't be easy. Wang, with his severely injured body, took a full 5 to 6 hours to completely clear the sludge. Once the sludge was removed, what lay beneath finally came into view for Wang. It turned out to be a ship that had sunk for who knows how many years. The ship was 30 meters long and about 10 meters wide. It was not a modern steel vessel, primarily made of wood, with a layer of iron plating on the outside. The wood inside had already decayed, and the iron plating outside was also rusted. Fortunately, it was submerged in sludge. You see, sludge in a semi-solid or solid state can effectively prevent corrosion. The reason this sunken ship still has iron plating is due to being covered by sludge. Otherwise, the iron would have long since decayed. Wang couldn't determine the exact era of this ancient ship, but it was certain that it had at least a history of over 500 years, at minimum from the Ming dynasty. Perhaps even longer. The ship was severely decayed, and Wang suspected that even a gentle touch could cause it to collapse immediately. The hull was in tatters, with broken sails. There were 4 or 5 holes in the wreckage, likely the reasons for the ship sinking. Wang squeezed through a hole and discovered that the inside of the ancient ship was quite spacious, but most of the tools had decayed, leaving not a remnant. Wang had little interest in exploring further and headed straight for the ship's hold, where things were usually stored. There was indeed a possibility of finding a wealth of antiques in this ancient ship's hold, as vessels of such size were quite rare in ancient times. Wang hoped even more that this ancient ship dated back to the Song dynasty, as that was a time of great economic prosperity. The Song dynasty was the most economically developed and culturally prosperous period in Chinese history, with the most technological innovations, a healthy population growth rate, and the highest crop yield per unit area. Although the military strength of the Song dynasty was weak, it is undeniable that it was the most prosperous dynasty in history.
Wang suspected that this ancient ship might have sunk while on a foreign trade route.
If that's the case, the ship might have contained many rare and valuable items. Upon entering the ship's hold, his sight was met with nothing but sludge. Wang had to return to his old methods to remove the sludge. After an hour, what lay before him was a pile of boxes. The boxes were quite large, over a meter in length. Wang counted and found a total of 31 boxes. Excitedly, Wang went to open the boxes. It was akin to a gambler's mentality. Such a mentality doesn't only exist among gamblers, as it can be said that everyone has a certain degree of it. In gambling, one often hopes to win back what they've lost or wants to continue winning to satisfy their possession urges. Wang's current situation was akin to buying a lottery ticket, uncertain of what lay within the boxes while hoping to uncover something he would be pleased with, even though he didn't truly care about these things. He grabbed a box, and upon looking closer, discovered that it was locked. Wang summoned his energy, releasing qi to slice open the box. Upon opening it, he found quite a few antiques inside, as well as some severely decayed calligraphy and paintings. Fortunately, the boxes had protective qualities, otherwise, the artworks would have long been eroded to dust over the years. Wang felt a bit disappointed with the first box. After all, antiques meant little to him, they were just useless trinkets. Opening the second box revealed items similar to those in the first, mainly antique paintings and calligraphy. Pottery and ancient jade carvings made up the majority. The third box, the 10th box, the 20th box. As each box was opened, Wang felt increasingly dejected and crestfallen. Nothing was of actual use to him. Upon opening the 30th box, the contents remained the same. He glanced at the last box, buried in the corner, and his spirits fell. The disappointment of opening the boxes had crushed his hope, and he feared that this last glimmer of hope would soon be extinguished. He moved the box from the corner into a more spacious area and, with a final gamble mentality, sliced it open. After spending most of the day on this, I should at least get a consolation prize. As he opened the box, a stream of bubbles erupted. The box had been sealed, and the air inside transformed into bubbles upon being opened. Looking down, Wang cursed under his breath. This time it was even worse. The box was completely empty. This dashed Wang's last hope and passion into ashes. How could he bear it? Forget it, I'll just take it as my bad luck. Wang felt utterly helpless after working hard all day. It turned out to be for nothing. Wait. That's not right, there's a piece of jade inside. Wang suddenly noticed that a piece of jade was quietly lying in the corner of the box. The moment he laid eyes on it, he was drawn in. It was palm-sized, uniquely shaped, white and entirely transparent, gleaming like a teardrop. Smooth, delicate, and lustrous. When Wang picked up the jade, he felt it emanated gentle warmth. A rare find of warm jade. However, Wang wasn't particularly thrilled. Even warm jade had little use to him. There were hardly any materials useful for cultivation, and for someone like Wang with a python physique, the options were even scarcer. Besides, even celestial treasures Wen Ti have survived this long. Perhaps there were once, but they had long decayed. By instinct, Wang input a hint of energy, which surged into the warm jade. Suddenly, the warm jade glimmered with brilliant light, illuminating the pitch-black warehouse. In a panic, Wang thought about throwing away the warm jade he was holding in his mouth, but before he could act, he was suddenly overwhelmed by a burst of information that knocked him unconscious. As he slowly fell to the ground, in the last moment of his unconsciousness, Wang realized that this warm jade actually stored a vast amount of information. Of course, it wasn't the first time he had received memories that didn't belong to him. During the inheritance of the Black Dragon, he had absorbed the immense memories of the Black Dragon. Although those memories were incomplete, the sheer volume of information was still overwhelming for Wang, leaving him unconscious for a whole month before he could process it all. Even now, he had only cleared less than 1% of the Black Dragon's memories, while 99% still lay deep in the sea of his consciousness, waiting for Wang to explore. The information from the warm jade might have been less, as Wang woke up 2 hours later. Compared to the month it took to absorb the Black Dragon's memories, 2 hours felt quite brief. After waking up, Wang began to circle around, clearing the excess information in his mind.
Perhaps it could now also be called his memory.
It took him a full 2 days before Wang finally opened his eyes, excitement flickering in his gaze.
At this moment, Wang was overwhelmed with excitement. What a coincidence that what you're missing comes right to you. Ha, the Shi Huang Ju. I actually got the Shi Huang Ju. Ha ha.
According to the information recorded in the Jade Tablet, the Shi Huang Ju was actually a technique cultivated by Fuxi, one of the 3 sovereigns of ancient times. Legend has it that Fuxi, one of the earliest kings recorded in ancient texts, lived around the mid to late Neolithic period. He invented the Bagua based on the changes of the universe, marking the beginning of ancient Chinese writing and ending the era of knotting strings for record keeping. He also knotted strings to create nets for trapping birds and hunting, teaching people methods for fishing and hunting, and invented the SE and composed the melody Jiabian. His activities marked the dawn of Chinese civilization, leaving behind a wealth of mythologies about Fuxi. In the lineage of emperors during the legendary era of ancient China, Taihao Fuxi was revered as the leader of the 3 sovereigns and the precursor of 100 kings, holding a very prominent status. However, throughout history, debates about the name, era, status, and genealogy of Fuxi persist. Was Fuxi human or divine? Were Taihao and Fuxi the same person or 2 different people? These questions have remained ambiguous. It is said that Fuxi was exceptionally intelligent, possessing a human head and serpent body, and is regarded as the ancestor of humanity. These details are unknown to others, but Wang has a detailed record in his mind. Fuxi, the leader of the 3 sovereigns, the precursor of 100 kings, creator of the Shi Huang Ju, achieving legendary status at 400 years old, ascending to another time and space. Chapter 48, The 20-Meter Giant Python. Ascend to another time and space? Wang didn't quite understand what another time and space meant. Could it be breaking through the atmosphere and ascending into the endless universe? Before this, Wang had always believed that throughout ancient and modern times, the only person who broke into the legendary realm was the Yellow Emperor, Xian Yuan. But now, he began to have different thoughts. The Jade Tablet left by Shi Huang made Wang realize that in ancient times, there were actually many powerful beings at the legendary level, like Nuwa, Shinom, Shiyu, and so on. Wang was quite curious about this Jade Tablet, which could actually record information. He speculated that it might have something to do with magnetic fields. In certain special regions, due to unique magnetic fields, events and scenes from many years ago could actually be remembered, and under specific weather conditions, those scenes could even be reenacted. As for what exactly the Jade Tablet was, Wang was not very sure. The information recorded in the Jade Tablet stated that legendary strong beings from ancient times chose to ascend to another time and space for certain reasons, although the Jade Tablet did not elaborate on what those reasons were. It also mentioned that opening the Jade Tablet required the bloodline of a divine dragon. Wang speculated that perhaps the human head and serpent body of Shi Huang were indeed real, possibly due to inheriting some of the Black Dragon's bloodline, resulting in a mutation. According to the records and the information, Fuxi indeed was human at first, but later, after creating the Shi Huang Ju, he actually awakened the bloodline of a dragon through cultivation, and by the time he reached the legendary realm, he had already transformed into a human head and serpent body. The legendary realm is considered to be extraordinary, almost indistinguishable from immortals in the eyes of ordinary people, and a powerful being at the legendary level could easily turn the tides. The Shi Huang Ju was the most suitable technique for Wang in his python form. Moreover, it was a technique that could lead to the legendary realm. In comparison, the Wang family internal cultivation fist passed down through Wang's family wouldn't even be worthy of carrying the shoes of the Shi Huang Ju. Wang has already made up his mind to switch to practicing the Shi Huang Ju. Although switching techniques could be troublesome, no matter how complicated it was, Wang still wanted to make the change. There were relatively few records about events in ancient times in the Jade Tablet. It mainly detailed the cultivation technique of the Shi Huang Ju. However, the Shi Huang Ju was not documented in writing. It actually consisted of 4 cultivation diagrams. The cultivation diagram was filled with celestial stars, and beneath the celestial stars lay towering mountains. The figure of Fushi, with a human head and serpent body, spiraled oddly atop the peaks, his body covered with intricate symbols. The peculiar symbols shimmered with a magical luster, captivating the heart and mind. As he watched, it felt as if his consciousness was drawn into the cultivation diagram, sensing the celestial stars vividly shining in the sky, feeling the true essence of the lofty mountains and the beautiful waters beside him. Among the 4 cultivation diagrams, the first one was the simplest, containing only 3 peculiar symbols. Cultivating the 3 symbols would result in reaching Tier 1 max level. The second training chart is relatively complex, featuring 9 symbols, and the lines of the symbols are intricately difficult to discern. Achieving the 9 symbols would allow one to reach Tier 2 max level. The third cultivation diagram is even more complex and difficult to understand, featuring 28 runes. The dense lines on the runes spread out like a web, leaving Wang feeling dizzy at just a glance, prompting him to quickly shift his gaze to regain his composure. The third cultivation diagram is indeed profound and unfathomable. With Wang's current strength, even a single glance is too much for him to bear. The third cultivation diagram can only be practiced at Tier 3 Divine Stage, and mastering the 28 runes means achieving great perfection at Tier 3 Divine Stage. As for the fourth cultivation diagram, it naturally pertains to the legendary realm of cultivation. Although Wang didn't dare to look initially, he couldn't resist his curiosity. Upon gazing at it, he was left utterly speechless, not because it was too profound, but because it was surprisingly ordinary. The body of the Shihuang, resembling a human with a snake's tail, displayed only a single rune, albeit a golden one. Perhaps it's a return to simplicity. Given my current realm, I really don't have the qualification to understand this. Wang pondered. Receiving the Shihuang decision is of great significance for Wang at this moment. He feels much more confident about evolving into a divine dragon. According to Wang's calculations, Tier 3 Divine Stage might not even allow him to evolve into a Jialong. Perhaps it is only when he reaches the legendary realm that he will truly undergo the transformation. As for evolving into a divine dragon? With Wang's current knowledge, it is utterly beyond calculation. Wang isn't greedy. If he can evolve into a Jialong within a few decades, he would be completely satisfied. A Jialong is also a branch of dragons, though it pales in comparison to a divine dragon. It isn't an ordinary being either and possesses the power to turn rivers upside down. After evolving into a Jialong, it's likely that nothing on Earth could threaten Wang anymore, not even humanity's most powerful nuclear weapons. Wang was ecstatic to have obtained the Shihuang decision. After emerging from the ancient ship, he couldn't wait to find a place at the bottom of the river to hide, ready to practice the Shihuang decision. Wang found a basin at the bottom of the river, lush with plants, an ideal spot for cultivation. The basin is quite spacious, allowing Wang ample room to spiral around. Thoughts flooded his mind as he began to comprehend the Shihuang decision diagram in his mind. Of course, he maintained a sliver of awareness of his surroundings, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to notice any dangers in time. After practicing for an entire day, Wang found no response at all, and he began to doubt his own aptitude. Could it be that after being reborn as a python, my comprehension has diminished? It's not that his comprehension has diminished, but rather that the ancient Shihuang decision left behind is truly profound and unfathomable. Not gaining any understanding after a day's time is perfectly normal. If it were given to someone of ordinary aptitude, they might not comprehend even a fraction of its secrets in their lifetime. After a day without any understanding and due to unbearable hunger, Wang had no choice but to start hunting for prey at the bottom of the Songhua River. Moreover, after frequently eating land animals, Wang was eager to change up his diet. After a round, Wang caught a significant number of fish. There were grass carp, and quite a few species of fish he did not recognize. After swallowing over 20 large fish, Wang finally returned to the basin, satisfied, to continue contemplating the Shihuang decision. After spending 3 days, Wang finally got started and prepared to condense the first rune. Wang was already at the pinnacle of mid-tier 2 energy stage, and since he was merely switching martial arts, he only took 2 days to condense the first rune. At the moment the mysterious and complex rune was condensed, Wang felt a jolt through his sea of consciousness. An imperceptible wave spread around him, filling the entire space with oppression and ancient desolation. Suddenly emerged, and the space within 10 yards seemingly stagnated. Wang suddenly sensed the emergence of an exceptionally pure energy within him, this purest of energy drifting among his vast energy pool, akin to a small boat lost at sea, always on the verge of capsizing, yet it survives remarkably resiliently. As he ran the Shihuang decision, that purest of energy slowly grew stronger. In just 3 days, Wang had finally mastered the first symbol in the first cultivation diagram. Feeling the purer energy cultivated compared to the Wang family inner training fist technique, Wang suddenly developed admiration for the Shi Emperor. The energy obtained just from cultivating the first symbol of the first diagram was even purer than what Wang had gained at the peak mid-stage of Tier 2 energy stage with the Wang family inner training fist technique. Wang truly admired the Shi Emperor for creating the Shi Emperor decision. It was easy to imagine how powerful the Shi Emperor decision would be after extensive cultivation. Wang was certain he could face 5 opponents at the same level, or even 10. And with his python form being 10 times stronger than that of a human, he was virtually unmatched among equals. Moreover, if he could cultivate the Shi Emperor decision to the mid-stage of Tier 2 energy stage, Wang was confident he could battle the old Meng to a standstill, and if he managed to advance to the late stage of Tier 2 energy stage, he might even defeat the old Meng, and at Tier 2 max level, he could possibly slay him. Without even considering the power of the Shi Emperor decision, just its cultivation speed was incomparably faster than the Wang family inner training fist technique. Wang estimated his cultivation speed was at least 5 times faster, perhaps even more. A month went by. As Wang cultivated the Shi Emperor decision, within a month, he not only mastered 3 symbols in the first cultivation diagram, but he also healed his injuries. Every day, Wang would catch prey from the river twice, and spend all other time on cultivation. Another 2 months passed, and it was now November. In these 2 months, Wang had completely transformed his technique, his entire energy now fully transitioned into the pure energy cultivated from the Shi Emperor decision, making him at least 5 to 6 times stronger. At this point, if he encountered the old Meng, Wang would definitely have the strength to fight. Wang had already completely mastered the first cultivation diagram. At this moment, he was refining the 6th symbol of the second cultivation diagram, and once the 6th symbol was fully refined, he would step into the late stage of Tier 2 energy stage. It's worth mentioning that over the course of 3 months, Wang had grown to a length of 20 meters, with a body diameter almost the size of a barrel. However, Wang had long stopped shedding his skin. Inheriting the bloodline of the Black Dragon, he had broken the rule of needing to shed skin to grow. Of course, this was preferable, as it avoided the weakness that followed shedding. Chapter 49, The Giant Python Emerges. Early morning, the riverbed remained dim. Wang woke from his meditation. Hunting in the morning was his routine. Typically, he would hunt once in the morning and once at night, and twice a day was enough to sustain his energy needs. At this point, due to his increased cultivation level, the effectiveness of capturing prey to refine vitality for training had significantly diminished. Of course, this referred to ordinary animals. If it were spiritual creatures or rare treasures, they were still very useful. For instance, the gallbladder of a blue giant python, or a 1,000-year-old reishi mushroom, and so on. In fact, Wang could survive a month without eating, but just because he wouldn't starve doesn't mean he wouldn't feel hunger. Therefore, unless necessary, Wang would still insist on eating daily. Perhaps, under the demands of cultivation, skipping meals for 2 or 3 days would be acceptable. Wang's 20-meter-long python form was enormous, with scales the size of 3 fingers, gleaming with a metallic black sheen. Its defensive ability was undoubtedly formidable. Its jade-colored eyes instilled fear, and overall, Wang's image was incredibly terrifying. An ordinary person who saw him might be paralyzed with fear. Having eaten a nearly meter-long grass carp, Wang relished the feast since grass carp were his favorite, delicious with a refreshing taste. Suddenly, Wang's eyes were fixed as he detected something. In the dim riverbed, a group of extremely strange fish swam into view. Why strange? The group of fish was about 3 fingers wide and 30 centimeters long. That was not what made them strange. What was unusual was that they were transparent, resembling crystals. The fish in the group had various forms, slender like salmon, some scaly and others scaleless, all appearing almost crystal clear. Wang's heart raced as he wondered what these fish would taste like. He quickly swam towards the transparent fish group. Perhaps Wang's aura was too tyrannical and ferocious. The transparent fish group wouldn't give him any chance and began to flee rapidly, their speed not slow.
How could Wang let them go that easily?
Naturally, he followed closely, and since the speed of the transparent fish group wasn't faster than Wang's, he could catch up with just a little effort. After a chase, Wang finally satisfied his desires. However, he was completely entranced by the taste of the transparent fish. It was simply too delicious. Fresh and flavorful, leaving a lingering sweetness in his mouth, Wang thought, how could this flavor be so similar to that of a cream cake? Greedy Wang was naturally unwilling to stop. It had been a long time since he had tasted something so delectable.
Continuing to pursue the transparent fish group, Wang scattered the entire school, ultimately driving them towards the river's surface.
Unbeknownst to Wang, as soon as he appeared on the river's surface, he was already spotted by someone.
X Province, Monitoring Room.
Li Lin stared intently at the large monitor, where 30 satellites had been monitoring the Songhua River in real time for 3 months. However, Li Lin had lost hope over the past 3 months. But this was a task personally assigned by a superior, which required him to notify them immediately upon discovering a giant python. Until receiving orders to withdraw, Li Lin had no choice but to continue staring at the screen in boredom. Although Li Lin did not understand why the superior wanted to search for a giant python in the vast Songhua River, he certainly did not dare to ask even if he was confused.
He knew well what he was supposed to know and what he was not supposed to know.
Moreover, if they truly found the giant python, it would be a significant achievement. At the beginning, Li Lin and a dozen colleagues were filled with excitement and passion, ready to claim this achievement, but after 3 months, everyone had lost hope, even despairing over that achievement.
I don't know when this matter will come to an end.
Li Lin couldn't help but complain inwardly. Staring at the large screen for 3 months was not something ordinary people could endure.
Ah!
Li Lin suddenly exclaimed with a mix of excitement and astonishment in his voice, staring intently at the large screen, his eyes filled with disbelief.
He couldn't understand why this world had such a huge python. 20 meters long, with a body diameter as big as a water barrel. What does that even mean?
If this giant python stood upright, it would be 5 or 6 stories high.
Just how tall is 5 or 6 stories?
I'm sure everyone has an idea of that. It seemed utterly inconceivable to ordinary people. After Li Lin was momentarily stunned, he quickly came to his senses and said urgently, "We've discovered the giant python, let's notify the commander right away." The other colleagues had already gathered around when Li Lin exclaimed, and they naturally noticed the giant python on the big screen. They also gasped in surprise but then looked at Li Lin with envy and jealousy. Although their 3 months of effort contributed to the discovery, it was clear that the credit for the initial discovery belonged to Li Lin. Although everyone felt envy and jealousy in their hearts, who could blame Li Lin for having such good luck? The giant python just happened to appear within his surveillance area. During the ongoing meeting, Wang suddenly received a call about the discovery of the giant python, and naturally, he hurriedly ended the meeting and quickly called Commander Wang. His actions left his subordinates stunned. They had never seen Commander Wang with such an excited expression before. Was it possible he had won a prize, or maybe he was about to be promoted? How can Wang not be excited? The matter that Meng Lao instructed has been dragging on for 3 months, and only now has there been some progress. The pressure he has been under for these 3 months has been immense. Because Meng Lao has already made it clear that if this matter is not handled well, he will have to pack up and leave, and he won't be a commander anymore. Moreover, he has just turned 40 this year, with plenty of good times ahead. How could he just slink back home? Moreover, if he returns to the family, there's a risk of being pushed into the cold palace. After calming his excited emotions, Meng Yi dialed Meng Lao's number.
Hello?
Meng Lao's voice was still so deep and powerful, gentle yet authoritative. However, perhaps because he has not been feeling well lately, his tone inevitably carried a hint of irritation.
Grandpa, we have already found the giant python.
Meng Yi dared not tease Meng Lao's temper. He wouldn't do something stupid like run into the muzzle of a gun. After all, every time he reported, he was scolded severely, so this time he hurriedly shared the good news.
Oh? Where is it located?
Meng Lao's voice was a bit anxious. He hadn't had much hope when he answered the phone. After all, Meng Yi reported once a day, and each time left him disappointed. Over time, he had also lost hope. But Meng Lao was extremely unwilling. The dragon pearl was already in hand. Who knew the cooked duck would actually fly away? In the center of the Songhua River, located at 31 degrees 13 minutes 49.5 seconds north and 121 degrees 28 minutes 13.21 seconds east,
Meng Yi said succinctly. Don't dig too deep, I made up the latitude.
However, that giant python is not the 16 meters long you mentioned, Grandpa.
According to my subordinates, that python is at least 20 meters long. Meng Yi added.
He wasn't doubting what Elder Meng said in the Meng family. Elder Meng's words are gospel.
He was just curious as to how the giant python could have grown to 20 meters in just 3 months.
You don't need to worry about this. Elder Meng thought for a moment and then said, send a submarine to wait for me in Fuyu County along the Songhua River.
I have important matters to attend to.
Okay, Grandpa, when will you head over?
Meng Yi asked.
I'll set off immediately. Make sure to arrange everything quickly. Elder Meng hung up the phone after saying that. Elder Meng couldn't help but crave the blood of the giant python. 3 months ago, Elder Meng led a team of death warriors, searching for the giant python in a submarine at the riverbed. Although they ultimately turned up empty-handed and found no trace of the python, he still held on to a glimmer of hope, wishing that the python hadn't left the Songhua River. Elder Meng was not surprised at all that the giant python could grow to 20 meters in just 3 months. There was just one explanation for this: the Dragon Balls. It was the Dragon Balls that allowed the python to grow so rapidly.
The strange effects of the Dragon Balls made Elder Meng even greedier for them.
This time, Elder Meng was mistaken. Wang's rapid growth had nothing to do with the Dragon Balls, but was entirely due to the Shi Huang Ju technique. Otherwise, in 3 months, Wang would have only grown to 17 meters at most, as growth becomes increasingly harder as time goes on. It's not that Wang didn't consider refining the Dragon Pearl, but rather that his cultivation level was too low, making the refining speed excruciatingly slow. Given Wang's current cultivation, even if he refined non-stop, it would take over 100 years to refine the pearl.
What does that mean?
100 years just to refine a dragon pearl? Wang wouldn't do that. Give him 10 years, and he is confident of breaking through to Tier 3 Divine Stage. Refining the Dragon Pearl from Tier 3 Divine Stage would only take a few years at most. It's a deal that can't possibly go wrong. So, Wang decided that the Dragon Pearl must be refined, but the priority must still be on breaking through his cultivation. Once he achieves a breakthrough, the refining speed will naturally increase. However, refining the Dragon Pearl doesn't mean Wang will immediately become a divine dragon. Instead, after refining the Dragon Pearl, he would absorb its energy to enhance the purity of his bloodline. Although the power of the Dragon Pearl is merely 1/10,000th of its peak strength, and perhaps not even that, due to 2,000 years of immense consumption, much of it spent suppressing the luck of the Qin dynasty, the concept of luck will be further discussed later. Right now, the Dragon Pearl's energy might be only 100,000th of its original amount. Nonetheless, even just 100,000th of energy, if absorbed, would already be enough for Wang to reach Tier 3 Divine Stage, possibly achieving the Tier 3 Divine Stage skill, Voidwalker state.
Of course, these are just assumptions for now. The final results will depend on the outcomes in the future.
The energy of the Dragon Pearl isn't what Wang values most. What he cherishes is that after absorbing the Dragon Pearl, it would make his bloodline even purer, as the Dragon Pearl contains the essence of the Divine Dragon. Once he absorbs the Dragon Pearl, not only will his training speed significantly increase, but the likelihood of evolving into a Divine Dragon would also triple. That's what Wang values most. If we say that after inheriting the Black Dragon bloodline, Wang's chances of evolving into a Divine Dragon were 4 times, then after absorbing the Dragon Pearl, those chances rise to 7 times. A 7-fold assurance is already quite high for Wang. Chapter 50, The Power of Torpedoes. Report. Team 4 is assembled and ready. Please give instructions. All personnel, board the submarine. Target, Songhua River, latitude 31 degrees 13 minutes 49.5 seconds, longitude 121 degrees 28 minutes 13.21 seconds. Meng Yi saluted sharply and issued the command with authority. Grandpa, look. Meng Yi turned to look back at his grandfather, Meng Lao. His demeanor was far from the imposing figure of a grandmaster, he seemed like a well-behaved grandson instead.
However, the situation was indeed as it appeared. Not bad. Meng Lao rarely smiled and praised Meng Yi.
Meng Yi was suddenly a bit taken aback. This was his grandfather, Meng Zhanao, the patriarch of the Meng family and one of the great masters of Chinese martial arts. Immediately, he broke into a beaming smile, as if he had received the highest compliment, losing all sense of the decorum expected of a man in his 40s.
Grandpa, how about I join too? You might not understand much about these modern weapons. No need.
Although I may not understand, as long as they know how to use them, that's enough. Meng Lao said, gesturing to the members of Team 4. Before he could reply, Meng Lao had already entered the submarine, and Meng Yi could only shake his head in resignation. The old man is still so impatient at this age. A submarine is a vessel that can navigate on the surface and also submerge to a certain depth for combat, also known as a submersible, and is one of the primary types of naval vessels. Generally, submarines are primarily used to conduct nuclear strikes on strategic land targets, destroying enemy military, political, and economic centers, among others.
The submarine dispatched by Meng Yi is an attack submarine.
Although it's just a standard torpedo submarine and not as extraordinary as a nuclear submarine, it's more than capable of taking on a giant python.
Torpedoes are the traditional weapons of submarines.
Except for a few research submarines and miniature submarines, almost all submarines are equipped with torpedoes. Looking up, torpedoes are hung on either side of the submarine, and one should not underestimate these heavyweight weapons. A torpedo is a formidable tool for damaging the underwater structure of ships. Hitting just one can seriously damage a destroyer, while hitting 1-2 can sink or severely damage a 10,000-ton merchant ship, and hitting 2-3 can severely damage or sink a 10,000-ton cruiser. Don't even mention 3, just hitting Wang with 1 could take half his life. Perhaps one might think that rockets and torpedoes are based on the same principles, but torpedoes are limited to maritime targets, while missiles have no restrictions. Missiles use rocket engines and mostly operate above the surface, with very few exceptions like South Korea's anti-submarine missiles that can hit underwater targets. Torpedoes, on the other hand, have propulsion systems more similar to those of ships, which limits their operation to below the surface. The submarine slowly submerged into the Songhua River, heading directly towards Wang's location. Meanwhile, Wang had no idea that in pursuing a group of transparent fish, he had revealed his position. At this moment, he was still in the cave practicing Shi Huang Ju. At this time, Wang was nearing completion of the 6th rune in the 2nd diagram of Shi Huang Ju. After its success, his strength would dramatically increase, reaching the late stages of Tier 2 energy stage. If he were to complete all 9 runes in the 2nd diagram, he would reach Tier 2 max level. Wang was meditating with his eyes closed in a lush basin, believing that with just 10 more days, he would definitely be able to condense the 6th spell pattern, reaching the late stage of Tier 2 energy stage. A submarine arrived at the center of the Songhua River, searching for Wang's trace with its radar. Report to the commander, there are no large animals within 5 kilometers. Proceed forward, search every 5 kilometers. Elder Meng said calmly. Elder Meng is not only the head of the Meng family but also a retired general with the rank of general. Of course, this is just an honorary title with no actual power. However, many descendants of the Meng family hold positions in the Tianchao, among them 6 clan members commanding military districts, and several others in high positions within the central government. One can imagine how immense the influence of the Meng family is. Yet, although the Meng family wields great power in the court, they cannot dominate the martial arts realm. A Taoist with a cow-nosed surname Li and a bald monk from Shaolin are both Tier 3 divine stage experts, and that cow-nosed Taoist is a world-class master in the mid-Tier 3 divine stage ability passive, micro-control. An hour later. Beep. Beep. Unidentified organism detected. Unidentified organism detected. Report: an unidentified organism has been found at the riverbed, suspected to be searching for a target. Location: 30 degrees 14 minutes 5.5 seconds north, 122 degrees 21 minutes 14.41 seconds east. Submerge and prepare to launch torpedoes. Elder Meng decisively issued the order. Elder Meng knew that dealing with giant pythons was no easy task, especially underwater where he had no advantage. Thus, he ordered the use of torpedoes to blow the giant python to death, and afterward, he just needed to bring the python's corpse back.
Of course, if it wasn't a giant python, it would only mean wasting a torpedo. Yes. Attention everyone, prepare to launch torpedoes. Target, underwater location 30 degrees 14 minutes 5.5 seconds north, 122 degrees 21 minutes 14.41 seconds. Torpedo launch in progress, countdown 10. 9, 8.
While Wang was cultivating the Shihuangju, he suddenly felt a chill in his heart, his scales contracting slightly. The overwhelming sense of danger made him shudder. Without much thought, Wang quickly swam out of the basin and raised his eyes, horrified. A torpedo came rushing towards him with the unstoppable momentum to destroy everything, tearing through the river. Wang's speed unfolded entirely, like a lightning bolt cutting through the water as he fled. At the same time, he felt a mix of relief and burning anger. If it weren't for the animal's premonition that saved him, he would surely have perished at the bottom of the river. At the same time, Wang thought of someone, and that was old Meng.
Apart from him, Wang couldn't really think of anyone else who would be so ruthless as to use a torpedo against him. The Yuan family absolutely doesn't have this kind of power to mobilize military submarines. Moreover, they might not even know about his existence until now.
After all, Kai's death was a secret that Meng Lao wouldn't casually mention, and he wouldn't care about such trivial matters.
Only Meng Lao has that influence.
While Wang doesn't know how much power the Meng family holds in Huaxia, a 1,000-year-old family isn't to be taken lightly.
I imagine it wouldn't be a problem to mobilize submarines against him.
At this moment, having cultivated the Shihuangju, if faced with Meng Lao in a one-on-one fight, Wang would be absolutely unafraid of Meng Lao. At least he wouldn't lose. However, if Meng Lao uses torpedoes against him, he would be helpless. Just one hit would severely damage a destroyer, while hitting 1-2 could sink or heavily damage a 10,000-ton merchant ship.
That power is truly terrifying.
If Wang were to be directly hit, even though his defense is strong and he might survive with a stroke of luck, the probability of being directly blown to bits is still quite high.
If Wang can break through to Tier 3 Divine Stage, he might not regard torpedoes as a threat. Of course, it would only be one if there were dozens or more. That would be a dead end. The power of torpedoes is no less than that of missiles, and may even be stronger.
Currently, the mainstream torpedoes in the world generally have a warhead weight of over 600 kilograms, most of which are around 800 to 900 kilograms. In contrast, due to the requirements of engine technology and maneuverability, anti-ship missiles usually have a warhead weight of less than 200 kilograms. Of course, the effects of their attacks are different. Additionally, the technology used in torpedoes is more complex than that of missiles, making them more expensive. Furthermore, torpedoes have a very short attacking range and need to get close to their targets, which is quite dangerous. Missiles, on the other hand, can attack from distances of tens or even hundreds of kilometers, and can be launched without further action.
They are relatively inexpensive.
So, don't underestimate torpedoes. Otherwise, Wang won't just turn and run upon seeing one.
Boom!
After Wang escaped from the 100-meter mark, the torpedo finally struck its target, turning the entire riverbed mountain cave into ruins. The shockwave hit Wang with immense force. It was too close, and he was drenched in blood, severely injured. Torpedoes are among the most powerful heavy weapons developed by mankind, and at a distance of 100 meters, it was easy for Wang to sustain injuries.
Wang is actually quite distressed. Why does he always get hurt? This is torture for the master. However, after being harmed repeatedly by humans, Wang completely lost any sense of identification with them. Chapter 51, Changbai Mountain.
Wang, injured by the torpedo blast, could think of nothing else because he had already spotted a submarine 2 kilometers away. Wang had no doubt about its power. If the submarine's deployment wasn't aimed at him, perhaps he could properly admire it. After all, ordinary people have hardly ever seen one in reality. But this submarine was meant for him. Wang turned and swam away quickly, making his escape.
Inside the submarine,
Old Meng caught a glimpse of Wang's figure through the submarine, and thought to himself, as expected.
This giant python is indeed resilient. Even my Dutian couldn't kill it. Moreover, it seems to have made considerable progress in its cultivation, making it difficult for me to handle it alone. Fortunately, a submarine was sent here. Otherwise, it might have escaped again this time. Continue the bombardment.
While Wang was giving the order, he pondered to himself the giant python was incredibly fast underwater and maneuvered specifically around obstacles. Although the submarine was fast, it would really be difficult to catch up with it for the moment.
Yes.
All units, stand by, prepare to launch torpedoes, target.
10, 9, 8.
There was no earth-shattering explosion, but Wang felt the surging waves behind him, a force that could overwhelm and destroy everything. Wang knew another torpedo had been launched.
And the target was clearly him again.
He quickly turned a few corners, trying to escape from the torpedo, but soon he was disappointed. Because this torpedo was not an unguided straight-flying torpedo, but rather a homing torpedo. A self-guided torpedo uses underwater acoustic technology to automatically search for, track, and attack targets.
So, it's not easy for Wang to break free. Boom!
With a muffled bang, a massive crater was blasted into the mountain range at the bottom of the river to Wang's left, and the overwhelming shockwave made Wang's insides churn, causing him to uncontrollably spit out a mouthful of blood.
Luckily, I wasn't hit. As Wang felt relieved, he also cursed his ancestors for 18 generations.
Wang Lao didn't care about Wang's thoughts. Seeing that the torpedo did not hit the giant python, he decisively ordered again, launch again.
No, this time launch too. Yes.
Everyone, listen up, launch torpedoes 3 and 4, target.
10, 9, 8. Wang once again narrowly dodged the 2 torpedoes.
He didn't have the energy to think about anything else. He could only keep swimming forward, with just one goal in mind, to shake off the submarine's pursuit.
1 day. 2 days. 3 days. It's been 3 days.
Wang didn't even know how he managed to evade the more than 10 torpedoes launched during this time, nor did he know where he had swum to. Cornered and with nowhere to escape, even the vast ocean didn't matter to him anymore. He could dive right in.
The Songhua River is the 3rd largest river in the country after the Yangtze and Yellow Rivers.
Its main stream originates from the Tianqi Heavenly Lake at the peak of Changbai Mountain in Jilin, flowing northwest through the urban areas of Jilin City and Songyuan City, then bending eastward after merging with the Nan River, which comes from the greater Xing'an Range, at the Sancha River in Fuyu County, and enters Heilongjiang Province. It flows through Zhaoyuan, Harbin, and Jiamusi in Heilongjiang Province, and after merging into the Heilong River at Tongjiang Town, it flows into the sea. So it's possible for Wang to dive straight into the sea. Of course, at this moment, he definitely hadn't entered the ocean yet, as he could still clearly tell the difference between freshwater and seawater.
Wang also knew that since more than 10 torpedoes had been launched, there couldn't be many left on the submarine.
He just needed to hold on for a few more days to completely shake off the submarine.
A submarine without torpedoes is just a toothless tiger. If it weren't so huge, Wang was even prepared to turn it over.
Wang had thought about getting close to the submarine. After all, if he could close the distance, they wouldn't dare launch torpedoes.
Wouldn't launching torpedoes then mean blowing up their own submarine as well? Unfortunately, Wang tried several times without success.
As long as the distance closes, within 4,000 to 2,000 meters, the submarine would launch torpedoes, giving Wang no chance at all to approach the submarine.
How many torpedoes do we have left?
Inside the submarine, Wang frowned and asked.
7. That's enough.
Give me a chance to launch all 6 at once later, leaving 1 as a backup in case of emergencies.
Yes.
Wang was swimming in front when he suddenly felt the water temperature drop significantly.
Moreover, there were many more canyons and mountains along the riverbed. However, this made Wang more confident in escaping from the submarine, as there were some narrow areas like underwater basins and canyons that the submarine couldn't enter.
Wang also noticed the situation and turned to ask the team leader, "Which river are we in?"
"We have entered the river in the Changbai mountain range.
50 miles ahead is Tianqi Lake. The sky above Tianqi is shrouded in mist all year round, preventing real-time satellite monitoring. Below the lake, there are countless basins, ravines, and canyons, making it difficult for the submarine to explore. So, if the giant python escapes into Tianqi, we won't have any way to deal with it temporarily," answered the leader of the fourth team. Hearing this, Meng took a deep breath and said softly, "Before the giant python enters Tianqi, look for an opportunity to launch 6 torpedoes." Yes. China's deepest lake, Tianqi Lake in Changbai Mountain, is located in the southeastern part of Jilin Province. It serves as the boundary lake between China and North Korea, with its northern part within Jilin Province, which is the source of the Songhua River. Because of its high elevation, with a surface altitude of 2,150 meters, it is called Tianqi or Heavenly Lake. Changbai Mountain was originally a volcano. Historical records indicate that it erupted 3 times since the 16th century. After the volcanic eruptions spewed massive amounts of lava, a basin formed at the crater. Over time, water accumulated, creating the lake we now refer to as Tianqi. Represented by Tianqi Lake, it combines scenic attractions including waterfalls, hot springs, canyons, underground forests, volcanic lava forests, alpine gardens, underground rivers, virgin forests, clouds and mist, and snow, creating a breathtaking landscape. Nature has endowed it with extraordinarily rich and unique resources, making it a tourist destination that integrates ecological, scenic, border, and folk tourism. Therefore, as long as the giant python finds an underground river to hide in, the submarine will have no way to deal with it. That truly worries Meng. The submarine disregarded the underwater obstacles and accelerated, quickly catching up with Wang. A distance of 4,000 meters was sufficient for a torpedo launch. The maximum firing range of the acoustic torpedo is about 7,500 meters, but to ensure a higher chance of hitting the target, the 4,000-meter distance is more accurate. Launch. 10, 9, 8. At this moment, Wang had swum to a valley at the riverbed and was preparing to dive in. Suddenly, feeling the rushing turbulent waters behind him, he understood that torpedoes had been launched again. Wang turned slightly to glance back and was immediately astonished, his heart filled with dread. Firing 6 torpedoes all at once, aren't they worried about blowing a hole in the riverbed? Wang cursed inwardly. Avoiding 6 torpedoes is no easy feat. With no other option, Wang could only dive into the valley. Moving around outside would make him an easier target. Guided torpedoes don't just travel in a straight line, and entering the valley at least offers some obstacles to take advantage of. Boom! The valley collapsed, leaving only ruins. Chapter 52, Underflow. The power of the 6 torpedoes was unimaginable, completely destroying the valley. Old Meng smiled. As the giant python was dead, the Dragon Ball must be in its belly. Old Meng was not the slightest bit worried that the Dragon Ball would be destroyed by the 6 torpedoes. If torpedoes could destroy a Dragon Ball, then it wouldn't be a Dragon Ball anymore. Old Meng had experienced the giant python's defenses firsthand. Sure, the body might be blown to pieces by a torpedo, but there would definitely still be some remnants left. The Dragon Ball was within reach, putting Old Meng in a good mood. However, sometimes excessive joy can lead to sorrow. Suddenly, the valley shook. The entire valley trembled, creating an earth-shattering moment as it collapsed, with countless stones crashing down. Just when everyone thought everything was coming to an end, there was another muffled sound that echoed through the riverbed. It sounded like something had suddenly snapped, sending chills through the listener's teeth. What no one expected was that the broken valley seemed to suddenly split in two, revealing a deep black crevice in the center of the valley, as if the gates of hell had opened, giving a terrifying and suffocating feeling. A powerful suction came from the dark crevice, causing the river water to surge and swirl as it was drawn in. The power of the 6 torpedoes exceeded Old Meng's expectations. The valley was actually so turbulent. What surprised him the most was that it had opened a hidden underground current. What is an undercurrent? It can also be referred to as an underground river. Coincidentally, 10 meters below the valley was an underground river, and the 6 torpedoes accurately blasted open a gap. At this moment, there was no time for Old Meng to think, as the submarine was not far from the valley, and the powerful suction was pulling it in. Full speed ahead, break free from the suction. The command from the 4th squad leader was somewhat urgent, clearly showing a lot of tension. But it was useless. The gap was just too long, nearly 100 meters long and 5 meters wide. The suction generated by a fissure nearly 100 meters long was terrifyingly strong, slowly dragging the submarine into the dark current. Everyone inside the submarine held their breath, their faces pale.
Facing death, all sentient beings would surely feel fear. Old Meng's expression was grim.
Although he was extraordinarily strong and virtually unmatched in the world, a being at the pinnacle of existence. Yet, in the face of nature's fury, he seemed so powerless.
After all, he was human, not a god.
Death is a serious matter for everyone. It is more important than taking anything from him. In daily life, if the topic of death comes up, everyone will unhesitatingly say that they are not afraid of death. They will even argue passionately that they really aren't afraid of death, treating it as stories or jokes, and even more so, they can discuss it as a philosophical topic. Those with knowledge may elaborately expound on it, while those without can grasp life's principles and provide examples. But how many people who truly face death are actually unafraid? Ultimately, there are very few who are genuinely unafraid of death. Even though death is unavoidable, whether you are an emperor or a beggar, you cannot escape the natural laws that lead to death. Old Meng was afraid of death too. Although he was nearly 130 years old, he still had at least another 100 years of life ahead of him. Additionally, he had hoped the Dragon Balls were within reach, and perhaps he could rely on them to break free from his shackles and prolong his life. There was even a glimmer of hope to aspire for a legendary realm. But at this moment, faced with the underground dark current, he had no hope of resistance. He could only leave it to fate. The underground dark current was terrifying. Some of these currents might have existed for thousands or even millions of years.
The dark currents ran in all directions, unknown where they led, boundless and elusive.
Once sucked into the underground dark current, escaping would be incredibly difficult. The submarine was ultimately sucked into the underground dark current, and at the moment it was pulled in, it was crushed to pieces. Old Meng may never have imagined that in his quest for the Dragon Balls, killing the giant python would lead to such an end, losing his life here. It's worth noting that Wang was already sucked into the dark current the moment the fissure was created, with his fate uncertain. Wang awakened in a daze, surrounded by darkness, with not a glimmer of light. Wang only remembered that after he was sucked into the dark current, the immense suction of the whirlpool knocked him out. At this moment, he felt intense pain throughout his body, with damaged muscles and shattered vertebrae. Just the slightest movement felt like tearing his heart and splitting his liver. When he looked inside, he found his internal organs in tatters, his energy weak, like a light threatening to go out at any moment. The force of the 6 torpedoes exploding had already left Wang on the brink of death. Added to that was the torment of the powerful suction of the whirlpool, pushing him further to the edge. If it weren't for the Dragon Ball within him continuously supplying energy, Wang might have already perished. Feeling the powerful energy flowing from the Dragon Ball within him, Wang seemed to grasp at his last ray of hope, ignoring the severe pain across his body, and began to operate the second diagram of Shi Huangju for cultivation. Uncertain how much time had passed, perhaps days, perhaps months, or even years. In this pitch-black underground dark current, Wang could hardly feel the passage of time, whether it was little or much. I finally feel that my injuries have improved. They have at least been temporarily subdued, and I am no longer in life-threatening danger for the time being. As my injuries slightly improved, the Dragon Balls stopped actively channeling energy into me, which made me frown internally. Moreover, when I tried to actively absorb the Dragon Balls, they seemed to completely ignore me, showing no response at all. My injuries have improved. Although I have almost no combat power left, I can at least move, and it doesn't affect my activities. Of course, this activity merely means I can move a little.
This should be an underground undercurrent.
Wang discovered that the river water was cool, with numerous tributaries branching off, like a spider's web, seemingly creating a maze. Wang didn't care where the river led. He simply chose a tributary and swam away. In reality, the best choice would have been to stay put and recover from his injuries, but the Dragon Balls no longer provided energy. The only way to heal quickly was to capture a lot of prey to refine vitality and recover. Wang couldn't control the Dragon Balls at all. If it weren't for his life being in danger and the Dragon Balls automatically protecting their master, he wouldn't be able to absorb even a hint of energy. What disappointed Wang was that after struggling for more than 10 miles, he still found no signs of any living activity.
Isn't there any fish or other animals in this underground current? If not, wouldn't I never be able to get out?
The thought sent a chill down his spine. It's possible that this underground current has existed for over 100 million years, completely isolated from the surface.
Getting out seems almost impossible. Even if I can survive in this underground current, I will starve to death sooner or later without food.
Darkness and the loss of direction are experiences that most people have never encountered. The tension and fear that darkness and confinement bring are difficult for the average person to endure. Surrounded by rock walls, the underground current is about 10 meters wide, with a riverbed made of sand and gravel that has settled for tens of millions of years. It's hard for any life to survive in such a place, and at this moment, Wang has given up all hope of hunting. He began to spiral in the water, practicing Shi Huang Ju. Although he couldn't refine any food, Shi Huang Ju is indeed an ancient skill, and the speed of healing injuries is unmatched by any other techniques.
1 month. After about a month, Wang's injuries had healed by roughly a third.
If he continued to practice like this, he might fully recover within 2 months. But the unfortunate thing is that there is no food here, and whether he can last for 2 months is still in question. By that time, his injuries might not have healed, and he could very well starve to death. With no other option, Wang had to move forward again. Whether it's searching for prey or finding an exit, he must do it himself.
Prey and exits won't just appear before him.
Wang walked another 20 miles, and what appeared before his eyes was not prey or an exit, but rather 7 more tributaries. This underground current is like a vast maze, with countless tributaries, and he might never find his way out. Choosing a wider tributary to dive into, Wang walked for several miles. Finally, fortune favored the diligent. He discovered signs of life. But Wang couldn't feel happy, because it was a group of coelacanth. Coelacanth first appeared 350 million years ago and were incredibly abundant on Earth at that time. Their fossils have been found from the late Permian about 245 million years ago to the late Jurassic about 144 million years ago. Like other similar fish, coelacanth have a relatively low degree of ossification, indicating a general trend of moving away from early freshwater environments towards a marine lifestyle. They were long believed to have gone extinct about 60 million years ago.
Does that mean this underground current has existed for at least 60 million years?
This answer nearly drove Wang to despair. Being isolated from the land for 60 million years, finding a way back to the surface seems almost impossible. Suppressing the turmoil in his heart, no matter the truth, at least he had found food, so he wouldn't fear starving to death for the time being. Wang swam toward the coelacanth, preparing to fill his stomach first. After a month without food, he was already so hungry that his front was stuck to his back.
Chapter 53, Heavenly Pool. Having consumed a group of prehistoric coelacanth, my insides finally felt at ease.
In this manner, in the darkness, Wang had lost track of how long he'd been wandering through the underground river, and where he'd ended up. Perhaps months had passed, or maybe years. Wang had become completely numb to the passage of time. On this day, Wang arrived at the fork in the road once again. Such forks in the underground currents are countless, resembling a massive maze, intricate and woven like a net deep buried beneath the earth. Wang casually picked a river channel and dove in. Not all underground rivers are filled with fresh water. Some are dry, or just remnants of mud where the water once flowed. After walking about 10 miles in this underground river, Wang unexpectedly stumbled upon a phosphorescent mine. The river, which had no light, was now illuminated by colorful phosphorescence. With the faint glow of the phosphorescence, Wang discovered a raised rock ahead, covered with dried algae. Underneath the rock, the current had eroded it, giving it an appearance reminiscent of a giant turtle lying across the water's surface or an arched bridge. Beneath the rock lay the glittering, mirror-like underground river. After squeezing under the rock, he encountered 3 more branches ahead, and with no other choice, Wang could only randomly pick one stream and continue. Unaware of how much time had passed or how many tributary forks he had chosen, no one knew how Wang had spent this time. The endless darkness and silence were suffocating.
Any normal person might have gone mad by now.
Suddenly, a stir seemed to ripple through the boundless dark silence, causing Wang's entire spiritual world to tremble. It was as if a crack had opened in the world of endless darkness, with a not-so-bright light streaming in, reminiscent of the first light that split the heavens and the earth, tearing apart the entire dark world. This is light.
Wang's spirit trembled, although the spark of light vanished quickly, It allowed him to find direction. Then, a faint sound drifted to Wang's ears, and he vaguely heard some dialogue. "We've already ventured 50 miles into the underground river. I think we should head back."
"If you're scared to die, then just go back on your own. We came to explore the underground river, not for a leisurely visit." "Alright, you two stop arguing. This underground river has a history of 2 million years, with its cave formations retaining the most complete and beautiful stalactites. But, we've gone 50 miles and not only is the oxygen scarce, but there are also unknown dangers." "Humph. If I had known this, I wouldn't have invited you. Why come along if you're so afraid of dying?"
"You." "Fine, Li Jun has a point."
"Wang Yu, stop with the sarcasm. How about this, we explore for another 10 miles, then we can turn back, okay?" The voices were intermittently cut off, and the occasional echoes made it hard to hear clearly. Wang swam directly towards the direction of the voices, feeling a surge of excitement in his heart. How long had he wandered in the underground currents?
Months? Or years? Wandering in the silent underground currents was driving Wang to the brink of collapse.
Finally, finding the group of explorers, he noticed that there were about a dozen of them, each carrying a backpack, which seemed to be essentials for surviving underground.
From about 20 meters away, Wang could clearly hear their conversation.
However, he had no intention of interrupting them as long as he could follow them out of the underground river. That would be the best outcome.
Otherwise, who knows what panic might ensue if he startled them with his sudden appearance. Wang quietly followed behind them, waiting to return to the surface.
7 hours later, when that glimmer of light pierced his eyes, Wang's entire spirit trembled.
"Finally, I've seen the light of day again." By now it was evening, with the night shrouding everything.
Once out of the underground river, Wang quietly slipped away from the group, finding a random place to hide. The biting cold wind howled, and the weather in Changbai Mountain was already frigid, especially now in winter. A gust of chilly wind swept in, ferociously assaulting him. Even the usually resilient Wang could not help but shiver.
Is this really Changbai Mountain?
Wang finally realized where he was, furrowing his brow in thought. Even though it's winter, there are still many tourists in Changbai Mountain. They will easily spot me. First, I need to find a place to heal up. After waiting for a while, night fell. Though it wasn't pitch black, it was difficult to see objects even 10 meters away. Changbai Mountain is home to volcanic lakes listed in the Guinness World Records, rare underground forests, and numerous hot springs, as well as an unparalleled snow world. In winter, Changbai Mountain is blanketed in deeper snow, and from afar, it appears all white, with heavy snow covering the ground. Wang treaded along the rugged mountain path, climbing upwards, alone among the white-draped maple trees, with thick fallen leaves crackling beneath his feet. Suddenly, a light snow began to fall, and Wang continued toward the heavenly pool, surrounded by swirling snowflakes.
That's right. Wang's goal is the heavenly pool.
The winter Tianqi is shrouded in clouds and mist all year round, and its vast area makes it less likely to be discovered compared to the surrounding forests bustling with people. Upon arriving at the famous Changbai Mountain waterfall, part of the waterfall was frozen. The cascading water, resembling flying flowers of shattered jade, seems to freeze in mid-air the instant it splashes down, forming a crystal-clear ice waterfall. The flowing water is split into sections by the ice, no longer appearing as a single smooth sheet, yet the thundering sound it produces indicates that the water continues its course with unyielding force, despite the frigid cold. The motion of the water and the stillness of the ice capture the most dynamic scene of the waterfall.
Such a landscape is rare in the world.
After moving onward, the appearance of the Tianqi finally materialized before Wang's eyes. The water in the pond has frozen over, enveloped in a mist like a single piece of warm jade, neither overflowing nor dazzling, yet crystal clear, as if light flows within, possessing a restrained brilliance.
Wang ventured into the Tianqi, the immense weight of his body causing the ice to crack.
Although the Tianqi was frozen, the water beneath was not cold, rather, it was warm. Wang casually swam beneath the surface of the Tianqi, looking for prey to hunt.
He hadn't eaten in nearly a month, fluctuating between being full and starving in the underground currents. An hour passed, and Wang finally sensed something was amiss.
There were no fish at the bottom of the lake. Not even a shrimp or a crab could be found.
Is there really no fish or shrimp in this Tianqi? How am I supposed to survive? Wang felt utterly helpless. No matter how strong he was, he still needed to eat, right? What Wang did not know was that Changbai Mountain is a dormant volcano. Although it has been dormant for 300 years, volcanoes that remain dormant for hundreds of years and then erupt again are not uncommon. Geophysical exploration indicates signs of a magma chamber beneath the Tianqi, and there is a risk of another eruption at Changbai Mountain, which would be explosive in nature. Given the presence of 2 billion tons of water, the eruption could be even more destructive. The last eruption of Changbai Mountain occurred only 300 years ago. Besides microorganisms, there are no other creatures in the Tianqi, and the meadows along the lake show no signs of grazing. Thus, it is likely that there are no living organisms in the Tianqi. However, the Tianqi is famous for more than its scenic beauty. It's also renowned for the legends of a water monster within. Yet after Wang had swum around the Tianqi, he found no trace of any creatures. Wang was certain that there was absolutely no water monster. The Tianqi is not too big or too small, and at Wang's speed, he could easily swim around it in an hour. The average depth of the Tianqi is 204 meters, with the deepest point reaching 373 meters. Although Wang didn't swim at the bottom, with his enhanced thermal sensing, he believed that not a single creature could escape his detection. Even cold-blooded animals would still have a body temperature higher than the surrounding environment, especially their hearts, making them detectable to Wang. Left with no choice, Wang had to leave the Tianqi in search of prey. Fortunately, the issue of finding prey in the original forest of Changbai Mountain was easily resolved. There were plenty of footprints near the forest's edge, but deep inside, there was hardly anyone. After hunting down 2 wild wolves searching for food in the forest, Wang was satisfied and returned to the Tianqi. Chapter 54: The Surprising Appearance of the Water Monster. A year and a half passed. Changbai Mountain, with its clear, emerald water in the Tianqi all year round, appears like a flat mirror from above. Due to its high altitude, the water temperature during summer ranges from 0.7 to 11 degrees Celsius. Due to geological changes, Changbai Mountain is covered in white pumice and snow, giving it a perennial white appearance. Like a jade dragon stretching across the northeastern frontier of China, it is renowned for its beauty, richness, and magnificent scenery. Today, it welcomes a new batch of tourists. Wang Ming had long yearned to visit this mountain, filled with countless beautiful mythological stories and lovely poetry that captivates the imagination. Additionally, the recent sightings of a water monster in the Tianqi have further added a sense of mystery to Changbai Mountain. While daydreaming, Wang Ming suddenly heard the tour guide introducing the most famous attraction of Changbai Mountain, the Tianqi. With animated gestures, the tour guide spoke, and Wang Ming couldn't help but admire his eloquence. Those who work as tour guides truly are skilled at conversation. They spare no effort to captivate their audience. Wang Ming thought to himself but listened carefully to the guide's introduction, as he had always been fascinated by the Tianqi. Of course, he was primarily curious about the water monster. Changbai Mountain is a volcano, and the Tianqi is the crater of this volcano. Since the reign of Qianlong in the Qing dynasty, Changbai Mountain has ceased to erupt, and the original crater has turned into a high mountain lake. Because of its high altitude, with the lake's surface at 2,150 meters above sea level, it is called Tianqi. The mysterious Changbai Mountain lake monster has recently appeared twice. After 2 locals discovered the water monster on July 6, 2002, a tourism team witnessed this unidentified creature again on May 25 of this year on the west slope of Changbai Mountain. At this point, the tour guide suddenly paused, leaving everyone in suspense. Under the urging of the crowd, the tour guide finally chuckled and said, "The water monster that appeared this year was nearly 30 meters long." Many suspect it to be a dragon. Some even claim to have seen the creature covered in scales through binoculars, with a long snout, a gaping mouth, and a sharp, cone-shaped horn protruding from its forehead. Given its nearly 30-meter length, it was ultimately suspected to be a dragon. If we are lucky today, we might just catch a glimpse of it. Ming, is there really a dragon? It would be wonderful if there is one. At that moment, Wang Ming, who was lost in thought, suddenly heard his girlfriend's question and couldn't help but smile bitterly inside. How was he supposed to know? But he knew he couldn't voice his true feelings. He could only comfort her, saying, "Yes, it must be a dragon. If we reach the heavenly lake, we might see it. Don't be anxious."
The tour group admired the waterfalls, glaciers, and other scenic views before continuing their journey.
As the altitude increased, Wang Ming could clearly feel the change in vegetation.
Just moments ago, there were towering trees, but now it transformed into bushes. As they continued upward, only mosses remained. The sky was filled with swirling clouds and mist, which changed endlessly in the wind.
The name Fairy Mountain truly lives up to its reputation.
Wang Ming sighed inwardly. Before they knew it, the group had reached the mountain peak. At some point, a light rain began to fall, and the wind at the summit was strong. The surrounding area was filled with volcanic ash mounds, devoid of any vegetation. Stepping onto the observation deck, they looked down to see only a misty expanse, unfathomable and shrouded in darkness. It was a scene of howling winds and ominous clouds, leaving them unaware of what lay below.
Is this the Heavenly Lake?
It's so beautiful.
Wang Ming's girlfriend exclaimed in genuine awe.
Yes. Wang Ming replied a bit disingenuously, as at that moment the clouds obscured the Heavenly Lake, rendering its view all but invisible.
Of course, the hazy scenery, resembling a fairyland, was delightful in its own right. If it were early morning and the sun were just rising, the sight would be absolutely breathtaking.
Finally arriving at the edge of Heavenly Lake, they looked down at the lake, which resembled a gigantic mirror, nestled among the mountains under the Bogda ice peak on the eastern side of the Tian Shan. It was surrounded by towering mountains, with majestic pines stretching toward the clouds. The blue sky, white clouds, ice peaks, and lush mountain forests were all reflected in the lake, creating a captivating scene. Strolling by the Heavenly Lake felt like being immersed in a beautiful painting, refreshing the heart and soul. As he embraced his girlfriend and admired the scenery of the Heavenly Lake, Wang Ming suddenly felt that this trip was not in vain. So beautiful.
Yes.
Wang Ming replied sincerely this time. Everyone was lost in the rare beauty of the scene, a sight not often found.
Were it not for the sudden light rain, such a view might not have appeared over the Heavenly Lake.
At that moment, the tour guide spoke up. All right, everyone, enjoy an hour of free time, but remember not to go near the Heavenly Lake or to any dangerous areas.
The group responded enthusiastically, taking their families or friends to stroll and play by the Heavenly Lake.
Wang Ming took his girlfriend for a leisurely walk around the Heavenly Lake, and when they got tired, they sat down to rest and chat.
Suddenly,
Wang Ming's gaze suddenly fixed, and he was astonished as if he had discovered a new world. Wang Ming suddenly pointed at a blue water band in the lake and shouted, "Look, the water monster has come out! The water monster has come out!"
Everyone turned to look and saw a black dot standing out starkly in the deep blue lake.
Some people, using telescopes, were amazed to discover what seemed to be a 30-meter-long water monster. Its body was entirely black, except for a pure white line on the back of its forehead.
The creature's slender body was floating and swimming on the water's surface.
The area around the Heavenly Lake wasn't just populated by their tour group, many others had also spotted the water monster. The vicinity of the Heavenly Lake was in an uproar, with everyone discussing the water monster. Those with cameras hurried to take pictures, while those with video cameras rushed to shoot video.
Those without any equipment could only express regret, lamenting why they hadn't brought a camera.
Although Wang Ming had heard about the news of the water monster at the Heavenly Lake more than once, it was the first time he had seen it with his own eyes.
There really is a dragon.
Wang Ming heard his girlfriend's wildly excited call. Her excitement was such that even when they were intimate, it couldn't compare.
Wang Ming felt excited as well. What did a dragon really look like?
It seemed no one could say for sure. But the dragon held a supreme place in the hearts of the Chinese people. This was indisputable. Though the water monster in the Heavenly Lake was only suspected to be a dragon, the mere notion of such a creature from mythology was enough to drive people wild.
The dragon's incomparable divine power controls winds, rain, thunder, and lightning.
It complements mist, colorful clouds, and rainbows. It's deep and elusive, shrouded in mystery.
It embodies the forces of nature, representing strength and the extraordinary. People long for it, and even more so for its might. Sadly, the water monster only lingered on the surface for about a few seconds before vanishing into the depths of the Heavenly Lake. Yet everyone felt that this trip was worth it. Witnessing the water monster was a once-in-a-lifetime experience. At least,
they would have the opportunity to brag to their friends upon returning.
The next day, countless news outlets reported on the water monster incident that had occurred the previous day.
Xinhua News reported, the heavenly lake in Changbai Mountain has long been shrouded in mystery. From the local chronicles of the late Qing dynasty to tourist sightings over the past 30 years, the heavenly lake monster has frequently appeared, with thousands of eyewitnesses. Some say it resembles a long-necked dragon, others claim it looks like an otter, while others say it's a fish, and among those numerous tour groups yesterday, many unexpectedly captured the legendary heavenly lake monster on camera. The clarity of the photos is unprecedented, clearly showing a creature nearly 30 meters long, with terrifying scales shining like metal.
Could the legendary water monster really exist? International news report, the research on the Tianqi monster is still too early to draw conclusions.
For the past 30 years, our country has never organized a large-scale manpower or resources to conduct a thorough investigation of Tianqi. Therefore, the actual water environment of Tianqi, and whether there are other unknown organisms, remain unsolved mysteries. It is suggested that we should learn from practices abroad. For instance, the UK once organized a team of experts to systematically and comprehensively investigate the legendary Loch Ness Monster. Although the mystery of the Loch Ness Monster remains unsolved, they have thoroughly grasped the local climate changes, types of fish, etc., and have a complete understanding of Loch Ness's hydrological environment. Therefore, it is recommended that the country also organize a team of experts to conduct a systematic and comprehensive investigation of Tianqi. Countless news media outlets are reporting on the Tianqi monster incident, and many people are using this event to gain attention, such as certain outdated second- and third-tier celebrities expressing their views on the Tianqi monster incident. In fact, Wang feels quite helpless. He just went out for some fresh air, and this is the third time in over a year that he has been spotted by humans. Wang has made up his mind such a tourist hotspot is not suitable for living, as there are too many people.
Moreover, since his injuries are mostly healed, he decides to head straight for the Amazon rainforest, where he can truly survive.
Additionally, due to practicing the Shihuang method, he has broken through to Tier 2 max level in the past year and a half, growing from 20 meters to 28 meters in length. It's hard to support such a massive creature as him in the Shangbeixian primitive forest. You must understand that he has an enormous appetite now.
Chapter 55, The Tianqi Water Monster.
In the past year and a half, Wang has not only completed the 9 sigils of the second scroll of the Shihuang method, breaking through to Tier 2 max level, but he has also refined about 30% of the Dragon Pearl. Currently, Wang is studying the 28 sigils of the third scroll. The 28 sigils are incredibly complex and arcane. After more than a month of contemplation, he has yet to grasp even a sliver of understanding, let alone practice, and break into Tier 3 divine stage. With a length of 28 meters and a body the size of a water tank, he is not much different from the azure giant python in Bloodpool Forest. He believes that as soon as he comprehends the third scroll and breaks through to Tier 3 divine stage, catching up to the size of the azure giant python will be just around the corner. In the past, Wang could only look up to the azure giant python, but now he is almost ready to match its pace. Moreover, his power is even stronger than that of the azure giant python. Of course, even with his current strength, Wang could still easily crush the azure giant python. Even the hardest blue stone would crumble under his tail. Creatures on land can no longer stop his progress. Only heavy weaponry can pose a threat to him. Although Wang currently does not have the power to ignore missiles or torpedoes, high-explosive grenades, mortars, and other heavy weaponry can no longer threaten his life. Even if he endures them, high-explosive grenades and mortars can only cause him some bruises or minor injuries, but they are definitely not lethal. Swimming around the Tianqi, he naturally senses and explores. But suddenly, the previously calm surface of the lake began to stir, ripples rising and gradually spreading outward, revealing the silhouette of a black creature at least 2 zhang in size. Suddenly, it leaped out of the water, opening its enormous mouth and emitting an unpleasant roar from its throat. The monster was not ugly or fierce at all. In fact, it was quite beautiful. Perhaps after transforming into a python, Wang's aesthetic tastes had also shifted. The monster's entire body appeared exquisitely sculpted, adorned with closely packed and finely crafted scales, making it look like a work of art, igniting an urge to take it home and collect it. The monster bore a striking resemblance to a plesiosaur, with a wide, flattened body, a shorter tail, a long, flexible neck, nostrils placed far back near its eyes, and a jaw that was almost hard with long, sharp teeth.
Most remarkably, why did this monster have two deer-like antlers on its head? No. Could this creature have inherited the bloodline of the black dragon? This is clearly the dragon horn that was seen in the memories of the black dragon. However, the most unbelievable aspect was
Wang found it hard to believe because, under his heat sensing, he couldn't detect the presence of the water monster. Even cold-blooded animals are not completely devoid of warmth, yet this water monster truly had no body temperature at all. Under Wang's heat sensing, he failed to discover it. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, and the water monster wasn't far away, Wang would have almost thought he was hallucinating.
Wang was not afraid of the water monster.
Apart from the unknown powerful creatures that might exist in the mysterious sea, there were indeed no animals on land that could rival him.
Driven by curiosity, Wang swam directly towards the water monster, but it seemed to have noticed the approaching giant python. Letting out a roar, it quickly dove to the bottom of Tianqi Lake. Wang could not let it get away easily. He naturally followed closely behind.
Humans have only a half-baked understanding of the depths of the sea or lake, much like how insignificant they are in the vast universe. But after being reborn as a python, Wang could gradually explore these regions that were so mysterious to humanity. Wang followed closely behind the water monster, not in a hurry to kill it, but rather wanting to see where this creature was hiding. You see, Wang had lived in Tianqi for about a year and a half, and during that time, he had explored the lake more than once. Even though he couldn't sense the water monster, his vision was not to be underestimated. Due to his black dragon bloodline, Wang's eyesight was among the best of all animals, so how could he not find the water monster after having scoured the area dozens of times? Thus, Wang was keen to discover where the water monster was concealed. Following down alongside the water monster, they quickly dove to a depth of 300 meters in Tianqi. Based on the water monster's direction, it should be heading towards the deepest trench in the center of Tianqi. Could it be that the water monster has always lived in the trench? That's impossible. I've been there more than a dozen times and found no signs of other creatures. Wang thought, filled with doubt. Finally entering the trench, the walls appeared as steep as mountains, with green algae and plants growing on the stone walls, looking brilliantly verdant and spectacular. Upon entering the trench, the water monster swam directly towards the deepest part. The water monster was not slow, but still slower than Wang, so he wasn't worried about losing it. Arriving at the bottom with the water monster, what puzzled Wang was that at the deepest point of the trench, there was a pitch-black crack. Wang could surely affirm that there had never been a crack here before. Watching the water monster slip into the crack, Wang helplessly came to a stop. From a distance, he hadn't noticed anything unusual, but as he approached the crack, Wang discovered that it was actually the entrance to an underground river. Having suffered plenty in the underground river, Wang didn't dare to take any risks. If he got lost in the underground river again, who knows if he'd have the same luck as last time. If he were forever trapped inside, he wouldn't even be able to cry. Temporarily giving up on the idea of capturing the water monster, Wang exited the trench. Ha! Suddenly, Wang let out a surprised exclamation. After leaving the trench, he realized that not far ahead there was another water monster that looked just like the previous one, only much smaller, around 10 feet in size. Could the water monsters really exist in groups? Let's capture one and find out. Wang quickly swam like an arrow piercing through the water towards the water monster. Feeling a tremendous danger, the water monster let out a roar and began to flee rapidly. Wang followed closely behind, exuding a tremendous aura, causing the water to ripple as if influenced by his powerful presence. The water monster was ultimately slower than Wang and was quickly caught up. Wang wrapped around the water monster swiftly, using enough force but not excessively so, at least not enough to kill it. Wang observed the water monster closely, noticing that there was nothing particularly special about its appearance, at least in his eyes. This water monster was even less beautiful than his python form. After getting bored, Wang venomously killed the water monster, but due to its large size, he had no intention of swallowing it, only discarding it at the bottom of the lake. Gradually swimming upwards, the deepest part of Tianqi could reach 373 meters, deep enough to hide a building over 60 stories high. He swam to the surface and exited Tianqi, arriving at the original forest of Changbai Mountain. Speaking of the original forest of Changbai Mountain, one cannot help but recall 20 years ago. 20 years ago, a wind disturbance occurred in the Changbai Mountain Nature Reserve, leading to a large area of fallen trees. However, the strong winds did not alter the ecological nature of the primeval forest, nor did it cause the destruction of the ecosystem. It can be considered a normal forest succession and ecological process. But under the guise of disaster relief, there was a 7-year-long dual human intervention involving the production and renewal of artificial forests using the fallen wood, which truly caused irreversible damage to the ecosystem, resulting in the complete loss of natural characteristics in the wind-affected area, postponing recovery of some trees by a century, while others underwent retrogressive succession, turning into secondary meadows. Due to the reasons mentioned above, a large portion of the Changbai Mountain primeval forest lacks wildlife, which makes it much more difficult for Wang to hunt. Moreover, the constant presence of tourists makes it quite inconvenient for Wang. Wang gazed longingly towards the west, where there lies a true kingdom of animals. The sacred land of Python. Looks like it's time to set off tonight. Chapter 56, The Primeval Forest of the Amazon. Since he decided to leave tonight, he had to plan the route to the Amazon first. There are essentially two routes suitable for Wang from Changbai Mountain to the Amazon. The first is to descend from Tianqi, following the Songhua River to Tongjiang City in Heilongjiang Province, then entering the Heilong River, and finally reaching the Tartary Strait, which leads to the Pacific Ocean. Then he can swim across to Hokkaido, following the current to the west coast of the United States, and then head south along the coast into Colombia, eventually entering the primeval forest of the Amazon. The second is to depart directly from the Yalu River, entering the Pacific Ocean. Then the route would be the same, except that it would pass through Japan's main island. After considering the options, Wang decided against the second route and chose the first. Soon night fell, and Wang emerged from Tianqi, swimming ashore. He scanned the surroundings, and upon not spotting any humans, he entered the forest, preparing to cross the Tianqi mountain range and then reach the river. In fact, for Wang, even if he was discovered by humans, it wouldn't matter much because he was already prepared to leave this place. Perhaps, in the name of secrecy, he might even consider silencing anyone who finds him. After all, he had done such things more than once. Under the cover of night, Wang successfully descended from the Tianqi mountain range and entered the river region. A year. After more than a full year, Wang finally overcame numerous obstacles to arrive at the Amazon. Soaring over the depths of the Amazon River, Wang felt a surge of excitement. Although it took over a year and he faced many hardships, reaching his destination made all the effort worthwhile. At this moment, it had been a year and 20 days since Wang left Tianqi. During this time, he passed through the Songhua River, Heilong River, entered the Pacific Ocean, then crossed to the west coast of the United States via Hokkaido, and finally, today, he entered the Amazon River. During this period, Wang encountered several dangers. Once, deep in the Pacific Ocean, he encountered a prehistoric giant shark over 20 meters long. Wang was not entirely sure of the details regarding this prehistoric shark, but he was certain of one thing. It was an ancient species of shark that had already formed as a carnivorous fish during the Jurassic period. Because within the memories of the black dragon that Wang had received, there was exactly this kind of information. This prehistoric giant shark was incredibly fierce. With a violent temperament, it had no scales but moved at an astonishing speed, much faster than Wang. Most terrifying of all was its extreme biting force. If bitten, one would undoubtedly suffer greatly. Wang had to exert a lot of effort and sustain minor injuries before he managed to take it down. He also encountered dangers in the ocean several times, including a 30-meter-long whale shark and a swarm of deep-sea electric eels. The whale shark did not create many problems for Wang, but the deep-sea electric eel could unleash a voltage of 300 volts, with some reaching even 800 volts, enough to be fatal. Within a 3-6-meter range in the water, many have been knocked unconscious by the electricity emitted by the eel and subsequently drowned after falling into the water. Thus, the electric eel is known as the high-voltage line of the ocean. A large group of deep-sea electric eels made Wang shudder, and he dared not linger even for a moment, turning immediately to flee. And aside from that group of deep-sea electric eels, what shocked Wang the most was that he unexpectedly encountered sperm whales. Sperm whales are carnivorous whales that feed on other small fish. Furthermore, Wang did not encounter just one, but a group of sperm whales. Sperm whales tend to move in groups, often forming small pods of 5-10 individuals or sometimes large pods of hundreds. While at sea, they sometimes playfully interact with each other, but their temperament is entirely different from that of blue whales or humpback whales. They are extremely fierce and powerful, and once another animal is bitten by them, escape is nearly impossible. Among that group of sperm whales, the largest even reached 40 meters in length. Faced with these dozens of sperm whales, Wang could only turn and take a detour, unwilling to confront them. This made Wang realize that the deep sea is truly not a realm that a giant python, who dominates on land, can easily enter. Of course, if it came down to a one-on-one fight, Wang would not be afraid of anyone, but the key was that they all moved in packs when an entire species was in action. Their combat effectiveness was entirely different. After that, to reach the Amazon as quickly as possible, Wang stopped going deeper underwater and instead traveled on the surface of the ocean, which reduced a lot of unnecessary troubles. After a year and 20 days, Wang finally arrived at the Amazon River. However, he did not expect that upon just arriving in the primeval forest of the Amazon, he would encounter a 20-meter-long adult green anaconda. Logically speaking, such a situation is quite rare. Although the adult green anaconda was ultimately deterred by his presence, it also made Wang wary of the creatures in the Amazon rainforest. Who knows what unknown and powerful animals lurk there? Even though he had always been the absolute king on land, this was truly a kingdom of animals. Although recorded by humans, the Amazonian green anaconda is currently the largest snake in the world, capable of reaching lengths of 10 meters and weighing over 225 kilograms, as thick as the torso of an adult man. The adult green anaconda is a truly fearsome predator, but if someone were here to witness this scene, they might be left speechless in astonishment. Because what lay before him was unbelievable. There was actually a gigantic anaconda nearly 20 meters long right here. But the key point isn't just its size. What is astonishing is that this 20-meter-long gigantic anaconda panicked and fled at the scent of another animal it hadn't even seen. If this were to be told, hardly anyone would believe it. It's simply unbelievable. After facing several crises in the ocean, Wang no longer underestimated other animals. The Amazon is one of the regions humanity has failed to explore, and he doesn't know how many unseen dangers lurk there. However, better safe than sorry. It's always better than capsizing in a moat. After resting at the riverbed for a day and catching plenty of fish to eat, Wang finally stepped forward, entering the Amazon rainforest. Of course, the edge of the Amazon is merely a secondary forest. A secondary forest is actually a forest that has regrown after the original forest was cut down 20 years ago. Due to the overly dense growth of the original forest, which blocked sunlight, the soil in the forest became very barren. Therefore, humans have cut down the original forest, and the trees that grew back are no taller than 5 or 6 meters, with significant gaps between them, allowing the fierce sunlight to stream in freely. Days later, Wang finally entered the true original forest, where the dense canopy blocked the sunlight, and the temperature dropped several degrees. The light in the forest is extremely poor, creating a dim and dark atmosphere that can instill a sense of trepidation. However, Wang actually loved this type of climate. After all, snakes prefer dark and damp places. Suddenly, Wang heard a loud thud. He initially thought it was thunder, but as he moved closer, he realized that a dead tree was falling ahead. While the falling of a dead tree is a common phenomenon in tropical rainforests, it is quite rare during the dry season when there is neither wind nor heavy rain. Curious, Wang swam over. When he got closer, he found that the base of the large tree was infested with termites. Termites are small compared to Wang, but he could still clearly see what they looked like. Termites are about twice the size of regular ants, with 2 pairs of wings that are similar in size, shape, and vein structure, and are longer than their bodies. These wings allow termites to fly for short periods. Wang wasn't really interested in termites. He planned to dig deeper before considering anything else. Moreover, he hadn't decided where to settle down yet. For now, he just needed to familiarize himself with the environment before choosing a place to call home. Then, claim the land as your own. Chapter 57, Claiming the Land as Your Own. After half a month, Wang slowly ventured about 500 miles deeper into the primeval forest and came across a swamp. Wang had no fondness for swamps, to be precise. He had no fondness for the creatures in the swamp, because swamps like this typically housed a fair number of crocodiles. Just by raising his eyes a bit, Wang actually spotted several crocodiles hidden beneath the swamp. Wang didn't bother with the group of crocodiles. He believed none of them would dare provoke him. The very aura he exuded could scare off most animals, and those with the guts to challenge him were few and far between on land. The 28-meter giant python, with a body larger than a water tank, looked terrifying enough to frighten anyone to death. Its scales, nearly the size of a palm, were shiny black, gleaming with a metallic luster. Particularly, the white line pattern along its spine made it look even more alluring. But behind that allure lay deadly danger. Surely, no one could stand before the giant python and quietly admire it.
I haven't bathed in a long time.
Splat! Wang leapt into the swamp from the shore, splashing water everywhere and startling the other animals into a panic. Even the crocodiles that usually dominated the swamp weren't exceptions, for Wang's overwhelming presence was too intense for most animals to endure. After swimming several laps in the swamp, only a single giant python remained. All the other animals had fled in fear. After bathing, it was nearly dark. Wang planned to cross the swamp and continue his search for a suitable and preferable place to claim. Of course, there were countless animals in the Amazon, and most areas were occupied by the strongest creatures, having been claimed as territories. If Wang had his eye on an area occupied by powerful animals, he would have to kill or drive off the original owner to take over. At the edge of the swamp, he discovered a herd of hippos drinking by the river and stealthily approached.
Suddenly, Wang leapt out of the water with a puff, startling the herd of hippos into chaos, causing them to cry out in alarm. Successfully capturing a young hippo that was drinking by the river, Wang ignored the fleeing herd.
After devouring the entire young hippo, he casually found a place to digest it, confident that no animal would dare disturb him. After digesting the hippo, it was completely dark. Night had fallen, and Wang didn't plan to travel at night, so he began to practice the Shi Huang decision. Speaking of the Shi Huang decision, Wang had mixed feelings about it. Over the past year and 2 months, despite practicing diligently, he still struggled to grasp it. Other techniques were easy to start but became harder as one progressed. But the Shi Huang decision was difficult to begin with, requiring immense insight and opportunity. However, once one truly mastered it, the speed of cultivation was unmatched by any other technique. The third cultivation diagram consists of a total of 28 runes. Each time a rune is refined, one's cultivation enhances significantly. Completing all 28 runes would reach the supreme realm of skill, Voidwalker, with further advancement leading to the legendary realm. In Tier 3 Divine Stage, there are Skill, Aura Armor, Passive, Micro-Control, Passive, Indestructible, and Skill, Voidwalker. Advancing through each tier is immensely difficult, but the Shi Huang decision has no such bottleneck. Once you get started, you just need to spend some time to reach the realm of skill, Voidwalker. This is where the true power of the Shi Huang decision lies. Moreover, its greatest strength is the chance to break through into the legendary realm. After cultivating all night, Wang still gained nothing. He had no insight from the third cultivation diagram. Opening his eyes, a glimmer of disappointment flashed in them, and he couldn't help but sigh. This Shi Huang decision is really absurd. Could it be that my aptitude has truly worsened? Or is it just that the opportunity hasn't come yet? Although Wang doubted his own aptitude, he quickly dismissed that thought. After all, the Shi Huang decision values insight the most, and Wang considered his own insight to be above average, ultimately attributing it to the Shi Huang decision being excessively difficult. Even though the Shi Huang decision is hard to cultivate, Wang had no intention of giving up, nor would he. However, as he cultivated the Shi Huang decision, Wang unexpectedly felt an itch in his throat, unable to resist the urge to cough, and what came out wasn't saliva, but an extremely cold chill. This condition had first appeared 5 months ago when Wang was still on his journey. Sometimes, even in extremely high temperatures, he could cough up a chill that would freeze whatever he spit out. This chill was incredibly powerful. Wang believed that if he continued to cultivate the Shi Huang decision, this skill would strengthen, and its power would definitely become one of his trump cards, potentially even more potent than venom. Well, he still can't get the giant monitor lizard off his mind. Wang felt a bit worried. After all, his own abnormality was indeed rare, and there was no information about it even in the memory of the Black Dragon. Of course, Wang had absorbed about 30 to 40% of the Black Dragon's memory, and he believed that in another 2 to 3 years, he would be able to fully absorb it and use it as his own. However, some parts of the Black Dragon's memory were incomplete and not very helpful to Wang. Unable to figure it out, Wang decided not to dwell on it any longer. He contemplated what place to choose as his territory. Most areas of the Amazon were already occupied by other powerful animals, and the only way to claim that land was to kill the current lord of the territory and take over. In the end, Wang decided to set his sights on the western part of the Amazon rainforest, as there was plenty of water there. He certainly didn't want to go to a drought-stricken area. Now that he had decided on the west as his growth target, he would just wait until dawn to occupy it. Establishing a kingdom. In the cool dawn, the sunlight awakened the tropical rainforest, and the chirping of insects and birds brought vibrant life to the rainforest, with animals of all sizes becoming lively. In the stillness of the forest floor, a gigantic snake head slowly emerged, flicking its tongue intermittently, looking particularly terrifying. This giant python crawled slowly through the forest, and its massive body gradually became visible. It turned out to be a 28-meter-long giant python. Wang had been in the Amazon rainforest for 3 months, and in this 500-mile land, he had become the Soul King. Indeed. At this moment, Wang had become the king of the forest within a 500-mile radius. A body 28 meters long, with unmatched power. Overwhelming energy. Plus the deadly venom. This made Wang have no rivals here. In the 3 months since then, Wang had become thoroughly familiar with his territory. While he wasn't familiar with every blade of grass and tree, at least he had a good understanding of the terrain. Of course, during his conquest of this vast land, he had frightened away 3 giant pythons and killed a 6-meter-long alligator. Perhaps because they were of the same type, the 3 giant pythons were more capable of sensing Wang's terrifying presence, which was why they retreated without a fight. Only the 6-meter-long alligator did not know what was good for it and ended up proving the wisdom of the 3 pythons. Within Wang's 500-mile territory, there was a swamp covering about 7 or 8 miles, a tributary of the Amazon River, and 13 large mountain ranges. These were the components that made up his territory. Wang didn't like living in the swamp, so he made his den in the space between the swamp and the tributary of the Amazon River, finding a cave to reside in. Compared to other places, Wang preferred living in a cave. At least it could shelter him from the wind and rain. In the realm of the animal kingdom, those who could occupy such a 500-mile territory were exceedingly few. Clearly, Wang was not very satisfied with ruling over such an area. While 500 miles was a significantly large territory for other animals, it felt too small for Wang. Wang's goal was to unify the entire Amazon rainforest and become a true king. However, Wang faintly sensed that there were several presences in the forest that could contend with his own aura. Although they were considerably weaker, it seemed unlikely that he could deal with the owners of those presences without hassle. Therefore, before he had absolute confidence, it was wise to focus on cultivation. The longer he waited, the more advantageous it would be for Wang. After all, Wang's growth rate was not something other animals could compare to. Of course, Wang was not afraid, but rather it was unnecessary. Because as long as they didn't disturb him, he didn't need to provoke animals that posed a certain threat to him. Chapter 58, Life Before the Mud Basin Period. In the early morning, the mist draped over the earth like a thin veil. At this moment, all things were reviving, and various animals in the forest began to move. Hunting in the early morning was Wang's habit. After patrolling his territory, he finally locked onto a target: the hippopotamus herd. Although there are many kinds of animals in the Amazon, with 2,500 species of fish, over 1,600 species of birds, and an uncountable number of various venomous insects, most animals are too small to satisfy Wang's appetite. However, animals like the hippopotamus, if he could kill one, would be enough to sustain him for a day. In contrast, small creatures like fish and birds would require at least hundreds or thousands to sate his hunger. Given the choice, Wang naturally preferred not to exert much effort, and it would suffice to kill a single hippopotamus. Wang swam to a small tributary, entered the water, and concealed himself beneath the surface. In fact, due to his increased size, Wang was also somewhat troubled, as finding a hiding place became difficult. A 28-meter-long python's enormity was unimaginable. Even coiling up, it could cover 5 or 6 meters of ground. Before long, Wang indeed saw a hippopotamus slowly swimming over from the bottom of the water, and he was ready to hunt the hippopotamus. However, even though Wang was powerful enough not to fear facing an entire herd of hippopotamuses, that didn't mean the hippopotamus wasn't terrifying. The hippopotamus is the largest semi-aquatic herbivorous mammal in freshwater species and one of the 2 extant species in the family Hippopotamidae, the other being the pygmy hippopotamus. They prefer to inhabit marshy areas near rivers and places with reeds. Their foraging, mating, giving birth, and nursing all take place in the water, making them the land mammals with the largest mouths in the world. An average hippopotamus measures 3.1 to 4.2 meters in body length and weighs around 1.3 tons. For adult hippos, Wang can swallow them, but doing so inevitably affects his mobility and strength. Therefore, when unnecessary, Wang generally avoids preying on targets that are much larger than himself. Of course, Wang's target is not adult hippos, but they're young. Wang quietly lurks underwater, stealthily approaching the herd of hippos at the river bottom. The herd of hippos before him is covered in a thick layer of skin, which is bluish-black with brick-red patterns. Except for some short hairs on their tails, they are nearly hairless. However, hippos are rich in fat, and after being swallowed, they are more digestible than other animals, which is one of the reasons why Wang chooses to hunt hippos. Suddenly, Wang discovered something interesting. He found that there was indeed another animal with the same intentions as him. To his surprise, a crocodile was also stealthily approaching the hippos, and this crocodile was a Nile crocodile. Generally, hippos don't have to worry much about Nile crocodiles. Both usually coexist peacefully, although sometimes Nile crocodiles do hunt isolated young hippos, and there are also records of hippos attacking Nile crocodiles and killing smaller ones. Seeing the Nile crocodile, Wang wasn't in a hurry to hunt. Instead, he watched from the sidelines because this was also a part of the enjoyment of life. After being reborn as a python, Wang had no other entertainment activities, unlike humans who have developed means of entertainment and are not afraid of lacking activities, but dread having no time for entertainment. The Nile crocodile finally closed in on the hippo herd and successfully killed a young hippo in a sudden attack. Just when Wang thought everything was over, a male hippo, larger than ordinary ones, suddenly went on the offensive, roaring and fiercely attacking the nearby Nile crocodile, lunging towards it with its massive jaws. The Nile crocodile was clearly unprepared and was bitten squarely. To Wang's astonishment, the hippo bit the Nile crocodile in half. This outcome was clearly beyond Wang's expectations. Although he always knew that hippos had incredible biting power, he never imagined they could kill an adult Nile crocodile. Little did Wang know that hippos are recognized as extremely dangerous animals. Hippos are known for their bad temper. It's said that if an animal happens to stand in the way of a hippo returning to the water, the hippo will open its enormous mouth without warning and use its 40 centimeters long tusks to bite the unfortunate animal to death. There have also been reports of tourists being attacked by hippos while boating. Hippos can spend the entire day submerged in water, with just their nostrils and eyes above the surface. They can hold their breath and dive for up to 6 minutes, and they still walk on their legs while underwater. Hippos are extremely territorial animals. They fiercely protect their territory and will engage in wild battles against invading hippos, which resembles Wang's own nature. Moreover, when hippos are absorbed in a fight, they even ignore smaller hippos nearby, and it's not surprising if they end up killed or trampled. After the hippo king killed the Nile crocodile, Wang thought everything was settled. But the developments took an unexpected turn. Suddenly, a scaly fish about 8 or 9 meters long leaped from the riverbed, moving as fast as lightning. Just as the hippo finished biting the Nile crocodile, painting the river red with blood and preparing to retreat, the scaly fish bit the hippo, which seemed to be made of tofu and was effortlessly reduced to pulp. The scaly fish's enormous mouth resembled a meat grinder, hiding immense power. "Is this a Dunkleistus?" Wang gasped in surprise. "But that can't be. The Dunkleistus went extinct 300 to 400 million years ago. How could it still exist in the Amazon?" The Dunkleistus is a representative member of the placoderm family and is the largest member of the known family of armored fish. It lived about 360 to 415 million years ago in the Devonian period and possessed astonishing biting power, reigning as an apex predator in Silurian and Devonian seas. It had the strongest bite force among known creatures to have existed on Earth and incredible suction power. Sharks have always been regarded as the fiercest creatures in the ocean. However, if they learned that sharks with a biting force of less than 1 ton now rule the seas, they might lament the premature demise of the Dunkleistus. The Dunkleistus had a biting force exceeding 11,000 pounds 5 tons, the strongest known in history. If a shark were to come before it, the Dunkleistus could easily bite it in half. It sat atop the food chain of its time, able to prey on any creature in the Devonian seas, likely being the first king of beasts on Earth. Its existence predates the first land dinosaur by 175 million years. Although the Dunkleistus was powerful, its massive body and size significantly hindered its agility and speed, causing it to gradually fall behind smaller sharks and other carnivorous fish during its evolution. Combined with environmental changes on Earth, it eventually faded from the stage of biological reproduction and evolution. Wang was filled with confusion, questioning how it could be possible for a Dunkleistus to still survive in this era. Wang is not an expert on prehistoric creatures. The reason he knows about the information on the Dangsfish is that it exists in the memories absorbed from the Black Dragon, albeit very little. Perhaps it was a slight curiosity from the Black Dragon about the sudden appearance of the first king of beasts on Earth. However, after careful observation, Wang discovered that this Dangsfish had already regressed. Although its speed was unmatched at this moment, its biting force had decreased, and Wang estimated it wouldn't exceed 2 tons. But even a biting force of 2 tons is terrifying. It's twice as strong as that of a shark, making it one of the dominant species in the ocean. Even the strongest great white shark has a bite force of no more than 1.8 tons. The great white has no natural enemies, only rivals, with the killer whale being able to kill it in the ocean. Chapter 59, The Gathering of Pythons. Wang didn't plan to risk his life against the regressed Dangsfish. Although he was confident he could kill it, the Dangsfish was too fast, at least twice as fast as Wang, especially in the water. To kill a pseudo-fish would require some cost. And if the Dangsfish were to escape, Wang would not be able to catch up. It's better to avoid such a thankless task. Although he didn't plan to fight, there was no need to avoid the Dangsfish's prowess. If the Dangsfish were to come and provoke him recklessly, Wang wouldn't mind teaching it a lesson on what the majesty of the king of beasts truly means. Just as the Dangsfish was about to bite the Hippo King and prepare to feast, Wang suddenly leaped out of the water, half rising and staring at it, his icy gaze filled with murderous intent. Since this was a tributary, the river wasn't deep, about 5 or 6 meters, and the water level near the edges was even shallower. The surface was murky and overgrown with aquatic plants, so Wang, hiding at the bottom of the water, remained undetected by other animals. Suddenly, a massive python leaped out, causing the animals to scatter in panic. Hiss! Perhaps sensing the overwhelming might radiating from Wang, the Dangsfish froze in its action of consuming the hippo's blood plasma and let out an extremely strange hiss as a warning. Hiss! Wang let out a long howl to the sky, his voice expansive, more commanding than that of the 7 or 8 meter long Dangsfish. The Dangsfish has always lived in the Amazon River region, being one of the absolute dominators there. Although it has regressed, its biting force diminished several times compared to its ancestors. It exchanged that biting force for unparalleled speed, maintaining its status as one of the dominators even in sea areas. But at this moment, the 7 or 8 meter long Dangsfish felt intimidated. The might of the giant python was too intense, even stronger than any other pythons it had encountered in the river. Although this python was not the largest it had ever seen, through animal perception, it could sense that this python contained absolute power. It was not weaker than other top dominators in the Amazon. The timid Dungfish quickly dove into the water to escape, not daring to linger any longer. This also saves Wang the effort. If the Dungfish really doesn't know what's good for it, Wang wouldn't mind sending it on its way. The Hippo King was bitten into pulp by the Dungfish, its dismembered body scattered in the river. Even after a feast, Wang felt a bit overstuffed. Incidents like this are common in the Amazon. Perhaps a powerful king today may become a pile of bones tomorrow. This is the law of the jungle.
Survival of the fittest, the eternal theme of the Amazon rainforest. The resources for survival in the natural world are limited. To survive and reproduce, competition emerges. Some creatures must thrive while others perish. The saying big fish eat small fish eat shrimp, and shrimp eat mud succinctly describes this phenomenon. Wang understood that strength is everything. Only strength is real.
Like when the US attacked Iraq, there was no reason, simply because they were powerful, they could claim to be searching for weapons of mass destruction or liberating Iraq to establish democracy. During the Iraq War, the US military's highly advanced technology, the Iron Fist, mercilessly struck down on the almost helpless Iraqis, just as a fierce leopard plays with a gazelle in the African savannah. After consuming the Hippo King's remains, Wang left the river and returned to the forest. It was spring, and with nothing to do, Wang soared in a wide space, basking in the sun. Looking back, it had been nearly 5 years since he was reborn as a snake. In these 5 years, he had grown from a 1-meter-long venomous snake to a 28-meter-long python, experiencing countless dangers along the way. If even one of those details had gone wrong, he would have been dead many years ago. Cherished things are often hard to come by. Wang had always sought a peaceful life. He just wanted to refine his skills quietly, pursue the highest realm, break the shackles of life, or attain the luxury of immortality. But things seldom turn out as beautifully as imagined. The journey was filled with blood and guts. If you don't kill, others will kill you. This rare moment of quiet life was greatly cherished by Wang. He didn't believe that anyone would come looking for trouble here in the depths of the Amazon rainforest. Lying in a sunlit spot, he comfortably took a sun bath before starting to practice the Shi Huang Ju. Practicing the Shi Huang Ju was an essential daily task. Regardless of breakthroughs or not, he never missed a day. Whether diligence could compensate for a lack of talent, Wang didn't know, but he understood that being alive means doing meaningful things. No matter how long the road is, it can be completed step by step. Even a short path can't be reached without making an effort. If you stop practicing just because you can't break through temporarily, you'll never achieve that breakthrough. The Shi Huang Ju focuses heavily on perception. Wang had been researching the 28 symbols in the third practice diagram, which correspond to the 28 lunar lodges. He couldn't say he had deep knowledge of the 28 lunar lodges. He only grasped a little. The 28 lunar lodges were divided by ancient people for observing the movements of the sun, moon, and 5 stars, used to explain the positions of these celestial bodies. Each of the 4 cardinal directions has 7 lodges. The eastern azure dragon has the lodges of Jia, Kang, Zhi, Fang, Xian, Wei, and Ji. The northern black tortoise has Do, Niu, and Vi, Su, Wei, Shi, and by the western white tiger has Kui, Lu, Wei, Mu, Bai, Ji, and Xin, and the southern vermilion bird has Jing, Gui, Lu, Xing, Zhang, Yi, and Jin. Similar concepts of 28 lodges exist in ancient India, Persia, and Arabia. The more Wang studied the 28 lunar lodges, the more profound he felt them. For over a year, he had been researching the first lodge in the Azure Dragon's 7 lodges, Jiao. After all, one cannot eat a great feast in one breath, and Wang naturally wouldn't engage in the folly of being insatiable. Suddenly, while Wang was immersed in understanding the Shi Huang Ju, he suddenly heard some noise and sensed the presence of others of his kind. This was quite common in the Amazon. After all, there's nothing strange about sensing the presence of fellow creatures in the animal kingdom. What was unusual was that not just 1 or 10 pythons appeared in his territory, but thousands suddenly gathered in his domain. Isn't that strange? Wang halted his contemplation of the Shi Huang Ju, feeling angry. He hated being disturbed while cultivating. His massive body began to move as he wanted to see what was happening. Why did a swarm of pythons suddenly arrive in his territory? Not far ahead, Wang spotted a giant python swimming towards him from 500 meters away. This giant python was about 16 meters long, patterned like a spiral, adorned with cloud-like markings, and had a yellow-brown stripe on its back. From its appearance, it seemed to be the genuine black-spotted python, which growing to 16 meters is exceedingly rare. Of course, for Wang, it was just rare, but not surprising. However, for the humans in the outside world, even if they killed them, they wouldn't believe the black-spotted python could grow to 16 meters. This black-spotted python seemed to be in a hurry and inadvertently wandered into Wang's territory. Upon spotting Wang 500 meters away, it instantly panicked, lowering its proud head to the ground, flicking its tongue, and slowly slithering away.
While pythons lack intelligence, lowering their heads signifies submission to a stronger opponent. Wang had no intention of exterminating this black-spotted python.
Seeing how it wisely backed down, he chose to ignore it and continued forward to find out what the swarm of thousands of pythons entering his territory was all about.
Moreover, under the influence of his senses, Wang discovered that the thousands of pythons were also coming in his direction.
Wang simply stopped moving and coiled on the ground to wait, while simultaneously masking his aura. Otherwise, once the distance between him and the python swarm shrank, they would sense his presence and might not dare to approach. After all, in the animal kingdom, the concept of territory is deeply ingrained in the minds of animals. Weaker ones would absolutely not dare to infringe upon the territory of stronger ones,
because that would be tantamount to seeking death. Chapter 60, The Serpent Valley. The python swarm gradually approached.
From the looks of it, the majority of the jungle was covered by thousands of pythons. Each one, regardless of size, appeared menacingly terrifying. Especially due to the different species in varying colors, they instantly turned the jungle into a vibrant sea of rainbows. Suddenly, they all stopped moving, and the jungle fell silent, occasionally broken by the sound of their hissing. This was because a massive black python stood in their way.
The black python furiously raised its head, its eyes glimmering with a cold light.
Hiss! An angry long hiss caused the python swarm to stir restlessly. Wang straightened up slightly, looking down at the python swarm. His hiss, filled with energy amplification, had already subdued the swarm. They froze in place, lowered their previously proud heads, and quietly lay on the ground, waiting for the judgment of the strong.
This scene is hard for an ordinary person to imagine.
Thousands of pythons lay quietly on the ground, prostrated before a creature that could be called a behemoth. If this scene were captured and shown to the human world, it would surely shock everyone. Wang silently observed the python swarm.
The foremost python was an unknown species of golden giant python. A supporting role in the setting sun of the forest. What python could be deemed giant in Wang's eyes?
By Wang's standards, it would have to be at least 15 meters long to be considered a giant python. However, by human standards, Wang truly didn't understand much. Any slightly larger python might be referred to as a giant python, and generally, a length of over 5 meters could count as one. This unidentified golden giant python reached a terrifying length of 24 meters, its head was flattened, its tail cylindrical, and it had no scales, with faint markings spreading across its body. The golden giant python seemed to sense Wang's anger. It trembled and lay frozen on the ground, only its shaking body confirming that it was alive and not a dead giant python. If other giant pythons of equal rank saw this scene, they would surely exclaim, "Unbelievable!"
The ferocity of the golden giant python is well known among pythons in the Amazon.
Yet at this moment, it lay quietly like a kitten on the ground, waiting for judgment. It's worth noting that the golden giant python preys on large animals, including ambushing caimans. Even animals like crocodiles could be effortlessly hunted down, yet the golden giant python now trembled with fear and begged for mercy. It might be hard for anyone to believe such a thing. Of course, this is just a statement. The golden giant python instinctively sensed the power of the black giant python before it. As a fellow creature, it could sense it more clearly than other animals. The black giant python before it could kill in the blink of an eye. Moreover, the golden giant python was astonished to find that the black giant python before it was in no way inferior to the king of the Amazon pythons. Hiss! Wang raised his head and roared in anger once more, causing the golden giant python to shake even more intensely. Regarding the golden giant python, Wang did not plan to kill it. Pythons were already rare. In the entire Amazon rainforest, there are unlikely to be more than 100 giant pythons over 15 meters long. Relative to the vast area of 7 million square kilometers of the Amazon rainforest, 100 is still too few. If the golden giant python had intelligence, Wang would indeed want to ask it why they intruded into his territory, but unfortunately, it lacked intelligence. Wang decided to let this group of pythons pass and then hide to follow them, preparing to see what was really going on. After frightening the golden giant python, Wang turned to leave, clearing the way and then hiding himself. Seeing the black giant python slither away, the python swarm began to move again. The sound of their slithering once again filled the jungle, causing other animals to flee. Just as Wang was preparing to follow them, he suddenly sensed another group of pythons crossing the edge of his territory, and surprisingly, they were heading in the same direction.
This ignited Wang's strong curiosity. What could possibly be attracting them to travel in packs? Is there some kind of treasure?
Thinking of this, Wang couldn't help but chuckle to himself. These mindless animals wouldn't have treasures. Wait, it's early spring, the beginning of the breeding season for snakes.
Could they be going to mate?
That's not right. The previous group of pythons was at least 30 to 40,000, moving in a very organized manner, certainly not just for breeding.
I'll follow and see what it's all about. With his curiosity piqued, Wang followed in the tracks of the python swarm.
Regardless of what was attracting the pythons, finding some excitement in this boring forest was nice. Staying in one place all day could get dull.
Wang followed behind the python swarm, moving further and further away, eventually leaving his own territory.
Then he passed through a tributary of the Amazon River, a vast swamp, and several mountain ranges. Wang suddenly sensed that the number of pythons was increasing, indicating that they were close to their destination.
This is a mountain range, vast and stretching endlessly for hundreds of miles.
The peaks rise and fall, overlapping one another, creating a land of mountains. Nestled between two great mountain ranges is a massive canyon, where a swarm of pythons is climbing the mountains, trying to get across to the canyon. The trees in the mountains are tall, but there is little underbrush or vines, likely due to the pythons roaming freely for years. At the foot of the mountain, Wang can occasionally catch a glimpse of the scene inside. Looking up, he can't help but feel a chill in his heart.
Because there are just too many pythons. Wang estimates there are at least over 100,000. Wang even wonders if all the pythons from the Amazon rainforest have come here.
At this moment, if there were humans present, they would probably be terrified beyond belief. The sight of over 100,000 pythons gathered together is truly overwhelming. Almost the entire mountain is covered with crawling pythons, and the sight alone could give someone with a weak heart a fatal scare. As he moves closer, Wang realizes that most of the over 100,000 pythons are several meters long, with a fair number around 10 meters. Only a few dozen reach lengths of over 15 meters, including the 16-meter-long black python that trespassed into Wang's territory and the golden giant python. There are rarely any that exceed 20 meters, only a mere 4. Among the 4 giant pythons exceeding 20 meters, one is a 24-meter-long golden python of an unknown species. The second is a 23-meter-long golden tree python, the third is a 24.5-meter-long reticulated python, and the last one is a 23-meter-long giant anaconda. These 4 giant pythons have clearly noticed Wang at the foot of the mountain.
Wang's majestic form exudes an overwhelming presence.
Compared to Wang, the 4 pythons that usually dominate seem like mere underlings, appearing so insignificant before him. Especially the golden giant python, which trembles slightly, clearly still haunted by fear of Wang. The golden giant python is the only one of the 4 that has come into close contact with Wang, so it understands his terror the best. At the foot of the mountain, Wang doesn't rush forward, he leisurely follows behind the swarm of pythons. Of course, not a single python within a kilometer of him dares to come close. Even the smallest python can sense Wang's horror and won't dare show any signs of offense. Offending a strong being comes with unimaginable costs. That cost could be life.
Chapter 61, The Titan Python. Wang follows behind the python swarm, climbing up the mountain, gradually closing the distance to the 4 giant pythons.
The 4 giant pythons begin to feel uneasy as the distance narrows. They can sense Wang's terror more clearly. Suddenly, Wang leaps forward several times with the speed of lightning, creating a series of sonic booms in the air. The 4 giant pythons, startled, barely have time to take a defensive posture before Wang is already in front of them. Moreover, along his path, who knows how many pythons have been crushed. After growing to 28 meters in length and breaking through to Tier 2 max level, although Wang's speed hasn't increased much, he achieves 1/3 the speed of sound in a burst, which is more than sufficient. Among all serpents, his speed is undeniably the fastest.
Wang is an amphibious python, ruling on both land and water.
Whether on land or underwater, Wang can unleash 100% of his power. Unlike before, where his combat capability would decline when fighting in water. The previous decline in combat power in the water was because Wang spent little time there compared to land, his battle capabilities would naturally be weaker underwater. However, having lived in the heavenly pool for nearly 2 years and roamed the ocean for a year, he can now exert full strength in water. Hiss! The 4 giant pythons begin to coil up, adopting defensive stances and uneasily hissing softly. Hiss!
In contrast to the quiet hissing of the 4 pythons, Wang's hiss is anything but subdued.
The 4 pythons' indifferent and emotionless eyes seem to reveal a struggling emotion, making Wang think he is imagining things. Under Wang's cold gaze, the 4 pythons ultimately submit. Climbing the mountain has taken Wang quite some time, as it is truly vast and lofty. The mountain range is crisscrossed, with rocky cliffs and rugged paths in many places, even a python-sized body cannot pass through. Thus, after winding through quite a few detours, he finally reached the summit and saw the canyon that piqued his curiosity. Looking down from the mountain, wisps of mist drift above the canyon, the scenery appearing hazy and elusive. High up in the mountains and far away from the hustle and bustle, away from the mundane and the glamorous, Wang suddenly feels that he has grown fond of this lifestyle. Descending the mountain, he reaches the entrance of the canyon, where the gentle sound of flowing water comes from within. Looking up, the bright stream flows through the canyon's ravine, with lush trees at the canyon's front and birds chirping melodiously. The stream, while not crystal clear to the bottom, is still several times better than the heavily polluted rivers of the city. However, this also hints that the source of the stream is likely a swamp. But at this moment, the beautiful scene has been ruined by a swarm of pythons. The mountain stream is overrun by pythons, their figures filling the water. The mountain stream is quite large, about 7 to 8 meters wide, and it's not inferior to the smaller tributaries of the Amazon River. Water pythons swim in the stream, while dry pythons can only crawl on land. Due to the shallow water of the stream, Wang's massive body finds it hard to swim, so Wang also moves on land. The mountain stream finally reaches its source, which is indeed a large swamp. The water level in the swamp is not deep, mostly mud, so even a dry python can move around the edges. On both sides of the swamp are steep cliffs covered with red flowers, blooming here and there in shades of purple and red. Wang entered the swamp, and within a kilometer, no pythons dared to come close. What is the python group doing here? Is it really just to mate? Thinking of this, Wang couldn't help but shiver. Wang can swear on his conscience. He has absolutely no intention of mating. He definitely wouldn't do such a thing even if he was killed. Although he has the body of a python, he possesses intelligence, and he absolutely cannot accept such a thing. He has no intention of finding some snake lady to fool around with. Sure enough, under Wang's watchful gaze, some pythons have already begun to mate. Pythons mate in late spring and early summer, laying eggs or giving birth in summer, which is advantageous for their survival. This way, the young pythons have ample time to feed and grow, storing enough energy to survive the first cold winter. This is a form of adaptation for pythons in breeding regarding their environment. Of course, not all pythons are mating, as there are slight differences in breeding seasons among species. Although some pythons are not mating, nearly all have entered the swamp. However, there are still 73 pythons on the shore. These 73 are true giants, each at least 15 meters long. The way they are behaving up there seems as if they are waiting for something. And at this moment, the scene in the swamp is terrifying. Countless balls of snakes of various colors are rolling in the muddy water, and many adult pythons as thick as a man's thigh entwine around each other, forming a chilling ball of snakes. The python group hisses and flicks their tongues, raising their heads with bright red tongues, their necks making whooshing sounds, exposing their gaping jaws filled with sharp fangs, as if ready to strike at any moment. Wang was not interested in watching the mating of the pythons and swam directly towards the location of the 73 giant pythons. Wang's massive size naturally attracted the attention of the 73 giants. Some have encountered Wang before and have expressed submissive poses, while others have not yet come into contact with him. However, seeing Wang swim over, whether they have interacted with him or not, all the pythons lay down on the ground in submission. Regardless of species, the weak can only submit to the strong. Clearly, Wang is currently the strongest among the python group. Most of the pythons display a hint of awareness. Although they lack intelligence, they instinctively sense Wang's strength. Under such pressure, they can only choose to bow down or choose death.
There are no other options available to them. The animal world is the most direct and primitive.
As long as you are powerful, with a strong fist, you can do as you please.
The lives and deaths of the weak are controlled by the strong.
Hiss. The python group emitted hissing sounds, expressing their submissive intentions. Wang finally swam to the shore of the swamp, which was wide, larger than a big square, enough to accommodate all 73 giant pythons comfortably. Upon Wang's arrival, the python group seemed to part like the Red Sea, creating a path to welcome their king. Hiss. Suddenly, a 17.5-meter black-tailed python let out a long screech, attempting to attack Wang as he passed by. It seems that it had no respect for Wang and wanted to challenge him. But while the wish is beautiful, the reality is brutal. The black-tailed python, still in the air, was swatted back by Wang's tail a dozen meters, crashing to the ground and howling, uncertain of its fate. But judging by its difficulty in breathing, it was likely in serious trouble. Wang's powerful swipe thoroughly subdued the python group. The pythons became entirely docile, their heads low enough as if they wished to burrow into the ground. Hiss. Wang howled to the sky, his overwhelming aura causing the air to feel as if it had stopped.
This howl carried a strong warning.
Don't doubt that the other pythons couldn't understand, because animals also have their own languages. They possess not only vocal sounds but also many non-verbal languages, such as beautiful dances, stunning colors, and delightful scents, and even ultrasound is used as a form of special communication. In nature, many animals use sound as a means of communication. Many birds have sweet and varied singing voices. They are excellent singers. It is said that there are over 2,000 to 3,000 types of bird languages globally, comparable to human languages. Some zoologists have studied the various languages of birds and compiled them into a bird language dictionary.
This dictionary is quite useful.
For example, birds in the air pose a significant threat to airplanes, for while birds are small, they can pierce through planes like bullets, causing them to crash. Some airports have now established bird language broadcast stations to transmit the frightened calls of birds to disperse them, ensuring the safe takeoff and landing of planes. Although Wang's understanding of snake language is only superficial, he can still convey simple messages that other snakes can comprehend, such as greetings with good intentions, warnings, threats, intimidation, and other simple phrases. Just when Wang was feeling elated, filled with ambition, and preparing to display his might, suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the mountain jungles, a sound powerful enough to crack clouds and shatter stones. It rang like a heavy bell, resounding through the skies, carrying an overwhelming aura that seemed to dominate and destroy everything in its path. Wang was evidently taken aback, as he recognized this aura. He had sensed several presences that could faintly rival him when he entered the Amazon rainforest, and the being in the mountains was clearly one of them. Finally, the creature from the mountain jungle appeared, a massive python over 40 meters long. Its body was pure white, with scales as delicate as jade, and having a diameter of about 1 meter gave off a suffocating feeling. It exuded a strong presence and coldly gazed at Wang, who could sense a fierce killing intent in its eyes.
At that moment, Wang finally understood.
This was the reason for the gathering of the pythons. The target they had been waiting for. This was the true king of the pythons. The very moment the white giant python appeared, hundreds of thousands of pythons simultaneously let out a roar that spoke volumes. This white giant python had been their leader all along, the true monarch over them. Wang was clearly furious and embarrassed. Just moments ago, the pythons had been submissive at his feet, but now, as soon as the white giant python showed up, they immediately betrayed him.
How could Wang accept this? Humans fight for honor, while Buddha fights for incense.
But Wang's temperament was far from that level. He felt an overwhelming shame, and the only solution was to challenge the white giant python and wrest the title of king of all pythons from it.
Chapter 62, The Battle of the Giant Pythons.
The white giant python had dominated the python horde for who knows how many years, and its residual power was still formidable. Even if Wang demonstrated strength equal to that of the white giant python, it would still be hard to reach the position that it had established over many years. Therefore, the moment the white giant python appeared, the horde of pythons began to rebel. Perhaps the python horde was simply acting under duress, fearful of Wang's might, temporarily feigning submission before him. Wang's only choice was to challenge the white giant python and then kill it. Thus, he could take its position.
This is the cruelty of the animal world. Only the strongest can lead their kind.
One must kill or defeat the strongest to rise to power. Of course, Wang could also choose to leave in disgrace and return for revenge when he became stronger.
But leave in disgrace, only to plot revenge when his power grew stronger? Absolutely not. Wang saw himself as a man of honor, not someone who could tolerate such feelings.
Besides, in battle, he couldn't be sure who would win or lose, and if humans did bombard him with missiles, he wouldn't stand idly by. He would definitely flee rather than confront them. So, at this moment, all Wang had was the path of challenge.
What kind of python is this? Could it be the long-extinct titanoboa?
Wang was shocked. This white giant python was actually a titanoboa that had been on the extinction list. Titanoboa was a species of snake that lived during the Paleocene epoch about 60 to 58 million years ago. It is known as the largest snake ever recorded, having gone extinct nearly 58 million years ago. To put it in perspective, they were like oversized versions of modern pythons, and their main prey was surprisingly crocodiles.
After the extinction of the dinosaurs, other carnivores began to vie for dominance. Titanoboa was one of the most representative modern pythons, pale in comparison, as it is undoubtedly the largest snake in history.
Facing the titanoboa, Wang suddenly lifted his head, opened his huge mouth, and let out a sound that seemed like a challenge. Wang's voice resembled that of a frog. It wasn't a hiss or a sizzle, and while its specific timbre wasn't as hoarse as a frog's, it was more continuous. Others might not understand this sound, but the python horde in Titanoboa certainly did.
Wang was issuing a challenge. A challenge to its kingly position. A provocation aimed at asserting dominance over a Titanoboa.
He was preparing to contest the position of king in front of all the members of the Python clan.
The Titanoboa had no reason to refuse, nor could it afford to.
If it declined, it would be willingly conceding its status as the king of all pythons. At that moment, all the pythons would abandon it and flock to Wang's side. The animal world is very realistic. There are no true loyalties, only the strong commanding respect.
Roar!
The Titanoboa let out a roar, producing a sound that was beyond the realm of hissing.
This roar reminded Wang of the cry of the azure giant python in the Blood Lake forest, strikingly similar.
This kind of roar made Wang envious. It had much more presence than the hiss sounds. But unfortunately, no matter what, Wang could never produce such a sound. His voice remained within the domain of python sounds.
The Titanoboa was seething with anger. Its blood-red eyes made that abundantly clear. The animal world is incredibly fascinating. Animals have a strong sense of territory.
At this moment, Wang not only wanted to seize its territory but also aimed to usurp its status. Just as humans would wage war, regardless of the casualties, to defend their territory, animals do not allow other animals to intrude on their domain. Even dogs will fight fiercely to defend their owner's territory and their own. When another dog or animal encroaches, they will fight to the death. Cats, pigs, wolves, and others are no different.
The Titanoboa, as one of the strongest rulers in the Amazon rainforest, stood at the very top of the food chain.
Its domineering nature and habits would never permit such a thing to happen. Therefore, Wang's challenge was accepted.
Both pythons moved at the same time. Smack!
Two colossal beasts collided in the most brutal manner, each being knocked back several meters, leaving the ground torn apart by the shockwaves.
The other giant pythons retreated in shock but didn't leave. They were waiting to see whether the current king would remain or if a new ruler was about to arrive.
As Wang collided with the Titan python, he was confident. After all, the Titan python measured 40 meters long and was indeed stronger than him. However, after he channeled his energy, he clearly had the upper hand.
But Wang was fast. The Titan python was not even half his speed. If Wang wanted to evade, it might not even touch Wang's scaly skin.
Wang was brewing deadly poison in his mouth at that moment. He didn't even know how potent it was, only that it was extremely potent. The deadly poison was one of Wang's killer techniques. Having grown to his current size, he rarely used it, but he never expected it would come in handy today.
Snap, snap.
After testing its limits with the Titan python a few more times, Wang had thoroughly grasped its weaknesses.
It had ample strength but lacked speed. That was the true nature of the Titan python. In the ensuing battle, Wang relied on his speed advantage to engage the Titan python in a dance of combat.
The greatest art of battle is to defeat the strongest foes with the least amount of force. And Wang has always done just that. As the saying goes, one must gather their strength in a single push, but tire themselves out by repeatedly attacking. The Titan Python had already launched dozens of attacks, and it was clear that its strength was waning. Due to its character, the Titan Python had become furious, roaring continuously and relentless in its attacks, causing the surrounding cliffs to crumble and the ground to be riddled with numerous pits. It feels like the time is almost up, and Wang doesn't intend to waste any more of it. After dodging an attack from the Titan Python, he suddenly spiraled up during a moment of respite, launching fiercely with lightning speed, radiating a momentum like 1,000 troops, sweeping forth as if a fierce storm was brewing on either side. The two pythons clashed head-on, roaring as they engaged in battle. Hiss SSS, they howled at each other, their massive jaws snapping toward one another. The two pythons coiled and constricted around each other, engaged in a deadly struggle, and smoke filled the air, obscuring the sky. The other nearby pythons were startled and scattered in panic. Boom! The Titan Python was flung away by Wang, crashing against the mountainside with a loud thud. Having already been worn down beforehand, the Titan Python clearly lost this battle against Wang. Wang has always adhered to the principle of the strike first for the upper hand, strike later for disaster, but he also hasn't forgotten another adage: take advantage of the sick to claim their life. Before the Titan Python, which had crashed into the mountainside, could rise again, Wang's attack came crashing down. A massive maw opened wide, venom dripped from its fangs, forming a continuous stream, as it lunged viciously towards the Titan Python's vital area. SSS, the fangs sank into flesh, and as the poison entered the Titan Python's body, Wang quickly coiled around it. Crack, crack. The two pythons writhed and twisted together, their bodies rubbing against each other with a sound that sent shivers down one's spine. The crack-crack sound resembled bones shattering, or joints grinding together. In any case, the noise was bone-chilling to listen to. The sight of the two pythons entwined was truly striking. Their massive bodies intertwined, expanding and contracting in tandem with the movement of their muscles. As time passed, the Titan Python was in a precarious state. After all, its stock of strength was no match for Wang's, and it was also suffering from Wang's potent toxin. In this moment, it resembled a small sail in the ocean, at risk of being submerged at any time, struggling desperately to survive. Suddenly, the already dying Titan Python suddenly erupted with a surge of power, unexpectedly putting Wang, who had the advantage, at a disadvantage. Every living creature harbors immense potential and energy within them, and dire situations often act as catalysts for that potential to burst forth. As the saying goes, a cornered dog will leap over the wall. Generally, a dog cannot jump over the wall, but in moments of crisis, it may unleash its potential and do so. Unfortunately, Wang encountered the Titan Python's explosive potential right before its death. Feeling the Titan Python's strength growing, it began to constrict him to the point where he could hardly breathe. Wang felt anxious and pushed his energy to the limit, barely resisting the Titan Python's power. Perhaps the surge of potential couldn't last long, or perhaps the deadly poison inside the Titan Python was already taking effect. Regardless, its power was gradually diminishing, and at this rate, in less than a minute Wang would regain his upper hand and take down the Titan Python. Once he defeats the Titan Python, it's easy to imagine that Wang will assume the position of king of the 10,000 pythons, worshipped by countless pythons, becoming the true ruler of his race, and soon he would dominate the Amazon. Chapter 63, The New King. 1 minute passed, and the Titan Python's strength was dwindling even more. At this moment, Wang had already begun to apply more force, confident that in no time he would completely strangle the Titan Python. Two enormous pythons were entwined, producing horrific sounds of their bodies rubbing against one another. The noise was enough to make one's teeth ache. With the enhancement of his powerful energy, Wang's strength surged, causing the Titan Python's body to begin to distort. Hiss! The Titan Python let out one last roar, but the sound now lacked its previous authority and grandeur. Its low voice carried a sense of a hero in decline, evoking a bittersweet feeling in those who heard it. Hiss! Wang let out a long howl, completely opposite to the Titan Python's hiss. It was high and powerful, filled with vigor, like a force that could swallow mountains and rivers. The Titan Python gazed wistfully at the lush forest, its double pupils gradually contracting and losing their brilliance.
In its final glance, the Titan python seemed to possess wisdom, its human-like eyes flickering with one last glimmer.
The expression in its eyes was complex and hard to decipher, filled with reluctance, regret, fear, and even a tinge of envy directed toward Wang.
But regardless, the Titan python was dead, lying beneath Wang. Releasing the Titan python's corpse, Wang straightened up and looked down at the gathered pythons. That's how it is in the animal kingdom. The strong hold the power, and the fittest survive. Wang wasn't confident he could tame the Titan python. Even if he could, he wouldn't dare keep it by his side. The threat posed by the Titan python to Wang was immense. If there was even a slight misstep, like a sudden injury, the Titan python would certainly seize the rare opportunity. Better to be overly cautious than to be careless. No one can guarantee that they will always possess the strength of their peak period. Although Wang didn't think there was any animal in the Amazon that could severely injure him, not even the Titan python managed to inflict any harm. Hiss! Once again, he howled at the sky. At that moment, Wang seemed like a king of overwhelming power, ruling over the world. Looking down at all creation. The sound of his hiss echoed in the valleys. The pythons moved in unison, as if participating in an ancient ritual, their tails curled elegantly, their bodies straight, all bowing down in worship. Hiss! Hiss! The python group hissed in unison, as if praying to the heavens and earth, welcoming the arrival of the king. Hiss! Wang let out a low growl, his voice deep and powerful, gentle yet commanding. His gem-like eyes scanned the python group, which lowered their heads and dared not meet his gaze. Some even began to tremble slightly, overwhelmed by the immense aura Wang radiated, which ordinary giant pythons found hard to bear. Having accepted the loyalty of the python group, Wang shifted his gaze to the corpse of the Titan python. The snake gallbladder is a treasure. It's important to know that the azure giant pythons in the blood pool forest are only about 35 to 6 meters long, while the Titan python astonishingly reaches over 40 meters in length. It's obvious how precious its gallbladder must be. Though Wang did not understand why the Titan python grew to such a massive size, he was sure that it had to be extraordinary in some way. The azure giant python grew that large because of the blood pool, but the Titan python is incredible. Could it be that there is something even more valuable than the blood pool in this place? This shouldn't be possible. The azure giant python is just an ordinary snake, while the Titan python belongs to the behemoth species. It's much more difficult for the azure giant python to reach 35 to 6 meters compared to the Titan python growing to over 40 meters. A Titan python reaching over 40 meters is a miracle. It's divine for the azure giant python to grow to 35 to 6 meters with its ordinary lineage. The two are not comparable. But it's certain that in this Amazon rainforest, there must be something that can help the pythons break through their limits. No matter what it is, I must find it. Thinking of this, Wang's heart began to race uncontrollably. The prospect of something that could help the pythons transcend their limits was too tempting for him. If Wang obtained that thing, one could only imagine how far he could grow. 50 meters? Or even 100 meters? Wang wanted to ask the python group what allowed the Titan python to grow to 40 meters. But the pythons lack intelligence, so it would be pointless to ask. Moreover, with such a challenging question, Wang wasn't sure how to express it in snake language. After all, pythons lack intelligence. They can communicate basic information, but beyond a certain limit, it's like playing music to a cow. Channeling energy, forming a blade of air, a gust of air sliced from Wang's mouth, striking the Titan python at its waist, precisely where the gallbladder was located. The Titan python didn't have Wang's defenses. Its body was sliced open by a blast of air, leaving a long, clean wound that bled bright red blood. At the site of the wound, there was a hole the size of a bowl, revealing an emerald green snake gall. In terms of weight and size compared to the entire snake, the gall was almost negligible, but when it comes to value, it is quite the opposite. About 60% to 70% of a snake's essence is concentrated in its gall, but the size of the gall can vary significantly. If you take two snakes of identical size and thickness of the same species, their galls will also differ, often with the male's gall being much larger than the female's. The Titan python is clearly male, otherwise, its gall wouldn't be so large. With a flick of its tail, the Titan python's gall was lifted into the air,
and Wang, already prepared, opened his mouth below it, ready to catch the gall.
Those who don't know how to harvest gall often end up breaking it. Even if they don't break it, the gallbladder won't be very full.
However, being a python, Wang clearly knows exactly where the gall is and how to retrieve it without causing any harm to it. The gall fell from the sky, resembling an emerald green gem, sparkling with a green light. The gall fell directly into Wang's wide-open mouth, and after swallowing it, Wang coiled up on the ground, preparing to refine the gall. The 72 giant pythons saw Wang quietly lying on the ground and naturally dared not move, instead waiting silently, their heads raised in anticipation of Wang standing up. After spending a whole day, Wang finally refined the Titan python's gall, but unfortunately, Wang clearly had overly high expectations for it. In terms of medicinal potency, the Titan python's gall has less than a third of the potency of the azure giant python's gall. Though it is unclear what caused the Titan python to grow over 40 meters long, it is evident that it didn't consume the blood essence of the blood pool monthly like the azure giant python, which played a role. This also proves that what helped the Titan python break through its growth limit was far less effective compared to the blood pool. They cannot be compared at all. It is understandable the blood pool is the bloodline of the black dragon, a unique supreme being in the world. It stands to reason that nothing on earth could be as precious. Even a dragon pearl with only 1/10,000th of its energy wouldn't measure up to the black dragon's bloodline. After all, if the energy of the dragon pearl is reduced to 1/10,000th, if it were intact, the bloodline would naturally come second. Refining the Titan python's gall did deepen Wang's energy a little, but it had no other effects. While it was said to have broken through, it did not reach Tier 3 divine stage in terms of purity. The energy produced by practicing the Shi Huang Ju is already at the limit of Wang's current realm. Wang was already at the peak of Tier 2 energy stage, just one step away from breaking into Tier 3 divine stage, but he had hit a bottleneck and could only marginally deepen his energy. It can be said that the Titan python's gall was wasted. If it weren't for being stuck in this awkward situation, the Titan python's gallbladder would still hold great value. Wang also wanted to see if he could leverage the gallbladder of the Titan python to break through to Tier 3 divine stage, but unfortunately, he failed. The attempt to break through Tier 3 divine stage failed, completely wasting the Titan python's gallbladder, which left Wang feeling quite pained. Although the gallbladder wasn't classified among the rarest treasures, its efficacy was not insignificant. Yet, its power was definitely close to that esteemed category. Perhaps many people don't have a concept of rare treasures. Simply put, they generally refer to rare plants or minerals with special effects, most of which can enhance one's power, with the most extraordinary ones reportedly able to extend lifespan. And anything that helps the Titan python break through its growth limits is certainly within the realm of rare treasures, and not just any kind, but possibly among the more esteemed of rare treasures. For such rare treasures, Wang would turn the Amazon upside down to find them. Moreover, perhaps only the most primitive forests like the Amazon offer a 1 in 10,000 chance of finding such nearly extinct treasures. Maybe there are treasures of the rare kind in the ocean as well. But for Wang at this moment, the ocean felt far too early. Even if he wasn't afraid of the formidable creatures in the ocean, how could a single python find anything within that vast sea? That would indeed be like finding a needle in a haystack. Chapter 64, Blood Orchid. Due to not having broken through in his cultivation, Wang felt quite disheartened by the waste of the gallbladder. He stood upright, gazing down at the 72 giant pythons gathered in a fan shape around him, a distance of several meters. There were originally 73 pythons, but one 17-meter-long black-tailed python foolishly challenged him and was eliminated by Wang. This black-tailed python, which could be called the largest in the world, thus met its end. Seeing Wang stand up, the python group bowed in respect. Their actions were rather strange, bodies coiling, half standing, with their heads suspended in the air, slightly curved, flicking their crimson tongues. If this were the only spectacle, it wouldn't be surprising. What was surprising was that hundreds of thousands of pythons were making the same movement, flicking their tongues in the same direction. This is a ritual of the python race. Only the strongest in the tribe are qualified to enjoy such treatment. Wang clearly had that qualification. Hiss. Wang hissed softly, intending to disperse the python group. He could still manage simple snake languages like leave, gather, attack, and so on. Sure enough. After receiving Wang's signal, the python group stopped gathering around him, dispersed, and went about their own business.
Yes, they were indeed busy. The 72 giant pythons gathering on the shore to reverently worship their king was undoubtedly one of their purposes, but after the worship, their behavior left Wang quite puzzled. He saw the giant pythons actually climbing toward the rocky cliffs, seemingly intent on plucking the blood-colored orchids from the walls. As Wang suspected, after climbing up the cliff, the giant pythons coiled around the nearest tree trunks, raising their heads to bite at the blood-colored flowers. The giant pythons might be quite surprised in the past, only the king enjoyed the sacred flowers before they got their turn. Other little creatures had no such fortune, merely swallowing the flower petals that occasionally fell from the cliffs. However, this was already their greatest blessing. Of course, the 72 giant pythons still lacked intelligence for now. The blood-colored orchids atop the cliff bloom only 300 or so each year in the past. The Titan python would enjoy over 200 by itself, and only then would the remaining orchids be available for the other giant pythons. However, today, without Wang's knowledge, the 72 giant pythons struck it rich. Among the 72 types of giant pythons, there are various species such as rock pythons, south snakes, black-tailed pythons, golden pythons, patterned pythons, royal pythons, python reticulatus, king snakes, buried head snakes, black-spotted pythons, and the giant golden pythons. However, these python species absolutely cannot grow beyond 15 meters. Therefore, there is only one possibility: like the Titan python, they have consumed rare treasures that help break through growth limits. And the blood-red orchid before me might be the rare treasure he was searching for. Wang isn't foolish, he quickly understands the key point. Hiss! Wang let out a roar, causing the giant pythons to stop their movements and look at their king with confusion. Hiss! Wang emitted a series of different hissing frequencies, and only then did the giant pythons reluctantly descend from the rock wall. Once all the giant pythons had descended from the rock wall, Wang looked at the blood-red orchid on the wall and felt a pang of regret. Originally, there were over 300 blood-red orchids, but in such a short time, nearly 300 had been consumed by the giant pythons. Now, only a lonely 20 or so blood-red orchids remained on the rock wall. First, he wasted the Titan python's gallbladder, and now due to negligence, he let the rare treasure he had in hand be ruined by the giant pythons. Wang's mood at this moment. If only I had acted differently, if only. Wang complained inwardly, murmuring to himself. He had never felt such regret before. The Titan python's gallbladder was still a gamble, hoping to use it to break through to Tier 3 divine stage. And the blood orchid was simply due to a neglect, just a single oversight, left only about 20 blooms. How could he not regret it? But at this point, regret was useless. It wasn't like he could just kill the pythons to lessen his resentment. Wang wasn't that crazy, plus the blood orchid would bloom every year, so he didn't mind missing this one. He just needed to be more careful in the future. He swam towards the rock wall, which was covered with all kinds of exotic flowers and plants, with lush green leaves bursting into various blossoms, filling the air with fragrance. Climbing up the rock wall, he followed the uneven stones all the way to the top, then wrapped around the trunk of a large tree, inching closer to the blood orchid. The blood orchid was getting closer, finally within reach. Wang coiled his tail around the tree trunk, stretched his body, and opened his mouth to bite at the blood orchid. What Wang didn't know was that the blood orchid is an extremely rare red orchid, rumored to secrete a sap that can eternally preserve youth. Of course, eternally preserving youth is an exaggeration, but it genuinely helps organisms break through their limits. The blood orchid is a treasure of nature. Treasures of nature are rare plants or minerals that occur naturally in the environment and have special effects. What are these special effects? For example, the blood orchid can cause organisms to exceed their growth limits, allowing a python that normally grows 5 or 6 meters, or 7 or 8 meters, to reach lengths of over 10 or even 20 meters. Treasures of nature are as rare as a phoenix's feather in a heavily polluted world. Apart from the possibility of this blood orchid existing in the Amazon's pristine forests, it may only be found in unexploited wildernesses and deep seas. Almost extinct on land, there might have been many thousands of years ago, before technology advanced, but now. After Wang consumed the blood orchid, a lingering fragrance spread throughout. Once the blood orchid entered his stomach, it transformed into a warm current coursing through his limbs. Under his internal observation, Wang discovered that this current was red. Wang quietly remained in place as the red energy continued to flow,
although it was gradually diminishing and weakening, he believed it would soon be completely exhausted.
After the red energy was completely consumed, Wang finally made a discovery.
Incredibly, the red energy from the blood orchid was rapidly stimulating cell division, and Wang faintly felt that he was growing slowly. Wang couldn't help but marvel to himself, "This time I've really stumbled upon a treasure." With the presence of the blood orchid, Wang was confident that growing 6 or 7 meters within a year was entirely possible. Moreover, the red energy actually had a catalytic effect on energy, allowing for a greater condensation of energy, which could lead to a change in sound quality. It seems that to break through Tier 3 divine stage, the blood orchid's role cannot be ignored. Wang thought to himself, but then gazed mournfully at the remaining 20-some blood orchids, feeling as if he could cry without tears, wanting to speak yet unable to. The most important thing was still the practice of the Su Huangju, and he believed that with the energy from the blood orchid, achieving skill, aura armor and forming the symbols would not be a problem. After spending more than 10 minutes, he finally consumed all 20-some blood orchids. The energy from the 20-some blood orchids coursed through his body, merging into his limbs. Of course, the integration of the red energy into his body would only settle for a period of time before taking effect. After all, it couldn't be possible to grow 6 or 7 meters in an instant, could it? Although Wang wished it were so, reality clearly did not allow for that. Descending from the cliff, Wang glared fiercely at the giant pythons, then dismissed them, allowing them to return to their respective territories. Of course, if something happens, all it takes is a call from Wang, and the arriving pythons will surely not be few. Although he cannot summon all the pythons in an instant, they will convey Wang's summoning signal to each other, and they will naturally gather together. After all, the Amazon is vast, and it is already incredible that Wang's call can be heard for hundreds of miles. After dispersing the 72 pythons, Wang lost the mood to deal with the snakes in the swamp. Although there were also those that were 10 meters long, and even 12 or 13 meters long, these smaller pythons clearly could not attract Wang's attention. With 72 pythons under his command, these snakes were no longer able to assist Wang. Perhaps they would be useful later. In fact, the main reason is that this group of pythons, which have not grown over 15 meters, have too low of a spirituality, or perhaps not even an ounce of it. Wang doesn't know how to communicate with them. They can only instinctively accept some basic information, and they cannot comprehend slightly more technical information. However, the 72 pythons all possess significant spirituality. While they cannot communicate verbally, they can execute some of Wang's basic commands effectively, such as gathering, guarding, and attacking. Chapter 65, Skill, Aura Armor. After dispersing the pythons, Wang couldn't wait to return to his territory, losing even the desire to hunt. Upon returning to his territory, he entered the cave and began to spiral. He was preparing to use the blood orchid consumed at noon to break through to Tier 3 divine stage. As long as he reaches skill, aura armor, he can forcibly use his chi to condense sigils. Once he cultivates the first sigil, the following ones can be condensed one after another, and then he will officially stabilize at Tier 3 divine stage. It sounds simple, but it's not easy to accomplish. Spiraling in the cave, Wang felt an itch all over, as if it were the feeling of wounds healing. It was like countless little insects crawling over him, and swarms of ants biting. Every single cell in his body was dividing at a pace 1,000 times faster than before. Operating the Shihuang decision, under the stimulation of the blood orchid, the speed of energy circulation was more than 10 times faster than before, and it was still increasing. The potency of the blood orchid was tremendous. All of Wang's limbs, organs, and tissues were stimulated, as if every cell were invigorated. Feeling a vague pain and swelling in his body, Wang realized it was because the energy's circulatory speed was too fast. When he tried to control his energy, he found that it wouldn't respond at all, as if the energy was completely insane at this moment. It was operating frantically. With no way to control the energy, Wang could only leave it to fate. Fortunately, Wang's body was robust. Although he felt pain and swelling, he would definitely not reach a breaking point that could lead to death. The energy from the blood orchid began to surge through his body. A large amount of crimson energy was absorbed. Some nourished the body and stimulated rapid cell division. Another part transformed directly into energy, causing Wang's energy quantity to increase rapidly, slowly changing its quality, hinting at the emergence of skill, aura armor. Under the infusion of the blood orchid's energy, Wang's body seemed to emit a resonant buzz, with energy operating rapidly, increasingly condensing, displaying signs of breakthrough. Holding his breath and focusing his mind, he mustn't get anxious, especially at this critical moment.
Wang considered himself to have decent comprehension, but regardless of his innate understanding, he needed to have a foundation first. For the principles of the 28 constellations in the third cultivation diagram, Wang only had a superficial knowledge. Understanding a little was not enough to achieve a sudden breakthrough. If it were an ordinary practice method, that would be fine. After all, energy is a technique to manipulate luck, and no matter how mysterious the method is, it cannot escape its basic principles. But the Shi Huang decision is an unparalleled cultivation technique created by the ancient Shi Huang, and it is not a luck-based method. It utilizes energy to condense into a complex sigil, which interacts with an unknown energy of heaven and earth, resonating with it to empower the sigil. Once the sigil is successfully formed and integrated into the body, it will not only enhance the purity of the practitioner's cultivation but also greatly strengthen the physical body, making it incredibly powerful. Dawn. Dawn. Dawn.
When the speed of energy circulation was 17 times faster than usual, Wang, spiraling on the ground, could clearly feel his body's acupoints vibrating intensely, as if his heart were pounding. Don't think that serpents have no acupoints. Rather, the acupoints of a snake are more concealed and subtle, making them generally difficult to detect.
It seems like I am about to break through.
Wang could vaguely sense that the deadlock of his bottleneck had begun to loosen and was about to be broken.
Wang endured the itching and intense pain from the rapid friction of energy against his body.
Rather than trying to suppress the speed of energy, he was instead thinking of ways to further accelerate it.
1 day.
2 days. Finally, on the 5th day, Wang suddenly felt a rumbling sound resonating within him like thunder.
Boom. Boom. Boom.
With a series of explosive sounds that left Wang dizzy, all the subtle acupoints in his body suddenly interconnected, forming a complete cycle. Energy surged and churned, gathering and compressing. Gradually, the color of the energy began to change, and its quality started to improve, transitioning from a milky white to a faint bluish hue, as the energy was crystallizing into a formidable force. This formidable force is unstoppable. As long as he used skill, aura armor, Wang's strength would increase tenfold or more. In the next moment, Wang felt that the gaps in the scales all over his body began to open and close rhythmically with his breath. Each time he exhaled and inhaled, the gaps would open wide, letting in cool air that flowed into Wang's body.